Chapter 1, June 11th, 2004. The Palace of Auburn Hills, the Lakers versus the Pistons. What unfolded was the fifth game of the 2004 NBA Finals. On the court, the timer indicated there were 40 seconds remaining. The score stood at 97-88, with the Lakers trailing. In this series, the Lakers found themselves down 3-1. Another defeat would mean they would be heading home to fish. Lin Hao stared blankly at the court. Wasn't I just playing NBA 2K at home? How'd I end up in an NBA arena? Lin Hao gaped, surveying the familiar yet strange faces on the Lakers bench. Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Karl Malone, Gary Payton, Devin George, and Vladimir Medvedenko. At that moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the Lakers bench, with expressions of despair and frustration etched on the players' faces. Kobe Bryant sat in the front row, trembling all over, his eyes slightly reddened. Beside him, Shaquille O'Neal wore a cold expression, his gaze filled with fury. Yet, the most disheartened were Malone and Payton. Once the brightest stars on the court, they had sacrificed their dignity as superstars in pursuit of that elusive championship ring, joining the Lakers this season. But now, all their aspirations lay in ruins. If they lost this finals, they might never have the chance to earn that ring. Damn it, none of you can shoot, and you can't defend either like a bunch of women. The championship is slipping away while all be packing our bags to go home. O'Neal shouted angrily at the bench. In this series, he was the only one performing to standard. He had every right to chastise the entire team, even that young upstart Kobe who vied for the top spot. What are you staring at, you Chinese kid? If they're playing like dog crap, then you're worse than dog crap. O'Neal glared menacingly at Lin Hao. Why are you cursing at me? Lin Hao was taken aback. At that moment, memories surged through him like a tide. He had crossed over into the body of a Chinese player, sharing the same name. The original owner had harbored dreams of basketball, and after countless nights of hard work, he finally stood at the 2003 NBA draft. Playing as a small forward, he was known for his fierce defense and shooting prowess. General manager Mitch Kupchak recognized his potential and decided to bring him to the Lakers. In the 2004 season, the addition of Karl Malone and Gary Payton formed a dazzling F4 lineup for the Lakers. However, the small forward position remained persistently weak. Thus, the entire Lakers organization placed high hopes on the original owner, expecting him to alleviate some of the perimeter defensive pressure on Kobe and to occasionally sink a few three-pointers. Yet, after securing a salary in the hundreds of thousands, the original owner quickly fell from grace, frequently missing practices. As time passed, his physical condition began to deteriorate at a visibly alarming rate. This decline not only affected his career, but also subjected him to the scorn of everyone around him. Teammates began to distance themselves, the coach lost faith in him, and even fans and media mocked him mercilessly. After O'Neal finished berating Lin Hao, the bench fell silent once more. If they lost this game, the series score would be 4-1. It was now the fourth quarter of the fifth game of the NBA Finals, with 40 seconds left, and the Lakers were trailing by 7 points. The outcome of the game seemed inevitable, and both teams had already benched their starters. The championship title appeared to be firmly in the Pistons' grasp. The crowd had begun to celebrate prematurely, with Piston staff even pulling out champagne. Suddenly, the arena erupted with a deafening roar. Mehmet Okur hit a three-pointer, extending the lead to 100-88. Only 38 seconds remained. Zen master Phil Jackson utilized the Lakers' final timeout. Ding! The basketball Mad Dog system is merging. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind, and a massive screen appeared before him. He was overwhelmed with joy. The system had finally emerged. Wait, what is the Mad Dog system? Why does it have such an unappealing name? Lin Hao quickly inquired. If you find it unappealing, you can opt to disengage. What the hell? Is this arrogant system really so presumptuous? Well, you must at least tell me what functions you possess. Unpleasant or not, it was better than having no system at all. Once a dog goes mad, it can bite off a piece of meat from any formidable opponent. Therefore, as long as the host gains an advantage over star players, they can increase their attributes by 1 to 3 points. Additionally, helping the team secure victory can yield 3 to 5 attribute points. Moreover, after winning, there's a chance to draw for star player skills injury potions, or stamina potions. Thereafter, a vast attribute panel materialized before Lin Hao. Name: Lin Hao. Age: 20. Height: 201 centimeters. Weight: 105 kilograms. Wingspan: 210 Zentimeter. Bench press strength: 84 kilograms, 71. Vertical jump: 85 Zentimeter, 83. Speed: 83. Agility: 82. Stamina endurance: 80. Upon seeing this, Lin Hao was astonished. The original owner's static talent was truly formidable. Though not on par with top-tier stars like Jordan or LeBron, he was already among the elite in Chinese basketball. Take Yi Jianlian. For instance, his vertical jump was merely 78 centimeters, and as a power forward, his bench press was only 84 kilograms. Yet, Lin Hao's vertical leap surpassed Yi's, and his bench press was identical. Furthermore, as a 2-meter-tall small forward, his speed of 83 and agility of 82 were quite commendable. No wonder the Lakers had such high hopes for him back then. However, the subsequent statistics were rather disheartening. Free throws: 45. Mid-range: 35. Long-range three-point: 71. Dunk: 60. Post moves: 20. Footwork: 23. Rebounding: 31. Passing: 23. Dribbling: 28. Defense: 72. Stealing: 48. Blocking: 30. Overall evaluation: 38 points. A score of 60 is the passing line for NBA starting players. Aside from three-point shooting and defense, Lin Hao fell woefully short in all other areas, especially in passing and dribbling. Even benchwarmers outperformed him. In truth, Lin Hao's original skills were not this weak. However, he had squandered nearly an entire season, causing a severe decline in his abilities. You just mentioned that by gaining an advantage over star players and helping the team secure victories, one can increase attribute points. How is this understood? What is the criterion for identifying star players? How is an advantage determined? Lin Hao suddenly recalled something and hastily asked. The criteria for identifying star players are set by the system. NBA players are categorized into 3 levels: ordinary stars, all-stars, and elite stars. Any data obtained from them counts as gaining an advantage. Lin Hao quickly grasped the concept. Kobe, being an elite star with both offensive and defensive prowess, would allow Lin Hao to gain 3 attribute points simply by scoring under his defense. Similarly, successfully defending against one of Kobe's shots would also yield 3 attribute points. Meanwhile, Gary Payton, now at the twilight of his career, was classified as an ordinary star. Thus, obtaining data from him would only grant 1 attribute point. These attribute points could be freely allocated by Lin Hao to enhance any abilities he desired. Before he could revel in his newfound understanding, the system issued a task. Ding! The host is participating in the 2004 NBA Finals. Please choose whether to accept the task, reverse the deficit, and help the Lakers secure victory in this game. Successful completion of the task will reward a lottery opportunity. Failure will result in the host having to run naked on the streets of Los Angeles. Was there any need to ponder the system's task? Of course, he would accept. However, upon clicking the acceptance button, Lin Hao suddenly froze. Wait a minute. In just half a minute, with a deficit of over 10 points, you expect me to help the Lakers win? And if I fail, I have to run naked on the streets? Confirmation. The host has accepted the task. Please claim your novice gift package, a Tracy McGrady 35-second 13-point experience card. The cold voice of the system now sounded like music to his ears. Lin Hao was almost overwhelmed with excitement. In that historic game, McGrady scored 13 points in just 35 seconds against the Spurs, leading the Rockets to an incredible comeback. Such a feat, even for a top-tier star like McGrady, was a story worth boasting about for a lifetime. With this experience card, wouldn't victory in this game be assured? Coach, I want to play, Lin Hao exclaimed excitedly to Phil Jackson. The surrounding individuals were utterly taken aback. You clearly intend to score points during garbage time, don't you? Payton's derisive laughter echoed through the air. His remark instantly provoked a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Neglecting your training and now hoping to grace the finals? Dream on. I've encountered many slackers like you. Now that your contract is about to expire, you wish to pad your stats for a renewal. What a pity with your abysmal skills. You couldn't even score during garbage time. With that kind of talent, if Kupchak were to renew your contract, he'd be blind. Coach, I'm not trying to pad my stats. I genuinely want to win. Lin Hao exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice with a hint of tremor. Yet, his defense only incited even more raucous laughter from the bench, as if they were witnessing a farcical play. With half a minute left and trailing by dozens of points, not even Michael Jordan could win. This kid claims he wants to win? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Phil Jackson remained aloof, casting a cold glance at Lin Hao. It mattered little that Lin Hao was given a chance to play during garbage time. The Zen master held him in utter disdain. When Lin Hao first joined the team, Jackson had high hopes for him, but now his disappointment was equally profound. His absence from training, distracted demeanor during games, and reclusive nature rendered him a veritable poison to the team. The Lakers needed individuals willing to sacrifice for the team and strive for victory. Did this fool truly believe he could step onto the stage of the finals? Dream on. After his one-year contract expired, he should hastily depart. Lin Hao's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. If he was denied even a chance to play, he would forever be a laughingstock. Furthermore, in just a few days, he would have to return home in disgrace. What to do? Coach, I am willing to wager $3,000 and a plane ticket home just for a single opportunity to play. As Phil Jackson turned to converse quietly with Shaquille O'Neal, Lin Hao's resolute voice rang out from behind. Everyone was taken aback, followed by uproarious laughter. Is this kid here to entertain us? If you're going to wager, at least make it substantial. $3,000 is a mere trifle. For these NBA players, $3,000 was laughably inadequate, barely enough to cover their expenses for a single night. The Zen master was visibly irked. His mood was already poor, and Lin Hao's seemingly mockery only added fuel to the fire. Just as Jackson was on the verge of erupting, this is nearly all my savings. If I lose, I won't even be able to afford a ticket home, Lin Hao stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the bench fell into a stunned silence. A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Kobe's eyes. This kid truly had guts. The original Lin Hao had signed a one-year contract worth hundreds of thousands, but he had squandered it recklessly, now left with just over $3,000 and a plane ticket home. Phil Jackson cast a surprised look in his direction. In Lin Hao's eyes, he perceived a reckless glimmer, a resolute determination to go all in. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. If you win, I will give you $30,000. Phil Jackson finally spoke. If this seemingly unwinnable game were to be turned around, the benefits would far exceed the $30,000. If they lost, he could still secure a meal. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain. Thank you, coach. Lin Hao felt his heart race with exhilaration, nearly leaping from his chest. At long last, he had fought for this chance. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. The Lakers bench returned to the court. This time, the Zen master substituted Lin Hao for Devin George. As Lin Hao brushed past George, he attempted to give him a high five. George extended his hand, but just as they were about to connect, he abruptly withdrew it. Moreover, the corner of his mouth curled disdainfully, striding off the court with an air of arrogance. This scene elicited an uproar of laughter from the audience, a blatant act of humiliation directed at him. Lin Hao felt an inferno of anger raging within his chest. Never mind, this was not the moment to dwell on grievances. He took a moment to compose himself that, the Lakers had substituted George. And the commentary by Barkley came to an abrupt halt that moment. He was frantically rummaging through the Lakers' information. How could a player like Lin Hao, a mere water cooler attendant, expend energy to remember such details? His name is Lin Hao. His partner, Kenny Smith, reminded him that, yes. Lin Hao, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Barkley's face. Phil Jackson had surprisingly chosen to utilize a Chinese player who rarely saw the court on the grand stage of the finals. It seemed the Lakers were resigned to relinquishing this game. Kenny Smith interjected, "This isn't Phil's fault. With so little time left and such a significant deficit, even Jordan couldn't salvage the Lakers," as Lin Hao made his debut on the final stage. His breath quickened with a mix of tension and anticipation, his heart pounding like a war drum, but he realized that with the T-Mac 35 seconds, 13 points experience card, he was infused with newfound energy. From this moment forth, I shall be unstoppable, a force to be reckoned with. The Lakers prepared to inbound. Derek, pass me the ball. As Fisher received the ball, he noticed Lin Hao beside him, signaling for it. The ever-accommodating Fisher, without a second thought, passed it along. After all, with little hope left in the game, why not let him have a go? The instant he caught the ball, Lin Hao transformed into a flash of lightning, dribbling across half the court. Approaching just a step outside the three-point line, he suddenly halted, gracefully leaping into the air, his wrist flicking delicately, sending the basketball soaring toward the hoop. Zen Master sat up straight. As a professional, he could instantly discern that Lin Hao's shooting form exuded precision and expertise in every detail. Moreover, there was an air of elegance to it. He couldn't help but recall that silver-haired, gallant man. Swish! The basketball traced a beautiful arc, swishing through the net point 100. 9-1. In the commentary booth, Barkley and Smith erupted in applause. What a splendid three-pointer! Quite a remarkable shot. Lin Hao's basket, however, did not stir much excitement among the audience. Just an unknown player sinking a three-pointer. Who doesn't enjoy dumplings during the new year? Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely the beginning, a legendary beginning. The Pistons prepared to inbound. Chauncey Billups held the ball. Phil Jackson had already conceded the game, now too apathetic to initiate a foul. What? Your coach has given up? Sending in a water cooler attendant. Upon noticing he was being guarded by a Chinese player with yellow skin, Billups displayed a look of disdain. However, that contempt was soon replaced by astonishment. Lin Hao was like a fierce, ravenous wolf, relentlessly pursuing him. His defense resembled an invisible yet resilient net, ensnaring his opponent with precision. Billups attempted to force his way through. Lin Hao's arm shot out decisively, effortlessly knocking the ball from his grasp, executing a splendid steal. His stealing ability rated only 48, a failing score, yet bolstered by the T-Mac experience card. It soared to an astonishing 89. Brilliant! What an impressive steal! Barkley shouted with excitement. Lin Hao swiftly dribbled past half court, returning to the three-point line, leaping high, ball raised above his head. Kid, there's no way you're getting this. Beside him, Lynch Hunter lunged fiercely, attempting to block the shot. Yet, Lin Hao remained undeterred, adjusting his position mid-air and launching the ball from an almost impossible angle. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky, aimed straight for the hoop. Just as the ball was about to swish through the net, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Hunter had committed a foul. Simultaneously, the basketball confidently sailed through the net. With the three-pointer coupled with an impending free throw, Lin Hao accomplished a thrilling and-one play. The scoreboard flickered to 100. 94. Oh my God. This is simply unbelievable. Barkley exclaimed loudly from the commentary booth. Good shot. The typically composed Zen Master could not contain his excitement. Leaping from his seat on the Lakers bench, all the players stood in unison. They seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory. Kobe's heart raced as he focused intently on the scene before him, a surge of warmth swelling within his chest. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope for a comeback in this game. As long as the game was not over, there would always be a chance, and he was willing to give his all for that sliver of hope. In stark contrast, the Pistons bench fell silent. The players wore expressions of disbelief. Fisher rushed over to Lin Hao, celebrating with a high five. That three-pointer had come at the perfect moment. Lin Hao stepped to the free throw line, taking a deep breath to prepare for his shot. His free throw ability rated only 45. However, thanks to the T-Mac experience card, it had surged to 97. As expected, Lin Hao sank the free throw point 100. 95. Pistons head coach Larry Brown hurriedly called a timeout at this juncture. Only 25 seconds remained in the game. Lin Hao had reduced the deficit to 5 points in a mere 10 seconds. Chinese kid, you're incredible. I apologize for my earlier remarks. As Lin Hao approached the bench, O'Neal eagerly grasped his hand, eyes filled with admiration. Lin, well done. Kobe also approached with a smile, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder. That moment, Lin Hao truly felt the warmth of acceptance, when he was merely a water cooler attendant. His teammates rarely acknowledged his presence, as if he were invisible. Now, the situation had transformed entirely. Lin Hao's eyes glistened with emotion, his heart racing. Having merged memories, He vividly recalled the struggles he had endured throughout this season. The coach's incessant disdain felt like daggers piercing his heart. The relentless mockery from his teammates echoed like barbed arrows into his soul. The hardships of those days could not be encapsulated in mere words. Enough with the chit-chat, Phil Jackson spoke sternly. Shaq, Kobe, Gary, and Medvedenko, you'll be on the court shortly. We will implement a foul strategy. Gary, once you receive the ball, pass it to either Kobe or Lin Hao, depending on who has the better shot opportunity. Shaq and Medvedenko, focus on securing the rebounds. Any objections? No objections. O'Neal, Kobe, and the others nodded in agreement that I have objection. At that moment, an out-of-place voice broke the tension. Everyone turned in surprise. Once you receive the ball, just pass it to me, Lin Hao declared resolutely. Kid, you've hit 2 shots, and now you're head in the clouds, Kobe retorted fiercely. I'm just kidding. If it weren't for those 2 shots, you wouldn't even have a right to step on the court. You think you can take the crucial shot from me? Zen Master furrowed his brow. This kid was becoming a bit too audacious. I am giving you some chances to shoot. You want them all? I'm feeling hot right now. The hoop looks as wide as the ocean to me. Pass me the ball, and I'll lead you all home. Lin Hao responded defiantly, surveying his surroundings with unwavering conviction. This was a battle worth fighting. The Pistons' main players would surely return to the court, and most of them were star athletes, with the T-Mac 35 seconds, 13 points experience card. It was practically guaranteed he would make the shot. Moreover, the odds of winning this game were quite favorable. Thus, with this opportunity, he would earn at least 10 attribute points. Such a rare chance was one Lin Hao would never let slip away. Young man, cease your grandstanding. Should you fail to score, the repercussions will be yours to bear, Kobe remarked with a tone laced with derision. Shaquille O'Neal, grinning, watched the spectacle unfold, harboring his own disdain for Lin Hao's arrogance. Yet finding Kobe's ambition to usurp the throne even less palatable, that I shall wager an additional 135, which constitutes my entire fortune. If we lose this match, I shall be left to beg on the streets, Lin Hao stated calmly. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This young man is undeniably audacious. Very well. Should we win, I shall reward you with 10,000 to however. If we lose, the stakes will transcend mere finances. It will encompass the trust of us all. Kobe fixed his gaze intently upon him. Lin Hao replied, no problem. At this juncture, he had no avenue of retreat, success or death. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed with the Pistons' formidable quintet taking the court. The Pistons initiated the play. Pippen committed a deliberate foul, and Billups converted both free throws. 102. 95 at only 23 seconds remained on the clock. The spectators rose to their feet, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. Pippen crossed half court and directly handed the ball to Lin Hao. Hamilton, like a ravenous wolf, lunged at him. Young man, you've compelled our starters to take the court. I'll concede you possess some skill. However, this match concludes here. You shall not have another chance. Lin Hao cast a disdainful glance his way before swiftly breaking to the right with the ball, his dribbling skill rated a mere 28. Yet with the enhancement of the experience card, it soared to 96. Hamilton hastened to the left, but collided with a mountain of muscle. Good heavens, astonishing. Shaq is actually setting a screen for this inconspicuous Chinese lad, Kenny Smith exclaimed. This was certainly not an act of newfound morality on O'Neal's part. He sought victory in this game. But more importantly, he yearned to witness Kobe's loathsome arrogance crumble. Lin Hao seized this rare opportunity. Leaping high and shooting swiftly, the ball traced a beautiful arc, landing squarely in the basket. What a shot! The Lakers bench erupted in excitement. The players who had previously resigned to defeat felt a surge of hope. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in the Zen Master's eyes. Incredible, simply incredible. That Chinese lad has sunk yet another three-pointer, Barkley exclaimed. Hamilton gazed at Lin Hao in disbelief. 1 three-pointer could be attributed to luck. 2 to coincidence. But what of 3? Is this young man possessed by the spirit of Reggie Miller? 102. 98. The margin had narrowed to 4 points, with 19 seconds still on the clock. There was indeed a glimmer of hope for victory. Beep! Pistons coach Larry Brown called another timeout. You lot, have you expended all your energy on women? In a mere span of seconds, that young man has hit 3 three-pointers. If you don't wish to win, you might as well leave the court. Larry Brown raged at the Pistons quintet. "Boss, this was my oversight. I never anticipated Shaq would emerge to set a screen for that lad. Grant me one more chance, and I shall not falter again." Hamilton vowed earnestly as the timeout concluded. The players returned to the court, and the game commenced once more. Billups received the basketball, while Payton darted toward him, poised to execute a tactical foul. Billups aimed to consume as much time as possible, tossing the ball towards Prince. Just as he made the pass, his peripheral vision caught a flash of purple and gold. Lin Hao appeared like lightning on the passing lane. His reflexes astonishing, successfully intercepting Billups' pass. The spectators and commentators erupted in astonishment. "Goodness, that Chinese lad has stolen the ball again. Unbelievable. This is his second steal." Barkley and Kenny Smith exclaimed in unison. Billups, taken aback by Lin Hao's sudden interception, scrambled to pursue him, desperate to reclaim possession. Meanwhile, Hamilton positioned himself in Lin Hao's path, creating a double-team scenario. "You fool. You ought to be guarding Payton," Coach Larry Brown shouted angrily at Billups from the sidelines. To him, a mere benchwarmer did not warrant such stringent defense. However, the next moment transformed his mood from dark to bright. Faced with a dual defensive effort, Lin Hao remained undaunted, leaping high to attempt another shot against the defender's block. "Beautiful! This lad has lost his mind. With two defenders, I refuse to believe you can score again," Larry Brown exclaimed excitedly. Yet Phil Jackson grew anxious. "Pass to Payton. Payton is wide open. You think of Reggie Miller shooting over two defenders?" But the next instant, their expressions shifted to sheer shock. Lin Hao's shot was nothing short of miraculous, arcing gracefully and finding its mark in the basket. That moment, the Lakers bench could no longer contain their elation. Jumping with excitement, point 102. 101, the Lakers trailed by a mere point, with only 8 seconds remaining. Beep! An exasperated Larry Brown called another timeout. Prior to the game, they'd spent countless hours in the film room analyzing O'Neal, Kobe, Payton, and even role players like Devin George and Fisher. Yet they had entirely overlooked the unassuming figure in the number 3 jersey in the pregame analysis. They meticulously studied every player on the Lakers, from the stars to the bench warmers, dissecting their skills and playing habits. Yet they had completely neglected the quiet, unremarkable water boy, Lin Hao. His name had not appeared in any report, nor had his game footage graced the screens of the film room. "After this match, I demand to see all information regarding Lin Hao." Larry Brown's voice was deep and commanding, filled with undeniable authority. The coach's fury surged like electricity, enveloping every Pistons player. "Disgrace. This is an egregious humiliation. A match destined for victory has been commandeered by a mere waterboy. In a span of just over 30 seconds, he scored 13 points. Should we lose this game, we shall all be eternally branded with shame." Barkley and Smith animatedly debated. "Old friend, did you see a resemblance to anyone in that Chinese lad's play? Reggie Miller. I thought of Reggie Miller. Is he about to have his Miller moment? No, if the Lakers win this match, it would eclipse even the Miller moment. Indeed, the Miller moment transpired in the Eastern Conference Finals, while this is the Finals. Young man, you've hit 3 3-pointers and converted 1 3-point play. This is nothing short of miraculous." O'Neal approached, embracing Lin Hao. What did you just say?" Lin Hao's expression shifted abruptly. "I said you are incredible." "No, the previous statement. I mentioned you hit 3 3-pointers and 1 3-point play." Lin Hao stood momentarily stunned, then quickly crunched the numbers in his mind. 3 3-pointers and 1 3-point play amounted to 13 points total. This signified that the experience card's effect had expired. With merely seconds remaining, the Lakers still trailed by 1 point. This meant they would have to commit a foul to send the opposing player to the free throw line. Consequently, he would need to sink another 3-pointer. Damn it, poor math skills could be my undoing. Why didn't I calculate the points before accepting the task? His spirits plummeted, a chill washing over him. This is the end. Once the experience card becomes invalid, can he still make that crucial 3-pointer? He just boasted about it. Haha, the kid must be overjoyed. Shaquille O'Neal chuckled foolishly. Lin Hao, unable to respond, hurriedly summoned the system. "Oh, great system. Is my experience card now expired?" "Indeed. What am I supposed to do now?" "From this point onward, it will depend solely on your abilities." Damn it. Lin Hao is utterly dumbfounded. What kind of absurd system is this? This is the end. He must prepare for a bear run. "Do not worry. Host, did you not just score 2 three-pointers and achieve 1 steal in front of ordinary stars? You now possess 3 additional attribute points. Believe in yourself. Even without the experience card, you can still succeed. Are you trying to deceive me? Did I not just score 4 times and complete 2 steals? Why do I only have 3 attribute points? Lin Hao is filled with rage. What kind of ridiculous system is this? Is it really withholding my wages? The previous 2 baskets and the 1 steal were all against ordinary players. Lin Hao finally regained his composure, realizing that having something is better than having nothing. With no other options, he allocated all 3 attribute points to his three-point shooting that he chose not to enhance his mid-range shot, as his mid-range capability was only 35, and even if he invested all points there, it would still rank among the worst in the NBA. Thus, his three-point ability rose from 71 to 74. Damn. A score of 74 is merely above average among NBA starters. Lin Hao felt like crying without tears. Even top shooters like Ray Allen, Stephen Curry, and Klay Thompson cannot guarantee making a crucial three-pointer in critical moments. His 74 points in three-point shooting were utterly inadequate. The system began to console him. This system is named Mad Dog. The host should embody the spirit of a mad dog, biting off a piece of flesh from even the strongest enemy. I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. I would rather bite your flesh. Lin Hao gritted his teeth in anger in fact, at this moment, he had another option, to pass the ball to Kobe, allowing him to take the crucial shot. But the problem was he had just made a boast. Give me the ball, and I'll take you home. The words echoed in his mind. A man can lose his dignity, but he must never lose face on the Pistons bench. Someone said, "Boss, let's double-team that kid. His shooting is scorching hot today." Yes, I agreed. In this series, both Kobe and Pippen have not shot well. We only need to defend them one-on-one, Billups and Hamilton said to Larry Brown. Just moments ago, Lin Hao had scored that three-pointer under their double team, which had left them psychologically scarred. If Lin Hao had heard their words, he might have cried out, "Damn it, my experience card has expired. Please don't double-team me." No, Kobe is our primary target for defense. After all, he is Kobe. Even if his shooting percentage is low this series, he cannot be overlooked in critical moments. That kid merely had a stroke of luck. Their suggestion was met with a firm rejection from Larry Brown. "Tayshaun, you'll be responsible for guarding that kid." Larry Brown thought for a moment. For safety's sake, he decided to send the team's best perimeter defender to guard Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. You really think highly of me." As the timeout buzzer sounded, the players returned to the court. The Lakers committed a foul, and Billups stepped up to the free throw line once more. The palace of Auburn Hills fell silent. With Pistons fans holding their breath, fearful of disturbing his free throw, Billups took a deep breath, adjusted the basketball in his hands, and then released it with his signature smooth motion. Thud! It was a miss. Yes, the Lakers players erupted in jubilation, some even leaping up to high-five each other in celebration. They had initially believed Billups would make both free throws in that case. Even if Lin Hao made another three-pointer, they would still have to go into overtime. Unexpectedly, this clutch player faltered at a crucial moment. Billups finally made the second free throw. 103. 101.6 seconds remained in the match. The Pistons regained a 2-point lead. "Damn it, I'm going all out this time. I refuse to believe that without the experience card, I can't make it." Deep within Lin Hao, an indomitable flame blazed fiercely. With the advantages from the experience card now vanished, he would have to rely on his innate skills to face the upcoming challenges that he needed to prove to himself that he was not a worthless person who merely depended on the system. "Hey, Chinese kid, catch the ball." At that moment, Peyton passed the ball over. Just as Lin Hao's fingers brushed the basketball, Prince appeared like a shadow, closing in tightly. He resembled a coiled python, surrounding Lin Hao completely. His long arms waved continuously in front of Lin Hao, attempting to disrupt his vision and rhythm. This man, a 4-time NBA All-Defensive second-team member, demonstrated through his defense why his name would leave a lasting mark in league history. His defense was utterly suffocating. Lin Hao attempted several times to break free from his defense, but with only a dribbling ability of 28, it was a futile effort. Prince did not steal the ball. If he wanted to, it wouldn't be difficult at all if he knew that a steal could lead to a positional loss. At this critical moment, he could not afford to take even the slightest risk. As long as he maintained this pressure, Lin Hao's mistake was merely a matter of time. The atmosphere on the court grew increasingly tense. All eyes in the audience were fixed on him. Pass the ball. The usually composed Zen master was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. You made a boast. If you miss this shot, just wait and see how I will discipline you when we get back. Kobe was equally anxious. Do you think I don't want to? But I can't pass it out right now. Lin Hao cursed inwardly that he was certain that under Prince's tight defense, as soon as he passed the ball, it would undoubtedly be intercepted. His passing ability was even weaker than his dribbling ability. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Forget it. I'm going for it. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and leaped high, attempting a forced jump shot from beyond the three-point line. The Zen master closed his eyes, unable to bear to watch what would unfold next. A role player like Lin Hao, who could hit 4 consecutive three-pointers, had surely exhausted his luck. Moreover, he was attempting a three-pointer while being guarded by the defensive powerhouse Prince. Jackson now regretted his earlier impulsiveness. If he had entrusted this shot to Kobe, their chances of success might have been greater. But at this moment, he could only choose to trust Lin Hao. Prince immediately reacted, leaping high as well, extending his long arms in an attempt to block the shot. However, Lin Hao's abilities reached their peak at that moment. With an 85 centimeters vertical leap and a wingspan of 210 cm, he was not an easy target for Prince to block. Just as Prince's fingertips were about to graze the basketball, it had already traced an elegant arc toward the hoop. From what I know, ever since you signed with the Lakers, you have fallen from grace. Frequently absent from team practices, the entire organization has lost hope in you. Yet, your display of determination and fighting spirit in this game is markedly different from before. I would like to know what has prompted such a significant change in you. Another reporter suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this question, even O'Neal and Kobe focused intently on Lin Hao, curious about how a person could undergo such a drastic transformation overnight, both in character and skill. Lin Hao felt a headache coming on at this question. A poorly chosen response could expose his identity as a time traveler. Suddenly, he recalled the phone call from earlier, and an idea formed in his mind that a year ago, I fell in love with a girl. And we quickly became infatuated. I spent over $100,000 on her. For her, I often missed team practices to keep her company. Lin Hao's somber voice resonated through the room. The hundreds of attendees stood in stunned silence. Hey, this is a post-match press conference, not your personal love advice session. Yet, it became evident that she valued my wealth far more than my essence. Just before the match, she called to inform me that she had found a new boyfriend, one who was considerably wealthier. In that moment, I lost faith in love. The only thing that sustained me was basketball. Lin Hao's subsequent words ignited excitement among the journalists. Here was a gem of a man. This was not merely a tale of basketball, but a saga of love and dreams. Tomorrow's headlines were already brimming with rich material. Overnight, Lin Hao became the focal point of major media outlets in the United States. Yet he was oblivious to it all, even turning down Shaquille O'Neal's invitation to celebrate tea that moment. He found himself alone in his bachelor apartment as the system began to dispense rewards. Ding! It detected that the host had successfully made a three-point shot over the ordinary star player. Prince granting 1 attribute point. Ding! It recognized that the host had aided the Lakers in clinching victory in Game 5 of the NBA Finals, awarding 5 attribute points. Ding! It noted that the host's contribution to the Lakers' Game 5 would earn him a chance to draw a lottery. Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement. He could finally participate in the lottery. However, he first needed to contemplate the allocation of these 6 attribute points. Currently, his 2 most notable skills were three-point shooting and defense, which the Lakers highly valued, with ratings of 74 and 72, respectively. After much deliberation, he decided to allocate all 6 attribute points to three-point shooting. Consequently, his three-point shooting ability surged to 80, marking it as above average in the NBA. Had he distributed all points to defense, it would have only reached a mediocre level. Finally, it was time for the thrilling lottery draw. Lin Hao took a deep breath and activated the lottery wheel. The array of superstar skill cards dazzled the eye. There were Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jump shot, Tracy McGrady's pull-up jumper, and Stephen Curry's astonishing three-pointer. Additionally, there were Leonard's death grip, Iverson's crossover, and Wade's elusive steps, as well as LeBron's ferocious tomahawk dunk and Nowitzki's one-leg fadeaway. Moreover, there were injury recovery potions and stamina boosters. Lin Hao nervously pressed the lottery button, and the wheel began to spin. His eyes were glued to the wheel, his heart racing like a drum. Wait, stop spinning, McGrady. Iverson is fine too. All right, I could accept Leonard's death grip. The wheel gradually slowed, landing on Kobe's fadeaway jump shot icon. Fantastic. Lin Hao was on the verge of leaping with joy. Kobe's fadeaway was graceful and stylish, and more importantly, it could sink various high-difficulty shots, a skill he yearned for most. Even better, this was not a trial card, but one that could be used permanently. Just then, the wheel had not yet come to a halt, and Lin Hao's heart sank. He watched as the pointer slowly glided past the fadeaway jump shot icon, ultimately stopping on an icon he had never seen before: Hamilton's enduring stamina. What the hell? Lin Hao was momentarily dumbfounded. Hamilton, known as the king of off-ball movement, possessed boundless energy, capable of running circles around opponents in every match. While this skill was indeed advantageous, Lin Hao was destined to become a basketball deity. Compared to other skills, this one felt rather underwhelming. I want to leave a bad review. Lin Hao's cries echoed throughout the apartment. The following morning, Lin Hao's name dominated the headlines of nearly all sports media. In the finals, 38 seconds, 16 points. Chinese player creates a miracle. The spirit of determination in China propels Lin Hao forward. Lin Hao bets his entire fortune on the chance to lead his team to victory. A single phone call altered the fate of a player. A girl determined the outcome of a championship. I have lost faith in love. The only thing that drives me forward is basketball. Across the vast ocean, in China, at a newsstand. Boss, give me a copy of the China Daily. Sure thing. A neatly dressed middle-aged man took the newspaper from the vendor's hands. His name was Wang Chong, an ordinary office worker. Every morning, he would purchase a newspaper from this very spot, a habit he had maintained for years. Wang Chong skimmed the paper briefly before hurriedly departing. Wait a minute. What did I just see? Suddenly, he halted, flipping the newspaper open once more. Upon seeing the front-page headline, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Have I been working overtime so much that my vision is failing me? The headline read, NBA Finals witnesses 38 seconds. 16 points miracle. Chinese player Lin Hao writes a legend. Wang Chong, who had enjoyed playing basketball and watching the NBA in his youth, understood well the magnitude of 38 seconds and 16 points, an extraordinary feat. No one had ever accomplished this, not even the basketball god, Michael Jordan. Now, you tell me that an obscure Chinese player has done it, and in the finals, no less. Wang Chong found himself rooted to the spot. Engrossed in the newspaper, oblivious to the fact that he was running late for work. Gradually, excitement filled his eyes, and the blood within him began to boil. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and dialed a friend's number. Old Zhang, let's go play ball tonight. What? Are you out of your mind? Haven't you stayed away from basketball for over a decade? I'm just excited. Did you see today's news? We have a player in the NBA Finals. In a cyber CF. Dude, are you even capable of playing? You can't even hit from that close. A young boy was cursing while playing CS with his friends. His name was Li Mingqi, a high school student who had skipped class to play games with friends. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared in the lower right corner of the computer screen. On Mingqi's peripheral vision caught it, and he froze. The game no longer held any appeal. Cheesy, why are you just standing there in a daze? The enemies are storming our base, his friend urged him. Quick, look, our Chinese player has created a miracle in the NBA Finals. Li Mingqi cheered excitedly. What are you talking about? Didn't the Rockets get eliminated by the Lakers in the first round of the playoffs? I'm not talking about Yao Ming. It's Lin Hao, the Lin Hao from the Lakers. Who is Lin Hao? Just take a look for yourself. I could see that moment. Several of his friends set down their games and gathered around. What? Lin Hao scored 16 points in the last 38 seconds of the finals. Incredible. Lin Hao is amazing. Incredible. This is like Jordan resurrected. Jordan never had such a miraculous performance. After reading the news, Li Mingqi and his friends are still fired up. They lost all interest in playing CS and instead engaged in heated discussions on the forum. Overnight, Lin Hao transformed into a legend in Chinese basketball, a hero in the hearts of the Chinese people. Kid, let's have a one-on-one. Lin Hao arrived at the training facility early in the morning when a basketball came flying his way, followed by Peyton's indifferent voice. What's going on? Lin Hao caught the basketball. Momentarily taken aback. I just woke up. I haven't even brushed my teeth, and you're challenging me to a one-on-one? Kid, are you scared? Was your performance yesterday merely a stroke of luck? Now that your luck has run out, you're too afraid to compete. Peyton cast a disdainful glance at him. What is going on? Lin Hao was taken aback. Wasn't this guy quite enthusiastic towards him just yesterday? Why did he seem like a completely different person today? It seems that I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Just because you got lucky and scored a few three-pointers, you really think you're something special? Peyton continued with his scornful jibes. You bastard. Let us compete. Lin Hao's anger flared up instantly as he picked up the basketball and strode to the center of the court, beckoning to Peyton with a finger. Come on, if you're a man. Let us have a one-on-one. At that moment, O'Neal, Kobe, Fisher, and other players entered the training facility, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were all rendered speechless. What is happening? Why are these two at odds? Phil Jackson stood to the side with his arms crossed, silent, yet a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Gary Payton had been performing abysmally in this series, averaging only 4.2 points per game with a mere shooting percentage of 32. Such a performance is hardly worthy of a former superstar. Bordering on the description of garbage, he must realize that his tank is nearly empty. If this series is lost, he may never again taste the sweetness of a championship. Peyton undoubtedly intended to use this one-on-one match to teach the rising star Lin Hao a lesson. The duel commenced. Lin Hao initiated his offensive play. Just as he received the ball, Peyton, like a phantom, closed in on him, his large hands waving incessantly in front of Lin Hao, disrupting his vision and rhythm. Truly, he was a former DPOY. The pressure from his defense was overwhelming. Lin Hao thought to himself. With his dribbling ability rated at 28, he found it impossible to breach Peyton's defenses. Just as Lin Hao was slightly distracted, Peyton keenly seized upon his vulnerability. Smack! A crisp sound pierced the air as Peyton capitalized on the opportunity, executing a precise steal and snatching the ball from Lin Hao's grasp. What? Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. He was about to continue dribbling when he realized the basketball had vanished. Looking up, he saw Peyton effortlessly completing a layup. Our 38-second, 16-point man, is this truly the extent of your skill? My grandmother could probably defend against you with ease. Peyton remarked with a hint of provocation, his eyes glancing sideways at Lin Hao. His words dripping with derision. Damn it. Now it's my turn to defend you. Lin Hao was incensed. Peyton took the ball and started his offensive drive. Lin Hao clung tightly to him, persistently attempting to steal the ball. Although Peyton had long passed his prime, his dribbling skills remained at an elite level. Lin Hao's meager attempts at stealing the ball were utterly insufficient in Peyton's eyes. However, Hamilton's enduring stamina began to shine through. No matter how Peyton tried to break free, Lin Hao followed like a relentless dog, constantly using his body to challenge and disrupt Peyton's rhythm. Despite Peyton's several attempts to shake him off, Lin Hao remained glued to him, his defense presenting an unprecedented challenge to Peyton. With only 10 seconds left on the shot clock, Peyton found himself unable to escape the defense and was forced into a desperate shot. The shot clanged off the rim, and Lin Hao seized the rebound. A flicker of surprise crossed Phil Jackson's eyes. This kid's defensive skills are better than I anticipated, coupled with his three-point shooting ability. He could be the perfect partner for Shaq and Kobe. Next, it was Lin Hao's turn to attack again. This time, it was even worse. He dribbled the ball on his foot, allowing Peyton to once again execute a steal. Peyton leaped, extending his body to lay the ball into the hoop. However, Lin Hao quickly caught up, his large hands firmly pressing against the basketball, delivering a ferocious block. Oh my goodness! The Zen master and the Lakers players gasped in unison. This kid is incredibly fast. However, in the subsequent plays, Lin Hao found no further opportunities for steals or blocks. His capabilities in those areas fell below the passing mark. It was merely that Peyton had been caught off guard earlier. Compounded by his age, which had significantly diminished his jumping ability and speed, enabling Lin Hao to momentarily prevail. After one round of one-on-one, the outcome was disheartening. Lin Hao managed to score only a single basket. His proud three-point shooting had no opportunity to shine under Peyton's tight defense. Do you even realize how atrocious your shooting is? Kid, this match has revealed your true colors, hasn't it? You're nothing but a waste of space. Yesterday's game was merely a stroke of luck. Peyton resumed his mocking tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt a surge of fury, but just as he was about to retort, a notification chimed, ding. Detected the host scored 1 point against the ordinary star player Pippen, rewarded with 1 attribute point. Ding. Detected the host completed 1 block against the ordinary star player Pippen, rewarded with 1 attribute point. Ding. Detected the host grab 1 rebound from the ordinary star player Pippen, rewarded with 1 attribute point. Ding. Detected the host successfully contested 4 shots from the ordinary star player Pippen, rewarded with 4 attribute points. This series of system notifications sent Lin Hao's spirits soaring so it turns out that one-on-one matches could yield rewards. The system explained that it was called the Mad Dog system, and one could earn attribute points by gaining the upper hand against star players. Lin Hao decided to allocate all 7 attribute points to his dribbling ability, raising it to a total of 35 points at that moment. He looked at Pippen with newfound fervor, like a mad dog spotting a delectable steak. This is not merely an opponent. He is clearly a treasure trove of experience. What are you planning to do? Pippen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Let us have another go. A wicked smile appeared in Lin Hao's eyes. Since I can reap attribute points from you, I can do so endlessly. Hamilton's enduring stamina is no joke that a chill ran down Peyton's spine. What with this kid's terrifying gaze? The second round began. This time, Lin Hao was still no match for Pippen, yet Pippen felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. First, Lin Hao's dribbling ability had improved, requiring Pippen to exert much greater effort to defend against him. Second, Lin Hao's stamina remained intact thanks to Hamilton's endurance, while Pippen, due to his age, was experiencing a significant decline in physical fitness. Lin Hao lost this round again, but he managed to score 2 points and completed a steal. This time, he earned 8 attribute points, which he unhesitatingly allocated to his dribbling ability, raising it to 43 points. He remained oblivious to the astonished expressions on O'Neal, Kobe, and Phil Jackson's faces. This kid is progressing at an astonishing rate. I'm starting to feel overwhelmed. Pippen wiped the sweat from his brow, preparing to leave. What's wrong? Are you scared? Afraid to compete again? Truly pathetic. Lin Hao's voice rang out from behind, halting Pippen in his tracks. What did you say, you little brat? Am I afraid of you? If you're not afraid, then let us go another round. Let us compete. Thus, Lin Hao and Pippen engaged in a total of 5 rounds. Pippen was nearly exhausted, his hands resting on his knees as he gasped for air. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his chest heaving violently. What has become of our former DPOY? Just moments ago, I scored 10 points over you. Lin Hao's mocking tone nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Just as Lin Hao was poised to continue their contest, the Zen master intervened. The Peyton's aging body could scarcely endure such exertions. If they persisted, the Lakers' starting point guard would be unable to take the court the day after tomorrow. With the game looming, Phil Jackson opted to schedule only light recovery training. After the session concluded, Kobe picked up his backpack, preparing to leave the gym for additional practice that he was thoroughly dissatisfied with his performance in this series. Averaging only 22.6 points per game with a mere 38.1 shooting accuracy. For someone with his relentless pursuit of perfection, such statistics were utterly unacceptable. Hey Kobe, how about a one-on-one? Lin Hao called out eagerly. Chasing after him, these words escaped his lips. An eerie silence enveloped the training facility. All eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by his audacity. Did this fellow have the audacity of a bear? Challenging Kobe to a duel? Was he unaware that no one in the entire league could match him in a one-on-one? Did he think that a minor advantage over Pippen granted him the right to provoke Kobe? Was he truly serious? Kobe turned to face him, his eyes gleaming with predatory intensity. Of course. Lin Hao exhibited no trepidation, but rather an exhilarated demeanor. After all, Kobe was a top-tier star. Gaining an upper hand over him could potentially enhance his attributes by 3 points. Pippen could not possibly compare. Kobe erupted in laughter, his anger now tempered by amusement. Has even a little pup dared to provoke my airness now? If I don't show you a thing or two, you truly won't grasp your own limitations. His gaze sharpened as he slowly set down his backpack, shedding his outer garment to reveal the familiar number 8 jersey. The two stood at opposite ends of the court, their eyes locking in a silent contest of wills. All right, let the games begin. Kobe's voice reverberated through the gym, and Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Shall we place a wager? How many shots do you think this kid can make against Kobe? Shaquille chuckled with glee. The prospect of someone challenging Kobe filled him with delight like a sweet treat. Come on, Shaq, don't jest. Kobe will obliterate that kid, Devin George chimed in. Just because he could find success against Pippen did not mean he could measure up to Kobe. Pippen was aging, while Kobe was at the peak of his prowess. Besides, Kobe's offensive skills surpassed Peyton's by several tiers. It seems none of you are willing to bet against me. Shaquille sighed in resignation. As Kobe received the ball, Lin Hao lunged at him like a beast unleashed, swiftly closing the distance. Kobe attempted to sidestep him, yet Lin Hao clung to him like an unshakable piece of chewing gum. Resolutely shadowing his every move, his eyes brimmed with determination and ferocity, as if to declare, "This is my domain." Yet no amount of fierce determination could change the fact that Kobe was. Indeed, Kobe, in a sudden burst of speed, he accelerated to break past Lin Hao on his right. Lin Hao kept pace, even as Kobe gained a half-step advantage, desperately reaching out to disrupt his shot. Kobe executed a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot, the ball tracing a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net. "Kid, I thought you were something special. Is this truly the best you can do?" Lin Hao retrieved the ball, inhaling deeply as he commenced his offensive attempt. He endeavored to bewilder Kobe with changes in direction and feints, but nearly lost the ball to a steal. His dribbling skills paled in comparison to the prowess of the Black Mamba. In desperation, he forced a jump shot, only for Kobe to leap high, swatting the ball away with ease. Oh dear, the disparity is simply too vast. Shaquille couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. In the following exchanges, Kobe showcased his kaleidoscopic offensive repertoire and elite defensive capabilities. Whether it was driving to the basket, shooting, or passing, he left Lin Hao scrambling for answers. Nevertheless, Lin Hao's resolve remained unshaken. He poured all his energy into each defense and offense. Even when he stumbled from a collision, he would quickly regain his footing, charging back into the fray. This kid is truly relentless. He's practically throwing caution to the wind. What if he gets injured? Just watching him makes me anxious. The spectators were profoundly moved by Lin Hao's dogged determination, akin to a rabid dog. Yet despite his spirit, sheer willpower could not compensate for the disparity in skill. The score quickly widened. Lin Hao had yet to score, while Kobe effortlessly racked up points. "Kid, you might as well head home and practice," Kobe scoffed, grabbing his backpack in preparation to leave. But Lin Hao was far from willing to concede. With the championship finals looming, he couldn't possibly let an experienced player like Kobe slip away. This was merely the beginning. "Dare you take on another round?" Lin Hao fixed his unwavering gaze on Kobe. "You certainly have guts. I suppose I'll indulge you." Though Kobe's tone remained aloof, a flicker of admiration for Lin Hao shone through his eyes. Throughout his career, he had held disdain for those who lacked diligence. Lin Hao may have been lacking in ability, but his tenacity was enough to earn Kobe's respect. Thus, the two engaged in a full 5 rounds of one-on-one. Shaquille, the Zen master, and others grew increasingly impatient and gradually departed. Hamilton's enduring stamina began to take effect. After numerous rounds, Kobe was panting heavily, while Lin Hao appeared utterly tireless. Fueled by his physical advantage, Lin Hao seemed to possess divine assistance. At 7 p.m., Phil Jackson arrived at the Staples Center, ready to discuss the upcoming game with a few assistants. The thought of the impending match caused him considerable anxiety. Though the Lakers roster appeared formidable, it was in reality frail and riddled with discord. The team was plagued by constant infighting, and the star players were performing far below their previous standards. The third-core player, Malone, was sidelined due to injury. Peyton was a severely overestimated liability. Kobe's form was lackluster, his mindset obsessive, his average of 22 shots yielding only 6 points. Only Shaquille remained to shoulder the burden. In contrast, the Pistons boasted a fierce defense, high tactical acumen, and a cohesive team effort with a balanced and deep roster. Were it not for Lin Hao's divine performance in Game 5, the Lakers would have long since packed their bags for home. However, relying on him to replicate such a display every game was clearly unrealistic. As the Zen master approached the entrance of the arena, he was greeted by the sound of basketballs bouncing and sneakers squeaking against the floor. Upon entering, he was left utterly speechless. Kobe and Lin Hao were still engaged in their one-on-one. It was hard to believe that when he had left the gym at 4 p.m., it was now already 7 p.m. Subtracting the time for meals and accounting for their previous contest, they had been at it for a solid 4 hours. Had the championship finals not been the day after tomorrow, he would have undoubtedly intervened to stop them at that moment. A scene on the court captured Phil's attention. Kobe leaped dramatically, as if wielding a battle axe, ready to slam the basketball through the hoop. Yet Lin Hao was right on his heels, soaring into the air and firmly pressing his hand against the ball, swiftly seizing it. What a block! Oh my God, did I just witness that? A role player just pinned Kobe. The Zen master cradled his head, overwhelmed by shock. But the spectacle did not end there. Lin Hao soared once more, challenging Kobe's defense, and ferociously slammed the ball toward the hoop. An emphatic dunk. This was sheer madness. The Zen master's mind reeled, his face a portrait of astonishment. Yet Lin Hao's next words intensified his shock even further. Kobe, I've blocked you once, stolen once, and scored 5 times. Kobe, unwilling to concede defeat, retorted coldly, if it weren't for my fatigue, you think you'd have gotten the upper hand? But as soon as he spoke, regret washed over him. Lin Hao's subsequent retort rendered him speechless. The strong never make excuses for failure. Indeed, wasn't stamina also a component of skill? Defeat is simply defeat. There is no need for excessive chatter. Moreover, do not entertain thoughts of slacking off. We shall continue our endeavors tomorrow. Lin Hao turned to leave, casting one last remark over his shoulder. With Lin Hao's stamina, he could easily endure another dozen matches. However, what if he were to exhaust Kobe? The experience must be preserved for continued utilization. Kobe, gritting his teeth in frustration, thought, isn't that my line? I used to urge others to train, and now I find myself being urged. Suddenly, Zen Master's eyes sparkled with insight. This young man possesses remarkable endurance, and his defense is commendable as well. Perhaps he will be the key to victory in Game 6. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Hao eagerly opened the system panel. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has successfully made 6 baskets against all-star player Kobe, rewarding him with 12 attribute points. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has completed 1 block against all-star player Kobe, rewarding him with 2 attribute points. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has achieved 1 steal against all-star player Kobe, rewarding him with 2 attribute points. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. System, are you mistaken? Kobe is not a top-tier star. The system is not in error. Kobe is currently in a developmental phase, on par with T-Mac, Iverson, and LeBron. He will only begin to ascend to stardom after the 2005 season. Very well then, Lin Hao sighed, resigned. Alas, the criteria for judging star players are determined by the system. Currently, Lin Hao has accrued 16 attribute points from Kobe. Coupled with the 30 attribute points obtained from Pippen, he now has a total of 46 points to allocate. However, deciding how to distribute these points proved to be a conundrum for Lin Hao. Logically, he should invest them all in dribbling and mid-range shooting. This would not only rectify his shortcomings, but also provide an advantage in tomorrow's one-on-one with Kobe. Nonetheless, the more pressing concern is the game the day after. In a Lakers team featuring Pippen, Kobe, and Shaquille, 3D players are the most coveted and instrumental in securing victories. Additionally, winning the game will grant him a chance at a lottery, which is far more valuable than attribute points. Ultimately, Lin Hao chose to allocate his points towards defense and 3-point shooting. Consequently, his 3-point shooting ability soared to an astonishing 100, while his defensive capability reached 98. Surely, I must now be among the league's elite 3D players. Lin Hao felt as if he were in a dream, his heart ablaze with excitement. The following day, Lin Hao sought Kobe for another one-on-one challenge. However, this time his gains were modest, netting only 8 attribute points. Firstly, Kobe had restored his stamina. More importantly, with the game looming tomorrow, Zen Master firmly prohibited their continued practice. This resulted in Lin Hao's 90 points of stamina going to waste. In the end, he allocated the 8 attribute points to stamina and defense. Now, his defensive score was maximized, and his stamina reached 96 points. The 6th game of the 2004 NBA Finals commenced as scheduled on this star-studded night. The entire city of Detroit was enveloped in an atmosphere of intense tension and excitement. Outside the Palace of Auburn Hills, throngs of people gathered. This venue became the focal point of attention worldwide. Clad in their purple and gold uniforms, the Lakers players stepped onto the court, met by an overwhelming chorus of boos from the home crowd. The cacophony of thousands of fans expressing their displeasure resonated like a tidal wave, causing eardrums to throb painfully. Having suffered an inexplicable defeat to the Lakers in the previous match, the crowd was steeped in fury and dissatisfaction. The spectators seemed eager to unleash all their pent-up resentment at that moment. Kobe, accustomed to various pressures, felt his brow furrow slightly. Shaquille, the king of the court, inhaled deeply in response to the relentless jeers. His expression serious. Even the seasoned Pippen felt the weight of immense pressure, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Yet, Lin Hao exhibited no signs of anxiety. Instead, he was filled with exuberance. Tonight, I shall astonish the entire league and the world with my three-point shooting. Defense and endurance. As it stood, his three attributes were all maximized. In other words, in terms of these three capabilities, there was no one in the league who could rival him. This young man truly possesses a remarkable heart. No wonder he could score 16 points in 35 seconds with such an extraordinary performance. Observing Lin Hao's unusual demeanor, Zen Master noted a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. With this thought, he leaned toward his assistant and whispered a few words. "Phil, you must consider this carefully. This is the finals." The assistant appeared taken aback. "I have made my decision." Zen Master nodded resolutely. Due to Lin Hao's presence. Chinese television broadcasted the game live. Yu-kun remarked. "In the last match, our Chinese player Lin Hao scored 16 points in 38 seconds. What are your thoughts, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Lai replied. "Ever since Lin Hao entered the NBA, I have been following his progress. His strengths lie in three-point shooting and defense, but he has not showcased these advantages in the regular season. For a considerable time, his performance could even be described as dismal. His display in the last game was indeed astonishing, bordering on miraculous. Although Lin Hao is one of our own, I must state that an occasional outburst does not signify much. Countless role players in NBA history have delivered one or two remarkable performances." Su Kun countered. Yet Lin Hao's 16 points in 38 seconds set an NBA record, surpassing even the famous Miller time. Zhang Lai conceded. Indeed, this also underscores that Lin Hao undoubtedly possesses the potential to become an excellent NBA player. Su Kun asked, "Do you believe Lin Hao will make the starting lineup in this game?" Zhang Lai replied firmly. "It seems unlikely in the short term. In the last match, he made 5 three-pointers, 2 of which were against the opposing bench players. If he is thrust into a starting position, it is likely he will not replicate such an extraordinary performance." While Zhang Lai remained skeptical of Lin Hao, Chinese netizens held a different view. They eagerly anticipated Lin Hao's miraculous performance in this match. "How many points do you think he will score? 30 or 40? Hao Gu is formidable. He will dominate Prince. Hao Shun is powerful. Surpassing Kobe and Jordan is just around the corner." However, many detractors also emerged. "Just one outstanding game. Who doesn't he enjoy a feast during the new year?" I have researched Lin Hao. His mid-range shooting is lacking, his passing is subpar, and his dribbling is inadequate. If the Pistons focus on him, he won't score a single point. Do you truly believe he is a superstar? He will surely reveal his true colors in this game. I doubt he can even secure a starting position. Isn't that a given? One excellent game doesn't he earn you a starting spot. You underestimate the NBA if Lin Hao scores over 10 points in this match. I will immediately post private photos of my wife, and they will be the daring kind. I stand by this statement. If I backtrack, I'll write my name backward. Amidst the heated discussions on the forum, a user named Bien and Hua Kai made a statement that instantly shifted everyone's focus. "Wow, is it really that explosive? Damn, you said that. Truly a man of action." Bien and Hua Kai, a true iron-blooded hero. I was originally a Lin detractor, but now I am eagerly hoping for Lin Hao to prove everyone wrong. At that moment, the lights in the palace of Auburn Hills suddenly dimmed, and a brilliant spotlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating the entrance of the player tunnel. The Lakers' starting players took to the stage one by one. First to emerge was the team's second-in-command, Kobe, followed by Pippen, and then Medvedenko, who had stepped in for Karl Malone at the power forward position. The fourth player to appear was the commentator stared at the list in hand, taken aback for a full second before continuing to announce, from the nation of China, Lin Hao. The Lakers players preparing to take the court were utterly astonished. Wasn't I the designated starting small forward? The most shocking moment undoubtedly belonged to Devin George, whose expression turned exceedingly grim. The Zen master nudged Lin Hao, who was still in a daze. Lin Hao, jolted by the push, stumbled into the player's tunnel. The Zen master watched his retreating figure, revealing a smile of anticipation. "My child, I look forward to the surprises you will bring in the upcoming match." In truth, ever since the Zen master witnessed Lin Hao's one-on-one duel with Kobe, he had contemplated elevating him to the starting lineup. Lin Hao's formidable defense and extraordinary stamina made him the ideal candidate to guard Hamilton. In the first 4 games, Kobe's lackluster performance was largely attributed to Hamilton's relentless efforts to exhaust him on the offensive end. Moreover, another crucial factor was that, in the preceding games, Kobe, Karl Malone, Fisher, and Pippen had all been woefully off their shooting mark, rendering the Lakers' shooting capability inferior to that of the Pistons. This resulted in a severely constricted offensive space for the Lakers, preventing Shaquille O'Neal from exerting his intimidating presence in the paint. Lin Hao's precise three-point shooting perfectly compensated for this deficiency. From this perspective, he was indeed the unequivocal choice for the Lakers' starting small forward. The only drawback was his lack of seamless integration into the team's triangle offense. However, this was not a significant concern. Even Dennis Rodman during the Bulls championship era had not fully grasped the triangle offense, as long as Lin Hao could excel defensively and occasionally sink a few three-pointers. He would suffice that, of course, the primary reason for this shift was the Lakers' dire need at the small forward position, as Devin George was simply not a qualified starter. Witnessing this scene, Jean Healy's expression in the studio became particularly vivid. Phil Jackson's audacity to field a rookie was genuinely admirable. He quickly masked his embarrassment with a smile. Indeed, this signified that Lin Hao had gained the Zen master's trust, that Su-kun also chimed in, attempting to cover for him. Chinese netizens on the forum erupted with excitement. "Who just said that my Hao Shun can't make the starting lineup? Step forward. My Hao Shun is destined to become the basketball god of the future. How could he possibly not make the starting team?" I say, why do you care about that now? It's merely a trivial matter. What truly deserves our attention is the privacy photos of Bain Hanua. All right, you reminded me. If Lin Hao starts, his chances of scoring 10 points would skyrocket. The game officially commenced. The Pistons starters, Billups, Hamilton, Prince, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace. The Lakers starters, Peyton, Kobe, Lin Hao, Medvedenko, O'Neal, Shaquille, with his imposing physique, completely dominated the tip-off against Ben. Securing possession for the Lakers, as Peyton dribbled past half-court and saw an opportunity, he charged directly into the Pistons' paint. However, Ben Wallace leaped high, delivering a formidable block that sent the ball flying out of bounds. The arena erupted in deafening cheers. Gary is truly aging. The Zen master shook his head in resignation. Had Peyton still been in his prime, this block would have undoubtedly been unsuccessful. The Pistons initiated their offense. Upon seeing Lin Hao tightly guarding him, Hamilton signaled for the ball. Billups understood immediately and passed it without hesitation. Originally, it was Kobe assigned to defend Hamilton, requiring him to rely on off-ball movement for his offense. But now, with a yellow-skinned rookie as his defender, there was no need for subtlety. Hamilton could simply drive in aggressively. "Hey, rookie, don't think just because you made a couple of three-pointers that you're actually good. The NBA isn't a place for you. Go back to China." Hamilton smirked derisively as he launched his attack. It is well known that Hamilton excels at off-ball play. However, few recognize that his ball-handling skills are severely underrated. His ability to create off the dribble is also among the league's elite. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Lin Hao, and no matter how strong Hamilton's drive was, it could not surpass Kobe's prowess. Even Kobe struggled to break through Lin Hao's defense with ease. Lin Hao's defense coiled around Hamilton like a fierce python. Suddenly, Lin Hao darted to the side, seemingly granting Hamilton an opportunity to break through. Hamilton immediately accelerated, attempting to shake off Lin Hao's defense. The previously suffocating defense had nearly stifled him. Yet at the moment he pushed forward, Lin Hao deftly swiped the ball from his grasp. Although Lin Hao's stealing ability rated a mere 55, his defense, rated an impressive 100, along with his speed and agility at 90, enabled him to execute the steal effortlessly. Hamilton erupted in fury, chasing after him in a frenzied manner. The fact that a Chinese rookie had just stolen the ball from him sent him into a rage. and he was determined to deliver a brutal, humiliating block in retaliation. However, Lin Hao abruptly halted at the three-point arc. What was he doing? This was not only Hamilton's question, but also a perplexity shared by all the players and fans present. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, Lin Hao leaped high and released a three-point shot. Damn. Even the usually composed Zen master couldn't help but let slip an expletive. You crazy kid, you were firing away from three-point range last game, just to catch up. But now the match has only just begun. Do you really think you're Reggie Miller? Whether it's driving or passing, the success rate is far higher than shooting a three-pointer. Immediately afterward, the ball traced a beautiful arc and swished through the net. The Zen master sprang to his feet. That shot was simply astonishing. The commentators at the venue shouted in excitement. To be able to contain Hamilton, even for just a single possession, is already remarkable. Clearly, we have underestimated Lin's defensive capabilities. Exceptional three-point shooting, exceptional defense. This was precisely what the Lakers desperately needed. He was an ideal partner for the Lakers' two core players. The Lakers should seriously consider offering him a guaranteed contract. In the Chinese television studio, Su Kun asked, "What do you think of Lin Hao's recent shot, teacher Zhang?" Zhang Healy replied, "Unreasonable, that shot was unreasonable. Yet it went in. Sometimes, when the rhythm is right, anything can happen." The Pistons launched their second offensive. Billups dribbled past half-court. "You mean to tell me I'm being defended by a rookie? Shouldn't it be Kobe?" Hamilton couldn't contain his curiosity. "Kobe thinks you're too weak. It's best I take on the defense." Lin Hao shrugged. The rookie certainly had a way with words. A glint of annoyance flashed in Hamilton's eyes. "That shot was just luck. Do you really think you're good? Now, let me show you my true prowess." He quickly picked up his pace, darting left and then rapidly cutting right, attempting to shake off his defender through rapid changes in direction and acceleration. "Kid, this is real skill." True to his reputation as a speedster, he sprinted while continuing to trash talk. However, Lin Hao's footwork remained unperturbed. With each of Hamilton's directional changes, he was able to keep pace as if he had anticipated his opponent's moves. "Well done." The Zen master's eyes lit up. Lin Hao's defense was nothing short of textbook perfection, so flawless that it was nearly impossible to find fault, as long as he could effectively guard Hamilton. The Pistons' outside shooting threat would be significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Prince found no opportunities against Kobe's staunch defense. As the shot clock dwindled, Billups finally found an opening and passed the ball to Rasheed Wallace. Rasheed rushed his shot, which missed, and O'Neal secured the rebound. "Hey buddy, is that really all you've got? Defending you is easier than defending O'Neal's grandma." Lin Hao's irritating remarks reached Hamilton's ears. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. "Kid, I really like your words. My grandma is indeed better than him." One side, O'Neal grinned widely. The Lakers were on the offensive. Pippen charged into the paint once more, yet the Pistons' interior defense was as formidable as a fortress, leaving him with no opportunities that if he were to force it, the Zen master would likely unleash his ire again. His shooting percentage for this series stood at a mere 3.218 that moment. Lin Hao positioned himself beyond the three-point line, eagerly requesting the ball, and Pippen promptly passed it over. In truth, Pippen did not place immense trust in Lin Hao. It was merely that Kobe and Shaq were being closely guarded, leaving no passing options available. After delivering the pass, Pippen immediately began to make his off-ball movements, calling for the ball as he ran. However, just as he turned to signal for it, he witnessed Lin Hao, who had just received the ball, take a shot. What? Pippen was utterly bewildered. Kobe and Shaq wore equally perplexed expressions. Was he really going to shoot? He had even fully shaken off Hamilton's defense. Yet the basketball swished through the net effortlessly. My God. Pippen had initially intended to chastise the rookie, only to be astonished that it actually went in. This was simply unbelievable. In the Chinese television studio, Su Kun remarked, "That shot by Lin, how didn't he seem particularly reasonable, did it?" Zhang Healy replied to him, "Indeed, it was that he really dared to shoot, and surprisingly, he succeeded on the basketball court. Raw talent always reigns supreme." After Lin Hao made 2 consecutive three-pointers, Kobe, who typically admired strength, approached him and exchanged a high five. Pippen and O'Neal also gave Lin Hao a pat on the back, acknowledging the beauty of his shot. "What's wrong with you guys? I was clearly signaling for the ball. Why are you patting my back? High-five me." Lin Hao was a loss for word that a man's backside is not something to be touched lightly. Larry Brown immediately called a timeout. "What the hell are you doing?" Getting demolished on both ends by a rookie. He glared at Hamilton. Hamilton, feeling helpless, had already given it his all, yet this kid seemed as if he had taken performance-enhancing drugs. The Chinese forums erupted with excitement. Hao Shun is amazing. In just a few minutes, he has scored 2 3-pointers and made a steal. He truly is the light of China. Those who claimed Lin Hao would soon reveal his true colors better step forward. Wait, these are mere trifles. What truly deserves attention is Hao Shun's scoring. All right, thanks for the reminder. If Hao Shun hits 10 points, we can enjoy some revealing photos. In the ensuing match, both Kobe and Lin Hao found their opportunities dwindling. This was because the Big Shark had finally unleashed his fury. O'Neal, like a colossal prehistoric beast, wreaked havoc in the paint, relentlessly overpowering the opponent's interior defense. Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace, and even Prince tried to double-team him. Yet they were still unable to halt this monstrous shark. This creature truly was terrifying. Lin Hao observed closely as O'Neal used his robust arms to fend off defenders, suddenly pivoting and, with 2 defenders bearing down on him, dunked the ball into the hoop. The spectacle was indeed intimidating. The score had now reached 12-5, with the Lakers in the lead. Larry Brown immediately called a timeout that, if this continued, the Pistons would surely collapse. After the timeout, O'Neal's opportunities significantly dwindled. The Pistons resorted to every tactic imaginable. Physical confrontations, wrapping around, double-teaming, fouling, and disrupting passes. Consequently, Kobe and Lin Hao's chances naturally arose. After receiving the ball, Kobe, like a bolt of lightning, broke through Prince's defense, racing toward the basket. Underneath, the formidable Ben was poised for action. Meanwhile, Hamilton decisively abandoned Lin Hao's defense to rush back for support. "I'm open," Lin Hao shouted at the top of his lungs. Perhaps passing to that kid was a viable option. Typically, when confronted with double teams, Kobe would opt for individual play, but this time, he hesitated. "Pass it to me." O'Neal stood beneath the basket, waving his arms and shouting loudly. "You think I'll pass you the ball?" Not a chance. Upon hearing this, Kobe wasted no time and passed the ball to Lin Hao. Hamilton quickly returned to defend, and Lin Hao decisively leaped up, flicking his wrist gently. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air, swishing through the net. Beautiful! His teammates erupted in cheers. Kobe approached, patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with approval. The Zen master frowned slightly. Feeling displeased, passing to Shaq had actually been a better choice, given his higher shooting percentage. Yet he said nothing. After all, 3 points were better than 2. "Hey, buddy, leaving me open is definitely your worst choice." Lin Hao grinned as he approached Hamilton. The Pistons launched their offense. Lin Hao continued to shadow Hamilton across the court. Hamilton struggled to find any shooting opportunities. "Dude, did you skip breakfast?" O'Neal's grandma runs faster than you. Lin Hao's taunting words echoed once more. Gritting his teeth, Hamilton suddenly accelerated. Lin Hao kept pace, only to crash into a wall of flesh. It turned out that Ben had stepped up to set screen for him. After shaking off Lin Hao, Hamilton and Billups exchanged a knowing glance. The basketball flew to Hamilton's hands like a precision-guided missile. Without hesitation, he took a jump shot. He shot. Hamilton was taking a shot. It was an excellent opportunity, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. The fans in the stand began to cheer in anticipation that Hamilton's open mid-range shot had a commendable success rate. But wait, just as they began to cheer, a shadow darted across the court, clad in the Lakers' number 3 jersey. Lin Hao surged forward like a swift cheetah. Bam! He leaped high, roaring with intensity, and astonishingly swatted Hamilton's shot away. Unbelievable. It was a block that obscured the sun. The entire arena erupted in gasps of astonishment. Every face bore a look of shock. How did he manage that? This was a question shared by all. The replay clearly showed Lin Hao nearly stumbling after colliding with Ben Wallace. Yet before he could regain his footing, he swiftly maneuvered around and lunged at Hamilton. Pistons coach Larry Brown's expression turned grave. This block was of monumental significance. It showcased Lin Hao's defensive awareness, agility, speed, and leaping ability at an all-star level. Richard was in for trouble. He sighed heavily. Subsequently, Lin Hao seized another opportunity, sinking a three-pointer that pierced through the Pistons' defense, helping the Lakers establish a 10-point lead. Larry Brown once again called a timeout. With a dark expression, he addressed Hamilton. "Richard, do not double-team Shaq next time. Do not give that kid any easy scoring opportunities." The Chinese forums buzzed with excitement, more lively than during the New Year celebrations. The first quarter was not yet over, and Lin Hao had already scored 9 points. Just one more basket, and his tally would exceed 10. The flower on the other side is blooming. "You mustn't run away. Everyone is watching you. You mustn't think of escaping. I'm a doctoral student in computer science at Qingbei University, and I've already logged onto your IP address." Wow, there are some experts on the forum. The flower on the other side is definitely hiding in a corner, trembling in fear, regretting their loose lips. What are you all arguing about? When did I ever say I would run away? I'm a man of my word. All right, we shall wait and see. Have you all considered question, what if his wife is too ugly and too hard on the eyes? Don't worry, my wife is stunning. And she won't disappoint you. In the upcoming match, Lin Hao found no open shots under Hamilton's tight defense. In truth, his three-point shooting ability had reached a perfect score of 100, even when contested. His shooting percentage remained high. However, the issue lay in his teammates not passing him the ball. Furthermore, the Sharks remain constrained, and Kobe struggles to find his rhythm, as the scales of victory gradually tilt in favor of the Pistons. By the end of the first quarter, the score stands at 17-20, with the Pistons in the lead. "Well done, my child," the Zen master said kindly, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder. Yet, Lin Hao could not muster any joy. In the first quarter, he had only managed to score 9 points, secure 1 rebound, achieve 1 steal, and block 1 shot. When calculated, that amounted to merely a handful of attribute points after toiling tirelessly for so long. He had not even accrued as many points as he did from a one-on-one with Pippen. With a sullen expression, he remained silent. Despite possessing Hamilton's enduring stamina, Lin Hao lacked the ability to move without the ball, leaving him with no opportunities to shoot. This child truly possesses a remarkable mindset. For him, the team's victory outweighs personal accolades. The Zen master felt immense satisfaction with Lin Hao. "This boy is becoming increasingly agreeable in my eyes." As the second quarter commenced, it wasn't long before Lin Hao was granted another chance to play. The commentators expressed their surprise, noting that Phil seemed to hold this Chinese player in high regard. As he returned to the court after just a 3-minute respite, "I've calculated that the Lakers' former starting small forward, George, has only played for 4 minutes thus far." Devin George wore a grim expression, fixated on Lin Hao on the court. "Damn it, not only did he steal my starting position, but now my playing time is nearly rivaling that of a role player." His contract was nearing expiration, and if he couldn't secure solid playing time in the finals, his next contract would be significantly diminished. To jeopardize one's livelihood is akin to threatening one's life. A flicker of hatred glimmered in George's eyes. During the subsequent gameplay, Lin Hao received another opportunity to shoot, sinking his 4th three-pointer. The commentator exclaimed in disbelief, "My goodness, this is simply astonishing. Lin Hao has yet to miss a single three-pointer. Hitting 4 consecutive three-pointers is undeniably a rarity in finals history. With three-pointers, defense, and without monopolizing the ball, it is astonishing that such a remarkable player has been discovered by Phil. This is truly the perfect piece of the championship puzzle." At that moment, the atmosphere in the Chinese forum reached a fever pitch. Blooming in the other shore, "Hurry up and fulfill your promise. We are waiting. Don't even think about playing tricks. We know your IP address. What are you all fussing about? Did I ever say I would play tricks? Just wait a moment. I'll post it now." Amidst the anticipation of the masses, Blooming in the other shore finally made an appearance. Yes, soon as these words were uttered, the forum fell into an instant hush. Everyone held their breath, repeatedly refreshing the page, eager to see the nude photos of the earliest opportunity. The moment the photos appeared, everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape. What the hell? Blooming and the other shore actually kept their promise. It's really a private photo. It's truly a nude photo. And it's not blurred at all. However, Blooming and the other shore, are you trying to fool us? Didn't you say it was a picture of your wife? What else with the female husky? Exactly. You're clearly just messing with us. Resend it. Resend it. Is there anything wrong with marrying a female husky as my wife? Does the law prohibit marrying a husky? With these words, Blooming and the other shore left the netizens speechless. In the following gameplay, Lin Hao effectively locked down Hamilton. He seemed to transform into an insurmountable barrier. akin to a rabid dog, offering no respite for the opponent. During a rebounding contest, Lin Hao was knocked to the ground by Ben Wallace. Yet he sprang back up like a spring and continued the fight. During a defensive play, Lin Hao sprinted with astonishing speed, successfully limiting the Pistons' fast break. By the end of the first half, Lin Hao had already scored 12 points, secured 2 rebounds, achieved 1 steal, and blocked 1 shot. While the statistics may not seem earth-shattering, anyone who watched the game could sense Lin Hao's omnipresence on the defensive end. Yet he could not feel any joy, as the Lakers were currently at a disadvantage. In truth, with Lin Hao, a sharpshooter from beyond the arc, drawing attention and alleviating Kobe's pressure on defense, the Lakers should not be struggling this much. However, with Kobe and Shaquille at odds, they prefer to pass to Lin Hao rather than to each other. Consequently, the potency of the OK combination was significantly compromised. Lin Hao was nearly at his wit's end that if they couldn't win this game, where would he go to draw his lottery, relying solely on those few attribute points? When would he ever become a basketball deity? With the sound of a whistle, the first half of the game concluded. The score now stood at 37-42. Child, you performed remarkably, the Zen master beamed as he embraced Lin Hao. He was astonished by Lin Hao's frantic defense in the first half. However, Lin Hao ignored the Zen master's kindness. You two idiots, look at what you've done to the team. If you continue like this, you might as well go home and suck your thumbs. He stormed over to Kobe and Shaquille, pointing at them in anger. His words struck like a thunderclap, plunging the entire locker room into an eerie silence. The Zen master's tactical board fell to the ground with a thud. The players gaped, their eyes wide as saucers. Are you talking to me? Kobe and Shaquille pointed to themselves in unison. Of course, who else would I be talking to? Lin Hao retorted fiercely. This is the finals, not a petty squabble among women. Gary and Carla set aside their pride as top stars to support you too. Is this how you repay them? Those 2 old-timers are running on empty. If they fail this time, they may never win a championship. If you are still men, play well in the second half. Cooperate and win this game for me. The locker room fell silent once more. Kid, this is the first time anyone has ever spoken to me like this. You're challenging the team's leader. Shaquille stepped forward, his large, bell-like eyes wide with fury, his massive hands clenched tightly. The others trembled in fear under the wrath of the big shark. You still know you are the team leader? I thought you had forgotten. Yet Lin Hao appeared even more ferocious, spitting as he shouted, the team leader must embody the essence of a leader. Look at what you've done. Kobe clearly had the opportunity. Yet you prefer to pass to me instead of him. And that time when Kobe was caught off guard by Prince, you were right there, yet you refused to help him. Kobe, you're the same. Lin Hao turned to glare at Kobe. Shaquille had so many good opportunities. Why didn't you pass to him? Is it all for the sake of vying for the position of team leader? Isn't your dream to surpass Jordan? Jordan would never stoop to such nonsense. Moreover, the most crucial point is if we lose this game, we'll be heading home to fish. You once created greatness together. Now, just because of a minor conflict, you disregard the bigger picture. Do you honor the coach's trust, your teammates' dedication, and the fans' expectations? Wake up, all of you. Put aside those trivial emotions, play the game, and fight for the championship. The anger on Kobe and Shaquille's faces gradually transformed into shock. The position of team leader truly that significant? Can't we let go of animosities for the championship? They began to reflect simultaneously. Fight for the championship, the Zen master shouted, extending his right hand. Fight for the championship. Pippen placed his hand atop the Zen master's fight for the championship. Medvedenko, Fisher, George, and Walton all extended their right hands. Kobe and Shaquille exchanged glances, a wave of camaraderie from their past battles washing over them. They fought for the championship. In unison, they reached out their hands. The atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room suddenly transformed into an unprecedented camaraderie. The Lakers had truly struck gold, the Zen master mused inwardly. Who would have thought that Lin Hao could simultaneously command both Kobe and Shaquille, uniting them in solidarity? Hey kid, you got guts. This is the first time I've seen someone point their finger at both Kobe and Shaquille and scold them. Peyton grinned maliciously, delivering a hearty slap on Lin Hao's back. Ha! Gary, what Lin said is nothing but the truth. Laughter erupted among all the players in the locker room. As the second half of the game commenced, Larry Brown's face registered a flicker of surprise. Their momentum seemed to have shifted. This sensation was indescribable, as if the Lakers had undergone a transformative metamorphosis during the brief intermission. Sure enough, the united Lakers charged forth in the second half with unstoppable force. Kobe and Shaquille no longer fought their battles in isolation. Instead, they collaborated seamlessly, passing, setting screens, and providing cover, executing their plays with fluidity. The other players, too, were invigorated, fiercely contesting every possession. The Pistons were caught off guard by this sudden change from the Lakers, their previously tight defense now riddled with gaps, their offensive efforts thwarted time and again. The rhythm of the game was entirely dictated by the Lakers, the point gap steadily widening to make matters worse. Hamilton was running out of steam. Lin Hao, like a tireless mad dog, poured every ounce of effort into his defense while relentlessly challenging him physically on offense. The renowned runner found himself utterly exhausted, his defensive intensity dropping a notch. Before long, after penetrating the Pistons' paint and attracting a double team, Kobe passed the ball to the open Lin Hao with decisive grace. Lin Hao leaped, the basketball swishing cleanly through the net. It was simply astonishing. Lin Hao had made all 5 of his attempts, tallying 15 points. The Pistons' perimeter defense felt as flimsy as paper against him. Together with Kobe, he breached the Pistons' defense. The announcer exclaimed in awe. With the combined prowess of Kobe, Shaquille, and Lin Hao, the Pistons found themselves devoid of any chance for a comeback. As the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 87-76 that the Lakers had utterly dominated the Pistons. The Lakers players exited to a chorus of boos from the home crowd. Shaquille amassed 35 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, and 5 blocks. Kobe contributed 28 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Lin Hao's stats stood at 15 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. Though his scoring seemed modest, he had achieved a perfect 5-4-5 from beyond the arc. His presence beyond the three-point line created countless opportunities for Kobe's penetrations and Shaquille's assaults in the paint. Moreover, he frequently disrupted Hamilton's shooting. Coupled with his contribution to the team's victory, he earned a commendable 17 attribute points. At that moment, the aggregate score between the two teams stood at 3-3, leading to a decisive Game 7. After the game, Lin Hao once again earned the right to attend the press conference. "Phil, Lin Hao was merely a role player before. What prompted you to elevate him to the starting lineup in such a critical finals match?" A reporter inquired curiously. "This child's indomitable spirit, fierce defense, precise shooting, and that big heart moved me. I am convinced he is the perfect piece to our championship puzzle," the Zen master declared with conviction. The reporters were taken aback. They had not anticipated such high praise from the Zen master for Lin Hao. "Shaquille, we've observed a persistent conflict between you and Kobe this season, with both of you rarely passing to one another. However, in the second half of this game, you passed to Kobe twice, while he passed to you 4 times. What accounts for this significant transformation?" Another reporter pointedly raised this sensitive topic. "Our change is all because of Lin Hao," Shaquille replied gravely. "Lin Hao?" The reporters exchanged bewildered glances that a role player could influence both of you superstars. "Indeed, that's him." Shaquille nodded emphatically. "I in the locker room. Lin told me. The finals are not the time for petty squabbles. When you're the leader, you must act like one." The reporters were left speechless. A mere role player had dared to speak such explosive words to the team's stars. "Kobe, do you share this sentiment?" A reporter posed a question to Kobe. "Absolutely." Kobe shrugged. "Lin moved me with just one sentence. Jordan would never stoop to such nonsense." The discord between Lin Hao, Shaquille, and Kobe was something even the Zen master could not reconcile. "How did you manage that? Moreover, what prompted you to risk offending the team's stars by making such a statement?" Another reporter queried Lin Hao. "In China, we have a remarkable classic called Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which features a fascinating tactic known as provocation. I merely applied it," Lin Hao replied. The following day, Lin Hao's name once again graced the front pages of major media outlets across the beautiful country. Chinese player achieves a miracle, scoring 16 points to lead the Lakers to victory. Ancient Chinese wisdom from Romance of the Three Kingdoms reconciles the OK duo. The OK duo succumbs to Chinese ingenuity. Provocation becomes the key to the Lakers' triumph. 3-point precision, fierce defense, and unselfish play. This is my ideal partner. LeBron James watched the game in its entirety, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Contemplating this, he picked up his phone to call the team management. Point 5 for 5 from 3 in the finals. Yes, simply my idol, exclaimed a young boy resembling a school student from Ohio after watching the game. When Lin Hao's astonishing performance in the finals reached China, the entire nation erupted in enthusiasm. Online, major sports forums were instantly flooded with related posts. Fans excitedly typed away, sharing their exhilaration and surprise. Lin Hao is incredible. This performance is simply extraordinary. Such sentiments filled the entire page. Television sports channels repeatedly aired Lin Hao's highlights. The host's voice trembled with excitement as he declared, Lin Hao's performance in the finals was nothing short of spectacular. He showcased the prowess of Chinese players to the world. At school, during recess, students gathered fervently to discuss Lin Hao's performance, their faces beaming with pride. I want to create miracles in the NBA, just like Lin Hao. Young basketball enthusiasts clenched their fists, their eyes gleaming with dreams. Even the elderly in the streets were talking about Lin Hao. Though they might not understand basketball well, they could sense the shared pride in everyone's excitement. This kid has made it. He is our nation's pride. The entire Lakers team, with little time to celebrate their victory, boarded the plane back to Los Angeles. The decisive Game 7 would take place on their home turf. As the Lakers returned to Los Angeles, basking in the glory of their triumph, despite the late hour. The streets of the city remained ablaze with fervor. Outside the airport, a throng of fans congregated, their numbers seemingly endless. They waved banners and flags of the Lakers, their eyes glimmering with excitement and anticipation. As the Lakers players emerged from the airport terminal, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of deafening cheers. The fans shouted the players' names, their voices echoing through the night sky. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear his own name among the crowd. Just days prior, as he departed from Los Angeles, he was but an obscure figure. Now, he found himself a star. He mused to himself, as soon as he disembarked the bus. Lin Hao hurried to his apartment, eager to partake in the lottery. Before the draw, he decided to contemplate how to allocate the 16 attribute points earned from the game. After much deliberation, he resolved not to aim for the stars just yet. The immediate priority was to secure a starting position on the team and help clinch the championship. To achieve this, he needed to become a truly elite 3D player. Thus, he allocated 15 attribute points to speed and agility, elevating both to a remarkable 90, placing him at the level of a top-tier star. In that game, Hamilton scored a mere 13 points under his defense, largely due to Lin Hao's previous shortcomings in agility and speed. He then assigned the remaining point to rebounding. Ultimately, he secured only 5 rebounds during the match. Though it seemed respectable, the reality was quite the opposite. Both teams had dismal shooting percentages, and even a player like Medvedenko, known for his weak rebounding, managed to grab 7 boards. Consequently, Lin Hao's rebounding ability reached a mere 32 points. Finally, the moment of the lottery arrived, stirring excitement within him. Taking a deep breath, he activated the lottery wheel. Anxiously pressing the button, the wheel gradually slowed, landing on the icon of Allen Iverson's signature move. Remain calm. Stay composed. Surely, the system is up to its tricks again. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement. Indeed, the pointer glided past the icon and eventually settled on one labeled Phantom Steps. What on earth is this? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "Isn't this simply Hamilton's off-ball movement? Well, I suppose it's precisely what I need right now." Lin Hao reassured himself. However, why does this system seem to have a vendetta against Hamilton? 2 successive draws yielding his skills. The system chimed in. "Host, please remain calm. The likelihood of drawing related skills increases based on the type of star you face in a game." So that's how it is, Lin Hao realized with clarity. This pesky system is forcing him to contend with various star players. Truly a madcap system. Bringing forth the system panel, Lin Hao's statistics were as follows. Bench press, strength 84 kilograms, 71. Vertical leap, 85 centimeters, 83. Speed, 90 agility, 90 stamina, endurance 96 physicality, 71 free throw, 45 mid-range shot, 35 long-range shot, 3-pointer 100 dunk, 60 post moves, 20 footwork, 23 rebounding, 32 passing, 23 dribbling, 43 defense, 100. Stealing, 55 blocking, 30 overall evaluation, 49 points acquired skills. Hamilton's endurance. Hamilton's phantom steps. Lin Hao felt another wave of frustration. I am already a top-tier 3D player in the league. How can my overall evaluation still be failing? The system responded, Host, please remain calm. This is primarily due to your other abilities being subpar, which has dragged down your overall score. Please continue to strive for improvement. Inside the training facility, the Lakers commenced an intra-team scrimmage. What should have been a routine match began with a relatively relaxed atmosphere. Lin Hao participated with a casual mindset, considering his opponent to be the ordinary Devin George. Even if he were to dominate him, acquiring attribute points would be a challenge. However, it wasn't long before Lin Hao sensed an unusual intensity in the air. As the game commenced, George's predatory gaze fixated on Lin Hao, like a hawk stalking its prey. The moment Lin Hao received the ball, George charged at him like a famished wolf, elbow aimed maliciously at Lin Hao's ribs. The brutal impact sent a shock of pain coursing through him. Initially, Lin Hao hoped this was merely an accidental collision, yet he soon realized he was gravely mistaken. During a fierce rebound tussle, Devin George displayed his underhanded tactics, forcefully shoving Lin Hao backward while hurling insults. You little punk, that rebound is mine. Lin Hao stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Ever since the last game, where his playing time was drastically reduced, resentment had festered within George. He was determined to obliterate Lin Hao in this scrimmage, to prove that his prowess was far beyond that of any insignificant player in his eyes. While Lin Hao excelled defensively, he was merely a shooter of open three-pointers. Thus, by ramping up the defense, he could render Lin Hao scoreless. Observing the situation, a cold smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips. Since you wish to compete with me, I shall utterly crush you. Perfect for testing Hamilton's phantom steps. Without delay, Lin Hao began darting around the court with breathtaking speed. George hot on his heels. As Lin Hao approached Shaquille O'Neal, he executed a swift cutback, catching George off guard, who collided heavily with the mountain of a man. Lin Hao, unfazed, positioned himself beyond the three-point line, where Kobe, in perfect sync, delivered the ball with precision that he leaped effortlessly, the ball swishing through the net. An effortless score. This was merely the beginning. Lin Hao subsequently showcased his textbook-level off-ball movement techniques, cutting, cross-running, using screens, baseline running, and backdoor cuts. His scoring surged like a rocket. 15 points, 18 points, 21 points on the defensive end. George was thoroughly outmatched, Lin Hao not giving him a single opportunity to touch the ball. In just one day, how could this kid's off-ball movement capabilities have become so formidable? Zen Master, O'Neal, and Kobe watched in astonishment at Lin Hao's spectacular display. The Zen Master even believed that had Lin Hao performed with such prowess at the start of the season, the Lakers might have shattered the Bulls' legendary 72-10 record in the regular season. This kid must be retained at all costs. No matter the price, he must stay for next season. The Zen Master felt an exhilarating rush within. If Lin Hao could only shoot open threes and defend, he would merely be a championship puzzle piece. But now, with his development of off-ball movement, he had the potential to become the team's third scoring option. As the scrimmage concluded, Lin Hao amassed an impressive 35 points, outscoring Kobe by a solid 10 points. Smack! He tossed the basketball casually beside George, saying nonchalantly, "You lost. Next time we compete, remember to weigh your own worth." The sound of the ball hitting the floor reverberated like a heavy hammer, shattering the last vestiges of hope within George. He stood there, frozen in shock, a vacant expression plastered on his face. In this match, he had been utterly powerless, failing to score at all. In the general manager's office. "Mickey, next season, you must do everything in your power to keep that Lin Hao kid. He deserves a substantial contract." A substantial contract. Phil Jackson waved his hands, his excitement palpable as he shouted, "Phil, you, as the coach, have no authority to interfere with player contracts. After all these years as head coach, surely you understand this rule." Mitch Kupchak, the general manager of the Lakers, frowned and spoke with displeasure. He indeed held a high opinion of Lin Hao. Otherwise, he would not have brought him to the Lakers in the first place. However, the notion of a coach meddling in player contracts was simply intolerable. I know all of this, Phil Jackson declared passionately. But that kid Lin Hao is exceptional. His defense is fierce, his three-point shooting is precise, and he doesn't demand ball possession. Moreover, I see a glimmer of Richard Hamilton in him. He has already developed an off-ball movement technique. He could be the perfect partner for Shaq and Kobe. Kupchak poured a cup of coffee for the Zen master, saying, "Phil, please calm down. Lin Hao is indeed impressive, but you must understand, we face the crucial task of negotiating contract for Shaq and Kobe at the end of this season. That is the priority for the team." Knock, knock, knock. Just after dismissing the Zen master, there was another knock at the office door. "Kobe," Kupchak exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" The superstar rarely visited in person. "Mitch, you must ensure that Lin Hao stays next season. Offer him a long-term contract." Kobe smiled as he spoke. His confidence in Lin Hao stemmed from seeing a reflection of Scottie Pippen in him. Kobe firmly believed that with Lin Hao's support, even without that pesky Shaq, he could usher in a second Lakers dynasty. This year's finals were almost a certainty. Securing a third consecutive championship would grant him 7 championship rings. Leaving Jordan far behind, he smiled, a sight rarely seen from the typically stoic Black Mamba. Kupchak was momentarily taken aback. When had Kobe ever displayed such a warm demeanor? "Did you hear me, Mitch?" Kobe maintained his smile. "Kobe, listen carefully." Kupchak regained his composure and stated earnestly, "No matter how special your status is, you are still just a player. Contract negotiations are not your concern." Upon hearing this, Kobe's amiable expression swiftly transformed into one of fury. "If I don't see Lin Hao next season, you might as well trade me too." With that, he slammed the door behind him and stormed home, seething with anger. What a situation! Being a general manager is truly stifling. Kupchak rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply, unaware of the turmoil unfolding in the general manager's office. Lin Hao is currently engaged in a one-on-one game with Shaquille O'Neal. Indeed, you read that correctly. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of a top-tier star, akin to a starving wolf encountering a feast. Once the practice game concluded, Kobe had vanished without a trace, leaving Lin Hao to seek out Shaq. "Enough, enough. This is boring." Shaq waved his hand impatiently. It turned out that the Lin Hao who had shone brightly in the finals was thoroughly outmatched in this one-on-one encounter. O'Neal's bench press was 150 kg, while Lin Hao's was merely 84 kg. The disparity in their strength was stark. The moment Shaq entered the paint, he would turn and deliver a thunderous dunk. Not only was Lin Hao outmatched in strength, but his dribbling skills also paled in comparison to Shaq's. Remember, the Big Diesel had once played one-on-one against Air Jordan during the 1996 All-Star Weekend, where he effortlessly faked out Jordan with his signature moves and scored with ease. What was the point of a lopsided game? Sigh, with Kobe absent, Peyton dared not challenge me, and Shaq was too formidable. Why was it so difficult to earn attribute points? Lin Hao lamented internally. Turning his head, he noticed that Shaq appeared even more despondent. His head hung low, eyes devoid of life. "Shaq, why the long face?" "If something's bothering you, share it with me." Lin Hao approached, inadvertently revealing his concern that O'Neal gazed gloomily at the court. "This might be my last season with the Lakers. It's clear that only one of us, Kobe and I, can remain, and I am the one most likely to leave." Lin Hao felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware that after this season, the once mighty Lakers dynasty would collapse. Due to the irreconcilable differences between Kobe and Shaq, management would ultimately choose the younger Kobe to lead the Lakers, trading the Diesel to the Heat. Yet he never expected that the seemingly rugged Shaq had already sensed this impending fate. "I am really going to miss this place." Shaq plopped down on the floor, his expression melancholic. Lin Hao remained silent, choosing instead to sit beside him. "Kid, play well, and hopefully you'll bring more championships to Los Angeles in the future." Shaq suddenly regained his usual jovial spirit, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder and grinning widely. At long last, the highly anticipated Game 7 commenced. This time, it was the Lakers' home court, outside the illuminated arena. The crowd surged like a tide, each face brimming with excitement and tension. Inside, the deafening cheers rose and fell, as if threatening to lift the massive structure off its foundation. The lights dimmed suddenly, and the audience's heartbeats quickened. The first to appear was Kobe Bryant. His figure emerged. The cheers erupted like a crashing wave, despite the tarnish on his reputation from the Eagle County incident. His stellar performance in previous games had once again captured the fans' hearts. Following him were Gary Payton and Medvedenko, both welcomed with cheers, albeit significantly subdued. When Lin Hao took the court, the cheers multiplied exponentially. Lakers fans shouted his name with all their might, their voices echoing through the arena. Lin Hao's playing style may not have been as flashy as Kobe's or as dominant as Shaq's, but his tenacious defense, precise three-point shooting, and unique complexion had already garnered him a substantial fan base in Los Angeles. When O'Neal made his entrance, the thunderous applause rang out, as if to break the very roof of the arena. The audience rose to their feet, hands raised high, wildly waving towels and banners. This was the Lakers' mainstay, the most dominant center in history, Shaquille O'Neal. As long as he remained in Los Angeles, he would forever reign as its king. That's how a man should be. Lin Hao exclaimed at the sight before him. He genuinely hoped that one day he could emulate Shaq's greatness. Just then, Kobe patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. This moment will eventually belong to us. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling Shaq's earlier words, feeling an inexplicable sadness. Lin, congratulations. So many fans are wearing your jersey. Fisher playfully punched him, grinning. Lin Hao glanced at the stands and was astonished to see hundreds of fans sporting his number 3 jersey. The Staples Center, so vast, now showcased a remarkable congregation of supporters dressed in his colors. The odds of so many fans being seated together were incredibly slim, indicating they must have swapped seats. These fans, predominantly of Asian descent, held up banners in Chinese, making them stand out remarkably. A warmth spread through Lin Hao's heart. Clenching his fists tightly, he vowed, "For the honor of my country, I must win this game." Lin Hao, long time no see. At that moment, a familiar figure approached from the crowd. "Yeah, what brings you here?" Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise, rushing to Yao Ming's side. "How could I miss this? You are the pride of China." Yao Ming smiled as he spoke. In the midst of their conversation, the playful O'Neal approached, flexing his biceps. "Hey Yao, though you've bested me in a few matches, the big shark hasn't yet shown his true fangs. Come now, Shaq, do not jest. You are the most dominant center in the league. How could I ever dare to compare myself to you? My previous victories were merely aided by the support of my teammates." Yao humbly replied. Lin Hao shook his head. "Yao, you are admirable in every aspect, but your excessive modesty is misplaced. The NBA values prowess above all. Humility holds little currency here." "Humph. At least you have self-awareness," Shaq proclaimed, his head held high in a display of pride. Smack! Lin Hao playfully slapped his large head, exclaiming, "Shaq, how can you speak to my brother Yao like that?" "Exactly." O'Neal chuckled, scratching his head. Yao looked on, utterly bewildered. Had he misheard, or was he merely imagining things? How could Lin Hao dare to treat the big shark in such a manner? And what had the big shark become so gentle? One could only imagine that even Kobe would not have the audacity to pat his head like that. Little did Yao know, Lin Hao's words in the locker room during the last match had already won O'Neal over. Their relationship had become quite amicable, with playful banter becoming a commonplace occurrence. Subsequently, Lin Hao engaged in warm conversation with Yao. Observing their closeness, Kobe felt a pang of jealousy, but he was not the type to dwell on such feelings. He worried that their camaraderie might interfere with Lin Hao's contract negotiations. With each passing match, Lin Hao's talents were gaining greater recognition. Once the season concluded, it was highly probable that the Rockets would extend an olive branch to him. If Lin Hao were to consider Yao's feelings and acquiesce to the Rockets' overtures, it would spell trouble. Lin Hao is destined to be my future Pippen. No one shall take him from me. Kobe clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with determination. His concerns were not unfounded. Currently, the Rockets boasted Yao as their center, Francis as their point guard, and Mobley as their shooting guard. All three were prolific scorers. Yet they lacked a defensive forward. In the future, the Rockets would prefer to part ways with a budding star like Rudy Gay in favor of acquiring Battier. Precisely for this reason, Lin Hao surpassed Battier in physical prowess. Potential, defense, three-point shooting, and off-ball movement. The Rockets had every reason to covet him as the referee's whistle echoed. The game commenced. The Pistons' starting lineup included Billups, Hamilton, Prince, Rasheed Wallace, and Ben Wallace. The Lakers' starting 5 featured Peyton, Kobe, Lin Hao, Medvedenko, and O'Neal. Shaq once again secured the jump ball, granting the Lakers possession. Peyton seized the opportunity to pass to O'Neal, attempting to overpower the basket, O'Neal found himself thwarted by the formidable interior defense of the two Wallaces, causing his layup to miss its mark. The Pistons swiftly countered, moving the ball rapidly into Billup's hands. With a deft change of direction, he broke through Payton's defense and took a decisive shot, the ball swishing through the net. In the next possession, Kobe's fadeaway jumper fell short. Big Ben snatched the rebound, and the Pistons launched a fast break. Another basket. The score climbed to 4-0. This was becoming a predicament on the sidelines. Zen Master Jackson furrowed his brow. He keenly sensed that the Pistons had markedly improved their defensive intensity and tactical execution compared to their last encounter. Their rotations were swift and timely, as if they were ensnaring the Lakers in an invisible net. Additionally, Payton struggled to keep pace with Billups, compounding the issue. If this trend continued, it would spell trouble for the Lakers. However, the Zen Master did not dwell on his worries for long. For Lin Hao began to showcase his remarkable off-ball movement skills. Utilizing a teammate's screen, he skillfully evaded Hamilton and darted toward the basket. Kobe promptly delivered the ball, and Lin Hao effortlessly scored. Following that, Lin Hao incessantly darted around the three-point line, leaving Hamilton scrambling to keep up. Receiving another pass, he shot without hesitation, landing a three-pointer. His stellar performance gradually narrowed the score. Is this not Richard's signature move? How has this kid mastered it so swiftly? Moreover, he seems to surpass Richard. The Pistons players were utterly astonished. How had Lin Hao's off-ball movement prowess become so formidable? Even the Lakers fans in attendance were left agape. Noticing the shift in momentum, Larry Brown decisively called a timeout. With a grave expression, he declared, "It appears we have underestimated Lin Hao. We cannot afford to grant him an inch of space when he utilizes a screen. We must swiftly switch defensively to avoid any lapses." He gestured on the tactical board as he spoke. The ensuing match became a fierce contest. The score fluctuated with each passing moment. Every basket felt like a dagger to the opponent's heart, while simultaneously invigorating their own team. The battles in the paint grew increasingly fierce, the sound of muscle colliding echoing like thunder, with each rebound contested as though it were a matter of life and death. Despite the presence of superstars like Kobe and O'Neal, complemented by Lin Hao's exceptional off-ball movement, the Lakers found themselves overwhelmed at the point guard and power forward positions. Neither the aging Payton nor the tenacious Fisher could keep pace with Billups. Moreover, Rasheed Wallace was on fire. His trademark low-post turnaround jumper posed a defensive challenge comparable to Nowitzki's famed one-legged fadeaway. Yet soon, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Lakers. Kobe erupted, penetrating the Pistons' interior defense time and again, followed by a barrage of mid-range jumpers that pierced their perimeter. Lin Hao then joined in, unleashing a flurry of three-pointers that bombarded the Pistons' hoop. Why was this happening? Because Hamilton was running on fumes. Yes, you heard correctly. The renowned endurance machine, Hamilton, was struggling by the third quarter. Lin Hao's relentless physicality on defense and tireless movement on offense had exhausted him. Though he possessed the same stamina trait as Hamilton, his endurance level was a perfect 100. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers led by 8 points. "Well done, everyone. Let us keep this up," the Zen Master beamed, continuously encouraging his players on the Pistons bench. "Hey, Richard, what's the matter with you?" Larry Brown was about to outline a strategy when he suddenly noticed Hamilton's pallor. "I'm feeling a bit fatigued," Hamilton panted. "That kid Lin Hao is something else. His off-ball movement is on par with mine. I'm finding it difficult to keep pace." Lin Hao chuckled to himself. "Not only do I possess your endurance, but my stamina is at a perfect 100. What can you possibly compare with me?" The Pistons players were all left in shock. Who was Hamilton? He was the marathon runner of the basketball court. He could wear down both Iverson and Kobe, the two endurance monsters, to the point of exhaustion. And now you tell me that a Chinese player is about to tire him out? Larry Brown was equally astonished, but he had no time to ponder further. He quickly made adjustments. "Tayshaun, you'll guard Lin Hao. Though that kid is darting all over the court, it is the third quarter. He shouldn't be able to keep it up much longer, despite Prince's seemingly mediocre career statistics in steals and blocks." He was the Pistons' defensive linchpin on the perimeter, having earned for all defensive team selections. "No problem. I got him." Prince confidently thumped his chest. "And have you noticed something?" Larry Brown suddenly feigned mystery. "That kid Lin Hao has yet to make a single mid-range shot." "Indeed, The Pistons players pondered this, their eyes lighting up simultaneously that moment. The Pistons assistant coach produced a document, excitedly exclaiming, "I've noticed that too." The young man exhibited an astonishing accuracy from beyond the arc, achieving a remarkable 100 in the fifth game of the finals, where he scored 16 points in just 35 seconds. Though his performance slightly declined in the sixth game, still maintaining an impressive 60%. However, his mid-range shooting was abysmal, akin to a dismal failure. Thus far, he has attempted only 3 shots, all of which missed the mark. Furthermore, he struggles with driving to the basket, having yet to execute a single layup. Larry Brown watched Prince with a knowing smile and remarked, "So, Tyshawn, you know what to do next, right?" Prince nodded earnestly. Brown's realization during the game was not due to a lack of preparation. On the contrary, he and his assistants had spent the night meticulously analyzing the Lakers' tactics and players. However, the terrifying synergy of the OK duo in the previous game had consumed most of their focus on O'Neal and Kobe. Additionally, Lin Hao's emergence was too recent, with scant statistics to offer much reference. "What about Kobe?" Hamilton inquired. "Put Chancey on him." Larry Brown replied firmly. Billups not only possessed speed but also strength, rendering him well-suited for guarding formidable opposing guards. True to his reputation as a 2-time NBA Coach of the Year, Brown's strategy proved effective as the fourth quarter commenced. Both Kobe and Lin Hao found themselves silenced, leaving Shaq to bear the weight of the game alone in the paint. With Kobe's stamina waning, he struggled to shake off Billups, and his power was insufficient to dominate his opponent, resulting in a significant drop in shooting percentage. Prince, with his wingspan and height, excelled at marking shooters, focusing solely on perimeter defense and neglecting drives. Lin Hao found himself severely challenged under his watch. Why are scoring prodigies like Kobe and McGrady so difficult to defend? Because they present a triple threat. They could drive, pass, or shoot. Yet Lin Hao posed only a singular threat from beyond the arc subsequently. Big Ben utilized a screen to create an open opportunity. The ball in Billups' hands flew with the precision of a guided missile. Swiftly reaching Ben, with powerful strides, Big Ben surged into the paint, soaring gracefully to slam the ball through the hoop. Boom! The atmosphere in the arena ignited instantly. Upon landing, Big Ben pounded his chest and roared, exuding an aura of dominance. The Lakers' morale plummeted. Merely 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, the Lakers' 8-point lead evaporated. In a bid to maintain his composure as a distinguished coach, Zen Master surprisingly refrained from calling a timeout. Observing that no one on his team was stepping up to score, O'Neal decided to take matters into his own hands. He firmly backed down against the twin Wallaces in the post, relentlessly using his imposing frame to bulldoze through. Finally, he created some space. Just as he prepared to unleash a thunderous dunk, Rashid revealed his menacing side, clinging tightly to him and forcefully pulling him down from the air. The foul was egregious, sending O'Neal crashing heavily to the ground. The referee's whistle blew. "Foul! Damn!" Lin Hao erupted in anger, resorting to Chinese expletives. Such a malicious act was merely deemed a common foul. The crowd began to jeer. The action was excessive, clearly targeting the man rather than the ball. Fury enveloped O'Neal's face as he raised his massive fist, ready to strike Rashid. This was the finals. One mustn't act impulsively. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Hao rushed over and tightly embraced him from behind. O'Neal, filled with rage, approached the free throw line. He missed both attempts, as his free throw shooting remained notoriously poor. As the game progressed, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Players on both sides grew increasingly aggressive, with the stakes rising as each confrontation felt like a battle for survival. Finally, Zen Master called a timeout. There were 3 minutes remaining in the game. With the score standing at 78-80, the Lakers trailing by 2 points. "This cannot continue. We might lose if it does." Lin Hao furrowed his brows in concern. He quickly accessed the system. He had accumulated 10 attribute points. Where could he allocate them to aid the team in securing victory? Logically, he should invest them all in ball handling and mid-range shooting. However, given that his foundational scores in those areas were too low, even an increase would only elevate him to a mediocre level. After some contemplation, he decided to allocate all his points to stealing, raising his attribute from 58 to 68. Following the timeout, the Pistons regained possession. Rashid positioned himself low, With Shaq behind him, O'Neal's eyes burned with fury as he pressed against him. The previous foul had stoked a fire within him, and he channeled all his anger into his defense. Rashid found no opportunity, preparing to pass to Billups. Yet at the moment the ball was released, a figure clad in the number 3 purple and gold jersey appeared in the passing lane. Lin Hao successfully intercepted the ball and launched a fast break. Beautiful! Zen master Phil Jackson sprang to his feet, his face alight with surprise. The Lakers bench erupted, ready to celebrate Lin Hao's exhilarating fast break. The Lakers fans were eager to witness a spectacular dunk. However, Hamilton suddenly materialized ahead, tightly entangling Lin Hao. This is trouble. Lin Hao's heart raced. With his ball handling skills, evading Prince seemed utterly implausible. He risked being stripped. Just then, a figure in purple and gold dashed towards the basket. It was Kobe. As Lin Hao faced the threat of a turnover, he caught a glimpse of Kobe zipping past him. Without a moment to ponder, he hurled the ball towards the hoop. Oh no. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Was that an alley-oop? Where was that ball headed? Just when everyone assumed this offensive play would end in failure, a miracle occurred. Kobe leaped high, extending his long arm to grasp the errant basketball with precision. Without hesitation, he seamlessly dunked the ball into the hoop. Boom! The rim trembled violently. Oh my God! The commentators shouted hoarsely. The arena erupted in thunderous cheers and applause, reaching a fever pitch. Thank goodness it was me. Otherwise, that alley-oop would have failed, Kobe remarked coolly. Lin Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. It was quite awkward, clearly. Enhancing his passing skills had become an urgent necessity. The Pistons were back on offense, under Lin Hao's staunch defense. Hamilton forced a shot that ricocheted off the rim. Shaq leaped high, securing the defensive rebound. He intended to pass to Pippen to initiate an offensive play, but in that instant he spotted a figure racing down the court like a bull from blue. It was Lin Hao again. From the moment Hamilton shot, he knew it wouldn't go in and bolted towards the left corner of the front court. Seeing this, O'Neal decisively launched the ball forward. Lin Hao sped ahead like lightning. Oh no! Here we go again. Zen Master's heart was near its limit. With such poor ball handling skills, why was he so fond of fast breaks? Did he have any self-awareness? To make matters worse, Shaq's throw was overly forceful. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Hao could not halt his momentum, teetering on the brink of stepping out of bounds in a moment of lost balance. He instinctively pushed the ball toward the hoop as he caught it. What the hell? Zen Master exclaimed once more. He stroked his heart with his left hand, while his right fumbled for a quick relief pill. This young man's actions were utterly incomprehensible. That if he couldn't secure the ball, he should have just passed it back. Wasn't Kobe right behind him? To attempt such a forced shot was simply reckless. Swish! To everyone's astonishment, the basketball sailed through the hoop with precision. The arena fell into stunned silence. It was simply unbelievable. Amazing. Lin Hao. At that moment, the commentator on the scene was the first to react, shouting hoarsely with all his might. The atmosphere in the arena instantly reached a fever pitch. Lin Hao executed a steal, followed by an assist, and then a three-pointer, rapidly narrowing the score to 85-86. The Lakers trailed by a mere point, with just over a minute remaining in the game. The tension in the air was suffocating as the 7th game of the finals entered its most thrilling moment. The audience collectively held their breath, fearful of disturbing the performance of the Lakers players. With 50 seconds left on the clock, Billups made a lethal mid-range shot, pushing the Lakers to the brink of despair. The score shifted to 85-88, with the Lakers now down by 3 points. After a timeout, Kobe, like a bolt of lightning, soared for a layup, bringing the score within 1 point. Time was running short, and the Pistons held possession of the ball. With 14 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Billups passed the ball to Rasheed Wallace. After receiving the ball, Rasheed dribbled a few times, preparing to unleash his signature low-post turnaround jump shot. However, Lin Hao, like a cheetah, abandoned his assignment on Hamilton. The very moment Billups made the pass, he silently circled behind Rasheed. With a swift motion, he extended his large hand, and with a resounding smack, the basketball hit the floor. Rasheed, stunned, fell to the ground in a desperate attempt to retrieve it, but it was already too late. Lin Hao had firmly seized control of the ball. The entire audience held their breath, their gaze fixated on him. Lin Hao, now aware of the moment, passed the ball to Kobe, allowing him to advance it past half-court. Time ticked away, each dribble from Kobe resonating heavily in the hearts of the spectators. The only defender in front of him was Hamilton. In that moment, I will dominate this game. Kobe's expression was focused and resolute, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just him and the basketball in his hands. With 3 seconds remaining, Kobe made his move that he broke through from the right, with Hamilton closely trailing him. Just above the free throw line, Kobe suddenly changed direction and halted abruptly, leaving Hamilton behind. Calmly, he leapt high into the air, his right hand securely cradling the basketball, gently releasing it. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, capturing everyone's attention. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. The basketball swished through the net. With only 0.8 seconds remaining on the timer, the score changed to 89-88, and the Lakers had taken the lead. Kobe maintained his shooting posture, resembling an unshakable war god. Larry Brown urgently called a timeout. At that moment, the Staples Center erupted into a frenzy. Teammates charged toward Kobe like wild beasts, disregarding everything in their excitement. Brother, that was incredible, absolutely magnificent. Fisher was the first to sprint over, embracing Kobe tightly. Tonight, you are a god. You are the basketball deity. Shaquille also rushed over, giving Kobe a hearty slap on the back while shouting. Other teammates quickly gathered around, sharing embraces as if to release all the pent-up excitement within them. Let us not forget, a significant part of this triumph belongs to Lin Hao. Kobe pointed at Lin Hao, smiling as he spoke. The crowd snapped back to reality. Indeed, it was true. First, Lin Hao's decisive three-pointer had narrowed the gap, followed by his steal, which had granted Kobe the opportunity to make the critical shot. Furthermore, had it not been for Lin Hao's menacing presence beyond the arc, Kobe would not have enjoyed the luxury of a one-on-one defense. As the timeout concluded, the Pistons prepared for one final attack. Billups hurriedly attempted a shot from beyond the arc, but the ball clanged off the rim and bounced away. The final whistle blew, declaring the Lakers as the champions of the 2004 Finals. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in unbridled joy, transforming into a sea of celebration. Spectators leaped from their seats, their cheers, screams, and shouts intertwining in a cacophony of elation. Some fans, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced one another, while others jubilantly waved their jerseys in the air. The Lakers players huddled closely on the court, cheering as if to release the long-suppressed pressure and anticipation. Gary Payton and Karl Malone, who had been sidelined by injury, were now in tears. They had waited far too long for this moment. The Pistons players stood frozen in disbelief, utterly unable to accept the scene before them. It was over. Everything had come to an end. So be it. Let the arena belong to the Lakers. As they vanished down the player tunnel, many Pistons fans in front of their televisions could not help but weep. This is the ruthless nature of competitive sports. Next was the awards ceremony. Shaquille received the O'Brien Trophy from Stern. As he lifted the trophy, tears streamed down the faces of all the Lakers players. Each one rushed forward to kiss and touch the trophy. They understood that countless superstars had lived their entire lives without ever having the chance to hold it. Elgin Baylor, Reggie Miller, Barkley, Ewing, they had never had the opportunity to touch the O'Brien Trophy before retirement. Lin, why not give it a try? Fisher inquired. Lin Hao disdainfully shook his head. With so many people's saliva on it, how could I possibly bring myself to do so? Everyone was engulfed in immense joy, save for one individual whose smile bore an unmistakably unnatural quality, Devin George. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Hao, his expression complex and inscrutable. He was the one who should have stood in the spotlight, holding the championship as a starting member of the team. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, a curse only audible to himself, his inner frustration reaching its peak. The time had come to announce the final award, the Finals MVP. The atmosphere on the court turned somewhat strange. Who would ultimately claim the FMVP? Lin Hao was indeed quite curious that, of course, it could not possibly be him. Although his statistics were commendable, averaging 17 points, 6.6 rebounds, 1 assist, 1.6 steals, and 1.6 blocks, he had only played 3 games. During the Lakers' three-peat era, this award undoubtedly belonged to Shaquille. However, Kobe had delivered impressive performances in both the 6th and 7th games, particularly with the final clutch shot that had extinguished the Pistons' championship dreams. This undeniably added an element of suspense regarding the FMVP's recipient. The NBA 2003 to 2004 Finals Most Valuable Player is Shaquille O'Neal. Number 34 of the Lakers. Upon hearing Stern's announcement, Lin Hao distinctly felt Kobe's body tremble slightly. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent that O'Neal delivered his acceptance speech, expressing gratitude to the coaching staff, his family, and each teammate that he notably mentioned Kobe and Lin Hao. Kobe is my good brother. Together, we have brought 4 championships to this city. He's a great player, destined to stand atop the NBA. Without him, I would never have attained the FMVP, especially not with his crucial shot in Game 7, which could rival Michael Jordan's last shot in Game 6 of '98 that, as he spoke, O'Neal became somewhat emotional. Kobe couldn't help but embrace him. Witnessing this, the Staples Center erupted in a thunderous ovation. Lakers fans displayed their excitement and enthusiasm. Currently, the OK duo is fraught with conflict. Rumors have circulated that they would certainly part ways after this season. Many keenly sensed that the one likely to leave was Shaquille O'Neal's words offered them a glimmer of hope for the continuation of the OK duo's partnership. Regarding Lin Hao, Shaquille offered high praise. I am fortunate to be Lin Hao's teammate. He is a fierce defender, a precise three-point shooter, and never yields. He is destined to become a king in the NBA. Cupchak, Lin Hao's contract is set to expire this season. Please show your utmost sincerity to retain him. After the celebratory ceremony concluded, Lin Hao initially intended to return to his apartment to prepare for the lottery, but O'Neal insisted on dragging him to the party. This lively group of exuberant individuals kept the revelry going throughout the night. The following day, the streets of Los Angeles were teeming with people clad in Lakers jerseys, waving flags and banners, their jubilant cheers resonating through the air. The Lakers players were seated atop a convertible bus, slowly making their way around the city. Fans followed closely behind, running and jumping as if they were fueled by inexhaustible energy on the buildings lining the streets. Large screens displayed exhilarating moments from the Lakers' championship victory, with each basket eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd that eye in the bars. Patrons raised their glasses in celebration, laughter and the clinking of glasses intertwining harmoniously when the key players of the Lakers appeared before their adoring fans. The crowd erupted into a deafening cheer. MVP, MVP, Shaq, Shaq, Kobe, Kobe, Lin. Police officers struggled to maintain order amidst the throng, yet the enthusiasm of the fans was unstoppable. AKT that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Shaq, don't leave. The Lakers need you, we need you." This was quickly followed by another voice proclaiming, "Lin, you are our hero. Stay with the Lakers and create even more glory." Soon, a chorus of fans joined in, chanting, "Stay, fight for more championships together." O'Neal smiled wryly that he wished to remain too, but could the rift between him and Kobe truly be mended? More importantly, would the team's management genuinely choose him? Lin Hao felt somewhat helpless as well. The team had yet to approach him regarding a contract extension. What good would it do for him to merely promise them? "Lin, stay. This is the fans' wish, and it is my wish too." At that moment, Kobe placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Lin Hao turned to see the sincerity reflected in Kobe's eyes, the eye in the capital city. Within a quaint CF, several young girls huddled around a table, clutching their phones tightly, their eyes fixated on a laptop before them, expressions tense and focused. "Nyonya, what place is our Chi-Chi in now? Let me check the first place. It's first place. How wonderful, of course. Our Chi-Chi deserves to be first. Her popularity is off the charts. But that's not enough. We must continue to rally votes for her. That Zhang Han-yun is gaining momentum too quickly. Xiao Jing is right. We cannot afford to relax for even a moment." A bespectacled girl furrowed her brow. "Just this isn't sufficient. We need to go to the forums and urge more people to vote for our Chi-Chi." "That makes sense. Let's divide our tasks. I'll head to the Supergirl forum. Xiao Jing, you go to Mango TV." It turned out these young girls were fans of the Supergirl show on Mango TV. Diligently working to secure votes for their idol, yes, they opened the forum page. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The Supergirl forum, Mango TV forum, and Music forum were all inundated with posts. The name Lin Hao seemed to dominate the entire forum page. "This must be cheating. There's no way this is legitimate. I must report this. I want to see who this Lin Hao truly is. What kind of nonsense is this, using such unethical methods to boost rankings?" They casually clicked on a post titled Chinese player Lin Hao helps Lakers win championship. Wow, what a handsome young man. He looks so strong. I want to lick the screen. Their curiosity about Lin Hao deepened, leading them to click on the second, third, and fourth post. At that moment, they completely forgot the original purpose of their visit to the CAF. The poor fans of Supergirl had defected. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's name was rapidly trending across the internet. Websites, forums, and chat groups were buzzing with news and discussions about him. During the championship celebration, Lin Hao received an invitation from the Lakers management. He understood that the Lakers were preparing to discuss his contract extension. With the conclusion of the finals, the free agency market was officially open, and Lin Hao was the primary target for the Lakers' re-signing efforts. This did not imply he was their most vital player, but rather that contract for stars like Kobe and Shaq had not yet expired. Prior to reaching out to Lin Hao, the management had already conferred with Phil Jackson, O'Neal, and Kobe. Jackson held Lin Hao in high regard, noting his three-point shooting, defensive skills, and ability to share the ball, marking him as an essential player for the Shaq-Kobe duo. His tenacity on the court could invigorate the entire team's spirit, and he could even serve as a locker room leader to mediate the tensions between Kobe and Shaq. Moreover, he possessed a remarkable composure under pressure. Having him and Kobe on the court together would be a daunting prospect for any opponent. Most importantly, he was still young, with ample room for growth. Considering the vast Chinese market behind him, it was imperative to retain him. That O'Neal's assessment was simple. Playing alongside him is an absolute pleasure. He is destined to become the new king of Los Angeles. As for Kobe, his evaluation was brief yet imposing. He is my Pippen that if we can't keep him, then trade me instead. In a previous life, Kobe had a profound affinity for Fisher, with whom he secured multiple championships, primarily due to Fisher's sharp shooting and solid defense, at least in terms of effort. Lin Hao, however, surpassed him in nearly every aspect. Could Kobe possibly not appreciate Lin Hao? In the general manager's office, Kupchak smiled warmly at Lin Hao, who sat across from him. Lin, you have brought us tremendous joy this season. It seems my initial judgment was not in vain. The team wishes to extend your contract, and here is the offer. You currently do not have an agent, but you can take this to review at your leisure and seek legal advice. You can respond in a few days. As Lin Hao gazed at the salary total on the contract, he felt a swell of emotion that a 7-year deal worth $42 million. Clearly, the Lakers valued him greatly. While it may not seem like a fortune, it was important to remember he had only played well in 3 games throughout the season. Moreover, Sean Battier's contract with the Grizzlies was merely 6 years for $37 million. Battier was selected 6th overall in the 2001 draft and was averaging 9.9 points, 5.2 rebounds, and 1.6 assists in his 4th year. In contrast, Lin Hao's average statistics for the season were far from impressive. More importantly, they were offering a 7-year contract. What does that signify? Such treatment was reserved for superstars. Both Kobe and O'Neal had signed 7-year deals. Once he left the general manager's office, Lin Hao headed straight to his apartment. Eager to prepare for the lottery, he decided against allocating his attribute points just yet, as the lengthy off-season following the finals allowed for no rush. Lin Hao eagerly inquired, "System, I not only won this game, but also the championship. Should I have 2 chances to draw?" Ding! Detected that the host assisted the Lakers in securing victory in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, earning 1 lottery chance. Ding! Detected that the host helped the Lakers win the 2004 NBA championship, earning an additional lottery chance. Wonderful. Lin Hao took a deep breath, nervously pressing the lottery button as the wheel began to spin. Ultimately, the pointer landed on the icon for Leonard's death grip defensive skill. What the heck? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Why was it a defensive skill? Leonard's death grip was indeed impressive, but he aspired to be the basketball god. Relying solely on defense without offense wouldn't suffice. Host, remain calm. The system reiterated, the type of skill you draw is more likely to correspond with the type of star you face in competition. After the competition, it was always Prince defending against you. And since Prince is a defensive player, your chances of drawing defensive skill cards are naturally the highest. Moreover, have you considered that even if you draw top-tier skills for breakthrough or jump shots, with your lackluster dribbling and mid-range shooting abilities, how much effectiveness can you truly exhibit? Lin Hao suddenly understood. However, my defensive rating has already reached 100 points. Isn't this skill rendered somewhat useless? Bear in mind that ability ratings and skills are two distinct concepts. Merely possessing ability without corresponding skills means you cannot fully unleash your potential. Now I see. Lin Hao grasped this quite readily. It is quite understandable. Currently, his 3-point attribute has reached 100 points, possibly even surpassing that of Curry in the future. However, his intimidation factor beyond the arc pales in comparison to Curry's. The reason lies in his lack of 3-point shooting skills. No wonder Hamilton scored 15 points in this game. It turns out he hasn't fully utilized his defensive capabilities. Thankfully, Hamilton is still just an ordinary star. If you're defending against top-tier stars like Iverson or McGrady, he would probably be utterly overwhelmed. Well, it's fine. After all, there is still one more chance to draw. Lin Hao pressed the draw button once more, silently praying for an offensive skill this time. The pointer on the wheel came to a stop. Indeed, it was an offensive skill. However, what the heck? Lin Hao couldn't help but curse. This time it was Pippen's precise facilitation. Pippen's playmaking ability is undeniably strong, and it is something he particularly needs. Yet, wouldn't Nash, Paul, or kids' passing skills be more appealing? More importantly, is this system genuinely forcing me to play the role of Pippen to Kobe? Why are all the skills of this supportive nature? This system declares once more, the probability of drawing a skill type corresponds to the type of star you face in the game. In this match, you had numerous matchups with Billups, who is a passing maestro. Thus, it's no surprise that you drew a playmaking skill card. Fine, Pippen it is. Lin Hao glanced at his attribute panel, noticing that his passing and dribbling abilities had reached 65 and 72, respectively. Not too shabby. His initial values have been rather low, and Pippen's precise facilitation does have its limitations in terms of enhancement. The following day, Lin Hao indulged in a lazy morning, finally rising from bed at 10 a.m. Upon picking up his phone, he was astonished to find dozens of missed calls, the majority of which were from Kobe. Additionally, Yao Ming had called him several times, while the rest were from unfamiliar numbers. Lin Hao promptly returned Kobe's call. "Lin, do you even realize what time it is? Get your butt over to the training facility immediately. If you're not here in 10 minutes, Kobe's furious voice thundered through the line. What a madman, just won the championship, and he wants to train already. Lin Hao quickly hung up, shaking his head in disbelief. Next, he dialed Yao Ming. "Yao, what is up? Well, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Our general manager, Mori, will join us as well." After hanging up, Lin Hao's expression was somewhat complex, but he understood Yao Ming's intentions clearly. He was there to facilitate a connection. The true desire to meet him came from Mori. It seemed the Rockets were interested in signing him. To be honest, partnering with Yao Ming had always been his greatest aspiration, undoubtedly a wish shared by fans back home. However, the issue lies with Mori, whose character leaves much to be desired, having exploited many stars in the past. Furthermore, after O'Neal departs next season, he would at least be the second in command with the Lakers, and McGrady would soon arrive at the Rockets. Would he still want to play the role of the third wheel? Ignoring the other missed calls, Lin Hao presumed they were from teams looking to sign him. If he were to return every call, when would he have time to practice? It seemed it was time to find an agent. Lin Hao rode a second-hand bicycle, taking half an hour to reach the training facility. "I called you at 10, and you show up at 10:30. As soon as he entered the gym, Kobe unleashed a torrent of reprimands. "Dude, I rode a bicycle." Lin Hao replied helplessly. He had yet to sign a contract and only had a little over $43,000 in hand, which was the result of a bet with Zen Master and Kobe. Though second-hand bikes in the States are cheap, they still cost several $1,000s if he bought a car. How would he manage in the coming days? Here, without a moment's hesitation, Kobe tossed him a set of keys. "This is a gift for you." The license plate number is. Lin Hao looked at the keys and realized they were for a Ferrari. He gazed at Kobe's cold expression, warmth blossoming within him. "Don't get all sentimental. I'm just worried you'll drag the team down next season." Kobe said nonchalantly, "If I sign with another team, wouldn't you worry about wasting your effort?" Lin Hao asked curiously. "Honestly, this car was a gift from the sponsors. I couldn't care less about it." Kobe's next statement had Lin Hao spitting blood. The earlier warmth evaporated instantly. "I already told Mitch Kupchak that if we can't sign you, then trade me." With that, Kobe turned and picked up a basketball, heading toward the three-point line. Lin Hao stared at his retreating figure, suddenly feeling a twinge in his eyes. As the ancient said, a scholar dies for his confidant. Kobe must be considered a confidant, right? Kobe, shall we have another one-on-one? Lin Hao eagerly suggested. Kobe is an invaluable source of experience. He would rely entirely on him to boost his attributes during this off-season. No, Kobe shook his head resolutely. Why not? Lin Hao was taken aback. The player who loved one-on-ones was rejecting him. Earlier, during the finals, I agreed to one-on-one to impart some offensive and defensive techniques, but now it's the off-season. What you need is training. Dribbling, shooting, strength, and speed are the true paths to enhancing your skills, Kobe said earnestly. Lin Hao understood that he genuinely cared for his development. Which star improves their skills through one-on-ones? Training is paramount. But he was different. Lin Hao pleaded fervently, employing every tactic in the book. Provocation, emotional appeals, deception, and even strategic maneuvers, until Kobe reluctantly agreed to one match. After one game, astonishment shone in Kobe's eyes. Although Lin Hao's offense remained abysmal, his defensive prowess had remarkably elevated a notch. Under Lin Hao's defense, Kobe felt a sensation of suffocation. Numerous breakthroughs were thwarted, and many shots veered off target. He was forced to exert 70% of his effort, executing a near-perfect fadeaway jumper to clinch victory. How has your defense suddenly become so formidable? Kobe gazed at Lin Hao as if he were a monster. My defense has always been strong. I just lacked experience, Lin Hao replied, brimming with pride. With maxed-out defensive abilities, coupled with Leonard's relentless defense, even Kobe felt a tinge of fear. Let us go again. Kobe gritted his teeth fiercely. His previous advice to Lin Hao was cast aside. This request from Kobe was precisely what Lin Hao had hoped for. Their one-on-one lasted from 10:30 a.m. until 5 p.m. With Hamilton's endurance enhancing the challenge, Kobe found it increasingly arduous. Allowing Lin Hao to capitalize more and more. You're an absolute freak. If those damned reporters aren't blind next season, the Best Defensive Player award surely belongs to you. With that, Kobe turned and left. If they continued, he feared he would lose his energy for Vanessa. After showering and eating, Robert Pelinka called. Pelinka, Kobe's agent, had now become Lin Hao's as well, sharing the same representative. Lin, let us meet up tonight. I have currently received offers from a total of 8 teams. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Pelinka drove to Lin Hao's humble abode. Upon entering, he cast a glance around the cramped apartment and furrowed his brow. Lin, shall I find you a better place to stay? This apartment is not suitable for you. All right, at present, there are 8 teams that have extended offers to you. Pelinka wandered around the room for quite some time, but could not find a place to sit. Lin Hao's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared a small corner on a sofa piled high with clothes. Among these, the third highest offer came from the Houston Rockets, totaling 3 years and $20 million. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. The Rockets indeed showed sincerity. The second highest bid was from the Cleveland Cavaliers, with a total of 4 years and $28 million. Lin Hao was filled with confusion. Why were the Cavaliers so interested in him? The highest offer came from the New York Knicks, amounting to 6 years and $45 million. Additionally, they promised you the position of team leader. Lin Hao's heart was suddenly stirred. This is exceedingly sincere. Isn't it? He had only played well in 3 games, and they were already promising him the leadership role. It is worth noting that the Knicks have an all-star like Stephon Marbury. Lin Hao said, Robert, I would like to hear your opinion. Pelinka pondered for a moment and replied, Kobe wants me to persuade you to stay with the Lakers. However, as a professional agent, I must prioritize my client's interests. First, we should eliminate the Cavaliers. Although their offer is high, your position overlaps with their star, LeBron James. Consequently, you would have to play the shooting guard or even power forward, which is clearly disadvantageous for you. While the Knicks' offer is the most lucrative, and they have promised you the leadership role, the management of that team is chaotic, and owner Dolan tends to meddle in team operations in the long run. There is no future for you there. Staying with the Lakers is actually quite good, as their contract length is the longest, providing you with the most stability. However, their offer is somewhat low. Moreover, the Lakers are likely to undergo a rebuild next season, which may prolong the wait for a championship. In fact, joining the Rockets would maximize your benefits. Firstly, their offer is not low, at least higher than that of the Lakers. Secondly, having 2 Chinese players on the team, both as key players, would enhance your Yao's market value. Lastly, with Shaq aging, Yao is likely to become the future dominant force in the paint. The combination of you and him along with all-star point guard Francis, could very well lead to another championship victory. Lin Hao couldn't help but applaud Pelinka's brilliant analysis. However, Robert, please go back and negotiate with Kupchak to increase my offer and change the contract to 1 year. What? Pelinka jumped up from the sofa. Lin, are you out of your mind? Others hope for longer contracts, yet you? I know what I'm doing. Just go and talk to them. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. A 7-year contract? That is utterly ridiculous. With the system in place, Lin Hao needed only 1 year to ascend to superstar status. The next morning, Pelinka called with the latest contract offer from the Lakers. 1 year for $8 million. In truth, the Lakers management preferred shorter contracts. After all, signing a long-term deal posed certain risks. If Lin Hao did not prove his worth, it would be a significant loss for them. All right, let us go with that. Lin Hao agreed without much deliberation. The amount he could earn from this contract was not his primary concern. Given just another year, numerous teams would eagerly offer him maximum salary contracts, in the distant eastern ancient land. Dawn was just breaking, and the gentle sunlight bathed every corner of China. This day was destined to be extraordinary for countless Chinese people. An astonishing piece of news spread like lightning across the country. Lin Hao had led the Lakers to win the NBA championship in 2004. The nation erupted in fervor. Lin Hao, this kid has truly brought honor to us Chinese, exclaimed a vendor, expertly wrapping buns. Lin Hao's success was a testament to his perseverance and hard work, inspiring students to draw strength from his journey. In schools, teachers smiled as they observed their students. Lin Hao, the Chinese force behind the Lakers' victory. Major media outlets spared no effort in extolling Lin Hao's achievements in the general manager's office. Lin Hao sat across from Kupchak and Phil Jackson. Kid, you need to think this through. Signing a 7-year contract offers you greater security that if you feel it's too long, we can negotiate for 6 years. 5 years or even 2 years, I have made up my mind that if you do not prove your worth next season, suffer an injury, or fail to integrate into the tactical system, all of these factors will affect your next contract. I understand all of that. Lin Hao felt a touch of warmth. Kupchak's sincerity in discussing these matters showed his humanity. Yet, Lin Hao had no need to worry about such things with the system. His performance next season was bound to improve. Now, he also possessed Pippen's precise playmaking skills, perfectly aligning with the triangle offense philosophy. As for injuries, there was no need for excessive concern. The system's lottery interface contained numerous injury recovery potions. By the way, could I add a clause to the contract? Lin Hao suddenly spoke up. Kupchak and Phil Jackson exchanged uneasy glances, both furrowing their brows. What was this kid up to? The conditions of this contract were already very favorable. What more could he possibly want? Was he perhaps aiming for a lion's share, demanding the leadership position? Go ahead, Kupchak said in a deep voice. I want to guard the best perimeter player on the opposing team during each game. At this declaration, the room fell into stunned silence. Kupchak and Phil Jackson exchanged incredulous glances. Generally speaking, the majority of players in the league prefer not to guard the opposing stars for a simple reason. Doing so requires a significant expenditure of energy on the defensive end. Consequently, they would have little energy left for offense, resulting in lackluster statistics. Without impressive stats, securing a lucrative contract becomes nearly impossible. Therefore, teams typically assign this task to role players or blue-collar workers, with the exception of that anomaly. Kobe, Phil, you're the head coach. What do you think about this? Kupchak inquired. I agree in principle, Phil replied, but we need to consult Kobe's opinion. Under normal circumstances, a teammate voluntarily offering to guard the opposing star should be a cause for celebration for the leader. However, Kobe's fierce competitive nature, always comparing himself to Jordan and striving to dominate both offensively and defensively, made this a concern. You need not worry about that. I've spoken with Kobe, and he agreed. Lin Hao had indeed discussed this with Kobe during practice breaks. Initially, Kobe was reluctant, but one statement from Lin Hao changed his mind. Our goal next season is to win the championship, not merely to compete fiercely. If I guard their key player, you can conserve more energy for offense, thereby increasing our chances of winning. Given that, I have no objections, Phil Jackson stated calmly. However, in special circumstances, you must still adhere to the coach's arrangements. Lin Hao nodded. He understood that in the training facility. Lin, have you lost your mind? You're passing up a 7-year contract to demand a 1-year deal. If something unexpected happens, you might find yourself leaving the NBA. Kobe exclaimed, spitting words in agitation that I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. Looking at the fervent Kobe, Lin Hao felt deeply touched. He knew that Kobe genuinely had his best interests at heart. Want to know where my confidence comes from? Just challenge me to a one-on-one. Don't even think about it. I know you're strong defensively, but your dribbling, passing, and mid-range shooting are as bad as can be. Today, Kobe resolutely declined Lin Hao's request for a one-on-one match. Not out of fear, but rather for Lin Hao's own good. Nevertheless, Kobe agreed to reward Lin Hao with a one-on-one opportunity, provided he trained for a certain duration each day. What kind of situation is this? When did a match with my little flying hero become a reward? Kobe sighed dramatically. Others might be afraid to challenge him, yet only Lin Hao, the oddball, eagerly sought such a confrontation. In pursuit of the chance to face Kobe, Lin Hao devoted himself wholeheartedly to training. The regimen was excruciatingly monotonous. Long-distance runs, sprints, strength training, and scrimmages, along with spot shooting, movement shooting, and contested shots. Passing drills and dribbling exercises filled his routine. Of course, the conditioning and skills trainers were merely riding on Kobe's coattails. Being a penniless soul, Lin Hao could hardly afford such luxuries. To make matters worse, he had to endure Kobe's endless tirades of insults. Kobe, however, was not a sadist. He was merely emulating Jordan. It was said that during his time, every member of the Bulls was berated to the point of being unable to care for themselves. Damn, your dribbling is atrocious, like a pile of dung. Heck, even my daughter dribbles better than you? Oh, damn, why must I witness such a grotesque shooting form? Can you not maintain consistency in your release? Oh, out of 10 shots, 9 have different arcs. Can you possibly be worse? Oh, after all I've said, you can only respond with an O? Oh, try saying oh to me again. Oh, do you even realize how rude that is? After only a few minutes of berating, Kobe fell silent, deciding not to humiliate himself further. Despite the arduous training, Lin Hao relished every moment that he unexpectedly discovered that training could also enhance his attributes, albeit at a slower pace than one-on-one matches or games. Host, do not forget, this system is the basketball Mad Dog system. Intense training is indeed a mad dog behavior. This surprising revelation left Kobe in a state of distress. Lin Hao's fervor for training was so intense that it instilled fear in Kobe. He vowed that if time could turn back, he would never have pushed Lin Hao to train so hard at 3 a.m. As Kobe planned to indulge in some intimacy with Vanessa, Lin Hao's phone call interrupted him. After training until 9 p.m., Kobe intended to rest and conserve energy for later, only to be halted by Lin Hao's insistence. On Vanessa's birthday, Kobe had prepared a romantic candlelit dinner, but once again, Lin Hao's relentless call came through. It turned out that Kobe had initially intended to invite Lin Hao to live with him after noticing that Lin Hao was residing in a cramped apartment. However, he had since changed his mind, fearing that such an arrangement would completely eliminate any remaining private space with Vanessa. At this moment, the off-season trade market opened its doors. The first announcement was a blockbuster trade. On June 29, the Magic and the Rockets completed a trade, sending McGrady, Dwight Howard, Tyronn Lue, and Reese Gaines to the Rockets in exchange for Francis, Mobley, and Kevin Cato. The Yao-McGrady duo was officially formed. This news sent shockwaves throughout the league. Yet Lakers fans remained indifferent, solely concerned about the fate of the Big Shark. Soon after, a heart-wrenching news broke for all Lakers fans that on July 14, the Lakers traded Shaquille O'Neal to the Heat for Lamar Odom, Karen Butler, Brian Grant, and a first-round draft pick. Lakers fans were plunged into deep shock and disbelief. How could this be? Why would they let go of Shaq? What was the management thinking? O'Neal was our cornerstone. This marked a dark hour for the Lakers. Losing O'Neal felt like the world was crumbling around them. Was this truly the end of our dynasty? Gradually, some began to suspect that Kobe was behind this. Surely he had forced Shaq out. That rapist was utterly selfish. We want Shaq, not Kobe. As time passed, more people began to believe this narrative, placing Kobe at the center of public scrutiny. Even Odom, who had yet to play a single game for the Lakers, became a scapegoat. What was Odom anyway? How could he be worth trading for Shaq? Shaq must have lost his mind. On this day, Lin Hao did not train but accompanied Kobe at the arena, lost in thought. He suddenly recalled that day, in the same spot, when he had stood alongside O'Neal. This might be my last season with the Lakers. There could only be one of us remaining, and the one departing would most likely be me. Shaq's words echoed his mind. Why? Why was this happening? It wasn't my fault. Why should I bear the blame? How could a player influence the decision-makers? Were these people out of their minds? Kobe suddenly erupted in a fit of rage. Lin Hao understood Kobe's feelings all too well. First, he was ensnared in the Eagle County incident, and now he faced the media and fans' wrath over Shaq's trade. This was the darkest moment in Kobe's life. Have you ever heard the phrase, "In despair, seek hope. Life will ultimately shine"? Lin Hao earnestly told Kobe, in despair, seek hope. Life will ultimately shine. Kobe muttered this phrase, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was merely a momentary setback. What did it matter? My goodness, Lin, you are practically a philosopher. Kobe exclaimed, as long as you perform excellently, everyone will naturally forget about Shaq. Cheer up. Next season, let us join forces to shock the entire league and reclaim the championship for the Lakers. Lin Hao articulated with conviction. All right. Kobe sprang to his feet, grasped a basketball, and declared, let us have that one-on-one. Today, I shall utterly annihilate you. Lin Hao's long-awaited new season finally commenced. New players like Lamar Odom and Karen Butler made their appearances. Incidentally, aside from Kobe and Lin Hao, nearly all the players on the Lakers had been traded away. Karl Malone had retired, Gary Payton had departed for Boston, and Fisher had headed to the Golden State Warriors. Fortunately, the Zen Master remained with the Lakers in his previous life. Due to the loss in the 2004 finals, Phil Jackson had left the Lakers. However, Lin Hao's arrival had altered the team's fate and his own. The starting lineup for the Lakers' new season would consist of Chucky Atkins, Kobe, Lin Hao, Odom, and Chris Mim. This lineup appeared rather lackluster. Lin Hao mused at a player who had been a bench warmer for the Pistons last season. Atkins had now become the starting point guard for the Lakers. Meanwhile, Mim, a bench player cut by the Cavaliers, was suddenly the starting center. Odom was somewhat better, having made the all-rookie first team in 2000. In his previous life, Kobe had managed to reach the playoffs with such a battered roster that on this day, the Lakers held their first training session of the new season. As Lin Hao entered the gym, he warmly greeted both new and old teammates. Unsurprisingly, he was now the team's second in command. These were all his little brothers, so it was essential to foster good relationships. His first greeting was to Chucky Atkins, an old friend. They had faced each other in the finals last season. Lin, it's great to see you. Atkins was particularly astute. He recognized that Lin Hao had become the new darling of Los Angeles. Having just arrived, he knew he must cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Old friends like Chris Mim, Medvedenko, and Vujasic warmly greeted Lin Hao. However, when it came to Karen Butler, Lin Hao was met with disdain. Lin Hao was keenly aware of Butler's contempt. Chewing gum, Butler looked down his nose at him and casually uttered the word, hick. There was no personal animosity between them, merely the pressures of competition. Both Butler and Lin Hao played the small forward position, and their rivalry was palpable. Lin Hao had shone brightly in the previous season's finals, exuding the aura of a second or third star on the team. Butler was no slouch either, averaging 9.2 points for 0.8 rebounds and 2.7 assists last season, far surpassing Lin Hao's statistics. Furthermore, he had been named to the all-rookie first team for the 2002-03 season. Lin Hao dismissed this with indifference. If Butler was unconvinced, they would settle it on the court. Hey, buddy, have some candy. At that moment, a round head leaned in. Odom flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly whites, and then produced a handful of candy from his pocket to offer Lin Hao. This tastes delightful. If it's good, eat more. I have plenty here. What brand is this? Where did you buy it? It's Ferrero. I picked it up at Costco. All right, be sure to grab some for me next time. Sure thing. Lin Hao and Odom plopped down on the floor, stuffing their mouths with candy. Atkins and the others were left dumbfounded. The team as second and third stars were behaving like this? Lamar, what are you doing? A thunderous shout rang out. The last to arrive, Kobe strode towards Odom, each step radiating an imposing presence. Odom, startled by the sudden outburst, nearly dropped the candy in his hand. He looked at Kobe in panic. His eyes filled with fear. Put down that nonsense. This is a training facility, not your bedroom. If you want to eat junk, do it at home. Here, you better focus on your training. Kobe glared down at him, his fierce gaze sending shivers down spines. Not just Odom, but all players present were intimidated by Kobe. The gym felt eerily silent. However, a discordant sound suddenly broke the tension. Everyone turned in shock to Lin Hao, who was still engrossed in devouring the candy. Lin Hao had no intention of disrespecting Kobe's authority. The candy was simply too delicious. Once he started, he couldn't stop, much like munching on sunflower seeds. Lin, you should stop. Practice is about to begin. Moreover, consuming excessive candy is detrimental to our health as NBA players. Kobe's tone softened, shedding his earlier ferocity. All right. Lin Hao stuffed candy into his pocket with one hand while shoving more into his mouth with the other. Odom looked at Kobe with innocent eyes as if to say, "Isn't this a bit unfair?" Kobe felt helpless too. He simply couldn't do anything about Lin Hao. He could scold him, but it would be futile. He would relish the opportunity to take him on the court. "Lin, why doesn't Kobe come after you?" Odom discreetly inquired as they made their way to the locker room. "Perhaps it's because I'm just too handsome," Lin Hao replied. Odom was left speechless. Upon entering the locker room, Lin Hao was taken aback to find that his designated locker had been occupied. The spot where he used to store his clothes was now filled with the belongings of others. Without a doubt, Lin Hao knew it was Karen Butler's doing. Odom was too nice to engage in such antics, and the others simply didn't measure up. Besides, Butler overlapped with him in position. Who else could it be? You have 1 minute to clear your things, or don't blame me for being unkind. Lin Hao approached Butler, his voice icy. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You've only played 3 decent games, Butler scoffed. This is the position of the team's third star. Do you really believe you're worthy of it? Listen here, you young whippersnapper. This starting role is destined for me. Karen Butler, don't even dream about it. Butler stepped forward, jabbing his finger into Lin Hao's chest, his eyes gleaming with provocation. Apart from Kobe and Odom, he felt no need to yield to anyone on the Lakers. Say that again. Lin Hao erupted, grabbing Butler by the throat. Let go, you madman. Butler struggled to pry Lin Hao's hand away, but his efforts were futile. Compared to Lin Hao, Butler appeared utterly feeble. They were of equal height, yet Butler was at least 15 pounds lighter. Lin Hao's superior static talent left Butler at a distinct disadvantage. Fine, Lin. I'll concede my position to you. At that moment, the ever-gentle Odom stepped in to placate Lin Hao. But Lin Hao was unwilling to back down. I'll give you one more chance to rephrase your words. A starting position ISNT claimed through mere words. It's earned through performance on the court. Butler immediately softened. All right then, let us settle this with a one-on-one. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. This is your challenge. Whoever wins claims the locker. How does that sound? A cruel smile crept across Butler's face, that he had seen Lin Hao's performance in the finals. His three-point shooting and defense were indeed impressive. However, his dribbling and mid-range shooting were abysmal. While Butler's defense might not match Lin Hao's, his offensive skills far surpassed his. Absolutely no problem. A glimmer of triumph danced in Lin Hao's eyes after an entire offseason of training. It was time to showcase his progress. Throughout the offseason, combined with his initial attribute points, Lin Hao had acquired a total of 40 attribute points, which he dedicated entirely to improving his dribbling and mid-range shooting. Now his dribbling capability stood at 80, and his mid-range shooting at 67. Though not elite, it was more than sufficient to handle someone of Butler's caliber. Butler sneered, "You're done for, kid. I'm gonna make you cry. For your mother." Kobe stood nearby, watching coldly, silent as ever. In truth, if he chose to intervene, he could easily have Butler surrender the locker to Lin Hao. No one on the team would dare defy him. However, Lin Hao needed to earn his place through his own merit. The one-on-one began. The Lakers players gathered excitedly around it, in a show of veteran decorum. Butler allowed Lin Hao to take the first possession. With a quick change of direction, Lin Hao effortlessly breezed past him, leaping high for a thunderous dunk as the ball slammed into the hoop. That all. The crowd was left in stunned silence. They had expected a closely contested match, but it turned out to be a lopsided affair. I was just being careless. Butler's face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted. He had not anticipated being so easily bypassed. His lackluster defense was a significant factor, but his overconfidence played an equally crucial role. He hadn't expected Lin Hao's dribbling to have improved so dramatically. Kobe, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but smirk. Lin Hao trained tirelessly with him throughout the offseason, and his rapid progress was something even Kobe found astonishing. Did Butler really think he could defeat him? What follows is the most tragic moment in Butler's life. Lin Hao's defense can only be described as suffocating that he consumed the entire offensive clock, leaving no opportunity for a shot. That a mocking smile spread across Kobe's face. Lin Hao's defense was so formidable that even he was intimidated, let alone you, little Camila. Everyone present was captivated by Lin Hao's exceptional defensive awareness and his masterful technique. Phil Jackson had already arrived at the training facility, quietly observing from the sidelines. Witnessing this scene, a look of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. As long as this young man maintains such form this season, he will undoubtedly secure a place in the all-defensive first team. If he partners with Kobe, the entire league will tremble before this formidable defensive duo. Next, it was Lin Hao's turn to attack. This time, Butler was exceptionally focused, making it difficult for Lin Hao to penetrate easily. "Kid, you've shown your true colors, haven't you? I warned you just now I was careless." Butler spread his legs wide, his left hand tightly tracking his opponent, continuously spewing trash talk. Suddenly, Lin Hao made his move. He slammed the ball beneath Butler's legs and surged forward at a through-the-legs maneuver. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This method of evasion may not be physically harmful, but it is profoundly humiliating. Butler's embarrassment was palpable. With a layup, the ball went in. "I pass you like crossing a street in the morning." Lin Hao smiled faintly, shaking his finger at Butler. This time, Butler did not underestimate Lin Hao's dribbling, but he overestimated himself. There are few individuals in the NBA who train as intensely as Lin Hao does during the off-season. His stamina, speed, and agility not only remained in peak condition, but even surpassed last season's levels. This one-on-one duel ended in a devastating defeat for Butler. He failed to score a single point. Humiliation. This was undoubtedly the utmost disgrace. "Hey, buddy, you got shut out today." Chucky Atkins jested. "Weren't you the one who said you'd make him cry for his mother?" "I see it's you who's crying." Devin George laughed heartily. This season, he successfully remained with the Lakers, and his spirits are high. Phil Jackson quickly intervened to halt the teasing, initiating today's training. Following this one-on-one encounter, Lin Hao had successfully established his authority, subtly assuming the role of the team's second-in-command. Logically, with regard to experience, salary, and statistics, Lamar Odom should be the undisputed second option. However, who could blame him for being a mild-mannered gentleman with little competitive spirit? The next day was media day. During the photo session, Kobe stood in the center, flanked by Odom and Lin Hao. This arrangement clearly demonstrated Lin Hao's official status within the team. However, whether he was the second or third option would depend on his future performances. Next came the media interview segment. One reporter inquired, "Kobe, what are the Lakers' goals for the new season?" "The championship, of course. The championship. That if we do not win the championship this season, it will be a failure for me." Kobe responded confidently. Yes, soon as these words left his mouth, the room erupted in disbelief. Phil Jackson could only shake his head with a wry smile. The Black Mamba still possessed that youthful bravado. This season's roster was significantly weaker than last year's. Simply making the playoffs would be a success. The reporters were equally astonished, some even displaying disdainful expressions at a player who had never proven himself as the leader of a team. A mercurial Odom, and a Lin Hao who was merely adept at three-pointers and defense. What audacity! One reporter pointedly asked. With Shaq gone, Gary gone, and Karl gone, the Lakers roster is far inferior to last season's. On what basis do you believe the Lakers can win the championship? Because we have the versatile magician Lamar Odom. More importantly, Lin Hao is continuously evolving. He will prove to be even greater than Pippen. This season, the perimeter duo of he and I will astonish the entire league, Kobe replied without a moment's hesitation. Lin Hao was immediately taken aback, feeling an overwhelming urge to exclaim in disbelief. "You can say it, but don't drag me into this. I intended to keep a low profile for a while." The reporters were instantly exhilarated. They had plenty of material to write about. Their articles would surely make headlines. The names Lin Hao and Kobe were gold mines for news stories. A local Los Angeles reporter attempted to ease the tension and shift the topic. "Kobe, since Shaq left, many have criticized you harshly. It is said that you were in a deep slump for a long time. What prompted your resurgence?" Kobe spoke candidly. "A remark from Lin Hao reignited my fighting spirit." He said, "Seek hope in despair." and life will ultimately shine. If I cannot endure such minor setbacks, how can I aspire to win a championship in the future? Good grief. Lin Hao nearly erupted in frustration. Could you stop mentioning me all the time? That wasn't my quote. I merely referenced a renowned educator's saying. If this were to reach China, who knows how many would accuse him of trying to appear profound by quoting a figure of authority. Leading to a torrent of backlash, the reporters exchanged astonished glances, utterly shocked. This Chinese player was practically a philosopher, his words brimming with wisdom. As expected, the following morning, Kobe and Lin Hao's names dominated the headlines of all sports media. Kobe, a failure if we do not win the championship this season. Kobe, the perimeter duo of Lin Hao and I will astonish the entire league. Kobe and Lin. Will the duo create miracles next season? Chinese wisdom inspires Kobe to seek hope in despair. Following the release of these headlines, Lakers fans erupted in outrage. He who possesses the inside dominates the game. Without Shaq, it will be a challenge to even make the playoffs. He forced O'Neal out and now claims they can win a championship. What delusion! I was once a loyal fan of Kobe, but his actions have left me utterly disappointed. He seems to care little for the team's overall interests and is solely focused on his own glory. Is winning a championship that easy? Does he think he can win games all by himself? Without Shaq, he is nothing. Some fans even began directing their ire towards Lin Hao. Kobe claimed Lin Hao was his Pippen. But Pippen had offensive autonomy, could facilitate and organize. What does Lin Hao bring to the table aside from defense and three-pointers? Kobe is not as good as Jordan. Lin Hao is not as good as Pippen. And Odom is not as good as Rodman. With this impoverished version of the Big Three, they dare to dream of a championship. Other NBA stars also voiced skepticism regarding Kobe's statements. Given Kobe's established stature, they chose to target Lin Hao instead. Carmelo Anthony remarked, "That Chinese kid has only played a few good games. Does he really think he has Pippen?" Paul Pierce added, "Just wait. I will dismantle that Chinese kid." LeBron James stated, "I do not believe they can succeed. Lin Hao still needs to prove his worth." Seeing these remarks, Lin Hao felt a surge of anger that he vowed to make these fools regret their words in the upcoming season. However, the first to suffer the consequences would be Kobe. For his audacious proclamations, Lin Hao once again endured the merciless training and one-on-one duels instigated by his coach. The preseason had finally commenced, and the Lakers faced their inaugural adversary, the San Antonio Spurs. Lin Hao had been eagerly anticipating this match, as it presented an opportunity to compete against the likes of Ginobili or Tony Parker. However, Coach Popovich displayed little regard for the outcome of the preseason, relegating both Ginobili and Parker to the bench, allowing them only a mere 10 minutes of playtime combined. Given Lin Hao's petite stature, it was a daunting task to contend with a formidable inside presence like Duncan. Naturally, Lin Hao's own playing time was limited as well. By the end of the game, he had accrued a paltry 2 attribute points. This was of little concern, for victory in the match would grant him a chance at a lottery draw. This time, Lin Hao won a bottle of stamina potion, with his current stamina at a perfect score of 100. Coupled with Hamilton's enduring resilience, this item felt utterly superfluous. It was revealed that the significance of the match influenced the likelihood of drawing valuable items. Lin Hao had drawn 3 skills in the previous season solely because it was the finals. This was understandable, for otherwise, should Lin Hao accumulate dozens of skills over the course of a regular season, it would be utterly unbalanced. The regular season was officially underway. Stern had truly outdone himself. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim upon viewing the schedule. In his fervor to elevate the NBA's profile, Stern had become almost maniacal. The Lakers' first opponent was none other than the Miami Heat, led by Wade and O'Neal. The clash between the long-standing rivals Kobe and O'Neal would undoubtedly be the highlight of the evening. This match was broadcast live by Chinese television. Inside the production studio, the crew busily adjusted equipment, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and excitement. The inclusion of Lin Hao, a Chinese player, had sparked an unprecedented wave of interest in the match back home. Fans had eagerly prepared, anxiously awaiting the game's commencement. At schools, numerous students clandestinely skipped classes, crowding into convenience stores to catch every thrilling moment of Lin Hao's performance. Countless white-collar workers took leave, whether at home or in coffee shops, their eyes glued to the live broadcast. Even the small shops lining the streets had tuned their televisions to the game channel, with proprietors and patrons alike immersed in this basketball spectacle. That evening, the Staples Center was packed to capacity, with cheers from the crowd rising and falling like the tide. Besides the game, there was also the ceremony for the presentation of the 2003 to 2004 NBA championship rings. The venue sparkled with the presence of luminaries, including Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Leonardo DiCaprio, Spike Lee, and Snoop Dogg, alongside Lakers legends such as Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Elgin Baylor. As the players made their entrance, the arena erupted in applause and cheers. However, when Kobe stepped onto the court, a cacophony of boos resonated from the crowd. They remained resentful over Kobe's role in O'Neal's departure. Lin Hao, due to his close relationship with Kobe, found himself entangled in this animosity. Many fans perceived him as an accomplice in the matter. Consequently, when he took the court, the cheers were sparse, a stark contrast to the previous season's fervor. In contrast, O'Neal's entrance was met with thunderous applause, as fans seemed to vent their dissatisfaction over the loss of the league's premier center. O'Neal, reveling in the attention, strutted onto the court with an exaggerated gait. Kobe clenched his fists, rage simmering in his eyes, and gritted his teeth as he turned to Lin Hao, saying, "Lin, we cannot afford to lose this game." Indeed, Lin Hao clapped him on the shoulder, ready to crush the Heat and prove themselves to the Los Angeles fans. Kobe, disinterested in the award ceremony, delivered a few perfunctory words before hastily concluding his speech. In stark contrast, O'Neal delivered a lengthy address, expressing gratitude to his Lakers teammates, reminiscing about the sweat they had shed together on the court. "I will always cherish those days of camaraderie. Now, I am with the Heat, where I have new teammates and fresh challenges. I am prepared to create new glories with all of you." He expressed gratitude to everyone, even mentioning role players like Fox and Walker, yet conspicuously omitted Kobe's name. Whether intentionally or not, he then elaborated on his experiences with the Heat and his aspirations for the championship, implying that even without Kobe, he could still claim the title. "Lin, we must secure our own championship." Kobe's chest heaved with intensity. "Absolutely." Lin Hao echoed, his own heart racing. With the award ceremony concluded, the game commenced, the arena lights dimmed, and the visiting Heat team made their entrance. Dwayne Wade, Damon Jones, Eddie Jones, Udonis Haslem, and O'Neal. This constituted the starting lineup for the Heat this season. The Lakers' starting five comprised Atkins, Kobe, Lin Hao, Odom, and Mim. Odom was the first to take the floor, a customary choice for a team second in command. Despite Lin Hao's remarkable performance in the finals last season, he had yet to usurp Odom's position. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the game officially began. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Atkins, Kobe, Lin Hao, Odom, and Mim. Wade dribbled past half court. Lin Hao swiftly positioned himself, ready to defend. What was happening? Wasn't it customary for Kobe to guard the opposing star? Am I seeing things? Wade was a top-tier guard. Having Lin defend him might result in a thorough beating. The next scene would likely be etched in Lin's memory forever. He would never forget the terror that was Wade. The commentators gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the moment. When Wade realized he was being guarded by Lin Hao, a surge of indignation welled up within him. "You dare not let Kobe guard me. You must be underestimating me." Thus, he resolved to showcase his signature move, a swift change of direction followed by an explosive drive to teach Lin a lesson. Wade's greatest strength lay in his speed, which earned him the moniker Flash. Yet an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Hao swiftly maneuvered, positioning himself in Wade's path. What astonishing speed! Wade was taken aback. While Lin's speed could not compare to that of Flash, one mustn't forget their height difference. Wade stood at 193 cm, while Lin towered at 201 cm for a player of Lin's height. That speed was rather impressive. Nonetheless, Wade still dismissed Lin, pivoting on his left foot and attempting to force his way past Lin on the opposite side. However, once again, Lin blocked his path. This kid's defense is surprisingly formidable. Rivaling that of Kobe, Wade furrowed his brow and passed the ball to Damon Jones, a consummate team player. Jones was far less selfish than Kobe. He would pass rather than force a shot if the opportunity was not optimal. Wade found himself utterly thwarted in his attempts to score against Lin's defense. The commentators marveled at the unfolding drama. Kobe wore a slight smile, relishing the moment. This kid has tormented me all off-season. Now it's your turn to experience this. Tonight marked his first display of smile. Dwayne, is this all you've got? Are you so flustered that you won't even shoot? Lin Hao is far from satisfied. If you won't attack, where will I find my attribute points? This is what I call not ball hogging, understand? Wade's frustration boiled over, his cheeks puffing with anger. What a convenient excuse for your cowardice. Lin Hao scoffed dismissively. Next play, I'm going to obliterate you. I'm going to crush you. Wade was utterly incensed that, as a premier guard in the NBA, he found himself mocked by a Chinese rookie. At that moment, O'Neal had established position down low, receiving a pass from Damon Jones and effortlessly slamming the ball home. The Staples Center erupted with thunderous applause. Although Shaq had become a player for another team, he remained immensely popular in the hearts of Lakers fans. It was a source of embarrassment for both Kobe and Lin Hao that the home crowd was cheering for the opponent. As the Lakers initiated their next offensive play, Wade found himself tasked with guarding Lin Hao. You've successfully provoked me, kid, that I'm going to dominate you on both ends of the court, Wade declared contemptuously, puffing his cheeks. Lin Hao arched an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Originally, it was supposed to be Eddie Jones defending him. While Jones was once an all-star and had made the all-defensive team, his peak had long since passed, and the system had categorized him as an ordinary player. Scoring over him would certainly yield no attribute points. Yet now, Wade had taken it upon himself to guard Lin Hao. As the strongest perimeter defender for the Heat, Wade's original assignment should have been Kobe. Wade's gaze, sharp as that of a leopard, fixated on Lin Hao's every move, ready to deliver a crushing blow at any moment. In my eyes, your defense is as flimsy as paper. Lin Hao smirked, beginning to move without the ball. You're asking for trouble, Wade exclaimed, but before he could finish, Lin Hao had vanished from sight. The IT was Hamilton's off-ball movement. Wade hastily gave chase. Lin Hao darted across the court like a lightning bolt, swiftly cutting in and skillfully maneuvering around. Mim and Odom coordinated seamlessly to set screens for him. After a deft pick and roll, Lin Hao successfully evaded Wade's defense. Finding himself wide open, Odom's pass was as precise as a missile, flying directly into Lin Hao's hands. True to his nickname, Flash, Wade immediately recovered to contest the shot in the face of Wade's aggressive defense. Lin Hao executed a clever behind-the-back dribble, creating space. He then pushed the ball forward with his right hand, sending it swiftly into the paint. Pippen's precise playmaking. Odom, who had just found space under the basket, was astounded to receive the ball perfectly in his grasp. He turned and effortlessly dunked it. Beautiful, Odom exclaimed. Running over to high-five Lin Hao. A flicker of intrigue crossed the Zen master's eyes. This child's passing ability was indeed impressive. Initially, Lin Hao had been envisioned merely as a shooter and perimeter defender, a player to facilitate the triangle offense and connect the inside and outside. However, if Lin Hao could maintain this level of playmaking, he would become the Zen master's ideal candidate to replace Pippen in his mind. In the next possession, Wade opted for a sudden change of direction, followed by a rapid acceleration to penetrate. He intended to leverage his speed to shake off Lin Hao, just as he had done countless times before against his opponents. However, the instant he began to accelerate, Lin Hao gracefully sidestepped, perfectly positioning himself in Wade's path. Lin Hao's speed attribute had reached 90, not far behind Wade's. Facing Lin Hao's staunch defense, Wade felt like a fish ensnared in a net, struggling futilely to find an escape route. Don't waste your effort. You can't shake me off, Lin Hao whispered provocatively in Wade's ear, suggesting that being contained by him was hardly a disgrace. Wade's escalating frustration caused him to lose his composure. Dribbling erratically on the Heat's bench at Staples Center, Pat Riley's expression darkened. As an experienced coach known for his composure and strategy, he was visibly displeased. Wade had been dribbling for over 10 seconds, a clear violation of his tactical principles. That moment, Wade executed a flashy crossover, feigning a leftward drive before swiftly pivoting, his body drifting to the right as he leapt to shoot. Lin Hao stayed right with him, maintaining just the right distance. As Wade turned and jumped, Lin Hao instinctively leapt as well, his long arms extending at the perfect moment, the ball slipping past his fingertips. Oh no, Wade thought, realizing too late the shot had clanked off the rim. Lin Hao felt a twinge of regret. If only his blocking ability had been slightly higher, he could have secured a block. Odom snagged the rebound, and immediately passed it to Lin Hao. Without hesitation, Lin Hao propelled the ball forward. Kobe, having already assessed the situation on the court, surged ahead like a gust of wind. Upon receiving the pass, he seemed to defy gravity, soaring high. Thud! Kobe executed a dunk that was a perfect blend of power and grace. Kobe, Lin! The Staples Center erupted in deafening cheers. The Colon Duo! This was the Lakers' very own Colon Duo! One excited fan shouted, not realizing that, from this moment forward, the name Colon Duo would echo throughout the entire league. Kobe and Lin Hao had captured the audience's hearts in just a few possessions. Pat Riley quickly called a timeout. "Dwayne, why are you trying to guard Lin Hao? You're not here to put on a personal show. Do you realize this disrupts the team's offensive rhythm? Get the ball to Shaq, understand? To Shaq. If you can't play properly, then get out." Pat Riley roared in Wade's ear. The surrounding teammates felt the heat of his fury and stood silently by, afraid to speak. "Boss, I lost my cool just now. It won't happen again," Wade murmured. After the timeout, it was once again the Heat's turn to attack. This time, regardless of Lin Hao's provocations, Wade refrained from attempting to go it alone. Instead, passing the ball to O'Neal, Shaq, still at the tail end of his prime, effortlessly executed a little hook shot amidst the double team from Odom and Mim, the ball swishing through the net. The Zen master furrowed his brow. If they couldn't contain Shaq, this game would be a challenge. However, the Lakers' earned triangle began to take control. Odom played the role of the court's commander, using his broad vision and precise passing to repeatedly slice through the opponent's defense. Kobe took on the scoring responsibilities, and with Lin Hao alleviating some of the defensive pressure, he was completely unleashed offensively. Lin Hao, in turn, focused on providing perimeter firepower, lurking like a sniper, ready to deliver a lethal blow to the opposition. The trio's synergy flowed like mercury, flawless and impeccable, together crafting a magnificent basketball narrative. The Zen master's furrowed brow finally relaxed. The collaboration of these three was simply perfect. The audience was thoroughly exhilarated. The fluidity of their interplay was worth the price of admission alone. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held a 5-point lead. The two commentators glanced at the statistics and were suddenly astounded. "Hey, did you notice? Flash only took 5 shots in the first quarter, making just 1. It's exceedingly rare to find a player capable of containing Wade for an entire quarter in this league. It seems we underestimated Lin's defensive prowess. He is undoubtedly the Lakers' greatest acquisition this year." For both Kobe and Lin Hao, this was a game they could not afford to lose. The same was true for O'Neal, who was eager to prove himself to the Lakers' fans, management, and Kobe. Despite his advancing years, he remains the most dominant force in the paint across the entire league. Whenever he chooses, he can dismantle any team's interior defense. Thus, Shaq unleashed his fury, hook shots, thunderous dunks, post-ups, and floaters. Like a ferocious beast breaking free, he barreled through the Lakers' front line with his colossal frame. Odom and Mim appeared minuscule and powerless before him, as their interior defense crumbled to nothing. The score gradually widened, with the Lakers trailing the Heat by 21 points, and the fans' hearts raced in anticipation. Phil Jackson immediately called for a timeout. Kobe glanced at Lin Hao, and their eyes met, instantly forging an unspoken understanding. "Coach, I suggest we implement high-pressure defense and rapid rotations to compensate for our interior defensive weaknesses," Lin Hao suddenly proposed. The Zen master was momentarily taken aback. The high-pressure defense and quick rotations he referred to were tactics frequently employed by the Bulls during their three-peat championship run. It is well known that during that era, the Bulls center was Luke Longley, and the power forward was Dennis Rodman. Their offensive contributions were nearly negligible, but defensively, Rodman twice earned the Defensive Player of the Year award, was selected to the All-Defensive First Team 7 times, and claimed the rebounding title on 7 occasions. However, his height was insufficient, and his rim protection was lacking, failing to uphold the Bulls' interior defensive framework. Longley was even less formidable, merely serving as a bulky shield. The 1990s were indeed a time when the 4 great centers shone in unison. The Bulls' frail interior could easily be dismantled by the likes of Olajuwon. Consequently, the Zen master had Jordan and Pippen employ high-pressure defense and rapid rotations to mitigate their interior shortcomings. This strategy proved to be remarkably effective, as the Bulls' interior was seldom overwhelmed, a testament to its success. However, It demanded exceptional defensive skills and stamina from its executors. Could Lin Hao and Kobe shoulder this responsibility? Observing the resolute expressions in their eyes, the Zen master began to outline the strategy. From that point on, whenever O'Neal received the ball in the paint, Mim would serve as a shield, absorbing the brunt of Shaq's initial assault. Once he spun into the paint, Kobe and Lin Hao would converge on O'Neal from behind, applying pressure from the front and the sides. Atkins would be responsible for cutting off passing lanes to the Shark on the weak side. The collaboration between Lin and Kobe resembled a tightly woven net, making it exceedingly difficult for O'Neal as their defense exceeded. The Lakers' offense gradually found its rhythm. The score began to narrow, and the crowd's emotions were ignited. The game entered its critical final moments. With just 2 minutes remaining and the score standing at 84-89, the Lakers trailed by 5 points. Pat Riley finally called for a timeout. When Lin Hao approached the bench, several players eagerly surrounded him, their eyes filled with anticipation. Even Karen Butler handed him a Gatorade. Lin Hao's performance on the court had thoroughly impressed them. Offensively, against the 3-time All-Defensive Team member Eddie Jones, he scored 18 points with a shooting percentage of 51. Defensively, he limited the Flash, Dwayne Wade, to just 12 points on 5 of 17 shooting, with 2 of those baskets coming while Lin was resting on the bench. Moreover, alongside Kobe, he successfully contained O'Neal. "Lin, can you keep up?" the Zen master asked, concern etched on his face as he noticed Lin Hao gasping for breath. "No problem. There are only 2 minutes left. I can hold on a bit longer," Lin Hao replied. His stamina was at a remarkable 96, bolstered by Hamilton's endurance. Even so, his energy was rapidly depleting. Although Lin Hao could use a stamina potion, he only had 1 bottle, and the odds of receiving one after winning the regular season were low, making him reluctant to utilize it. "Bro, you've done enough. Now it's my turn." Kobe clapped Lin Hao on the shoulder, their gazes colliding in the in the ensuing moments. Kobe fulfilled his promise, sinking a 3-pointer, 2 free throws, and a jump shot, successfully leveling the score. However, the most unassuming player on the Heat, Damon Jones, stepped up. With just 5 seconds remaining, he found space beyond the arc, receiving a pass from Wade. He leaped, released the ball, and it swished through the net. The Heat's bench erupted in jubilation, cheers and screams echoing through the arena at Staples Center. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Phil Jackson wore a grave expression but refrained from calling a timeout. He trusted that Kobe and Lin Hao, both clutch players, possessed the capability to navigate this predicament. The Lakers regained possession as soon as Kobe caught the ball. Wade, Damon Jones, and Haslam tightly encircled him, leaving no room for escape. A triple team. Pat Riley had actually resorted to a 3-man defense against him. Under pressure from his opponents, Kobe struggled to find a shooting opportunity. Here, Lin Hao called out, using Odom's screen to break free. The moment he shed Eddie Jones's defense, Kobe's pass arrived. Without hesitation, Lin Hao rose and launched a 3-pointer. "Damn it!" Eddie Jones lunged at Lin Hao like a tiger pouncing on its prey, his long arms raised high in an attempt to block the shot. Swish, bang, the basketball found nothing but net, and Jones was called for a foul. With only 0.6 seconds remaining, the score stood at 91. The arena erupted into chaos, cheers ringing out deafeningly as the crowd celebrated. Lin Hao, the man who had repeatedly turned the tide in the finals, had conjured yet another miracle. Victory was within reach. If he could just sink that crucial free throw, they would win. "Dad, we just tied the game. Why is everyone so happy?" a young boy in the stands curiously asked his father. The boy's father, beaming with pride, replied, "If Lin can make that difficult 3-pointer, a mere free throw is hardly a challenge for him." Right, the boy exclaimed, filled with excitement. Meanwhile, the Lakers players rushed over, some patting Lin Hao on the back, others high-fiving him. Yet Lin Hao's expression was grave. His free throw ability was a mere 45, meaning his shooting percentage was below even half. This secret was unknown even to Kobe, as Lin had primarily relied on 3-point shooting throughout his career and seldom practiced free throws during the offseason. Standing at the free throw line, Lin Hao took a deep breath. Casting aside all distractions, the referee handed him the ball. The crowd began to cheer, their confidence in him palpable, as if victory was already within their grasp. Taking a moment to steady himself, Lin Hao released the free throw. Thud! It clanged off the rim. The jubilant fans fell silent, their cheers abruptly cut off. "Lin, your free throws are as bad as mine," O'Neal mocked. Kobe, who had been preparing to celebrate with Lin, suddenly froze, his smile vanishing. This missed free throw brought the score back to 8-0 as the referee's whistle blew. The game entered overtime. "But it's all right, brother. You've done more than enough." Kobe consoled him. The fans did not boo to them. Lin Hao's contributions overshadowed his mistake. Damn it, but Lin Hao could not forgive himself, striking his chest with a clenched fist. "Lin, you should sit out during overtime," the Zen master said from the bench. His voice laced with concern. Lin Hao was panting heavily, his knees trembling slightly, clearly exhausted. "You've done enough. Now it's my turn." Kobe patted him on the shoulder once more, ready to take control of the game. Yet Lin Hao resolutely shook his head. He wanted to prove himself and secure victory for the team. Ding! Stamina levels critically low. One stamina potion available for use. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. "Use it!" As the break came to an end, Lin Hao felt as though he had undergone a remarkable transformation, striding onto the court with renewed vigor. This fellow was nothing short of extraordinary. Zen Master and Kobe, along with others, were left in awe by Lin Hao's performance. "Your struggles end here. From this moment on, I shall ensure you score not a single point." Lin Hao cast a cruel smile toward Wade. "Enough with the grandstanding. I am eager to see how you intend to defend against me." Wade's brow furrowed slightly, a surge of indignation rising within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wade charged forward, dribbling fiercely from Lin Hao's left. However, as he began his advance, Lin Hao swiftly shifted laterally, positioning himself in Wade's path. Caught off guard, Wade collided directly with Lin Hao, feeling as if he had crashed into a wall. His balance faltered, and he nearly toppled to the ground. Lin Hao effortlessly swiped the ball from behind him. Amazing! Lin successfully stole the ball from the Flash. The commentator erupted with excitement. After seizing the ball, Lin Hao charged down the court with great strides. Just 2 steps from the free throw line, he suddenly soared into the air, his body arched like a bow, and the basketball was forcefully slammed into the hoop. Bang! The rim reverberated with a thunderous sound as the net rippled. At the moment the basketball crashed through the hoop, it felt as though the entire arena had been placed on pause. The expressions of the fans instantly froze, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. They gazed at the scene before them. Moments later, a deafening cheer erupted. Kobe smiled faintly, gesturing for the audience to intensify their applause. This young brother had provided him with an abundance of surprises. The large screen in the venue replayed the entire sequence from the steal to the dunk repeatedly. The commentator exclaimed with delight, successfully stealing from the Flash, followed by a ferocious axe dunk. Simply incredible. In this match, Wade had been thoroughly dominated by Lin. To this point, he had only managed to score 12 points. Lin was undoubtedly deserving of a place on the all-defensive team this season. Was Lin some sort of Superman? How could he execute such an explosive dunk at this stage of the game? Kobe, unwilling to be outdone, thought, if my little brother is making waves, how can I? As the leader, fall behind? "Lin," Kobe called out, signaling for the ball. Lin Hao instantly passed it over. Clearly, Kobe was preparing to showcase his picturesque fadeaway jumper. He leaned closely against Wade, slightly bending his knees, his center of gravity sinking. Resembling a coiled cheetah ready to pounce. Suddenly, Kobe pushed off with his left foot, leaping high into the air. Wade sprang upward, attempting to interfere. Yet Kobe leaned back dramatically, a motion so pronounced that Wade, being shorter, could not reach him at the pinnacle of his jump. Kobe flicked his fingers, and the basketball soared toward the hoop like a shooting star. The form was incredibly graceful, a sight akin to poetry in motion. But alas, it clanged off the rim. Shaquille O'Neal snatched the rebound and swiftly passed it to Wade. The moment Wade received the ball, he sprinted at full speed. The Lakers' hoop loomed closer, and his excitement surged. He had been uncomfortable under Lin Hao's defense throughout the game, and now finally had the chance to vent his frustration with a thunderous dunk. Oh no! The sprinting Wade heard his teammates warning from behind. Oh no! What was wrong? Am I not doing well? Wade pondered as he leaped high into the air. Bang! A crisp sound resonated throughout the arena. Wade's face was filled with confusion. What had just happened? Had someone blocked him? Oh my God! The rookie from China, Lin Hao, had delivered an astonishing block against Wade. It was a chase-down block executed by a towering figure against a flash. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. The commentator's voice brimmed with shock and exhilaration. The one who executed the block was none other than Lin Hao. Although he lacked Wade's speed, it was essential to remember that Wade was dribbling while running. With impeccable defense and relentless pressure, combined with a mere 5 centimeters height difference, blocking that shot was hardly a challenge. "Are you all right?" Lin Hao approached and patted Wade's back. "That you're in trouble. I could kick your butt," Wade huffed. His cheeks puffed, speaking vehemently. Lin Hao replied, "Don't be so upset. It's not shameful to be blocked by me." Clearly, Wade was speaking out of frustration. He had been chasing Lin Hao throughout the match, exhausting his stamina significantly. In contrast, Lin Hao, having utilized stamina-enhancing substances, was overflowing with energy. In the subsequent gameplay, he completely overwhelmed Wade. Additionally, O'Neal had also exhausted considerable energy battling in the paint. Overtime showcased a one-sided affair. 118. 109, when the final buzzer sounded. The Lakers had effortlessly clinched the game with a significant margin. The Staples Center transformed into a sea of jubilation, the cheers of fans echoing for an extended period. Lakers fans had now completely succumbed to the allure of the Kobe-Lin duo. In this game, Kobe amassed 35 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals, undoubtedly earning the title of the game's MVP. Meanwhile, Lin Hao tallied 25 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. In the Lakers' locker room, Kobe exclaimed, "That was awesome, Lin," as he poured a bottle of champagne over Lin Hao. The one most thrilled by winning this game was undoubtedly him. Nothing felt more rewarding than triumphing over that fat guy. During the post-game interview, Heat coach Pat Riley stated, "We primarily lost this match due to fatigue. If Dwayne and Shaq had more stamina, the outcome would surely have been different. Moving forward, we will intensify our conditioning training." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt a deep sense of sympathy for Wade and O'Neal. Riley was already known for his high-intensity training regimen. It was said that he once pushed the Big Shark to the point of vomiting during training camp. Now, he intended to ramp up their conditioning even further. This indicated the immense suffering that awaited Wade and O'Neal in the coming days. As soon as the game concluded, Lin Hao retreated to his bachelor apartment to allocate his attribute points and engage in a lottery. In this match, he faced Eddie Jones on the offensive end, a player who barely qualified as an average star. Defensively, he contended with Wade, but the system merely classified Wade as an all-star. Therefore, despite his impressive stats, he only earned 24 attribute points. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to allocate all his points to mid-range shooting. Although his abysmal free throw shooting had led to the game going into overtime, mid-range shooting was ultimately more crucial. In this era, mid-range shots were an essential scoring tool for any superstar. While three-point shots were recognized for their efficiency, they required a bit of space. Even Curry found it challenging to launch contested threes. Similarly, while shots near the basket were efficient, they were often met with big men and double teams. Without genuine skill, one might struggle to even attempt a shot in the paint. Mid-range shots, however, were not as distant, faced less intense double teaming, and were the most feasible to execute in a triple threat position, hence being regarded as a superstar's secret weapon. After allocating his attribute points, Lin Hao's mid-range shooting ability reached an astonishing score of 91. In terms of accuracy, he was now on par with Kobe. However, lacking skills like the fadeaway jumper prevented him from executing high-difficulty shots like Kobe. Next, he proceeded to the lottery. This time, the prize was a bottle of injury medication. Winning such a valuable item from a mere regular season game left Lin Hao thoroughly satisfied. The following day, reports of the Lakers-Heat showdown dominated the headlines. The Kobe-Lin duo scored a combined 60 points. Defeating the Heat, Kobe-Lin, the Lakers' Jordan, and Pippen, the Chinese player Lin Hao obliterated the Flash. Across the vast ocean, Xiao Xiong has always been a devoted fan of Yao Ming. However, after the time mark of 38 minutes and 16 seconds, his affections shifted, and he became enamored with Lin Hao. He diligently watched every match featuring Lin Hao and meticulously recorded some of the most thrilling moments. Following the intense battle against the Heat, Xiao Xiong's emotions surged like tumultuous waves. He dedicated an entire night to artfully editing all of Lin Hao's spectacular highlights into vibrant GIFs. Without hesitation, he uploaded them to the forum. the moment his post was published. It detonated like a bomb dropped into a serene lake, stirring up waves of excitement. Within mere minutes, the replies exceeded 100, and the number of likes skyrocketed. Unbeknownst to Xiao Xiong, who had already succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep after posting. His phone erupted with notifications the following morning. Upon awakening and checking his phone, he was utterly astonished. His post had been pinned and featured prominently, garnering thousands of replies and hundreds of thousands of views. It ignited fervent discussions among netizens that, I thought I knew Hao Shen well, but I had greatly underestimated him. For so long, we believed Lin Hao was merely a skilled blue-collar player adept at shooting three-pointers and defending. Yet his passing abilities were equally remarkable. Did you all overlook his dunks? In my opinion, he possesses the talent to participate in the dunk contest. Have you all noticed that Hao Shen defends the opposing team's star players in every game? Hamilton, Wade, and Ginobili all scored significantly lower than their usual averages. The chemistry between him and Kobe was simply exhilarating. While everyone passionately debated, the comment Hao Shen is amazing successfully captured everyone's attention. Have you ever considered that if Hao Shen participated in the 2008 Olympics alongside Yao Ming, the national team might have secured a medal? Upon this statement, the entire forum erupted that I believe it is highly plausible, as the national team has long lacked someone capable of passing to Big Yao. Moreover, the team's defense has historically been a weak link. Hao Shen's presence would undoubtedly rectify this flaw. Let us not forget the three-pointers. The Chinese men's basketball team's three-point shooting has never been particularly stable. I feel that Yao and Lin would make a perfect duo. Just imagining the partnership of Yao and Lin is enough to evoke excitement. The online community expressed their diverse opinions, and the topic surrounding Lin Hao continued to gain momentum. Following their match against the Heat, the Lakers embarked on a grueling back-to-back road trip. Their first opponent was the Toronto Raptors. Due to Lin Hao's intense performance in the previous game, the Zen master unceremoniously relegated him to the bench. However, Lin Hao did not protest and settled down to embrace his role as a substitute. Given that the Raptors lacked a star guard, although Vince Carter was on the roster, he was sidelined due to injury, leaving Chris Bosh to shoulder the burden. Kobe clocked out after 3 quarters, leading the Lakers to a comfortable 98-81 victory over the Raptors. In the subsequent game, Lin Hao faced one of his season's most formidable challenges. Battling the king, LeBron James. It is well known that during his youth, LeBron excelled at scoring through bulldozing or power drives, while Lin Hao could successfully defend against Kobe and Wade. Containing a heavy tank like LeBron proved to be an arduous task. Lin's bench press maxed out at 84 kilograms, while LeBron's was an astounding 180 kg, placing them on entirely different tiers. Prior to the game, a reporter inquired about Lin from LeBron. "What are your thoughts on this player?" LeBron disdainfully replied, "He's just a Chinese kid. What opinion could I possibly have? Yet having successfully defended against Wade and Hamilton multiple times, do you think he can stop you? I'll make sure he realizes just how vulnerable his defense is during this game." In truth, LeBron harbored no animosity toward Lin Hao. Last season, he even requested the team to recruit him. However, Kobe's bold declarations at the season's outset had infuriated him. The perimeter duo of Lin and I will shake the entire league. Listen to that. Is that even a coherent statement? Both Lin and he are small forwards. Wouldn't that mean they would both be shaken? Lin, do you feel pressure defending LeBron? Or should I step in instead? Kobe asked with concern. In reality, he was eager to challenge LeBron. But Lin had insisted on including the opposing team's primary scorer in his contract. Nevertheless, Kobe relished the current situation. He had effortlessly scored over 30 points in both regular season games thus far. If he maintained this pace, he was likely to claim the scoring title. More importantly, the team was winning. No. Lin Hao firmly shook his head that LeBron was an all-star player, and such an opportunity should not be missed. Like Kobe, LeBron had yet to reach his peak. Thus, the system did not categorize him as a top-tier star. At 9:30 p.m. that evening, the Lakers faced off against the Cavaliers. The Quicken Loans Arena was already packed with fans. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Atkins, Kobe, Lin Hao, Odom, and Mim. The Cavaliers' starting 5 included Eric Snow, Ilgauskas, LeBron, Gooden, and Big Z. Incidentally, the commentators for this match were our familiar friends, Barkley and Kenny Smith. The moment LeBron acquired the ball, Lin Hao was right on him, glaring with fierce intensity. "Don't give me that look, or I'll kick your butt." "A rookie like you should go find your mother," LeBron scoffed, lifting his chin with a tone full of provocation. Lin Hao remained silent, concentrating solely on his defense. After several dribbles, LeBron suddenly lowered his center of gravity, intending to break through from the left. But Lin Hao quickly shifted to intercept him, resulting in LeBron crashing into Lin's chest. "Ouch, that hurt like hell." Lin Hao couldn't help but gasp. Was LeBron made of steel? Failing to break through on the left, LeBron swiftly shifted to the right, attempting to initiate an attack from that side. However, just as he took a step, thud. Another resounding impact as he collided once more with Lin's chest. Lin Hao felt as though his teeth might shatter from the pain that LeBron had to retreat a few steps. After creating some distance, he attempted to accelerate and break through again. Yet Lin Hao's lateral movement was remarkably swift, consistently positioning himself perfectly in LeBron's path. After several unsuccessful attempts, LeBron ultimately had no choice but to pass the ball to Big Z. Barkley exclaimed excitedly, "Did you see Lin's defense this time? Flawless, without a single crack." Kenny Smith echoed in astonishment. "His defense is on par with Kobe's." Lin Hao began to counter LeBron's earlier taunts. "Look at your speed. You're as slow as a snail. Defending you is a breeze. I haven't even broken a sweat." A glint of sharpness flashed in LeBron's eyes. How could the majesty of the king be sullied by a mere rookie? In the first round, Lin successfully defended against LeBron, but the next round proved to be far more challenging. This time, LeBron's breakthrough was accompanied by a screen from Big Z, momentarily obstructing Lin's view. Seizing the opportunity, LeBron zipped past like a bolt of lightning. Lin quickly reacted and positioned himself in front of LeBron once more. However, having breached the first line of defense, LeBron surged toward the basket like a wild stallion. Lin attempted to withstand the force, but found himself being pushed back repeatedly by LeBron's overwhelming momentum. As he faced the interior defenders, LeBron leapt high into the air. His near rim-level dunk sent the entire arena into a frenzy. Getting past you is easier than crossing a quiet street in the morning. After slamming the ball through the hoop, LeBron fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Hao. "This is going to be tough." Lin Hao gritted his teeth. One could not help but acknowledge James's exceptional physical prowess. The only way to contain him lay in relying on a formidable interior presence. Thus, James's team feared the Spurs, the Magic, and the Celtics the most. However, the unfortunate reality for the Lakers was the absence of Duncan, Howard, and Garnett. Even more disheartening was Lin Hao's struggle on the defensive end, compounded by his difficulties on offense. To his astonishment, James, this imposing figure, chose not to guard Kobe, but instead focused his attention on him. His physical attributes were truly astonishing. Not only was he powerful, but his speed also eclipsed Lin Hao's. Despite Lin Hao's speed rating soaring to 90, he still found it impossible to shake off James through off-ball movement. Although his three-point shooting prowess was rated a perfect 100, allowing for confident attempts. The issue remained, James not only towered over him, but also boasted a longer wingspan. Lin Hao found himself with almost no opportunity to shoot, yet in that moment, his mid-range game came into play. With a mid-range rating of 91, he was adequately equipped to end the next possession. James aggressively pressed against Lin Hao, fully committed to defending against his shot rather than his drive. Having watched Lin Hao's performances in the finals, he knew that Lin Hao lacked the ability to penetrate effectively or shoot from mid-range. However, upon receiving the ball, a mysterious smile crept onto Lin Hao's face. In an instant, he executed a sharp change of direction, darting past James with remarkable speed. Without hesitation, he leapt and shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. Beautiful, great shot. The cheers of his teammates resonated throughout the arena. Coach Jackson, standing on the sidelines, was momentarily taken aback. Astonished, this young man had evidently developed both his dribbling and mid-range shooting skills. Yet, the situation took a turn for the worse as James skillfully created space between them. Lin Hao found himself in dire straits. Unable to break through or shoot with the same ease as before, as the halftime a buzzer sounded. James had attempted 10 shots, making 6, amassing an impressive 15 points, exuding an air of dominance in stark contrast. Lin Hao had managed a paltry 5 points on 6 attempts, a rather disheartening statistic. Perhaps Phil should consider assigning Kobe to guard James. Although Lin Hao possessed strong defensive skills, he could not compensate for the disparity in strength. Barkley let out a long sigh. Indeed, when the gap in physical strength is too vast, even the best defenders are rendered ineffective. Basketball, after all, remains a contest of physicality. Well done, kid, after returning to the locker room. Zen Master patted him on the shoulder with a broad smile. Lin, keep playing just like that in the second half. Kobe excitedly slapped him on the back. Lin Hao was taken aback, were they praising him despite his lackluster performance? Upon glancing at the stats, he quickly understood. The score was 54-38. His team held a significant lead. With Lin Hao drawing James's defense, Kobe had been able to unleash his scoring prowess, racking up 32 points in the first half. Although Lin Hao could not contribute much in scoring, he had provided 4 assists. Furthermore, he was not entirely ineffective on defense, having been solely tasked with guarding James. How many in the NBA could successfully defend against him one-on-one? This had resulted in James delivering only 2 assists thus far. The true strength of James lay not in his scoring, but in his ability to attract double teams and distribute the ball. However, the Lakers had not doubled him, rendering his passing largely ineffective. Nevertheless, while the Zen Master and Kobe were pleased, Lin Hao could not share in their joy, finally facing an all-star caliber perimeter player. It was imperative that he capitalized on this opportunity. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hao accessed the system. In the previous game, he had not encountered any star perimeter players. Coupled with a back-to-back schedule, his training time had diminished, and he had missed opportunities to practice one-on-one against Kobe. Currently, he had a mere 16 attribute points to allocate. Lin Hao initially intended to distribute these precious points to areas of greater need, such as free throws, rebounds, steals, and blocks. However, he ultimately decided to invest them all into strength. Consequently, his strength rating reached 87. Now, his bench press had escalated to 130 kilograms, while still falling short of James's strength. It was at least sufficient. Next, I will ensure you score not a single point. A glint of determination shone in Lin Hao's eyes. As the second half commenced, James held the ball. Lin Hao swiftly positioned himself, bracing for the challenge, standing firmly in front of him. What? Still not giving up? You should let Kobe defend me. You simply cannot match up. Observing Lin Hao's renewed tenacity, James's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. This time, I will turn you from emperor into a beggar. Lin Hao's lips curled into a fierce smile. Let us see if you can. James's ironclad physique exuded an intimidating aura, his eyes ablaze with the desire for victory. Trailing by such a margin, he was beginning to feel the pressure. With a low center of gravity, James charged forward like a colossal tank, intent on breaching Lin Hao's defense. Facing this onslaught, Lin Hao did not flinch. You shall not pass. He gritted his teeth, his legs seemingly rooted to the floor, his gaze unwavering. During the initial clash, Lin Hao successfully stood his ground against James's forceful advance, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Unwilling to yield, James launched another assault with overwhelming strength. Each collision sent jolts of pain through Lin Hao's body, yet he remained undeterred, like an unyielding fortress, once again thwarting James's advance. The audience held their breath, witnessing this epic confrontation of strength and will. Whenever Lin Hao successfully thwarted James's attack, even for a fleeting moment, the fans erupted in astonished cheers. How has this kid's strength suddenly increased? James was internally shaken. Consequently, he began calling for screens. Big Z, resembling a mountain of muscle, positioned himself before Lin Hao. James darted past him, aiming to penetrate the lane for a thunderous dunk. However, Kobe intervened, perfectly positioning himself to obstruct James's path. Lin Hao's intention to deny James was immediately recognized. In that case, my brother, I shall assist you. Kobe gritted his teeth, resolutely halting James's charge. This season, he aimed not only for the championship, but also to help his brother secure a spot on the all-defensive team. Although Kobe was slightly weaker than James in terms of strength, he still held a significant advantage over Lin Hao. Their seamless teamwork thwarted James's attempts to break through in the subsequent possessions. Lin Hao repeatedly absorbed James's aggressive drives with his body. His chest throbbed with pain, and there were moments when he nearly toppled to the ground. Yet he remained tenacious, steadfastly blocking James's advances. The defensive impact was undeniable. James failed to penetrate on 3 consecutive attempts. Lin Hao's relentless spirit even moved Kobe, who gazed at him with admiration and respect. That girl named Wang Meiling deserves a banner. Zen master mused that he believed Lin Hao had transformed due to the emotional turmoil of a breakup. In truth, Lin Hao's motivation stemmed from his desire to earn attribute point from James. The Cavaliers fans were left in disbelief. What has happened to our little emperor? Perhaps it was merely an anomaly. He was, after all, James. How could he be contained by a rookie? Barkley was equally astonished, remarking, "Look at our poor James. His face is turning dark with frustration." His comment only deepened the scowl on James's face. "I'm already black. Of course, my face is dark. What? Do you expect it to be white?" On the offensive front, Lin Hao began to showcase his extraordinary prowess, consecutively sinking 2 three-pointers and 2 mid-range shots. LeBron, in pursuit, raced across the court, his stamina beginning to falter. Not everyone possesses the enduring resilience of Hamilton. Consequently, LeBron's movements became somewhat unsteady, and his vertical leap was no longer as phenomenal. During his subsequent layup attempt, Lin Hao seized the opportunity and emphatically blocked LeBron. Both player and ball. It was simply unbelievable. LeBron, of all people, had been thwarted. Barkley leapt to his feet in excitement. Oh no. The fans in attendance clasped their heads with disbelief, and shock etched across their faces. Cavaliers head coach Paul Silas, witnessing the spectacle, hastily called a timeout. LeBron sat on the bench, gasping for breath, his expression dark and foreboding. Silas reconfigured the defensive strategy, assigning Eric Snow to guard Lin Hao. From this point on, the young king needed to focus more on offense and not expend energy chasing Lin Hao, whose relentless running was astonishing. Yet, it was too late, as the third quarter neared its conclusion. The Lakers had extended their lead to 20 points. Observing that Snow was merely an average player, Lin Hao poured all his energy into defense. While scoring might garner attention, nothing compared to the allure of defensive prowess. His perfect defensive rating, coupled with Leonard's tenacity and an 87-point strength attribute, rendered LeBron scoreless in the third quarter. Barkley was elated in this match. Lin transformed the game's trajectory through defense alone. Keep the young king from scoring even a single point was an accomplishment unmatched in the entire league. Lin was undoubtedly a contender for this season's Defensive Player of the Year. Kenny Smith teased him, "Hey, didn't you say Lin's defense was overrated?" On the Cavaliers bench, the players were expressions of despondency. Their star player, LeBron, had lost his usual commanding presence. He sat with a towel draped over his head, silent, while turmoil roiled within him. What a disgrace! It was utterly humiliating. The illustrious young king, a future star of the NBA, had been completely stifled by a rookie. Coach Paul Silas clapped his hands vigorously. "Lift your spirits. We cannot surrender like this. Our fans expect us to fight until the very last moment. Do you wish to exit the court in shame?" Ridiculed by the spectators, his words acted as a potent stimulant, reigniting the players' fighting spirit. Silas turned to Snow and LeBron. "Snow, you will closely guard Kobe, and LeBron, you will provide support. We will implement a double-team strategy." LeBron nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that this was not the time for pride. He had to step up. Kobe had already amassed 51 points. If he continued to score, he might shatter the record for most points in a regular season game. That would be a disgrace for the entire team. Silas then addressed Elon Newbell. "We need you to give your all, using any means necessary to stop Lin Hao. Remember, employ every tactic." Newbell acknowledged with an okay gesture. "That Chinese kid is all mine." As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers launched their offense. Lin Hao noticed that his defender was merely an inconspicuous role player. Hence he paid little mind. As usual, he maneuvered around screens to receive the ball beyond the three-point arc. However, Newbell, taking advantage of the referee's inattention, suddenly charged at him, delivering a fierce elbow to his body. The rapidly moving Lin Hao lost his balance and crashed to the floor, racked with pain. Newbell also fell to the ground in the commotion. "He fouled me. He brought me down," Newbell cried out, attempting to shift the blame to the referee. With the officials focused primarily on LeBron and Kobe, the incident went unnoticed. The referee signaled for the game to continue. Lin Hao was furious, but this was not the moment for retaliation. Soon after, Lin Hao found himself open and received a pass from Atkins. Just as he prepared to shoot, Newbell charged at him. leaping high and crashing into his body with his elbow. Lin Hao lost his balance once more and fell heavily to the ground. Thud! A sharp pain radiated throughout his body that Nubel's intentions were clear. Even if he couldn't stop Lin, he would not allow him an easy shot. Infuriated, Lin Hao shoved Nubel forcefully, ready to throw a punch at his face. Nubel, however, did not retaliate. He was not merely aware of his wrongdoing. He was intentionally provoking Lin Hao. Odom rushed over to restrain Lin Hao. "Hey Lin, that guy's just trying to get under your skin. Don't fall for it. You're one of our key players. Don't get yourself ejected." Lin Hao quickly regained his composure. Thanks to his timely restraint, the referee did not call a technical foul against him. Instead, he was awarded 2 free throw opportunities. Lin Hao stepped to the free throw line, inhaling deeply. Nubel renewed his taunts. "Hey rookie, can you actually make a free throw? Your shots are softer than my grandma's. Just look at the crowd. They're all waiting to see you fail." Lin Hao shot him a scornful glance. "Is that what you call trash talk? Just wait. Soon I'll make you regret ever crossing me." Despite Lin Hao's dismissal of Nubel's jibes, his free throw shooting was abysmal. He missed both attempts. In the next possession, Kobe noticed Lin Hao's frustration and passed him the ball, signaling for the teammates to clear out, allowing him to go one-on-one. "Softy, your defense is as weak as you are. I'm afraid your girlfriend has already run off with someone else. Your defense is like paper. It crumbles at a touch. You're so pathetic. What are you even doing playing basketball? Go home and suck on a bottle." Each of Lin Hao's taunts cut deep into Nubel's psyche. Mere words were not sufficient. Lin Hao shifted into high gear, charging at the opposing defense like a bulldozer. Indeed, he was emulating LeBron. While he lacked LeBron's strength, it was more than enough to handle an Elon Nubel. As Lin Hao barreled through, he collided with Nubel repeatedly, each impact reverberating through him like a hammer strike. At last, Lin Hao reached the basket. Big Z was firmly blocked by men behind him, with only Gowden left to defend. Lin Hao shoved Gowden aside and soared into the air. Thud! He transformed into a soaring eagle, emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. The crowd erupted, their deafening cheers and screams filling the arena. Although most were Cavaliers fans, they were undeniably captivated by this remarkable play. "Wow, absolutely incredible!" Barkley exclaimed in utter astonishment. Lin Hao's powerful dunk is simply mind-blowing. His strength and explosiveness are beyond belief. The Cavaliers' hard-won resurgence was swiftly extinguished once more. The fate of the Cavaliers appears bleak. The Lakers triumphed effortlessly in this contest. Kobe Bryant amassed an impressive 59 points, along with 6 rebounds for assists and 1 steal. Lamar Odom contributed a noteworthy 12 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists. Lin Hao recorded 25 points, 2 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 block. While his statistics may not dazzle, LeBron James fared even worse, managing a mere 21 points. Furthermore, Lin Hao was tasked with single-handedly guarding James throughout the game, rendering the Cavaliers' star-studded system utterly ineffective. The so-called king could only muster a paltry 3 assists. Losing by a staggering 30-point margin is a bitter pill for any player to swallow. As the team's leader, LeBron's heart weighed heavier than anyone else's at that moment. He forewent the customary post-game handshake and made a beeline for the player tunnel. Post-game, Phil Jackson, accompanied by Kobe and Lin Hao, addressed the media. Lin Hao, at best, could be considered the third option on the Lakers. Yet his recent performances have exceeded those of the second option, Odom. "Kobe, after scoring 59 points tonight, how do you feel?" inquired a reporter from Los Angeles. "I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to my good brother Lin Hao, who alleviated my defensive burdens, allowing me to focus more on the offensive end. If Lin does not make the all-defensive team this season, I will seriously question the judgment of the coaches. If he is named DPOY, I would not be the least bit surprised." Kobe showered Lin Hao with accolades. Lin Hao's lips twitched slightly. This guy is just drawing more ire toward himself. He was certain that after Kobe's remarks, he would undoubtedly become the target of resentment among all perimeter scorers in the NBA. Many believe Lin Hao is akin to your own Pippen. Who do you think is stronger, Lin or Pippen? A Cleveland reporter boldly posed a sensitive question. Lin's heart raced, casting furtive glances at Kobe. But he genuinely feared the latter might utter something inappropriate. Fortunately, Kobe's response was rather measured. "Scotty is a tremendous player, and Lin still has some distance to cover in that regard. particularly in terms of playmaking ability. However, Lin is younger and possesses greater potential. I believe he will inevitably surpass Scotty. The reporters continued to bombard Kobe with questions before shifting their focus to Lin Hao. A female reporter from Cleveland asked, "As I understand, during the offseason, the Rockets extended an olive branch to you, but you declined, opting to remain with the Lakers. Your skill set would mesh exceptionally well with a top-tier center. Why did you choose not to partner with your compatriot, Yao Ming? Can I interpret this as you believing Kobe is a better fit for you?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Some reporters exchanged excited glances, seemingly anticipating a spectacle. The woman's question was evidently provocative. Regardless of how Lin responded, he risked inadvertently offending either Kobe or Yao. Lin Hao smiled gently. Yao and Kobe are both legends in the annals of basketball history. Their greatness is self-evident. You are correct. Had I joined the Rockets and partnered with Yao, we could have formed a formidable inside-outside synergy. However, I've already been fortunate enough to win a championship ring alongside Shaq. Now, I yearn to prove that even without a great center by my side, I can ascend to the championship podium through my own merit. Lin Hao's response elicited a low murmur of admiration from those present. Even the reporters who had anticipated drama had to concede that his answer was impeccable. Kobe observed quietly from the sidelines, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "So, is your goal for this season the championship?" The female reporter pressed on, unwilling to relent. This time, Kobe interjected, "Absolutely. I have stated before that the combination of Lin and myself will shake the very foundations of the NBA, that if we do not secure the championship this season, it will be deemed a failure for us." Lin Hao's lips twitched once more. This guy is once again stirring up animosity. Kobe's declaration sent shockwaves throughout the NBA, Shaquille O'Neal remarked. "Without the big diesel, that kid Kobe can only dream of standing on the championship podium." Tracy McGrady chimed in, "Kobe is utterly arrogant. Without Shaq, what does he have to win a championship?" Lin Hao found himself ensnared in the fray once again. Ron Artest quipped, "I hear that kid Lin Hao wants to make the all-defensive team this season. It's about time we had a comparison." Paul Pierce boasted, "I could drop 50 points on Lin Hao." Allen Iverson added, "I've never been one for scoring high. If I'm going to score, it should be against those so-called DPOY candidates." Lin Hao was too preoccupied to pay heed to such commentary. Upon returning to the hotel, he accessed the system that he had accrued a total of 20 attribute points from this match, which he allocated entirely to his passing ability. His passing skill now reached an impressive 85 points, comparable to that of an average star-level point guard. Nonchalantly, he pressed the lottery button, having long since ceased to harbor hopes for any rewards during the regular season. "Wow," Lin Hao exclaimed, shocked at the outcome. He had drawn a skill, and it was an exceptionally impressive one. LeBron James basketball IQ. What does this basketball IQ entail? Basketball IQ can be understood as a combination of intelligence and emotional intelligence on the court. A player with high basketball IQ can better read the game, comprehend the dynamics on the court, and make advantageous decisions. Furthermore, it facilitates integration into the team's tactical framework and accelerates the absorption of on-court experience. "This is fantastic." Lin Hao was overjoyed. Though he did not draw any of LeBron's other more dazzling skills, acquiring basketball IQ was an unexpected boon. At that moment, a surge of powerful energy coursed through Lin Hao's mind. He now possessed the ability to perceive every corner of the court. Even events unfolding behind him would not escape his field of vision. This capability is the coveted dream of every team orchestrator. Due to the back-to-back schedule, the Lakers boarded a plane early the next morning after spending the night at the hotel. Fortunately, their upcoming opponents were all relatively weak teams: the Milwaukee Bucks, New York Knicks, and Toronto Raptors. The star perimeter players on these teams were Michael Redd, Steve Francis, and Mike James, respectively. The first two were deemed ordinary stars by the system, while the latter didn't even qualify as a star. Lin Hao and his teammates secured easy victories without breaking a sweat. Next, they were set to face their final opponent on this road trip, a formidable opponent, the Boston Celtics. Lin Hao was eagerly anticipating a showdown with their star player. Paul Pierce, who had repeatedly taunted him in the media that he could no longer tolerate the pre-game press conference for the Lakers versus Celtics match. The first question posed to Celtic star Pierce was about Lin Hao. In previous games, Redd and Francis had underperformed under Lin's defense. You claimed you would score 50 points on Lin Hao's head last time. Do you still hold that belief? Pierce, known for his bluntness, boldly declared, what does it matter if I could defend Redden Francis? In this game, I intend to teach that Chinese kid a harsh lesson. The reporter followed up, by teach a lesson, do you mean scoring 50 points on him? Pierce raised his chin defiantly. Yes, indeed, I plan to completely obliterate him. Tonight shall be that kid's nightmare. I hope he doesn't wet his pants while playing that I will make him understand what a true duel between men entails. I can assure you, he will regret stepping into the NBA. This is not where next. The scene shift to the press conference of the Lakers. Lin, have you heard? Pierce claims he is going to obliterate you, aiming to score 50 points over your head. You should tell him, see you on the court tonight. At precisely 9 o'clock, the Zen Master led the Lakers players into the North Shore Garden Arena. As they emerged one by one from the player tunnel, they were met with a cacophony of boos from all directions. The jeers grew deafening with the entrance of Lin Hao and Kobe, almost overwhelming them. Truly a devilish home court, Lin Hao reflected. The Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged. Meanwhile, the Celtics starters were point guard Gary Payton, shooting guard Ricky Davis, small forward Pierce, power forward Antoine Walker, and center Mark Blount. Encountering the familiar figure of Gary Payton once more, both Lin Hao and Kobe felt a pang of nostalgia. This old fellow was already 37 years old. Last season, they had thought he was running on fumes. Yet here he was still active in the NBA. So far this season, he had been averaging 11 points and 6 assists for the Celtics. Truly a monstrous presence. Chris Mims successfully won the tip-off, and the Lakers commenced their offensive. Lin Hao crossed half-court. Ricky Davis clung to him tightly. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, feeling slightly irked. The player defending him was not Pierce after all. But upon reflection, it made sense. Pierce was the Celtics' most formidable perimeter defender, and naturally, he would be tasked with guarding Kobe. Rookie, welcome to the NBA, Davis taunted, spewing trash talk incessantly. Lin Hao smirked slightly. The trash talk from these guys was perpetually cliched. He remained silent and sprinted away, executing Hamilton's off-ball movement. Davis quickly followed suit. Utilizing a screen, Lin Hao broke free for an open shot. Kobe's pass arrived in an instant. Faced with Davis's relentless pressure, Lin Hao deftly sidestepped him. With a flick of his right hand, the basketball soared swiftly towards Mim in the paint. Mim turned and delivered a thunderous dunk. Lin, that was a splendid pass, he exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. That pass had been exceptionally satisfying. A smile crept across Lin Hao's face. With a passing ability rating of 85, he was simply outstanding. The Zen Master observed this scene with a look of astonishment in his eyes. It seemed this young man's passing had indeed improved significantly. The trajectory of that last pass had navigated through at least 3 Celtics players. Any slight miscalculation, and the ball would not have reached Mim's hands. It appeared that the playmaking responsibilities should truly be entrusted to Lin, Phil Jackson mused. Currently, the burden of orchestrating the triangle offense fell on Odom. Renowned as the left-handed magician, Odom could deliver many spectacular passes. However, he had one major flaw, a lack of focus, making him unreliable in crucial moments. If Lin Hao continued on this path, the Zen Master decided he would elevate him to the status of a true Pippen. Next, it was the Celtics' turn to go on the offensive. Receiving a pass from Gary Payton, Pierce excitedly focused on Lin Hao. Kid, are you ready to be blown apart by me? Lin Hao remained silent. His concentration fixated on Pierce's every move. Pierce was renowned as an offensive kaleidoscope. He excelled in nearly all offensive techniques: three-pointers, mid-range shots, drives, and post-ups. Even Kobe had once remarked that Pierce was the most challenging player to defend. Lin Hao dared not let his guard down. Pierce surged forward, swiftly driving to the left. Lin Hao closely followed, perfectly positioning himself to obstruct Pierce's path. Yet, Pierce quickly shifted his steps and darted to the right. Lin Hao matched his pace, but this was merely a feint. Pierce abruptly halted, preparing for a jump shot. Lin Hao's tenacious defense was not to be underestimated. He reacted instantly, attempting to contest the shot. To his surprise, it was yet another feint. Pierce deftly evaded Lin Hao's block mid-air, then flicked his wrist, sending the ball sailing through the net. Score confirmed. The North Shore Garden erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Your defense is utterly pitiful. Want to become DPOY? Maybe in your next life, Pierce scoffed with disdain. Lin Hao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Indeed, he was an offensive kaleidoscope. In the subsequent plays, Lin Hao continued to struggle against Pierce's relentless assault. The multitude of feints was dizzying. Fortunately, Kobe was dominating offensively, keeping the score tight. Once again, it was the Lakers' turn to attack. Kobe, true to his moniker as the Black Mamba, sliced through Pierce's defense like lightning, charging toward the paint. That moment, Mark Blunt was stationed under the basket, with Pierce closely trailing Kobe. Following suit, Ricky Davis also pursued that Kobe's offensive prowess was formidable tonight, prompting the Celtics to send 3 players to double-team him. Just as Davis rushed into the paint, Kobe dished out a pass. "Oh no," Davis gasped, turning to sprint toward Lin Hao. But it was too late. Lin Hao received Kobe's pass and shot without hesitation. Davis felt a surge of regret. Even if Kobe scored, it was merely 2 points. But Lin Hao's three-point shooting was notoriously precise. However, his expression shifted from hopeful to disheartened. The shot clanged off the rim. The Celtics players collectively exhaled in relief. Yet Odom snagged the rebound. At this point, Lin Hao had already sprinted back into an open position. Odom did not hesitate, passing the ball back to him. Oh no! The tension in everyone's throats heightened. Pierce was furious with Davis. "Why aren't you guarding your man? Why are you crashing the boards?" The first time could be forgiven, but this was too much. Lin Hao launched another three-pointer. Another miss, just as Pierce sighed in relief. Odom grabbed yet another rebound. He passed the ball back to Lin Hao. What drove Pierce to the brink was that Lin Hao was yet again wide open. But once more, the three-pointer failed. Odom seemed to be transformed into a rebounding machine, securing another board. This time he passed to Kobe. With a fadeaway jumper, Kobe scored. The two commentators erupted in excitement. Unable to contain Pierce and failing to hit a three, Lin Hao's performance tonight was abysmal. It appeared we had all overestimated him. Tonight, Pierce would indeed obliterate him. During the timeout, Lin Hao covered his head with a towel. "Lin, pull yourself together. Can't you handle a little setback?" Kobe approached, ruffling his hair. Lin Hao removed the towel, grinning widely that "I'm perfectly fine. I was just contemplating how to defend against Pierce." "That's good to hear," Kobe nodded. Taking a seat beside him, in reality, your inability to guard Pierce isn't due to a lack of ability, but rather a deficiency in experience. Dwayne relies on speed for his offensive prowess, while LeBron depends on strength. You possess both speed and strength, allowing you to defend against them. Yet you are still adjusting to a player like Pierce, who employs a myriad of feints. Lin Hao lifted his head. "What about you? How can I defend against you?" Kobe flashed a mysterious smile. "You really think you can guard me? I've been holding back against you all this time. Everything Pierce can do, I can do too. If I were to focus, you wouldn't stand a chance." Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? Looks like someone's getting a bit cocky. I wonder if that's true." Subsequently, Kobe began imparting defensive techniques to Lin Hao. When facing a player like Pierce, you must learn to observe. First, watch their eyes, shoulders, and foot movements. These will reveal their offensive intentions. Secondly, maintain physical contact with them. Through the tremors of their bodies, one can discern their forthcoming actions. Lin Hao listened intently, suddenly realizing how excessively he had relied on the system in the past. He had foolishly believed that possessing an unyielding defense and a perfect defensive capability would suffice to thwart anyone. This notion was utterly erroneous. That a proficient defender relies not solely on their innate abilities. They also meticulously analyze game footage, studying the offensive characteristics of each player. He recognized that he had fallen short in this regard. Simultaneously, Lin Hao felt as though Kobe's recent words had etched themselves deeply into his consciousness, granting him a profound epiphany. Could this be the essence of basketball intelligence that LeBron possessed? He was filled with exhilaration. Moreover, missing 3 consecutive three-pointers was hardly a concern. Even in his earlier days, he had once missed 4 in a single game. He would continue to pass the ball to you. "Let us go." As the timeout was nearing its conclusion, Kobe uttered these words and rose to leave. Watching Kobe's retreating figure, Lin Hao was overwhelmed with gratitude. In order to secure victory in this match, the most rational course for Kobe would be to assume the responsibility of defending Pierce and take the lead in the offense. It was evident that, thus far, he had made 3 out of 3 attempts and was in exceptional form. However, it was clear that in Kobe's heart, his growth was far more significant than the outcome of 1 or 2 games. Lin, I will also pass the ball to you next. Lamar Odom flashed a warm smile. Lin Hao felt a surge of warmth. He was nearly usurping Odom's position as the second in command, yet Odom remained so supportive. This good brother, Lamar, was truly commendable. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers initiated their offense. This time, Kobe opted not to pass, but to take the shot himself. That it was not that he was reneging on his word. Rather, he was in a state of exhilaration, having successfully made 4 out of 4 attempts. With less than half of the first quarter gone, Kobe had already accumulated 9 points. Furthermore, he harbored a desire for retribution on behalf of his younger compatriot. The extent to which Pierce had tormented Lin Hao only fueled Kobe's resolve to make Pierce suffer in return. The moment arrived for Pierce to attack again. You can't guard me. Chinese kid, just give up. I'll breeze past you like crossing a road in the morning. Lin Hao remained silent. Engaging in a war of words held no significance at this juncture, if one could not defend against the opponent. Any word spoken would be futile. Pierce launched yet another offensive. This time, Lin Hao maintained constant physical contact, utilizing his body to gauge Pierce's intentions and successfully identifying several feints. Upon noticing this, Pierce immediately altered his rhythm, executing a sudden stop and step back, creating distance between himself and Lin Hao. In the next instant, he soared into the air for a jump shot. However, Lin Hao, with remarkable swiftness, lunged forward, just as Pierce released the ball. Lin Hao's fingertips brushed the basketball. Clang! It was a clean block. Pierce was drenched in cold sweat, nearly having been denied. With such a skill level, you dare to boast, Lin Hao remarked coldly. Pierce stood momentarily stunned. How could this kid's defense exert such immense pressure on him? How had his defense improved so significantly after just 1 timeout? The rebound was claimed by Kobe. Lin Hao swiftly surged towards the front court. After stepping just inside the free throw line, he leapt high that moment. Kobe's pass arrived. Lin Hao caught the ball midair and forcefully slammed it into the hoop. Oh no! Lin not only thwarted Pierce, but also transformed the North Shore Garden into a realm of alley-oops. The commentators gasped in astonishment. However, in the subsequent few plays, Lin Hao failed to continue his stellar performance. It became evident that he had underestimated Pierce. Pierce's arsenal of offensive moves was undeniably vast. Upon realizing that his drives and jump shots were ineffective, he resorted to backing down for a post-up. His footwork and back-to-basket skills were exceedingly refined and fluid, as if the basketball became an extension of his body. With a subtle shoulder feint, Pierce caused Lin Hao to lose his balance in an instant. He swiftly pivoted, executing a graceful hook shot that sent the ball toward the basket. On the offensive end, Lin Hao's 3-point shooting and mid-range attempts were still lacking. The rims at the North Shore Arena seemed to have a lid on them for him. Logically, if Lin Hao's shots were not falling, he could still assist the team through passing. Yet the well-meaning Kobe and Odom continuously fed him the ball, encouraging him to shoot. Kobe stubbornly believed that Lin Hao was merely hitting the rookie wall. He would rather lose tonight's game than not help his good brother regain his form. Lin Hao felt utterly despondent. After all, he possessed a system. How could he possibly be hitting a rookie wall? It was merely a matter of finding his rhythm. Although Kobe's actions were not particularly rational, Phil Jackson, rather than intervening, seemed pleased, who said Kobe did not love to pass. He simply refrained from passing to those lacking both talent and effort. As the first half concluded, the Lakers trailed by 3 points. Kobe had shot 8 for 11, amassing a staggering 25 points, while Pierce had made 7 of 12 attempts for 18 points. Lin Hao, however, had managed a meager 6 points from 2 of 7 shooting, along with a free throw shooting of 1 out of 3 inside the Lakers' locker room. The coach observed Lin Hao with a benevolent expression. "Child, you performed admirably." Lin Hao was left perplexed. Pierce had just thoroughly dominated him, and yet he was praised. Phil Jackson presented the statistical report, analyzing, in the first quarter, Pierce had a shooting percentage of 71, which dropped to 49 in the second. "Lin, it appears your progress is substantial." Lin Hao's spirits lifted instantly. "All right, next I will defend Pierce until he becomes a bricklayer." After the halftime break, Lin Hao finally regained his shooting touch. By continuously running through screens, he left Ricky Davis in his wake, effortlessly sinking a 3-pointer. Kobe, elated, pumped his fist as if he had made the shot himself. Phil Jackson's eyes sparkled with delight. Despite missing 3 consecutive three-pointers, Lin Hao dared to continue shooting. This kid possessed remarkable composure on the defensive end. Pierce's fakes grew less effective, and his shots frequently clanked off the rim by the end of the third quarter. The Lakers had established a 5-point lead. Celtics head coach Doc Rivers wore a troubled expression. Now that Lin Hao had found his rhythm, and the Kobe-Lin duo was simultaneously thriving, the situation was truly formidable. "Coach, allow me to defend that Chinese kid next," Pierce declared fiercely. Rivers was taken aback, but quickly grasped Pierce's intention. Once Kobe found his rhythm, no one could defend him. He was unstoppable. However, Lin Hao was different. His offensive arsenal was limited. As long as they restricted his shooting, he posed no significant threat. "All right, but do you have the stamina? That kid is notoriously fast. No problem, since there's no game tomorrow. I'll exhaust myself to obliterate that kid today." As the fourth quarter commenced, it became evident that Pierce's defense paled in comparison to LeBron's. The King had been a multiple-time first-team all-defensive selection. Coupled with Lin Hao's endurance, Pierce's stamina could not keep up on the offensive end. Lin Hao frequently scored, while Pierce continued to miss. "Did you notice? You've practically warped the rim at North Shore Garden. Come on, you almost offended me. Your defense is so soft. Even Kobe's grandma is tougher than you. Where until you plan to score 50 points? I doubt you'll even reach 30. Is this what you call a showdown between men?" I haven't even broken a sweat, with the advantage firmly in his grasp. Lin Hao exhibited no sympathy for his opponent, unleashing a torrent of trash talk as if it were free of cost. Pierce was on the verge of exploding with rage. Where had this kid learned such cutting trash talk? How could it be so hurtful? His gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Hao, who was celebrating after scoring a goal. Silent as a grave, beneath this calm exterior, a strategy was slowly taking shape. "Since you were so arrogant, do not blame me for being ungracious. In the ensuing round, Lin Hao utilized a screen to run into an open position once more. Upon receiving a pass from Odom, he took the shot directly to that moment. Pierce lunged towards him, delivering a fierce slap to Lin Hao's arm, sending him crashing to the floor. The impact was tremendous, and the sound of Lin Hao's body hitting the ground echoed with a dull thud. The referee's whistle blew. Foul for hitting. Damn it. Lin Hao couldn't help but curse. Such a blatant foul against a person rather than the ball was merely deemed a common foul. Pierce's intentions were clear. Even if he couldn't stop you, he would ensure you felt the repercussions that a surge of determination ignited within Lin Hao, unleashing his inner ferocity. "The more ruthless you are, the more I shall retaliate." In response, Lin Hao executed a thunderous dunk as payback to Pierce. Upon landing, he pointed a finger at Pierce and let out a fierce roar, his face radiating menace. Lin Hao's dunks were not frequent during games, primarily due to his jumping ability being rated at only 83. However, the only way to channel his pent-up fury was through a dunk. Yet, Pierce was no pushover. His underhanded tactics were escalating, and the tension on the court intensified. The Lakers launched another offensive. Lin Hao maneuvered around a screen to receive the ball at the arc, taking a jump shot that a glimmer of malice flickered in Pierce's eyes that he stealthily shifted his position. Extending his foot to where Lin Hao was about to land, the ball swished through the net. However, at the moment Lin Hao descended, a chilling crack reverberated through the air. He fell heavily to the ground. Clutching his ankle, his face contorted in agony. No. A gasp erupted from the audience, many rising in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The referee's whistle sounded, announcing the foul. Yet Pierce displayed no remorse. He merely stared coldly at Lin Hao, as if to say, "This is the consequence of opposing me. I will crush you." Just then, Odom rushed over, throwing a powerful punch at Pierce. Caught off guard, Pierce was knocked down by the blow. Subsequently, Odom mounted him, delivering punch after punch to his face. Bang! Ah! Bang bang! Ah! Pierce's cries of anguish filled the A.I.R.T. that moment. Atkins and Mim, among others, rushed in. Other Celtics players also charged forward. The atmosphere was charged, and a brawl was imminent. Meanwhile, Kobe knelt down to assess Lin Hao's injury, his eyes filled with concern and urgency. Fortunately, the referee intervened in time to separate the two teams. The team doctor quickly entered the court. carrying Lin Hao off on a stretcher. Soon, the team doctor relayed the news that Lin Hao's injury was serious and would require further observation. He would not return for the remainder of the game. This news cast a shadow over the hearts of all Lakers players that a trip foul is one of the most despicable acts and could potentially jeopardize a player's entire career, despite Pierce's reprehensible behavior. The referee only issued him a technical foul. Furthermore, due to Odom's act of violence, he was promptly ejected from the game. Phil Jackson was nearly furious. He argued with the referee repeatedly, but to no avail. The game continued. The Lakers players were seething, eager to avenge Lin Hao. The tension on the court escalated. Without Lin Hao, Kobe assumed the mantle of leading the offense that he abandoned his usual reliance on fadeaway shots. Repeatedly driving to the basket for layups and dunks, that he vented his frustrations through this relentless assault, expressing his fury towards Pierce, and enraged Kobe was an unstoppable force in the league. The Lakers' score surged dramatically. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the arena. The audience turned, and a familiar figure emerged. It was the Lakers' number 3, Lin Hao. At first, the crowd was stunned, then erupted into a deafening chorus of boos. Their star player had committed such a malicious foul against Lin Hao, yet they directed their ire at him. Truly, this was a devil's home court. Lin, I command you to stay off the court. Go rest, Phil Jackson said sternly. Lin Hao smiled, having just been examined by the team doctor, declaring, I'm perfectly fine now. He even jumped a little to prove that his ankle was indeed unharmed. The Zen master frowned, filled with confusion. Hadn't the doctor just said that Lin Hao couldn't play for the rest of the game? How was it that only a few minutes later, he appeared to be in perfect health? Lin Hao's smile gradually faded, replaced by a fierce intensity. Damn, Pierce, if I don't obliterate you today, I'll perform a handstand and defecate in public, had it not been for a vial of injury medication. He would likely be incapacitated by now. The odds of winning a lottery in the regular season were already low. Thus far, he had only one vial of injury medication. Now, that sole vial had been used. Unfortunately, Celtics head coach Rivers had already benched Pierce. Pierce complied, sitting quietly, not requesting to re-enter the game. He wasn't foolish. The Lakers players were all glaring with rage. If he insisted on playing now, he would likely be left crippled. Lin Hao re-entered the court. Kobe recognized the fire burning within him and, considering the game was already secured, voluntarily requested to sit out, entrusting the game entirely to Lin Hao. Although Pierce was absent, Lin Hao had his own means of retaliation. His strategy was to humiliate the Celtics with a colossal scoring margin. The Celtics would lose face, and their star player would be embarrassed. With both Kobe and Odom off the court, Lin Hao officially commenced his performance. Three-pointers, mid-range shots, drives, dunks, and ferocious defense. That moment, Lin Hao seemed capable of anything. The Celtics were trailing by more than 20 points, their spirit utterly crushed. The starters were all benched, surrendering. Yet Lin Hao was not prepared to let them off easily. Instead, he led the Lakers bench with even more aggressive offense and defense. In less than half a quarter, he scored 12 points. Moreover, the Celtics bench players were rendered helpless against him. Their combined score barely reached half of his total. The boos from the North Shore garden grew louder. Many spectators began to vocally insult him. Lin Hao, however, placed his hands behind his ears, urging them to amplify their volume. Damn it! Just now, Pierce tripped me, and you didn't boo him. Instead, you boo me. Moreover, my good brother Odom has been suspended because of you. Ordinarily, during garbage time, both teams would substitute their starters. However, since the Celtics had shown such a lack of sportsmanship, Lin Hao was determined to humiliate them thoroughly. In the ensuing game, both Celtics players and fans were on edge, watching as the score gap widened. When the final whistle blew, the score stood at 78-109. The Lakers triumphed with a staggering 31-point lead. In the post-game interview, when reporters questioned Pierce about his malicious trip, he defensively replied, Honestly, I didn't intend to injure anyone. I merely sought to intimidate him. Lin Hao, I wanted him to be apprehensive while shooting in my presence. It was my defensive strategy, but I didn't anticipate he would land right on my foot. Clearly, Lin's luck was unfortunate, but this is not my fault. Meanwhile, Celtics head coach Rivers expressed his outrage, stating, Once garbage time begins, the leading team cannot allow their starters to remain on the court or engage in dunks and similar actions. This is a fundamental, unwritten rule that everyone should adhere to. Lin's behavior severely violates the spirit of sportsmanship. I condemn him on behalf of the entire NBA. A reporter from a Boston media outlet sharply questioned Lin Hao. During garbage time, you continued to remain on the court to run up the score. Don't you think your actions violate professional ethics? Lin Hao smiled faintly and remarked, I would never treat other teams in such a manner. However, when it comes to inferior teams, I shall employ equally inferior tactics. Moreover, every time I encounter the Celtics in the future, I will take great pleasure in humiliating them. This time, the Lakers only led by 31 points, which I believe is far from sufficient. Not to mention, Rivers himself has stated that leaving players in during garbage time is merely an unwritten rule. An unwritten rule does not constitute a rule. Clearly, I have not violated any regulations. Lin Hao's words detonated like a bombshell, inciting a wave of astonishment among the reporters present. He had the audacity to label the Celtics as a garbage team. He suggested that a 31-point lead was still inadequate. The journalists exchanged incredulous glances, their pens and cameras working tirelessly. The Zen master could not help but chuckle ruefully. Neither Kobe nor Lin Hao was particularly easy to manage. This feud was now established. Yet, it mattered little. A multitude of lice does not itch, and a plethora of debts does not trouble the mind. The long-standing rivalry between the Lakers and the Celtics hardly required any additional grievances. This declaration immediately stirred a tempest within the NBA. Celtics fans were infuriated, some even issuing threats against Lin Hao. What an arrogant fellow. This is an affront to us. If he dares to come to Boston again, I shall hold a gun to his head. However, a greater number of individuals rallied in support of Lin Hao, particularly Lakers fans. Lin wrong in what he said. You Celtics are indeed garbage. Even your star players resort to dirty tricks like tripping. What else are you capable of? Here's a fun fact. The Celtics once tampered with the court floor to prevent the ball from bouncing, facilitating fast breaks. Furthermore, many stars who have been victimized by such tripping behavior also stepped forward to condemn the Celtics. Vince Carter proclaimed, Pierce's despicable actions warrant a lifetime ban. Ray Allen expressed, it is well known that my least favorite player is the tripping specialist Bruce Bowen, and Pierce is his successor. Allen Iverson added, the next time I encounter the Celtics, I will obliterate them, as I detest tripping this moment. Lin Hao, caught in the eye of the storm, had boarded a plane with his teammates. Hey, buddy, although you've offended the Celtics this time. Lakers fans adore you even more, Odom exclaimed excitedly while holding a newspaper. Brother, I've dragged you into this mess. The league is likely to penalize you. Lin Hao gazed at him like a tea that moment. Odom's quirky appearance seemed increasingly endearing in his eyes. He had seriously threatened Odom's position as the second-in-command on the team. Yet, instead of harboring hostility, Odom was defending him. No worries. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars and a couple of games suspension. Odom chuckled innocently. Don't fret about the fine. I've already taken care of it. Just then, Kobe approached. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, thinking that since Lamar was standing up for him, he should be the one to cover the expenses. Kobe shot him a disdainful glance. With your meager funds, you can't even afford a house, let alone pay someone else's fine. Well, that was a moment of disdain. Lin Hao smiled wryly, rubbing his nose. Kobe relentlessly continued. Also, your offensive and defensive skills are abysmal. In the fourth quarter, against a bunch of substitutes, you only managed to score a handful of points while allowing Pierce to score 25 points over you. This left Odom speechless. Scoring just a handful of points in one game was hardly shameful for Lin Hao, especially when Pierce, a scoring machine, had racked up 25 points. Was that defense truly so poor? If Lin Hao's performance was considered atrocious, then what did that make Odom? A cruel smile crept onto Lin Hao's face. You think my skills are subpar? If so, we shall practice diligently once we return to Los Angeles. Upon hearing this, Kobe wished he could slap himself, quietly retreating to his seat. After a stretch of back-to-back games, there had been little time for practice. He seemed to have forgotten just how terrifying training with Lin Hao during the offseason had been. That guy trained like a robot. When the Lakers returned to Los Angeles, countless fans had already gathered outside the airport. They waved Lakers flags, held banners and player posters, their faces beaming with excitement and pride. Lin Hao was somewhat taken aback. Had he not merely beaten up on the Celtics? Why did it feel like they had won the championship? It was only later that he realized he had underestimated the situation. The Lakers had achieved an impressive record of 7 wins in 7 games in the regular season, which included a back-to-back away journey as the Lakers players emerged from the airport corridor. A deafening cheer erupted, fans chanting Kobe's and Lin Hao's names. Lin Hao felt a surge of emotion. Soon enough, the league's disciplinary results were announced. Odom was suspended for 2 games and fined $25,000 for throwing punches at Pierce. Pierce received a 1-game suspension for his egregious foul. The entire Lakers team was dissatisfied with this outcome, but they had no choice but to accept it begrudgingly. After all, even a tripping expert like Bruce Bowen had rarely faced suspension for Odom's fine. Kobe generously covered it. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Hao accessed the system in the last game. He had scored a total of 30 points, outpacing Pierce. However, most of those points had come in the fourth quarter after Pierce had departed. Consequently, he had only earned 18 attribute points in total. After some contemplation, Lin Hao decided to allocate all his points to rebounding. His current average stats stood at 16 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, 0.6 steals, and 0.3 blocks. His rebounding was a significant hindrance. Kobe, a shooting guard, averaged 5.9 rebounds, while Chucky Atkins, a point guard, managed an average of 2.4 rebounds. Clearly, as a small forward, Lin Hao's rebounding ability was severely lacking. After distributing his attribute points, Lin Hao's rebounding ability reached a score of 50, which still fell short of expectations. Next came the lottery draw. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck in the previous game against the Cavaliers, as this time he came away empty-handed. After a 2-day respite, the Lakers were set to face the visiting New Jersey Nets. Both Kobe and Lin Hao performed admirably in this match, yet the team's victory proved to be exceptionally arduous. The reason was simple. Odom was absent. Although Odom's scoring ability was mediocre and his defense was lacking, even his organizational skills were not significantly superior to Lin Hao's. He was a rebounding machine. He averaged 12 rebounds per game, making him the team's rebounding king. In contrast, the starting center Chris Mim averaged only 5.3 rebounds, even fewer than Kobe. Consequently, the Lakers were out-rebounded by 13 against the Nets. However, Lin Hao's gains were exceptionally fruitful. He faced off against All-Star player Carter, earning a remarkable 25 attribute points, all of which he allocated to rebounding. Thus, Lin Hao's rebounding ability soared to 75, placing him in the upper echelons of the league. He then pressed the lottery button. Wow! Seeing the stopped pointer, Lin Hao was so shocked that he couldn't help but curse. This time he had drawn a skill, and it was an incredibly cool one. Carter's death dunk. Lin Hao felt an overwhelming joy, nearly going insane with happiness. The 2000 Sydney Olympics. Vince Carter had soared over the 2.13-meter French center to execute the death dunk. This dunk had been repeatedly hailed as one of the greatest dunks in history. Carter was practically a colossal experience treasure. He truly adored him. After facing the New Jersey Nets, the Lakers were set to meet the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yet another subpar team. The Minnesota Timberwolves, solely reliant on the prowess of the lone wolf, Kevin Garnett, were no match for the formidable combination of Kobe and Lin. Following this, the Lakers were afforded a 3-day respite. During this interlude, the previously silent management of the Lakers sprang into action, executing a stunning trade that reverberated throughout Los Angeles. The Lakers dispatched Karen Butler and starting point guard Atkins to the Wizards in exchange for the 2001 NBA first overall pick, Kwame Brown, along with the esteemed CBA veteran Prophet. Subsequently, the Lakers also signed the so-called homeless Smush Parker. These 2 transactions incited an uproar among the fans of Los Angeles, who vociferously lambasted Kupchak, with the Lakers enjoying a 9-game winning streak. The rationale behind such trades at this juncture eluded many. One could scarcely fathom what Kupchak was contemplating to trade away a starting point guard and a pivotal bench player merely to acquire the underwhelming Kwame Brown. What on earth were Prophet and Smush Parker supposed to represent? Other teams had no interest in them, yet Kupchak treated them as treasures. I believe the Lakers were poised to reach the playoffs this season, perhaps even advancing to the Western Conference Finals. Now, that hope seemed extinguished. Upon hearing this news, Lin Hao felt a pang of astonishment. However, these trades were profoundly intertwined with his own circumstances. Originally, The Lakers intended for Caron Butler to assume the role of the team's second scoring option. Yet, due to Lin Hao's presence, Butler had been relegated to the bench. It was surely vexatious for Kupchak to witness a player earning nearly $10 million in a reserve role to alleviate this burden. The Lakers were compelled to part ways with Atkins. With Atkins gone, the Lakers were left with no choice but to scout the free market for the Grim Reaper, Parker. Lin, in truth, Kwame Brown could prove to be quite beneficial. At the very least, he could bolster our interior defense. Observing Lin Hao's apparent dissatisfaction with the trade, Kobe sought to offer him some solace. Lin Hao could only manage a rueful smile, a time traveler. He was more acutely aware than any Lakers fan of the sheer folly of Kupchak's decision. Kwame Brown was widely regarded as one of the most disappointing first overall picks in history. In his past life, he struggled to secure a starting position with the Lakers. Meanwhile, Grim Reaper Smush Parker had been deemed by Kobe as the worst player on the planet, and Prophet was even worse. It was likely that even the most devoted Lakers fans had forgotten him. Before joining the Wizards, he had served as a backup for the Chinese team, Guangdong, and had not even been able to secure a starting role in the CBA. Regardless, the shortcomings of other players were inconsequential as long as we continued to improve. Kobe patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the system in place, it would take merely a month at best, or half a year at worst, for him to ascend to the ranks of the league's elite stars. Joining forces with Kobe, securing a championship would not be an arduous task. While Lin Hao and Kobe's spirits were lifted, Caron Butler was engulfed in sorrow. Since the day Lin Hao established himself as a starter, Butler had sensed his days with the Lakers were numbered. Yet he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Witnessing Butler's dejection weighed heavily on Lin Hao's heart. Ever since their one-on-one encounter, the two had reconciled. Through their deeper interactions, Lin Hao had discovered that Butler was, in fact, a genuinely good person. However, the harsh reality remained. The NBA was ultimately a commercial enterprise, with profit reigning supreme. Caron, trust me, in Washington, you will carve out a new path for yourself. Lin Hao earnestly reassured Butler. In his previous life, once Butler joined the Wizards, he had achieved career highs across the board and earned an all-star selection. Thank you, Lin. Once I arrive in Washington, we must definitely meet up. Butler observed Lin Hao's earnest expression, realizing he was not joking, and felt a wave of gratitude. With the arrival of new players and the departure of veterans, the Lakers faced off against the Seattle Supersonics, who had journeyed from afar, now known as the Oklahoma City Thunder. Lin Hao's excitement was palpable. The reason was simple. The Supersonic star player, Ray Allen, was an exceptional source of experience. Lin Hao excelled at defending players like Allen, who thrived without the ball. Moreover, he had been classified as an all-star by the system. Lin Hao was prepared to showcase his skills and extract considerable advantages from Allen. Additionally, the Supersonics lacked particularly formidable defensive players. Lin Hao anticipated a high-scoring performance in this game, which would grant him more attribute points. However, his elation was short-lived due to a decision from the Zen Master nearly sent Lin Hao into a frenzy. In this match, his defensive assignment would be Rashard Lewis. What madness was this? The contract stipulated that each team as perimeter star was to be guarded by him. How could he be tasked with defending the opposing team's second option? Yet a single remark from the Zen Master quelled his indignation. Rashard Lewis stands at 6'8". Do you expect Kobe to guard him? Alas, who would have thought that being tall could be a burden? All of this was Kobe's fault for being so vertically challenged. As the game commenced, the Lakers' starting lineup had undergone a significant transformation due to Kupchak's trades. The starting point guard was Grim Reaper Parker, followed by Kobe at shooting guard, Lin Hao at small forward, Lamar Odom at power forward, and Chris Mim at center. This lineup was so lackluster it was almost nauseating, with Kwame Brown newly acquired and yet to acclimate to the team. The Zen Master still opted for Mim as a starter AS for Parker. How he was able to secure a starting position was a testament to Kupchak's decisions. Presently, the Lakers had virtually no pure point guard aside from Parker. Who else could they rely on? Naturally, the Supersonic starting lineup was not much better. PG Luke Ridnour, SG Ray Allen, SF Rashard Lewis, PF Reggie Evans, C Jerome James, despite facing a weak team like the Supersonics. The Lakers struggled immensely. Initially, Parker faltered. He flaunted his street ball skills, only for Ridnour to easily steal the ball and score. Following this, he repeatedly missed shots. Odom was frequently absent-minded, failing to secure rebounds and often being victimized on the fast break. On the defensive end, he consistently faltered, with Ridnour effortlessly scoring as if he were Kobe himself. That Parker's individual shortcomings were bearable, especially with Kobe covering for him. However, once Kwame Brown entered the fray, everyone finally witnessed a new level of incompetence. His poor skills were one thing. He was also incredibly soft. Jerome James, his counterpart, was practically channeling Shaquille O'Neal. Time and again, he bulldozed his way to the basket, treating the Lakers' interior defense as his personal playground. Midway through the first quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 13 points. Yes, you read that correctly. The score stood at 4-17 in favor of the Supersonics. Ridnour had racked up 6 points. While Jerome James had scored 7.2, role players were dominating the game. Lin, from now on, don't pass the ball to anyone else. Let's take matters into our own hands, Kobe gravely instructed Lin Hao. He had lost faith even in Odom. Lin Hao nodded in agreement that it was often said that Kobe was not a passer, but he was indeed forced into this situation on the next possession. As Parker crossed half-court, Kobe demanded the ball. Lin Hao, utilizing a well-timed cut, found an opportunity to shoot. Kobe's pass was perfectly timed, allowing Lin Hao to execute an effortless jump shot. The Supersonics launched their offense. With Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis, both prolific scorers, struggling to find shooting space against the combined defensive efforts of Kobe and Lin, they were ultimately compelled to pass the ball to Ridnour. Ridnour breezed past Parker, preparing to take a jumper. Just then, a shadow loomed overhead, and the ball was swatted away. It was Lin Hao. He had come in for the help defense, though his shot-blocking ability was only rated at 30 points. Denying a shot from smaller player was well within his capabilities. Unbelievable, a magnificent rejection that obscured the sun. The commentator exclaimed in astonishment. Kobe immediately sprang into action, chasing after the basketball. Lin Hao dashed towards the front court. But Ray Allen was quicker, swiftly returning to defense. Kobe's timely pass reached Lin Hao, who seized the ball and sprinted towards the free throw line. That moment, Ray Allen had already positioned himself ahead, arms outstretched, ready for the challenge. Yet, Lin Hao did not halt his momentum. He leapt into the air. Oh no! The entire crowd was left in stunned silence. What was he thinking? He chose to jump with a defender right in front of him. Could it be? At this point, Lin Hao soared above Ray Allen, his body still ascending until he cleared Allen's head. The astonished audience was captivated by the breathtaking scene, afraid to blink, with his right hand raised high. Lin Hao's body arched like a bow as he forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The commentator was the first to regain composure, stammering, "Wow, amazing. A poster dunk. Lin just dunked over Ray Allen." In the next moment, the Staples Center erupted in a deafening cheer, as if the very roof would be lifted off. After witnessing the first half of the game, Lakers fans felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Watching Riedno and James flaunt their skills was disheartening. However, Lin Hao's powerful volleyball-style block and his emphatic dunk completely dispelled the gloom hanging over them. At this moment, Ray Allen appeared dazed, almost soulless, that he could easily envision the following day's headlines in every sports magazine and newspaper featuring Lin Hao's dunk, while he himself would merely serve as a pitiful background figure. Ray Allen was thoroughly incensed. "Lin, how did you manage that?" Kobe's shock had yet to fade. He was well aware of Lin Hao's jumping ability, better than the average player but still far inferior to his own. The little flying man knew that even he struggled to execute a dunk over someone. Why was Lin Hao able to accomplish it? Perhaps it was an extraordinary performance. Lin Hao chuckled to himself. In truth, his vertical leap was rated at only 83 points, far from the threshold for a poster dunk. However, he possessed the death-defying dunk skill of Carter. This skill did not enhance a jumping ability, but allowed him to achieve a remarkable 100 points when faced with a defender. Lin Hao's dunk came at a pivotal moment. Perhaps inspired by this, the Grim Reaper and the top pick tightened their defensive performance. That Riedno's defense dropped to Ray Allen's level, while Jerome James' standard fell from O'Neal to that of Howard. As for the offensive end, Kobe refused to pass them the ball, leaving them without any shooting opportunities. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers trailed by 5 points. The previous deficit was too profound. And even the two experts in filling holes, Kobe and Lin, could not rectify it in half a quarter. Just as the Lakers seemed to gain momentum, Kobe entered the second quarter cold, missing 3 consecutive shots. Additionally, Odom frequently lost focus, with one of Lin Hao's passes even striking him directly in the face. Nevertheless, the Lakers remained competitive, largely due to Lin Hao's substitution for Odom, where he transformed into a rebounding machine. Securing 3 consecutive boards, the two commentators displayed expressions of shock. "Oh, Lin has grabbed quite a few rebounds tonight. Let me check the stats. Goodness, the second quarter isn't even over, and he's already notched 6 rebounds." It seems Lin is on track for his first career double-double. Phil Jackson also wore a look of surprise. It appears this kid genuinely has the potential to become a Pippen for a long time. Lin Hao's most significant shortcoming in becoming Pippen was his rebounding. It seemed he was continuously addressing his weaknesses, but soon Ray Allen began to explode, hitting every shot he attempted, even with Kobe's hand in his face. He still managed to score. The score gap between the two teams began to widen. "Lin, it's your turn to guard Ray Allen now," the Zen master instructed during timeout. This was not to suggest that Lin Hao's defense was necessarily superior to Kobe's. Rather, it was due to his height and wingspan. Phil Jackson hoped to stifle Ray Allen's performance using his taller player. This adjustment proved effective, as Ray Allen's scoring came to a halt. Under Lin Hao's imposing 210 centimeters wingspan, he could no longer shoot comfortably. Several times, Lin Hao's fingertips nearly grazed the ball. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers trailed by 8 points. While the deficit was not insurmountable, the Zen master remained furrowed in thought. For the Lakers lacked a point guard. With only the Grim Reaper, Parker, as a true point guard, they had to rely on Vujasic as his backup, one a liability, the other lacking in dribbling skills. "Lin, you'll play point guard from now on," the Zen master instructed. That in his eyes, Lin Hao had become the fire extinguisher. "And oh problem," Lin Hao replied, excitement bubbling within him. This would be his first time playing the one position. Pippen's precise coordination and James' basketball IQ would finally come into play. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lin Hao confidently dribbled the ball past half-court. Upon witnessing this, the commentator expressed surprise. Why has Phil decided to let Lin play point guard? It appears that ever since Chucky Atkins left, the Lakers have lacked a true one. Once Lin Hao crossed half-court, Kobe called for the ball, as was customary. Traditionally, the point guard was solely responsible for bringing the ball past half-court, after which everything would be handed over to Kobe. However, Lin Hao completely disregarded him, focusing solely on his dribbling. Goodness, Lin has ignored Kobe's request. Will the little flying man lose his temper? The Lakers fans present were filled with astonishment and concern. Thus far, no point guard had dared to monopolize Kobe's ball. They feared that the Lin-Kobe duo might clash as a result. In that moment, Lin Hao felt his mind functioning like a high-speed computer, swiftly analyzing the situation on the court. With the Supersonics' defensive focus on Kobe, and Kobe still struggling to find his rhythm, passing to him would likely result in a missed shot that if he attempted to go one-on-one. The odds were not in his favor either. The defender assigned to him was not Riedno, but Ray Allen. Conversely, the Supersonics appeared to be lax in their defense against the other Lakers players. Thus, Lin Hao gestured with his left hand, and his teammates immediately understood, beginning to execute his instructions. Lin Hao passed the ball to Parker on the left side and quickly cut towards the basket. Simultaneously, Odom moved from the right side to the left, forming a triangular formation. Lin Hao executed a pick and roll with Mims in the low post, successfully drawing the attention of two defenders. Parker swiftly passed the ball back to Lin Hao, who then fed it to Odom, waiting for an opportunity on the weak side. Odom rose steadily for the shot, and the ball went in. Beautiful! The Zen master couldn't contain his excitement, whistling in delight. This was a successful triangle offense. He had never anticipated that Lin Hao would execute it so adeptly. Although the strategy seemed simple, neither Atkins nor Parker had been able to accomplish it. The reason was twofold. First, they lacked the courage to ignore Kobe's demands for the ball. Second, even if Kobe relinquished the ball, they lacked the dribbling skills and exceptional passing vision to draw the defense's attention. The only flaw in this sequence was that the team's star, Kobe, had been merely a bystander throughout. Would he become disgruntled? The Zen master cast a worried glance at Kobe, who was currently all smiles. Exchanging high fives with Lin Hao, the Zen master breathed a sigh of relief. realizing that perhaps he had been overly concerned, despite the troubles caused by Lin Hao's switch to the #1 position. The coach of the Supersonics remained unperturbed. Historical footage revealed that this young Chinese player, while occasionally showcasing flashes of brilliance in his passing, was not deemed a significant threat. However, Bob Hill's judgment would soon be proven erroneous. In the following 2 plays, Lin Hao's passes sliced through the Supersonics' defense like a finely honed dagger that a long pass found Kobe waiting beyond the 3-point line, who then sank a 3-pointer with ease. Shortly thereafter, Lin delivered a precise assist to Lamar Odom, who executed a layup effortlessly. Following that, he fed the ball to Mim beneath the basket, leading to a thunderous dunk. 3 consecutive plays, 3 assists. The Lakers' offense flowed seamlessly, and the confidence and morale of the players soared tremendously. Coach Bob Hill promptly called for a timeout. "Well done, my friend. Your passing is nearly rivaling mine," Kobe beamed, giving Lin Hao a hearty slap on the rear. "Are you sure I'm catching up to you? Perhaps we should hit the court again for some practice?" Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Kobe smirked and quietly walked away. It seemed the time had come to officially elevate Lin to the position of second-in-command. Witnessing the harmonious interaction between Kobe and Lin, Phil Jackson felt entirely at ease. Subsequently, the Supersonics began to closely guard Lin Hao's passes. Their strategy appeared sound, as it was widely known that Lin lacked independent offensive capability. By stifling his teammates, the Lakers would inevitably revert to a star-centric isolation offense. Yet, they overlooked a crucial detail. Rashard Lewis, tasked with defending Lin, was now gasping for breath after chasing him around the court, while Lin remained as lively as ever. Thus, Lin opted for a direct drive. Utilizing his speed, he evaded Lewis and then, with sheer strength, barreled into Ray Allen. "Oh no, Lin is poised to dunk over him," the announcer exclaimed excitedly. As Lin charged towards the paint, center Jerome James shrank back in fear. The recent memory of Allen being dunked on had left an indelible mark on him. Consequently, James ducked aside, clutching his head. A chorus of boos erupted from the Staples Center. "Jerome is such a coward, to let a dunk over him dissolve like this. Wait a moment. Why is there still a bald figure standing in the paint? Oh my, that S. Odom. What on earth is he doing there?" Spectators widened their eyes. Captivated by the absurdity of the scene, Lin, in full stride, was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't Lamar have moved out of the way when he saw Lin driving? Why was he still standing there? No time to ponder. He was unable to halt his momentum. Odom, meanwhile, was grinning foolishly at Lin, a professionally trained athlete. He rarely smiled. Unless, of course, there was a Kardashian in sight. Just moments ago, while battling Jerome James in the paint, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the Kardashian entourage in the stands. That'd be why the time he regained focus, Lin was barreling toward him with the ball in hand. "This girl is quite forward. She is actually coming up to touch me." He chuckled, saliva nearly escaping his lips. "Wait, why is the ball yellow? Oh no." By the time Odom fully processed the situation, Lin was already perched atop his shoulders, delivering a jaw-dropping dunk. The arena fell silent for a full 5 seconds, all eyes fixed in disbelief upon the astonishing duo. Dunking over an NBA player is not particularly rare, nor is it unusual to leap over someone towering at 6 feet 10 inches. However, performing such a feat against one's own teammate was utterly unprecedented, arguably a first in NBA history. The only person likely amused by this spectacle was Ray Allen, and he had originally thought that being dunked on by Lin would be the focal point of NBA discussions. Now he was relieved as Lin's dunk over Odom would surely steal the spotlight. Despite this minor incident, the Lakers ultimately secured a hard-fought victory over the Supersonics to end this game. Lin achieved his first career triple-double, 19 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. He had also dunked over Ray Allen and held Rashard Lewis to just 14 points. Additionally, he stepped in as the starting point guard, performing remarkably well, rivaling that of any ordinary star point guard. Moreover, the Lakers had now achieved a 10-game winning streak. Each of these accomplishments warranted extensive media coverage. Yet the following day, news outlets merely glossed over these achievements, opting instead to devote considerable space to Lin's dunk over his teammate. Some media outlets even began to sensationalize the event. Shock. Lin dunks over his own teammate. A monumental blunder. Lin's angry dunk on Odom. Was it friendly fire or something more sinister? Never provoke Lin. For he spares no one, not even his own teammates. With a ferocity unmatched, this dunk was executed on none other than Odom. In the locker room, Kobe coldly addressed Odom, "You better not zone out again during the next game, or I'll tear you apart." Odom shrank back, hastily distancing himself. His relationship with Kobe was generally amicable. He even regarded Kobe as a father figure. But when Kobe was angry, Odom immediately cowered at MY apologies. "Lin, let me treat you to dinner." Odom chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Lin nodded in agreement. In truth, it was Odom who should be treating him. Perhaps it was due to Lin's dazzling playmaking skills showcased in the last game. Or perhaps Phil had grown weary of Odom's frequent lapses in concentration. Just moments ago, Phil Jackson announced that Lin would be the initiator of the triangle offense, effectively acknowledging Lin's status as the second in command. However, Odom seemed unfazed. That evening, Lin and Odom dined at an upscale restaurant. Shortly after placing their orders, Odom nestled beside Lin and, with a look of great secrecy, produced an Apple iPod video, exclaiming, "Look, this is the newly released MP4 player." Lin regarded him with skepticism. So what? Was he attempting to flaunt his wealth? But an iPod video was hardly a luxury for an NBA player. "I found this incredible video online today." Odom clicked on the MP4, revealing some sort of footage. "Hey, we're in a high-end restaurant. You can't just sit down and show me this." Lin was utterly bemused. Odom rubbed his nose. "I spent half an hour searching for this video last night. I am showing it to you because I consider you a brother. I wouldn't share it with anyone else." Lin's expression was one of disdain. "What are you two doing?" Just then, a melodious voice rang out from behind them, startling Odom almost to the point of dropping his MP4. "Wow, you two are quite scandalous." Watching health videos in public, a stunning young woman, her expression one of disapproval, gazed at Lin and Odom. "Are you Brittany?" Odom exclaimed, his face lighting up. "Humph, now you know." The woman beamed with pride that it was none other than the pop sensation Britney Spears. That evening, she had arranged to dine with her manager to discuss the release of her new album. However, upon entering the restaurant, she had spotted the two towering figures, their heads nearly touching, intently focused on the MP4 screen. Brittany, with her keen eye, instantly recognized them as the second and third stars of the Los Angeles Lakers. What could possibly captivate these two basketball stars so intensely? Her curiosity piqued, she quietly approached to take a peek. What she saw left her utterly astonished. "Could I get your autograph? And could I possibly go on a date with you tonight?" "Brittany, I'm your biggest fan." Odom transformed into a lovesick fool, his mouth incessantly salivating, wearing an expression reminiscent of a foolish swine. Brittany, with an air of disdain, retorted, "Go away. I only date handsome men." She dismissed him with a haughty tilt of her head, declaring, "I'm going to report to the media that two NBA players are watching health videos together." "Hey, don't get carried away. It was Lamar who showed it to me." Lin Hao lamented. Feeling utterly frustrated, his good friend had shared his treasured video with him, and he certainly deserved some respect for that. In the land of beauty, watching health videos was not illegal. However, if this reached the media, would he still have a reputation left? Brittany laughed, her body shaking with mirth. "I could keep it a secret, but you'll have to pay a price." "What price?" Lin Hao's heart raced with alarm. He had just signed with the Lakers and had no money to spare. If she wanted money, she could ask Lamar. Brittany's laughter abruptly ceased, and she stomped her foot in anger. How dare this scoundrel think of her as someone who would covet his meager riches? Ugh! Odom rolled his eyes. What was Brittany's worth compared to his own? Did he not possess any self-awareness? The fee for one of her concerts outweighed an entire year of his salary. Would she really be interested in his money? Even Kobe, when compared to her, could only claim a narrow victory, never a sure win. "How about this? I'm about to release a new album, and you could be the male lead in my music video, and we'll call it even. How does that sound?" Brittany said, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation as she addressed Lin Hao. "What?" Odom was momentarily frozen, his eyes wide as saucers. Good heavens! Countless individuals would kill to be the male lead in a Brittany music video. This was a rare opportunity to elevate his status. How could Lin Hao be so fortunate? And here he was, standing right beside them, yet they completely ignored him. He was not much worse off than Lin Hao. Odom's mind screamed in frustration. "Me? The male lead in a music video? Miss Brittany, Are you jesting? Lin Hao looked bewildered, pointing at himself in disbelief. What? Not interested? This is an opportunity that others would beg for. Brittany shot him a glance of disdain. Ahem. Miss Brittany, it seems you've overlooked the fact that there is a taller and more robust gentleman beside Lin. Odom stepped forward, puffing out his chest. Get lost. Brittany shoved him aside and mischievously remarked to Lin Hao, if you refuse, I might just leak that little incident to the media. Reluctantly, Lin Hao acquiesced. He shot a fierce glare at Odom. This guy was nothing but a jinx. Even going out to dinner with him brought bad luck. On the other side of the restaurant, Brittany's manager frowned, displeased. Why didn't you consult me about this matter? What's the issue? Lin Hao is handsome and fit. I think he is perfect, Brittany replied nonchalantly, blinking her eyes. But Caucasians may not appreciate someone with yellow skin. Your album is primarily marketed in Europe and America. The manager exclaimed anxiously. Lin is Chinese and an NBA star. He could open up the Chinese market and attract his fans. Isn't he that great? Once dinner was finished, Lin Hao hopped into the Ferrari, the one Kobe had gifted him, under Odom's resentful gaze. Speeding away, the urgency was to return to the training facility for a one-on-one with Kobe. Ever since their match against the Celtics, Kobe had been frequently challenging him to improve his defensive skills. Lin Hao was eager to seize this golden opportunity to enhance his attributes. Upon arriving at the training facility, he heard the sound of dribbling from inside. You finally showed up, you bastard. I thought you were out clubbing with Lamar. Kobe said irritably. Cut the small talk. Let us get to it, Lin Hao urged impatiently. After 3 games, unsurprisingly, Kobe emerged victorious again. However, his expression was grave. This kid has improved again. Previously, it took him 7/10 of his strength to beat Lin Hao. Now, it required at least 8/10. Only a select few in the league, like McGrady, Iverson, and James, could force him to exert such effort. How have you improved so quickly? And it seems your vertical leap is even better than mine now. How did you manage that? Kobe asked, puzzled at No need to envy. My friend is destined to become the basketball god. Lin Hao chuckled. Although Kobe was his good friend, he dared not reveal the secrets of the system. Sensing Kobe's curiosity, Lin Hao quickly changed the subject. Guess who I ran into while dining with Lamar today? Just say it. I'm not in the mood to guess. It was Britney Spears. Oh, Lamar nearly drooled at the mere mention of her name. Yeah, Britney even invited me to be the male lead in her new album S music video. Wait, what did you just say? I said Britney invited me to be the male lead in her music video. Upon hearing this, Kobe scrutinized Lin Hao from head to toe. I think you should consider a career change and write Mary Sue novels. What's wrong? You have quite the imagination. You don't believe me? Lin Hao was somewhat baffled. He didn't particularly care about Britney. He merely mentioned it to divert Kobe's attention. However, Kobe's reaction was exceedingly strange. An entertainment industry diva would personally invite you to be the male lead? Are you dreaming? I'm not lacking either. I'm an NBA star after all. You're only slightly more famous than Lamar. Kobe scoffed. She is a top-tier diva in the entertainment world. You're merely a second-tier NBA star. Besides, basketball is only the 3rd most popular sport in our beautiful country. The number of people who know you may not even reach a fraction of her fans. Come on, even a man like me. Kobe, wouldn't he get an invitation from Britney? Do you think she would invite you? Dream on. With a training match scheduled for the next day, their one-on-one had to come to an end. Upon returning to his bachelor apartment, Lin Hao eagerly opened his attribute panel. After the match against the Supersonics and the one-on-one with Kobe, Lin Hao had accumulated a total of 35 attribute points. After much contemplation, he ultimately allocated the points to his dribbling skills. Now, he had become the initiator of the triangle offense, making ball handling skills immensely important. Thus, Lin Hao's dribbling ability reached its maximum value. Additionally, Kobe had been persistently questioning his jumping ability to quell Kobe's inquiries. Lin Hao also maxed out his jumping attribute at present. His leaping ability had soared to 100, the pinnacle of the NBA. Even Vince Carter had only a rating of 98 that moment. Lin Hao felt an overwhelming surge of power in his calves. An irresistible urge to dunk. However, he was still trapped in that cramped bachelor apartment, that if he jumped, his head would surely hit the ceiling. So he had to abandon the thought that, by the way, Pelinka had already found him a new place. But he had yet to find time to check out his astonishment. He drew another injury potion. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Who could be calling at this hour? Picking up the phone, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Darling, during our time apart, I've thought a lot and I realized I can't let you go. After leaving you, I understood how important you are to me. Give me a chance. Let us return to the past. Without your companionship, everything seems meaningless. On the other end of the line, Wang Miling said with a heart full of despair. After breaking up with Lin Hao, she immediately sought solace in the arms of a Caucasian man named Tony. However, after spending some time together, she came to realize that Tony was nothing more than a penniless fraud, his claims of wealth merely a facade. As Lin Hao's fame grew exponentially, Wang Miling was filled with regret. This ambitious woman had initially rushed to Tony upon perceiving his wealth, but now, witnessing Lin Hao's rise to prominence and boundless potential, she shamelessly yearned to reconcile with him. Her only desire was to bask in Lin Hao's glory and enjoy a life of splendor. Sincerity was the last thing on her mind. You lunatic. Lin Hao promptly hung up the phone, preparing to block her number, but he had been so preoccupied that he merely deleted Wang Miling's contact, not anticipating that trouble would come knocking once more. Just then, his phone rang again. If you call again, I swear I will report you for harassment. Lin Hao pressed the answer button, cursing under his breath, before hanging up once more and blocking the number. In a luxurious hotel, Brandy stared at her phone screen, her face flushed with anger. How could this scoundrel treat her so rudely and even block her? This time, I will make sure you regret it. A smirk curled at the corners of her mouth, her bright eyes glimmering with mischief. On this day, the Lakers were set to face the Rockets, who had traveled from Houston. For Americans, it was merely an ordinary NBA regular season game. However, for the Chinese, it was a momentous occasion that stirred the hearts of millions, as both Lin Hao and Yao Ming would grace the NBA court simultaneously. Chinese state television placed immense importance on this match, dispatching a remarkably prestigious lineup of commentators: Zhang Heli, Su Kun, Su Jiqing, and Yang Yi. The media coverage surrounding the game was overwhelming, with eye-catching headlines drawing attention. Lakers versus Rockets, a peak showdown, as Chinese stars shine on the court. At the NBA headquarters, Adam Silver, the vice president, burst into Commissioner Stern's office without knocking. David, what's got you so worked up? Stern inquired in a deep voice. China just reported that the viewership for this game has reached an astonishing 90. Silver's voice trembled with excitement. What? 90? That's simply unbelievable, Stern exclaimed, rising abruptly from his chair as the papers in his hand scattered to the floor. A 90 viewership rating is unprecedented. In the 1980s, the Hong Kong TV drama The Shanghai Bun garnered a viewership of 87 when it aired in mainland China, causing an uproar in a time when cultural content was scarce. A TV airing time. Nearly every household would gather around their black and white televisions, eagerly awaiting the theme song of Shanghai Bun that on the night of its finale. The streets were nearly deserted as everyone stayed home to witness Su Wenxiang's demise. Yet, even before the Lin Yao showdown commenced, the viewership had already surpassed that iconic drama. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed before. The influence of these two Chinese players was utterly astounding. Silver inhaled deeply, waving the data reports in his hands. Stern approached the window, murmuring, "It seems we have underestimated the Chinese market." Silver paced the office, asserting, "We must seize this opportunity to further expand our business in China." Stern turned, his gaze resolute as he looked at Silver, notify all our media partners to concentrate all their coverage on Lin Hao and Yao Ming. On the day of the match, Staples Center was filled to capacity. Not only were there fans from Los Angeles, but also Chinese supporters who had traveled from other states. They donned jerseys representing either Lin Hao or Yao Ming, their faces radiant with excitement and pride. The moment Yao Ming and Lin Hao stepped onto the court, the entire arena erupted, cheers crashing like a tidal wave. That night, even Kobe and Tracy McGrady became mere background figures. Zhang Heli's voice rang out, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Yao Ming, the giant from China, renowned for his dominance in the paint, and Lin Hao, the emerging star of the Lakers, noted for his remarkable defense and three-point prowess. Today, they meet on the NBA stage. This is a glorious moment for Chinese basketball. Viewers who had been eagerly glued to their televisions were filled with anticipation and pride. Some were so exhilarated that they leaped from their sofas, while others embraced their family and friends in celebration. Soon after, the starting players for both the Rockets and Lakers took to the court, further elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. "Lin, do you need me to handle McGrady for you? Just go ahead and score." Kobe clapped Lin Hao on the back. Brimming with enthusiasm, a warm wave surged through Lin Hao. His good friend was truly loyal. Nevertheless, he shook his head at this moment. He was confident in delivering an exceptional performance without assistance. More importantly, he could not let such an experienced player like McGrady slip through his fingers. Just then, Yao Ming approached, exchanging embraces with the Lakers players. When he embraced Lin Hao, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. "Big Yao, don't think I will go easy on you just because we are compatriots." "Neither will I." They exchanged knowing smiles at the commentary booth. The lineup was equally impressive, featuring Steve Kerr, who had yet to assume the role of head coach for the Warriors, and Reggie Miller. "Reggie, which team do you favor in today's match?" "The current combination of the Lakers displays formidable strength, but I still lean towards the Rockets. After all, the adage whoever controls the paint controls the game remains an unbreakable truth." Many say Lin Hao's three-point shooting is as accurate as yours. What do you think? "Oh, buddy, you really think I can achieve 16 points in 38 seconds? The game commenced. The Lakers starting lineup consisted of P.G. Parker, S.G. Kobe, S.F. Lin Hao, P.F. Odom, and C. Mim. The Rockets featured P.G. Bob Sura, S.G. David Wesley, S.F. McGrady, P.F. Juwan Howard, and C. Yao Ming. At this moment, Battier had yet to join the Rockets, so McGrady temporarily played the small forward position. Yao Ming, standing at 2.26 meters tall, easily won the jump ball. The Rockets initiated their attack. Like the Grim Reaper, Parker, Bob Sura was also a utility point guard. Upon crossing half court, he passed the ball to McGrady. Lin Hao swiftly positioned himself, ready to defend against McGrady. Inside the Chinese state television studio, several commentators noted the situation, gasping in disbelief. "What's happening? Lin Hao is defending McGrady. Am I seeing things?" For those who do not regularly watch basketball, let me clarify. McGrady is a two-time scoring champion, and when it comes to scoring ability, he is on par with Kobe. Why hasn't Phil Jackson assigned Kobe to defend him? This could be problematic. No matter how strong Lin Hao's defense is, can he really contain a scoring champion like McGrady? Chinese state television did not broadcast all of the Lakers games, and given the domestic media's attention on Lin Hao paled in comparison to that on Yao Ming. Commentators like Zhang Heli and Su Jiqing were unaware that Lin Hao's defensive skills had advanced significantly. "You Chinese kid, don't think I'll go easy on you just because you are Yao's compatriot. I am going to obliterate you." McGrady's drowsy eyes sparkled with intensity. "Stop boasting. I'll make you look like a bricklayer today." Lin Hao was brimming with excitement. Until now, this was the highest caliber star he had faced in competition. McGrady had already claimed 2 scoring titles. In terms of scoring ability, even Kobe and Wade would have to step back. T-Mac felt a surge of anger. He feigned a move, attempting to shake off Lin Hao. Yet Lin Hao remained unfazed, closely adhering to him. Resolving to force his way through, T-Mac lowered his center of gravity and dribbled fiercely to the left. However, Lin Hao swiftly adjusted his footwork, effectively blocking T-Mac's path to the basket. It appeared this kid truly possessed remarkable skills. T-Mac was taken aback. With Lin Hao's staunch defense rendering him momentarily impotent, he resorted to his signature pull-up jumper. Leaning back slightly, he stepped forward with his right foot, simultaneously exerting force with his wrist to launch the ball toward the hoop. His form in midair was graceful, movements fluid and natural. Yet this beautiful moment was abruptly shattered by Lin Hao. "Here's your rejection." Lin Hao leaped high, letting out a fierce roar. His long arms extended, combined with extraordinary leaping ability, he astonishingly snatched T-Mac's basketball from the air. Unbelievable. Simply astounding. Lin Hao had blocked T-Mac. It was utterly incredulous. Even more shocking was that it was a clean rejection. In the CCTV studio, the commentators were shouting hoarsely. After seizing the basketball, Lin Hao forcefully flung it forward. Why this time? Kobe had already dashed to the front court like lightning, scoring with a graceful and effortless dunk. With less than a minute into the game, the dazzling performance of the Kobe-Lin duo ignited the crowd's fervor. The over 20,000 spectators in attendance erupted into a frenzy. their voices rising in a hysterical chant. The sound seemed as though it could shatter the arena's dome. Soaring into the heavens in the studio, Su Kun remarked, "What do you think about Lin Hao and Kobe's performance just now?" "Teacher Zhang?" Zhang Li responded excitedly. Being matched up against T-Mac indicates that Lin Hao's defense has earned Phil Jackson's recognition. Some may not comprehend the significance of that rejection. Allow me to elucidate. T-Mac's quick pull-up jump shot, combined with his rapid elevation and physical advantages, makes him exceptionally difficult to defend. This is one of the strongest weapons that secured him back-to-back scoring titles. Lin Hao's ability to block his shot demonstrates that his defensive awareness and jumping ability have reached an NBA elite level. Furthermore, that pass may have seemed unremarkable, but it fully showcased Lin Hao's passing vision and his chemistry with Kobe. Now was the Rockets' turn to attack. T-Mac, consumed by fury, demanded the ball before Su could cross half-court. At this moment, he was infuriated beyond measure. Prior to the game, Coach Jeff Van Gundy had repeatedly urged him to pass to Yao Ming, emphasizing that Yao was the focal point of this match. Yet, T-Mac had completely disregarded this advice, his mind fixated solely on one thought, obliterating that Chinese kid and reclaiming his dignity as the scoring champion. This time, T-Mac began a series of fakes, attempting to outmaneuver Lin Hao. However, after facing Pierce and dueling with Kobe, Lin Hao had gained invaluable experience. It was as if he had already discerned T-Mac's intentions, deftly adjusting his footwork and leaving him no openings. This kid truly had some skills. T-Mac was secretly astonished. With no other choice, he resorted to another jump shot. This time it was a fadeaway. T-Mac leaned back to the extreme, lingering in the air for a full second before releasing the shot. Yet, this played right into Lin Hao's hands. When it came to fadeaway jump shots, Kobe claimed second place. No one dared to say they were first, at least not since the retirement of the old-timer in 2003. Having been schooled by Kobe countless times, Lin Hao had already developed an instinct for defense. With LeBron's basketball IQ, he had anticipated T-Mac's movement, soaring high into the in terms of leaping ability. He was undoubtedly number one, even leaving Vince Carter in the shadows. Just as T-Mac released the ball, Lin Hao's middle finger grazed the basketball. Oh no! T-Mac's heart sank. As expected, his shot clanged off the rim. Kobe snatched the rebound and immediately propelled the ball forward. By this time, Lin Hao had already sprinted toward the front court. Upon receiving the pass, he felt a surge of adrenaline. This was his first dunk since reaching peak jumping ability. Lin Hao surged toward the basket like a cheetah, his strides thunderous. As he neared the free throw line, he leaped into the air, his body taut like a drawn bee. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. What was Lin Hao about to do? How could he jump before even reaching the free throw line? Tens of thousands of fans in the arena, along with hundreds of millions watching on television, widened their eyes in anticipation, sensing they were about to witness a miracle. Lin Hao's body traced a beautiful arc in mid-air. As he approached the rim, he slammed the ball down with force. The hoop emitted a pained groan, as if bowing in submission to the king. That moment, time stood still. The audience was profoundly shaken by this astonishing spectacle, each person rendered speechless, their minds blank. Then the arena erupted with deafening cheers and applause. Fans fervently chanted Lin Hao's name, their voices echoing to the skies. Oh no! It's amazing! Unbelievable! My God! What did I just witness? A dunk from the free throw line. Simply inconceivable. The commentators shouted hoarsely. This dunk would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of basketball history. In the studio, Zhang Li's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Hao's dunk proved that we Chinese can also soar like the greats. Su Kun enthusiastically pumped his fist. Beep! Jeff Van Gundy urgently called for a timeout. The Lakers' momentum had reached a fever pitch. If it didn't cool down, disaster would ensue. Tracy, I reiterate, pass the ball to Yao. No isolation plays, he bellowed at T-Mac. In the eyes of the control freak Van Gundy, T-Mac's recent actions were utterly intolerable. His insistence on passing to Yao Ming was not merely because it was a China showdown. As an old-school coach, he stubbornly believed that the closer one was to the basket, the higher the shooting percentage. Thus, two-time All-Star starter Francis and two-time scoring champion T-Mac were not his favor. Yao Ming was, in his eyes, the core of the team. Lin, your leaping ability. Kobe approached once more. Lin Hao's sensational dunk had convincingly suggested that the title of Little Flying Man might need to be reassessed. This realization left Kobe feeling quite displeased. This time, he was determined to uncover the secret. "Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 2 a.m.? Lin Hao replied with a subtle smile. "What?" Kobe was momentarily taken aback. "I have." With that, Lin Hao patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave. "So this was your secret to success." Kobe watched his departing figure, clenching his fists. Clearly, waking up at 4 a.m. To train was far from sufficient. "Rest assured, I can do it too." Lin Hao wore a paternal smile, fully imagining the terrifying scene of Vanessa's wrath. That it seemed he would need to keep his distance from Kobe for a while. At that moment, Lin Hao was completely unaware that not far behind him, Branny was fixated on him, her gaze filled with admiration. Once again, it was the Rockets' turn to attack. This time, T-Mac dared not go solo. After several passes, he finally relayed the ball to Yao Ming. Yao, truly a top-tier center capable of contending with Shaquille O'Neal, played against Mim like he was a child. Even with Odom's double team, it proved ineffective. With a smooth little hook shot, the ball swooshed through the net. Now, it was the Lakers' turn to attack. The Grim Reaper crossed half-court and passed the ball to Lin Hao. Witnessing this, Zhang Li and the others were utterly astonished. "Wait, the point guard crossed half-court. He should pass the ball to Kobe." Kobe is the leader, and it is only logical for him to choose whether to pass or take on a one-on-one. What is going on? Is Phil Jackson really considering letting Lin Hao orchestrate the offense? This is a consequence of the lack of widespread internet access in the country. Moreover, the Chinese television networks primarily focus on Yao Ming and do not broadcast all of the Lakers games. As a result, Zhang Li and others are not very familiar with Lin Hao in their minds. Lin Hao is still merely a role player skilled in three-point shooting and defense. At this moment, Lin Hao confidently controls the basketball. Following the principles of the triangle offense, Kobe constantly moves and weaves, immediately drawing the attention of two defenders from the Rockets. Subsequently, Lin Hao spots Odom near the free throw line. Perfectly positioned to receive a pass. Without hesitation, Lin Hao delivers the ball accurately into Odom's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Odom swiftly becomes the pivot of the triangle offense. That moment, Parker cuts in from the baseline, receives Odom's pass, and effortlessly scores with a layup. The entire offensive sequence flows seamlessly, showcasing Lin Hao's organizational skills and the harmonious cooperation of his teammates. What a beautiful play! Zhang Li cannot help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, although the final points were scored by Parker and assisted by Odom, it is clear that Lin Hao is the central figure in the entire process. Yang E analyzes. "Have you noticed that Lin Hao seems to have become the initiator of the triangle offense?" Su Jiqing suddenly interjects. "Yes, Su's observation is absolutely correct," Zhang Li remarks. Lin Hao's role in the triangle offense is akin to that of Pippen during the Bulls dynasty. His words immediately astonished the viewers in front of their televisions. "Did you hear that? Lin Hao has become China's Pippen." A fervent fan, Lao Zhang, leaps excitedly from the sofa. "Wow. Does this mean there is hope for Chinese basketball?" His 7-year-old son weighs his pillow in excitement. The only regret is that Lin Hao did not join the Rockets to partner with Yao Ming. Lao Zhang expresses his disappointment that if Lin Hao joined the Rockets, would they have certainly clinched the championship? His son curiously asks, "Of course, with the Yao McGrady duo plus Lin Hao, if that lineup couldn't win the championship, then Jeff Van Gundy would definitely be fired." Lao Zhang asserts confidently this moment, although the Lakers have gained a lead. The Zen master still wears a furrowed brow. Lin Hao can contain McGrady, but defending Yao Ming remains a significant challenge. Yao Ming's previous little hook shot has already proven that the Lakers' interior defense is virtually non-existent against him. Must they resort to the same tactics used against O'Neal? However, that approach would exhaust both Kobe and Lin's stamina, and is not sustainable. Just as feared, the ensuing plays see Yao Ming begin to post up, gently nudging aside Mim and scoring with ease. As the first quarter nears its end, both teams substitute their starters for backups. This is when the Lakers' disaster begins. The Lakers' bench lineup is atrocious. Luke Walton, Medvedenko, Vujasic, Kwame Brown. Although the Rockets are not in much better shape, they at least have scoring threats in Jim Jackson and Mike James, but to the end of the first quarter, the Lakers trail by 7 points. "Lin, from now on you will play power forward," Lamar will play center, and Kobe will be small forward. During the timeout, Phil Jackson's remarks shock everyone. While it is somewhat understandable to have Lin Hao match up against Juwan Howard, having the 2.08-meter Odom defend against the 2.26-meter Yao Ming, surely this is a joke? Yet, Lin Hao nods in contemplation. Phil Jackson, noticing his reaction, feels a slight surprise. This kid actually grasped my intentions so quickly. It seems his basketball IQ is quite high. The Zen Master's decision, while risky, is currently the best approach to deal with Yao Ming. What does Yao Ming fear the most? Firstly, a center who can shoot three-pointers. Secondly, a power forward with exceptional physical attributes and athleticism, combined with a tenacious wing defender. The Jazz's lineup back in the day was the Rockets' nemesis. Although Oker was a center, he frequently stepped out to shoot three-pointers. Boozer would utilize rapid drives and agile movements to circumvent Yao Ming for scoring opportunities, aided by Kirilenko's help defense on the wing. Not to mention the pick and roll between Darren Williams and Boozer. With such combinations, Yao Ming was left scrambling. Now, the combination that the Zen Master has set up with Odom resembles a miniature version of the Jazz.AS for defense. Simply switch it up as the second quarter begins. The Lakers' unconventional lineup emerges, dazzling everyone with their absurdity. PG Parker, SG Vujasic, SF Kobe, PF Lin Hao, C Odom. What is Phil Jackson trying to accomplish? Is he really putting Lin Hao at power forward? This is utterly unreasonable. Zhang Li is completely stunned. Having Odom defend Yao Ming, has the Zen Master completely given up on the interior? Yang Yi is equally astonished. Following the start of the game, the Zen Master proves the old adage, experience is invaluable. When Yao Ming demands the ball in the low post, Odom acts as a shield. Lin Hao quickly maneuvers in front, closely guarding Yao Ming to prevent him from receiving the ball easily. Consequently, the Rockets' point guard passes the ball to McGrady. This moment, Kobe, a top-tier perimeter defender, finally gets a shine up. McGrady hastily shoots, but Lin Hao secures the rebound and on offense. Odom lingers beyond the three-point line as Yao Ming steps out. Lin Hao and Kobe begin to unleash their prowess. If Yao Ming does not step out to guard beyond the arc, Odom will unleash a barrage of three-pointers that Lamar's three-point shooting percentage has hovered around 30 for much of the season. Not high, but sufficient. By the end of the second quarter, not only have the Lakers leveled the score, but they have also gained a 2-point lead. As the third quarter commences, the Rockets' nightmare truly begins, with Yao Ming's stamina waning. He takes a seat on the bench. Lin Hao returns to his most familiar small forward position. His relentless off-ball movement leaves David Wesley panting, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers and a mid-range shot. He appears to descend from the heavens. This moment, McGrady has the ball. With Yao Ming resting, he feels no need to pass. This time, he intends to go it alone. Kid, you've successfully provoked me. A spark ignites in McGrady's eyes. Boom! Boom! The sound of the basketball striking the floor quickens, signaling McGrady's offensive onslaught. With no feints, he forcefully drives to the right. Several fakes fail to deceive Lin Hao, and multiple jump shots clang off the rim. This time, McGrady decides to rely on raw power to break through. Chinese athletes are typically slender, and he believes this tactic will work effectively. After all, not every Chinese player is as formidable as Yao Ming. As a premier swingman, McGrady possesses both strength and explosiveness. His body collides with Lin Hao's. At that moment, he is astonished to discover that Lin Hao's strength exceeds his expectations. That collision felt like hitting a wall. He instantly loses his balance and nearly falls. Lin Hao swiftly extends his arm, easily knocking the ball away from McGrady's dribble. Oh, my God! Miller and Kerr exclaim in astonishment. Here we go again, just after blocking McGrady. He has now stolen the ball from him. By doing this, he shows no respect for the 2-time scoring champion. After successfully stealing the ball, Lin Hao dashes toward the Rockets' basket like a gust of wind. However, McGrady, now in a frenzy, pursues him madly. He vows he has never run this fast in his life. This time, he is determined to deliver a crushing chase-down block on that rookie. Otherwise, where would he put his pride? Regrettably, Kobe swiftly caught up. He accelerated towards the rim. Lin Hao, without a moment's hesitation, launched the ball high into the in the face of McGrady's desperate gaze. Kobe soared, emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. With a resounding clang, the rim vibrated violently. The crowd erupted in an instant, their deafening cheers and applause filling the arena. Oh my God, it is simply astonishing. This marks the third connection between Kobe and Lin. The city of alley-oops, the Kobe-Lin duo has transformed Los Angeles into a haven for alley-oops, exclaimed Miller and Kerr, their voices hoarse with excitement. Following this, the red-hot Lin Hao scored 2 more consecutive baskets, gradually widening the gap in the score. Head coach Jeff Van Gundy called for a timeout once again, sending the not fully recovered Yao Ming onto the court. Furthermore, he assigned McGrady to defend Lin Hao, a move that delighted McGrady. Miller astutely observed the situation. Oh, look, McGrady has begun to guard Lin Hao. For a rookie to be defended by him is indeed an honor, standing in front of Lin Hao. McGrady's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Kid, you won't score again this time. Having lost face on the offensive end, he resolved to reclaim it defensively. Many do not realize that McGrady made his name through defense. During his time with the Magic, he was the epitome of two-way play. Although he was never selected for an all-defensive team, his long arms were indeed a nightmare for many scoring machines. Hearing this, Lin Hao smirked and directly passed the ball to Kobe. After receiving the ball, Kobe executed a fadeaway, and the shot went in. For Kobe, a lack of double-teaming equated to an open shot. Do you think I am like you, obsessed with individual plays? Lin Hao quipped before turning back to defend. Whether scoring or passing in front of McGrady, he earned the same attribute points. Only a fool would choose the more difficult method. Jeff Van Gundy furrowed his brow. He was utterly a loss against Lin Hao, a player capable of both shooting and passing. In the Chinese television studio, Yang Yi remarked excitedly, have you noticed? So far, Lin Hao has managed to limit McGrady to 6 out of 15 shooting. It seems we have greatly underestimated his defensive abilities. Moreover, he has been quite effective in orchestrating plays. The Lakers' offense has been well managed under his guidance. Su Kun added, scoring, defense, and orchestrating offense. It appears Lin Hao is a versatile warrior. Su Jiqing exclaimed. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the Rockets executed their strategy of course. In Jeff Van Gundy's eyes, the so-called strategy was to force-feed Yao Ming. Big Yao scored repeatedly under the basket, nearly overwhelming the Lakers' interior defense. And no matter if they double-teamed or tried to sidestep, they could not contain his performance. However, the Zen master made no adjustments, nor did he resort to the previously employed small lineup. Because Kobe had erupted, he scored 14 consecutive points in the fourth quarter, steadfastly maintaining the lead. Phil Jackson's philosophy was simple. If we can't stop Yao, then we'll just trade baskets, even if Yao scores 50 points. I wouldn't care as long as we win. The game concluded without a hint of suspense. The Lakers triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 98-85 in this Chinese derby. Inside the arena, a frenzied sea of fans erupted. The crowd's deafening cheers echoed, chanting Lin Hao, as if they might lift the roof off. Most of the spectators were Chinese fans, Kobe and McGrady. 2 towering superstars have become mere supporting characters. Although there were many fans of Yao Ming in the audience, they were entirely unconcerned with cheering for Lin Hao. After all, we are all compatriots. What difference does it make whether we cheer for Lin or Yao? Under Stern's watchful eye, the arena's large screens replayed Lin Hao's spectacular moments, each frame igniting a new wave of screams and cheers from the audience. Lin Hao, congratulations! You played exceptionally well today. There is hope for Chinese basketball. Yao Ming approached Lin Hao, embracing him warmly. There will definitely be opportunities, Lin Hao affirmed resolutely. Lin, this time I lost, but next time I will crush you. McGrady stepped forward, shaking Lin Hao's hand and sharing a hug. I won't give you a chance. Lin Hao replied with a slight smile. On the court, they were rivals, but off the court, they were friends, though not quite yet. However, the relationships among McGrady, Kobe, and Yao Ming were already quite cordial. And it was only a matter of time in the Chinese television studio, Zhang Li excitedly proclaimed, in this game, the Rockets lost, but Yao Ming did not. Our big Yao scored 36 points, grabbed 9 rebounds, dished out 2 assists, and recorded 1 block. In this match, he completely dominated the Lakers' interior. Upon hearing this, viewers in front of the television became exhilarated. Indeed, the Rockets lost, but our big Yao did not. What about Lin Hao? How did he perform? At that moment, the television suddenly went silent. Damn it, not now. Many viewers thought their televisions had malfunctioned and rushed to smack them. However, some observant viewers realized it wasn't the television that was broken, but rather Zhang Li was in a daze. I can't be seeing this wrong. Lin Hao actually scored 42 points. Zhang Li's voice trembled with excitement. Chinese viewers were left speechless in shock. They hadn't seen much of Lin Hao's scoring throughout the game. How did he quietly accumulate 42 points? I understand now. Lin Hao has been playing off the ball, combined with Kobe and other teammates' unselfish passing. That is how he racked up high points, Su Jiqing suddenly remarked. That makes sense. Throughout the game, Lin Hao didn't engage in individual plays like Kobe or McGrady, which led us to believe he wasn't scoring much. Zhang Li analyzed. He's made history. Lin Hao has made history. Yang Yi's excited voice resonated, overwhelming the audience's ears. Indeed, Lin Hao has indeed made history. Currently, the highest scoring record for an Asian player in the NBA is 41 points, set by Yao Ming against the Hawks in 2004. Moreover, Lin Hao also secured 9 rebounds and provided 8 assists, coming remarkably close to a triple-double. Yang Yi suddenly declared, "What a pity! If he had achieved a triple-double, that would have been extraordinary. No Chinese player has ever recorded a triple-double in the NBA." Su Jiqing lamented, "No, Su, you are mistaken. Lin Hao has already recorded a triple-double." Yang Yi glanced at the data in his hand, suddenly raising his voice, "Let me see." Su Jiqing took the document and was taken aback, his voice quivering slightly. In the game against the Seattle Supersonics, our Chinese player Lin Hao achieved his first career triple-double with stats of 19 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. Boom! The viewers in front of the television erupted into chaos. Achieving a triple-double is something only top NBA players can accomplish. Yao Ming is impressive, but he has never recorded a triple-double. Not to mention players like Yi Jianlian or Badier. Dad, is Lin Hao now better than Yao Ming? Old Zhang's son asked excitedly. Well, in a certain sense, yes. Old Zhang replied, "AT this moment." Lin Hao's name swept across major media headlines and online hot searches. On forums, netizens showered him with praise. The first person in Chinese basketball. The pride of China, the leader of Chinese basketball. The Great Wall of China. These titles were placed upon Lin Hao as if they were free of charge. However, the sentiment on the forum shifted rapidly as Lin Hao's female admirers emerged in throngs. Our Lin Hao is the strongest in the universe, they exclaimed. Whoever dares to claim Kobe is the greatest, step forward. Has your Kobe ever scored 42 points? Has he ever achieved a triple-double? And those who insist Shaquille O'Neal is the best, how can that giant compare to our Lin Hao? Not only is he the epitome of good looks, but his basketball skills are unparalleled. If you disagree, come and debate. The sisters rallied. Have you noticed that there is someone in the NBA nicknamed the Little Emperor? How can such an unattractive fellow deserve such a formidable title? Indeed, we shall unite to contest the NBA and reclaim that moniker. The basketball fans were left utterly speechless by these beauty-obsessed young ladies. Initially, some attempted to patiently educate them. Kobe's highest single game score is 55 points, and he has recorded triple-doubles more times than one can count. Shaquille O'Neal is the most dominant center in NBA history. Lin Hao cannot compare to him, but LeBron James is the chosen one. The number 1 pick of 2003, and he has amassed a plethora of accolades. He is worthy of the title Little Emperor. Yet soon, they realized these young ladies were utterly impervious to reason. I don't care. I don't care. Our Lin Hao is the strongest in the universe. The influx of female fans swiftly attracted a multitude of detractors, referred to as Lin Hei. They held no genuine grievance against Lin Hao, but were incited by the sisters' fervor, leading them to unleash a barrage of criticism. It is well known that the combat prowess of these young ladies is astonishing, that if you dare to disparage their idol, they will engage you in a keyboard battle until dawn. The forum erupted into a cacophony of disputes. Amidst all this, Lin Hao remained blissfully unaware. Upon leaving the arena, he hurried to his apartment, eagerly opening the system panel. His performance in the game had been nothing short of spectacular, surely garnering him a wealth of attribute points. Ding! Detected that the host made 7 3-pointers over All-Star player Tracy McGrady, rewarded with 14 attribute points. Ding! Detected that the host made 5 mid-range shots over All-Star player Tracy McGrady, rewarded with 10 attribute points. Ding! Detected that the host aided the Lakers in achieving a regular season victory, rewarded with 3 attribute points. a total of 56 attribute points. Lin Hao had amassed an impressive 56 attribute points, a bountiful reward unlike any he had received before. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Hao contemplated he had discovered a more efficient method to acquire attribute points, more effective than challenging Kobe one-on-one or engaging in intense training. That method was to accumulate statistics. Since he aimed to amass data, scoring was undoubtedly the optimal choice. However, the challenge lay in the fact that with Kobe as a ball-dominating player, Lin Hao would not have many opportunities to shoot. The 42 points he scored in this game were largely due to the spotlight of the China Derby. Thus, Lin Hao resolved to maximize his rebounding and passing abilities. Ultimately, he had 16 attribute points remaining, which he allocated entirely to shot blocking. Consequently, his rebounding and passing abilities reached their peak, while his shot blocking soared to 46. Next came the lottery segment. Initially, Lin Hao held little hope for the regular season lottery. But this time the rewards were unexpectedly bountiful. The fastest first step of McGrady. McGrady's most renowned skill is his pull-up jump shot, yet his first step acceleration is also unmatched in the NBA. He often utilizes his lightning-fast first step to breach opponents' defenses, creating easy scoring opportunities. Lin Hao was overjoyed. His skill set now included Hamilton's endurance and off-ball movement, Pippen's precise playmaking, LeBron's basketball IQ, Leonard's death grip, Carter's devastating dunks, and McGrady's rapid first step. Moreover, good news continued to pour in. Lin Hao's agent, Pelinka, called. Lin, many sports brands are eager to sign you as a spokesperson. What would be a convenient time for us to meet and discuss? Which brands? Lin Hao inquired, regaining his composure. Pelinka replied, well, since you're not yet a top-tier star, the brands seeking you are primarily second-tier, such as Under Armour, Puma, and your home countries Li Ning and Anta. However, they're offering generous terms, including substantial endorsement fees and a range of exclusive custom products and promotional plans. After pondering briefly, Lin Hao stated, while endorsements are advantageous, I would prefer to collaborate with brands that genuinely value basketball culture rather than those merely seeking to capitalize on my fame. Pelinka acknowledged this sentiment. I understand your perspective and will be careful in my selections. I will compile the information and send it to your email shortly. Just as Lin Hao was about to hang up, Pelinka suddenly exclaimed, there's one more thing. Britney Spears' agent informed me that Britney wishes for you to star as the male lead in her new album's music video. That I don't understand why she would make such a bold decision. But I believe you must accept. It's a tremendous opportunity. I see. Just agree to it. Lin Hao interrupted, feeling a surge of irritation at the thought. Lin, you scoundrel, you deceived me. The next morning, as Lin Hao entered the training facility, Kobe lunged at him with palpable fury. The others were stunned. Hadn't these two been like brothers? Was there a rift between them? Zen Master furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of concern. The team was in a favorable position, having achieved an impressive 11-game winning streak. Any discord between Kobe and Lin at this moment would be disastrous. What have I deceived you about? Lin Hao asked, perplexed. You claimed you woke up at 2 a.m. to train. Yet you, rascal, have only just arrived at the gym. Kobe seethed. Upon hearing this, Zen Master breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had overreacted. Is it not possible for me to wake up at 2 a.m. to train and then return to catch some extra sleep? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Though he did not possess the peculiar habit of rising at 2 a.m., he was generally an early riser. However, today was an exception, for he had discovered a more effective method to accumulate attribute points, rendering such intense training unnecessary. You trained? Nonsense. I was indeed up at 2 a.m., practicing until 8 a.m., yet you were nowhere to be found. Kobe retorted that moment. Lin Hao realized he was sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. What is so funny? Kobe was on the verge of exploding. Last night, Vanessa had been incredibly upset. During this period, Kobe had lacked the energy for intimacy, which she had tolerated. Now, with his training at 2 a.m., she had lost her beauty sleep. Don't you know how crucial sleep is for women? I'm laughing because you misunderstood my words. When did I say I woke up at 2 a.m. to train? Lin Hao stifled his laughter. Kobe paused, as if realizing he had never explicitly stated that. Then what were you doing up at 2 a.m.? Naturally, I had to relieve myself. You could still see Los Angeles at 2 a.m.? My apartment has floor-to-ceiling windows. Soon after, the Lakers faced off against the Seattle Supersonics once again. Although the enigmatic Parker continued to underperform, Kwame Brown delivered a performance worthy of a #1 draft pick, 15 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Coupled with the commendable displays from the Lakers core trio, victory came easily to the team. Lin Hao's statistics were particularly dazzling this time. 21 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, and 1 steal. Upon returning to his apartment, he retreated into his room. His gains were substantial this time, having extracted a remarkable 24 attribute points from Ray Allen. After considerable contemplation on how to allocate these points, Lin Hao ultimately resolved to max out his speed, agility, and stamina. Consequently, he now boasted a total of 9 attributes at maximum level, including jumping, speed, agility, stamina, three-point shooting, rebounding, passing, dribbling, and defense. At IT was once again time for the lottery draw. Given the dismally low probability of winning, Lin Hao nonchalantly pressed the draw button, turning his thoughts to the upcoming matches. The next opponents were the Spurs, Suns, and Hawks. Due to the back-to-back schedule and the formidable strength of the Spurs and Suns, Zen Master would undoubtedly opt to strategically forfeit these 2 games to focus on the Hawks. Alas, how much wool would I be denied? Lin Hao sighed, casting a glance at the spinning wheel. Whoa! Upon seeing the name displayed, Lin Hao could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them and looked again. Indeed, it was true. Michael Jordan's picturesque jump shot. This was a divine skill. This time he was truly destined for greatness. Oh yeah, God Almighty. Lin Hao was so elated that he began to bounce around his room in a frenzy. He hurriedly composed himself. Once calm, he suddenly felt something amiss. The adjective picturesque before jump shot struck him as somewhat odd. Lin Hao quickly scanned the description below the icon. Upon reading it, his expression froze and his heart sank. What a futile joy! It was merely a flashy skill. While it could significantly enhance the aesthetics of his shooting form, making it appear more stylish and imposing, it was utterly useless in actual gameplay. This skill was truly disappointing. Dejected, Lin Hao stepped in the bathroom to prepare for a shower and sleep. Ring, ring, the next morning. Lin Hao was jolted awake by the insistent ringing of his phone. Hello? Who is this? Lin Hao, I truly regret my previous actions. Shall we start anew? The voice belonged to that woman. Lin Hao abruptly hung up, swiftly blocking the number. Wait a moment, hadn't he already blocked Wong Meiling's number? How could she be calling again? If he hadn't blocked her, whose number had he actually blacklisted that day? He suddenly recalled something and began rummaging through his phone. After a lengthy search with no results, he concluded it must not be someone of significance. Lin Hao turned over and fell back asleep. Ring, ring. The phone rang once more. Well, there would be no more sleeping now. The caller was Pelinka. Lin, you have no game today, right? Brittany's agent informed me that the music video is set to shoot today. Do you have time? Great. At 10 o'clock, Brittany's assistant will come pick you up. Please keep your phone accessible. This shoot is quite simple. Hey, are you even listening to me? You sound as if you were disinterested. This music video shoot is rather important for you. Interested? What a joke. Who would be eager to work for free? Clearly, Brittany was intent on getting a free ride. Lin Hao grumbled to himself. Nevertheless, regardless of his reluctance, the clock struck 10 as scheduled that a stunning blonde beauty with a lithe physique arrived at Lin Hao's apartment in a Lamborghini. Mr. Lin, I am Michelle, Brittany's assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon seeing Lin Hao's modest apartment, the beauty was visibly surprised but concealed her astonishment, extending her delicate hand instead. Hello, Michelle. Lin Hao responded coolly as they shook hands. That I trust Mr. Pelinka has briefed you about today's shooting schedule. Please take a look. Michelle handed him a notepad and then started the car. This Chinese guy is quite handsome, but I wonder about his physique, Michelle mused as she drove, glancing through the rearview mirror at Lin Hao. After reviewing the schedule, Lin Hao couldn't help but groan. The shooting was set to last the entire day. In the morning, they would shoot outdoor scenes at Malibu Beach, and in the afternoon, they would move to a basketball court for indoor filming. Lin, you are a born actor, exclaimed the director, brimming with excitement. He had initially assumed Lin Hao was merely a basketball star with no acting skills. He had mentally prepared a film for an hour. But the previously lackadaisical Lin Hao transformed completely once the cameras started rolling, that if there were no crew present, anyone would believe they were witnessing a couple deeply in love. Lin, I believe you could enter the entertainment industry." Brittany remarked, her eyes sparkling. "Let us continue." Lin Hao responded with a faint smile. His former girlfriend, Wang Meiling, was a struggling actress in Hollywood. He had spent considerable time honing his acting skills to share common ground with her. "Cut! Excellent work. That's a wrap." The director's voice was like music to Lin Hao's ears that he found the tedious filming rather unappealing, believing that the basketball court was where his true passion lay. After the morning shoot, Brittany invited Lin Hao to lunch. Naturally, he accepted without hesitation. "Since you're getting a free ride off me, I might as well indulge." After lunch, the crew arrived at a basketball arena. Truly, she is a diva. The grandeur is evident. Lin Hao marveled. The facilities here rivaled those of professional arenas like Staples Center. "Mr. Lin, please change into your jersey and showcase a few moves on the court. Remember, we are shooting a music video, not a game, so the movements must be aesthetically pleasing," the director instructed. Finally, picturesque would come into play. Lin Hao thought with delight. He donned a training outfit, dribbled the ball a few times to warm up, then proceeded with various drives, layups, and jump shots. Of course, he employed Jordan's picturesque jump shot. This skill, though impractical in a real game, could now be used without reservation. The director, a basketball enthusiast who had played NCAA in his youth, was accustomed to the flashy style of players like Kobe and Iverson and showed little reaction to Lin Hao's performance. However, when Lin Hao executed a fadeaway jump shot, the director gasped, "My God, what am I witnessing?" Lin Hao soared high, his body forming a graceful arc in midair. He leaned back slightly, creating the perfect angle with the ground. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the basketball flew through the air in a beautiful arc, spinning towards the hoop. It was simply breathtaking. Brittany's gaze was riveted on Lin Hao, as if drawn by an invisible force. The picturesque jump shot etched itself deeply in her memory. "Mr. Lin, your playing is absolutely mesmerizing." "Kobe could hardly compare," Michelle exclaimed in astonishment. That moment, even Brittany's manager displayed a flicker of delight upon her visage. Initially, she had opposed the invitation of Lin Hao to participate in the music video shoot, as she held the belief that Caucasians would not appreciate an Asian performer, fearing that his inclusion might adversely affect the album's sales. However, Lin Hao's picturesque jump shot changed her perspective. Perhaps the fans would indeed take a liking to him. She murmured, "Lin, I truly thank you for this. Moreover, I have arranged for $100,000 to be deposited into your account." After the shoot concluded, Brittany winked. "What? It's not a freebie." Lin Hao felt a surge of joy within. He realized he had been misunderstanding her all along. After all, how could a prominent diva like her possibly seek to exploit a mere up-and-comer like him? "No need for thanks. Shall I treat you to dinner later?" Upon hearing about the funds being transferred, Lin Hao's demeanor instantly warmed. "Is $100,000 too much? It's hardly excessive. My annual salary is $8 million. It's merely a fraction. Nevertheless, one must take heed. For this is but a day's remuneration." "Sounds great." Brittany flashed a sweet smile. The meal lasted a full hour. The Lakers were set to embark on yet another road trip. The following morning, they were to fly to Denver to face the Nuggets. Subsequently, they had 3 more away games lined up against formidable opponents. The Spurs, the Suns, and the Hawks. It was yet another back-to-back series, and this time, a 4-game stretch. Except for the Hawks, all were strong teams, none to be trifled with. However, as the Lakers busily prepared for the upcoming games, a wave of public scrutiny aimed at Lin Hao quietly began to brew. This rising star of the Lakers had garnered widespread attention. During a highly publicized interview, the host had specifically invited basketball luminary Charles Barkley to share his thoughts on Lin Hao. Having witnessed Lin's 2 extraordinary performances firsthand, Barkley was already captivated by his talent and diligence. Thus, during the interview, he spontaneously delivered a fervent commentary. Firstly, Lin's defensive prowess is truly astonishing. Whether it be James's strength, Pierce's cunning, Wade's speed, or Ray Allen's accuracy, they all pale in comparison to his defense. This season, he is undoubtedly a contender for the Defensive Player of the Year, DPOY accolade. Secondly, Lin Hao showcased remarkable versatility on the offensive end, with 2 triple-doubles as the finest evidence. In terms of all-around ability, he is on par with any current superstar in the league, including LeBron James. Moreover, he is the orchestrator of the triangle offense in a team featuring Kobe and the left-handed magician Odom. You can imagine the difficulty of achieving this. Though Lin's offensive methods may still be somewhat rudimentary, he is continually learning and evolving. Therefore, I believe Lin Hao has emerged as the strongest small forward in the NBA today. Barkley's remarks sparked an immediate uproar. The media rushed to report and comment, inundating him with criticism. Has Barkley lost his mind? How could he utter such nonsense? This is sheer absurdity. Barkley is merely pandering to the Chinese, shamelessly embellishing. Even some basketball veterans stepped forward to vehemently denounce him. Magic Johnson remarked, Barkley may be a great player, but as an analyst, some of his views are excessively extreme and one-sided, which could mislead fans. Pippen added, Barkley always speaks without thinking. He shows a lack of respect for other exceptional small forwards. Soon, Lin Hao found himself at the center of public discourse, the target of relentless questioning and criticism. During the pre-game interview between the Lakers and the Nuggets, reporters encircled Carmelo Anthony, flashes of cameras illuminating the scene, but a blonde female reporter eagerly posed a question. What are your thoughts on Charles Barkley's comments? Anthony smirked and burst into boisterous laughter. Charles is merely seeking attention. Lin Hao is just a softie. He only dares to shoot threes from the perimeter, but a player of his caliber would merely be a bench warmer on our Nuggets. Tonight, I will show Charles how his so-called strongest small forward is thoroughly outclassed by me. Tell Lin how to return to China. The CBA is where he truly belongs. The Denver reporters, relishing the drama, relayed Anthony's words to Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's gaze turned icy and piercing. Tonight, I will obliterate him, then grind his face into the dirt. He could hardly contain his eagerness for the game to commence. Yearning to mercilessly dismantle that unbearably arrogant individual, the room erupted in astonishment. Goodness, this rookie is audacious enough to provoke our Carmelo, who is a force to be reckoned with. Is he seeking his own demise? At this moment, Kobe, the veteran leader, also stood up for Lin Hao. Carmelo Anthony, is it? He will soon witness the true prowess of the DPOY. It was no joke. Even in one-on-one drills, Kobe found Lin Hao to be a formidable opponent. That night, the game took place at the Pepsi Center, home of the Denver Nuggets. Boo! As Lin Hao stepped onto the court, a cacophony of boos erupted throughout the arena at a mere Chinese kid. What right does he have to compare himself to our Carmelo? Yet, instead of retreating, Lin Hao provocatively beckoned the audience with a flick of his pinky, as if to say, come on, boo louder. Oh my God. Odom rushed forward to embrace Lin Hao. The Pepsi Center is a notorious venue. You can't just act recklessly here, you know? He appeared visibly anxious. However, Odom's intervention came too late. The arena's cameras had captured Lin Hao's gesture and projected it onto the big screen. Damn, this kid is audacious. The audience's fury ignited and chaos erupted. Those fans already on edge lost all semblance of reason, but a few impulsive individuals even attempted to rush the court to confront Lin Hao physically. The situation teetered on the brink of chaos. But fortunately, security personnel arrived just in time to intervene. In the commentary booth, Mike Breen and Craig Sager were fervently discussing the unfolding drama. Who would have thought this Chinese kid could be so defiant? But whether his skills match his bravado remains to be seen. Mike, who do you think will win this contest? Without a doubt, Carmelo. He's an offensive juggernaut. Indeed, our NBA's strongest small forward is about to be put through the ringer. Craig Sager emphasized the phrase NBA's strongest small forward with particular weight, prompting uproarious laughter from the crowd. But that was not the end of it. During warm-ups, Carmelo Anthony approached Lin Hao. So, the Chinese kid is quite the braggart before the game. Tonight, I will annihilate you. If you're scared, just call me master. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you off easy with that. He turned his back to the referee and made a highly insulting gesture across his throat. Carmelo, you better watch yourself, Kobe warned, stepping forward to shove Anthony slightly. I'll be waiting. Lin Hao raised his middle finger towards Anthony, a fierce killing intent flickering in his eyes. His gesture was rather subtle. The two men's gazes clashed in the air, an atmosphere thick with tension enveloping them. After a brief warm-up, the match officially commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged, while the Nuggets fielded PG Andre Miller, SG Buckner, SF Anthony, PF Kenyon Martin, and C Marcus Camby. Chris Mim lost the jump ball, granting possession to the Nuggets as Andre Miller brought the ball across half court. Carmelo Anthony demanded it. with a swift motion of his left hand. He signaled his teammates to spread out. Soon, the court was cleared, leaving only Anthony and his defender, Lin Hao. The home crowd erupted with excitement. It seemed that Anthony was eager to teach this arrogant Chinese kid a lesson. A grand slaughter was about to begin. After executing a crossover dribble, Anthony drove hard to the left. However, Lin Hao swiftly shifted to the right, nearly colliding with him. Indeed, he had some skills. Anthony, slightly taken aback, made a sharp change of direction to break through on the right, but that was where his advance came to a halt. This time, he pushed his speed to the limit. Yet, with a resounding thud, he collided solidly with Lin Hao's chest. Anthony frowned slightly, feeling an unprecedented pressure. This was the power of Leonard's relentless defense. Was this the level of the so-called offensive kaleidoscope? Shaq could easily outdo you. Lin Hao let out a cold laugh, dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Anthony exploded with rage. This time, he resolved to use his robust physique to overpower his opponent. That Chinese weakling's body could not possibly match his strength. Yet, Lin Hao remained unmoved. After several futile attempts, and with the shot clock winding down, Anthony had no choice but to retreat and attempt a three-pointer. Lin Hao was indeed momentarily shaken off. But do not forget, his speed had reached its peak. Lin Hao surged forward, his right hand nearly poking Anthony's eye. Clang. Anthony slammed the ball down in frustration. Marcus Camby claimed the rebound at TOB fair. This Chinese kid's defense was quite impressive, tight and impenetrable. Mike, why have you changed your tune? You misunderstood. I merely stated that his defense is commendable to defeat Carmelo. He still needs to go home and train for a few more years. On the commentary desk, Mike Bryn and Craig Sager discussed it in the next possession. Lin Hao held the ball. Anthony, like a ravenous wolf, closed in at my goodness. Anthony is personally guarding this Chinese kid. Shouldn't he be defending Kobe? Craig Sager exclaimed. Unbeknownst to him, Anthony had already received Coach George Karl's permission to match up against Lin Hao throughout the night. Little spicy chicken, hurry up and attack. Let me test your mettle. To have me personally guard you is the greatest honor of your life. Anthony grinned menacingly. Lack of education can be remedied, ugly looks can be altered, but low intelligence is truly untreatable. Lin Hao scoffed. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm stupid? Anthony was momentarily taken aback before responding. Lin Hao ignored him that moment. He keenly detected Kobe's movement and delivered a precise and swift pass. The basketball found its way into Kobe's hands without a hitch. Buckner's defense was rendered ineffective against Kobe. Without a moment's hesitation, Kobe took off for a jump shot. Andre Miller rushed over to provide help defense. However, Lin Hao seized the opportunity perfectly. By the time Miller reached Kobe, the shot was already in the air. For Kobe, as long as he wasn't double-teamed, it was an open look. Lin, that was an exquisite pass. Kobe gave him a thumbs up. Phil Jackson's eyes lit up. He had originally worried that Lin Hao would lose his composure due to the provocation and force an attack. This kid was not the type to back down easily. Roaring at the OK combination, choking Butler, and exploding Devin George, his temper was indeed quite volatile. Yet he remained completely unaffected now. On the contrary, that pass was exceptionally well delivered. Calmness. This is undoubtedly the finest quality of an excellent point guard. Oh, right, Lin Hao isn't a point guard. Didn't Charles say? I'm an all-around small forward. Scoring is merely one of my many weapons, but you're different. All you know is scoring, just relying on one-on-one play. What do you possibly have to compare with me? Lin Hao patted Anthony's face and extended his pinky finger. This provocative gesture instantly sent Anthony into a frenzy. He raised his right fist and swung it towards Lin Hao's head. However, Lin Hao, having anticipated this, seized his fist and forcefully pushed him forward. Bang! Anthony crashed heavily to the ground, sliding several meters before his head collided with the advertising board. Wow, this kid is quite manly. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Beep! The referee's whistle immediately pierced the air. Like a furious lion, Anthony leapt to his feet and charged at Lin Hao. However, their teammates quickly intervened, pulling the two apart. Soon, the referee rendered a judgment. Although Anthony did not strike his opponent, he had violated sportsmanship. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, despite being the provoked party, had actively taunted and shoved his opponent, which also constituted a violation. Consequently, Both were assessed technical fouls, unable to score and unable to win a fight. Carmelo, if I were you, I would just change my name to Soft Egg. Lin Hao, showing no intention of letting up, grinned mischievously. What the hell? In a fit of impulse, Anthony attempted to charge again. Carmelo, calm down. One more infraction and you're out. Andre Miller firmly restrained him. Anthony's chest heaved with rage, but he could only suppress his fury. The Nuggets are back on offense. Once more, Anthony had the ball, consumed by anger. He decided to retaliate fiercely. First, he executed a wide, sweeping crossover. Then he feigned a jump shot. Lin Hao instinctively leapt to interfere. At the moment of his jump, Anthony quickly pulled the ball back and executed a beautiful spin move. Truly, the offensive kaleidoscope. Truly, it's Carmelo. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, leaving spectators dazzled. Mike Bryn shouted. Seizing the moment Lin Hao lost his balance, Anthony darted toward the basket like lightning. That moment, excitement gleamed on his face. Guarding the rim was merely the soft mim. If this shot doesn't go in, I might as well eat SHT. However, bang! In midair, Anthony felt a tremendous force strike him. Immediately, the basketball was swatted out of bounds. Boom! The arena erupted in cheers. The one who had blocked the shot was none other than Lin Hao. Although his shot-blocking ability was lacking, his perfect defensive skills, combined with a leap, even surpassing Carter's, more than compensated for this weakness. The home fans covered their heads, eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before them. My God, this is a hot pot feast from China. Oh, Carmelo's 2 attempts have both failed. Tonight, he has made a fool of himself. Mike Bryn exclaimed while clutching his head. Mr. Soft Egg, may I ask how you feel after this hot pot meal? Lin Hao approached Anthony with a cheerful grin, his right hand forming a mock microphone as he extended it towards him. What the hell? Anthony braced himself for an outburst. However, the ever-daring Gugu seemed to hesitate this time, for he noticed Lin Hao's right fist, which had been loosely held, suddenly clenching tightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Did this Chinese lad intend to take my life? A shock ran through Anthony's mind. Never mind. Let us focus on playing basketball. It wasn't worth risking his life over a trivial matter of pride. Of course, he needed to retaliate verbally and in skill, or else where would Guiji's dignity go? The Nuggets were called for a sideline out of bounds. The ball found its way into the hands of Kenyon Martin. He spun around and charged toward the basket, completing a thunderous dunk. Tonight, it seemed that Odom was off his game. Next came the Lakers' offensive play. Lin Hao took charge, with all his teammates spreading out. The crowd erupted once again. Let us witness the offensive prowess of the strongest small forward in the NBA, Mike Breen remarked with a smile. You got lucky earlier, but this time, I will see you. Anthony's words were cut short as Lin Hao opted for a swift change of direction followed by an explosive drive that McGrady's lightning-fast first step was on full display. Anthony was caught off guard, unable to react in time, feeling only a blur zoom past him. After successfully breaking through, Lin Hao charged straight into the paint. Andre Miller hurried over to provide help defense. Yet, Lin Hao's exceptional strength was nothing to scoff at. He pushed Miller aside and continued his relentless advance. Get off my turf. Marcus Camby bellowed, blocking his path. Who dares to stop me? Lin Hao roared. Leaping into the air, Camby raised his hands in an attempt to obstruct him, his eyes ablaze with fury. Did he dare to dunk over the reigning block king? But soon, his anger morphed into fear. As Lin Hao's head vanished from his line of sight, leaving only his thighs visible, was he going to? But it didn't end there. Moments later, even Lin Hao's thighs disappeared, leaving only his calves. Oh my God! The audience gasped in unison, as if time had frozen at that moment. Lin Hao ascended higher and higher, to be by the time Camby regained his senses, Lin Hao was already perched on his neck, completing a powerful and thunderous dunk. Boom! The rim vibrated with a resonating sound. Groaning in pain, Carter's legendary dunk was resurrected. Mr. Softy, even if your offense is lacking, your defense is equally pitiful. How could you be outperformed so easily? Do you even dare to compete with me for the title of the NBA's top small forward? Upon landing, Lin Hao pounded his chest fiercely, glaring menacingly at Anthony. Oh, my God! Did I just witness that? He blew past Anthony, shoved aside Miller, and dunked over Camby. My eyes are not deceiving me. Mike Breen was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. Holy crap. Even Kobe was left in shock. Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? Meanwhile, Brandy was watching Lin Hao's game from her television set. Upon witnessing that moment, she gritted her teeth in frustration. This guy can dunk over a towering figure exceeding 2 meters, yet during the MV shoot, he chose to dunk over her. He must be doing it on purpose. This rascal is truly devious. As Brandy pondered, a blush crept on her cheeks. George Karl immediately called for a timeout. I could see this moment. The big screen in the arena kept replaying Lin Hao's miraculous feat. The Denver fans erupted in waves of astonishment. The two commentators were still caught in disbelief, relishing the incredible scene. You know, buddy, the way Lin Hao broke through reminded me of McGrady, and his dunking style brought back memories of Carter. No, you're mistaken. He surpasses Carter. He dunked over the 2.11-meter shot-blocking king. Just watch the replay. When Lin hit his peak, his neck was level with the rim. Indeed, Lin should participate in the dunk contest. With him in the mix, I fear the others would only be vying for second place. As both teams returned to their benches, Kobe gazed at Lin Hao with a look of discontent, resembling a wronged wife. Lin Hao understood his intent. He still wanted to uncover the secret behind his enhanced jumping ability. The reason I jump so high is that I've been practicing an ancient secret technique from China. Under the weight of Kobe's penetrating gaze, Lin Hao could only concoct another excuse. What sort of technique? Hearing this, all members of the Lakers crowded around Lin Hao, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Even players like Vujasic and Medvedenko, typically relegated to the bench, were no exception to NBA players who wouldn't want to enhance their vertical leap. Even if not for dunking and blocking, it could attract the attention of the ladies. This secret technique is called Tai Chi. Lin Hao said, feigning mystery. Tai Chi. Can you teach us? Kobe, Odom, and the others looked at him with eager anticipation. Of course, no problem. Oh yeah. Zen master crossed his arms, a smile playing on his lips, while Lin Hao could deceive Kobe and the others. He could not fool him as an aficionado of Eastern culture. The Zen master knew full well that Tai Chi had nothing to do with jumping ability. However, he chose not to expose Lin Hao. Practicing Tai Chi can refine one's character and elevate one's mindset, which will be beneficial for the team. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. This time, it was Anthony's turn to go one-on-one. This was George Karl's final opportunity for him. Regardless of success or failure, it was time to implement a strategy, or else the entire game would devolve into a mere duel between the two players. Kid, you successfully provoked me this time, Anthony declared fiercely, still reeling from the previous humiliation. That I've managed to provoke you many times, yet each time you've been powerless. Lin Hao responded with a cheeky grin, revealing his mischievous side. A glint of determination flashed in Anthony's eyes as he feigned a shoulder move, attempting to trick Lin Hao into shifting to the side. However, Lin Hao remained steadfast, his feet firmly planted. Anthony then began a rapid cross dribble, suddenly stopping and pretending to shoot. Yet Lin Hao remained undeterred, closely guarding him. Time slipped away, and Anthony could not find an opportune moment to attack, forcing him to attempt a contested jump shot. Fearful of Lin Hao's leaping ability, he resorted to a fadeaway. But how could his fadeaway compare to Kobe's? If you can't block Kobe's fadeaway, how could you possibly block mine? Just as Anthony leaped in the air, Lin Hao ascended like a soaring eagle. With a resounding thud, Lin Hao's massive hand came crashing down on a basketball. Under the immense force, Anthony lost his balance, crashing to the floor in a tangled, "Oh, my God!" The entire arena was engulfed by the spectators' gasps of astonishment. The two commentators wore expressions of disbelief. What on earth just happened to Carmelo? Being blocked once was one thing, but to be blocked again, perhaps the first time was an accident, but the second time as well. Shortly thereafter, Lin Hao swiftly snatched the basketball and sent it forward. Kobe sprinted past the half-court line, leaping from just inside the free throw line to complete a dunk that I can't let you look good. Otherwise, they might think we're on the same level, Lin Hao casually remarked as he passed by Anthony. SHT. Anthony trembled in anger. That remark was simply too cutting to be compared to me. Carmelo is an insult. ISNT it. Subsequently, Anthony refrained from further isolation plays. That it was not that he feared Lin Hao, but rather that he dared not challenge the authority of George Karl. This time, he commenced a series of off-ball movements. In truth, Anthony's off-ball running is equally lethal. However, fate was unkind as he encountered Lin Hao. When it comes to off-ball positioning, Lin Hao currently reigns supreme, with no one daring to claim the second spot. In the entire NBA, only Hamilton can match his prowess. As Anthony darted back and forth, Lin Hao clung to him like a stubborn piece of gum. Andre Miller, left with no other option, passed the ball into the paint for Camby to force his way through. Yet, Kobe was quick to provide help defense. He maneuvered in front of Camby, extending his long arms to successfully execute a steal. With Lin Hao handling Anthony, Kobe merely needed to guard Buckner, this diminutive Carmelo. Such a situation was a gross underutilization of his elite defensive capabilities, allowing him to conserve energy for more collaborative defensive efforts. In an instant, Lin Hao surged towards the opposing basket like a flash of lightning. Although his speed was commendable, Anthony was closer to the front court hoop. Coupled with his frantic retreat, Lin Hao surprisingly found himself a step behind. Nevertheless, Kobe's pass arrived right on cue, ignoring Anthony before him. Lin Hao soared skyward. With a thunderous swing, he delivered a devastating tomahawk dunk right in front of the sweet melon. Oh my God! The crowd erupted once more in astonished gasps. The commentators were momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Anthony was not in his best form today, while Lin Hao seemed to exceed our expectations, particularly with his dunking prowess. Lin Hao once again approached Anthony, mimicking the action of shooting someone in the head. "Hey, softy, could you play a bit more aggressively? Your softness diminishes the competitive spirit." This gesture had once belonged exclusively to Anthony, yet now it was returned to him. Anthony, struggling to rise from the floor, bore an expression of utter disbelief. He had been posterized. What filled him with both rage and humiliation was the realization that the one who had dunked over him was a yellow-skinned monkey. How dare he? Anthony seethed inwardly. He had never imagined he would be so humiliated by a yellow-skinned monkey in this game. The spectators remained in shock, staring blankly at Lin Hao on the court. Was this real? That kid had actually completed such a dunk in front of Anthony. It was utterly insane. I had never witnessed such a display of dominance. In the next possession, Anthony desperately tried to shake off Lin Hao. But to no avail. Andre Miller was forced to take a hasty shot that clanged off the rim. The ball fell right atop Camby's head. He leaped lightly, preparing to snag the rebound. This rebound seemed entirely within his grasp, as all the Lakers players were already preparing to retreat. Unexpectedly, a figure darted past, extending a large hand to swat the ball away. It was Lin Hao. Camby immediately erupted in anger. Just moments ago, he had been dunked on, and now Lin Hao sought to snatch his rebound. As the basketball descended once more, the two clashed for the ball. "Not a chance," Camby bellowed, leaping again. However, Lin Hao had already taken off before him, effortlessly snatching the rebound amidst the gasps of the audience. Oh man, Lin's rebounding style just reminded me of Dennis Rodman. Yes, he not only possessed astonishing vertical leap, but also remarkable leaping speed. The two commentators excitedly discussed. After securing the rebound, Lin Hao swiftly spotted the unguarded death god Parker beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, he passed the ball. Parker was elated that the wide-open three-pointer presented a rare opportunity to score. He released a shot, but it clanged off the rim. However, Lin Hao snatched the rebound once more. This time, the ball found its way into Kobe's hands. With only one defender in front of him, he wasted no time and took a pull-up jumper that clanked off as well. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Lin Hao's reaction remained swift, darting towards the ball like an arrow released from a bow. "Get out of my way!" Camby shouted angrily, attempting to shove Lin Hao aside. Yet, Lin Hao stood his ground. He leaped with force, reclaiming the rebound once again. This moment, Kobe had begun his run, shaking off his defender. Another brilliant pass followed. Kobe soared high, decisively releasing the ball. It went in. Oh, my God. Lin Hao had secured 3 consecutive offensive rebounds. His relentless rebounding fervor was nothing short of astonishing. Mike Breen wore a look of incredulity. "This time, I shall crush you in every aspect, be it offense, defense, assists, or rebounds." Lin Hao approached Anthony, articulating each word with precision. That yellow-skinned monkey. Do not get too cocky that I am about to obliterate you. Anthony gritted his teeth in anger. I'll be waiting. Don't let me down. Lin Hao scoffed dismissively, drifting away with an air of confidence that in the next possession, the Nuggets executed a tactical play, ultimately passing the ball to Kenyon Martin. He turned with his back to the basket and scored. Softy, under my defense, you're too afraid to even touch the ball now. Lin Hao taunted as he turned to retreat on defense. Do you comprehend tactics? Kenyon is the final piece of this strategy. Anthony retorted. Look, Carmelo has wilted, too afraid to attack. Lin Hao spun around, playfully clutching Odom's head. I just said that was an accident. Anthony was on the verge of exploding. Finally, the Lakers commenced their offense. Chinese kid, that last shot was a fluke? You won T-score again this time. Anthony snarled. Yet before he could finish, Lin Hao tossed the ball to Odom. He shoved Anthony aside and sprinted forward with fervor. Damn, this kid is truly cunning. Anthony exerted every ounce of energy to pursue. If Lin Hao scored again, where would that leave Anthony's pride? He vowed to never run this hard again in his life. However, clang, he stumbled and fell awkwardly. What the hell? Who ambushed me? My vision is filled with stars. Anthony groaned in agony, clutching his head. Lin Hao's movement had indeed been quite crafty. Indeed, Carmelo was toyed with like a monkey. Mike Breen and Craig Sager discussed. It turned out that Lin Hao had executed a sudden sharp turn during his off-ball run, causing Anthony to crash heavily into Chris M.I.M.A.T. this moment. Lin Hao found himself unguarded, and he decided to showcase a jump shot reminiscent of Jordan's artistry. His body leaned slightly back, wrist flicking. The basketball soared from his hand, tracing a perfect arc, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. Dazzling and brilliant. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. Although this artistic skill might appear superficial, its accuracy was commendable when unopposed. Oh my God. So stylish. The crowd gasped. That shot just reminded me of Michael. The female fans in attendance were starry-eyed. Clearly, they had switched allegiances, becoming fans of Lin Hao. It seems our Carmelo is now at a disadvantage. Let us hope he performs better moving forward. The two commentators, unbeknownst to themselves, had subtly shifted their narratives. Clearly, their aspirations had been dashed. In the ensuing match, Anthony found himself nearly shackled by Lin Hao. Exacerbate matters. Lin Hao's 2 blocks left an indelible psychological imprint on him. Despite having several opportunities to shoot, he refrained from attempting direct shots and opted instead to pass the ball, of course. Lin Hao's ambition to comprehensively dominate Anthony also fell short. He exerted every ounce of effort merely to contain this offensive virtuoso, resulting in a lackluster performance where he managed to score a mere 17 points. The final whistle blew. The Lakers triumphed with a score of 98-91. Cameron Anthony's statistics were recorded at 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, with a shooting percentage of only 3.5. In contrast, Lin Hao achieved 17 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal, once again securing a triple-double. Immediately following the game, female fans, enraptured by Lin Hao's picturesque jump shots, rushed forward to request his autograph. However, their intentions ran deeper than mere admiration. That I still have numerous uncertainties regarding foreign languages. I hope you can help me clarify them. My comprehension of biology remains somewhat superficial. I would appreciate it if you could demonstrate the experimental procedures for me. I'm not particularly adept at driving. I would be grateful for your step-by-step guidance. The eager female fans clamored to consult Professor Lin. Ahem, witnessing such a thirst for knowledge among you young people brings me immense joy, Lin Hao declared passionately. How about this? Find a time to come to my hotel, and we shall embark on an enlightening journey through the ocean of knowledge. Observing the insatiable curiosity of these young women, Lin Hao spoke with fervor. Thus, they engaged in a serious yet vibrant academic discussion at a hotel, from advanced vocabulary for TOEFL and IELTS, such as Cameron and despicable, to intricate biological concepts like the origin of life, and even to the exhilarating sport of street racing favored by the youth. They delved deeply into each topic. However, all this would be discussed later. As Lin Hao was to depart Denver with the main contingent that very night to the post-game press conference, a reporter first inquired of Kobe, "What are your thoughts on this victory?" Kobe responded. I have always stated that the backcourt duo of Lin Hao and myself will astonish the entire league. Moreover, this season's championship is destined to be ours. Upon hearing this, the reporters fell silent. No one daring to mock Kobe any longer, for the facts were undeniable. The Lakers had achieved a remarkable 12-game winning streak. Kobe currently led the league in scoring, and Lin Hao had consistently diminished the performance of the opposing team's star players. What are your feelings about having gained the upper hand over Cameron? Reporters then turned their microphones towards Lin Hao. Cameron? Who is Cameron? I do not know him. Lin Hao replied, feigning astonishment. The reporter's hands holding the microphones trembled in disbelief. You don't recognize the illustrious Anthony. Are you jesting? He is the cornerstone of the Denver Nuggets, famously known as the offensive virtuoso, Cameron Anthony. A female reporter from Los Angeles, perceiving Lin Hao's intent, echoed, Are you mistaken? The player I faced was clearly a softie. Moreover, did you misname his nickname? Offensive virtuoso, more like offensive blunder. Lin Hao feigned shock, leaving the reporters collectively aghast. Nearby, Zen Master smirked. Well, you've certainly managed to offend Anthony this time. Subsequently, another reporter asked Lin Hao, How would you evaluate your performance in this match? My evaluation is, it was dreadful. Lin Hao's declaration shocked everyone. You achieved a triple-double. You filled the stat sheet. You held Cameron to just 19 points. And you deem it dreadful? I felt I performed poorly tonight, allowing a softie to outscore me. Lin Hao continued. Next time the Nuggets visit Los Angeles, I shall make Cameron call me Daddy. Zen Master and Kobe exchanged amused glances. Clearly, when the next visit to Denver occurred, they could expect a challenging encounter. Unbelievable. I shall kill you. Anthony, witnessing the interview from home, smashed his coffee cup onto the floor. That day, the entire nation was engulfed in a frenzy. Yet it was not merely due to Lin Hao's humiliation of Anthony. He had bested numerous celebrities before. Were every instance of his triumph to incite chaos, it would be relentless. The true cause of the uproar was the release of Britney's new album, Blackout, igniting a fervent shopping frenzy. Note, this album was released in 2007. The author has advanced its timeline. Christina, a devoted fan of Britney, upon purchasing the album, immediately summoned several friends to her home for a collective listening experience. Wow, Britney's vocal prowess has improved tremendously. Indeed, she is stunning and has an exquisite figure. If only I could be like her. Of course, just look at who your idol is, after enjoying a few songs. The young girls began to chatter animatedly. Finally, as the album's title track, Gimme More, played, they straightened in their seats, ceasing their discussions. The music video began with a handsome young man in swim trunks strolling along the beach. Why is he of a lighter complexion? The girls exchanged puzzled glances. They held no prejudice against those with lighter skin, but his appearance in a Britney album struck them as peculiar. His physique is impressive. He is quite handsome. As the camera zoomed in, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait, don't you think this guy looks somewhat familiar? Yes, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. I remember now, he is Lin Hao. A player for the Los Angeles Lakers, Kobe's teammate, Christina exclaimed. Although she was not particularly fond of basketball, her boyfriend was a Lakers fan, prompting her to watch a few games. Yes, that's him. I've seen him on television. Without his jersey, I truly couldn't recognize him. I never expected him to be so fit. The girls resumed their animated discussions, just as they were relishing the moment. The camera shifted once more, entering a basketball arena. Lin Hao, clad in a white training outfit, executed mesmerizing dribbling maneuvers. At this point, the girls began to lose interest, as they preferred to indulge in celebrity pairings rather than basketball. However, Lin Hao's elegant fadeaway jumper reignited their interest. What a beautiful shot. It's simply art. They exclaimed simultaneously. In that instant, they realized that basketball could indeed be quite engaging, particularly when it involved watching a dashing young man play. Meanwhile, countless Americans were also at home watching Britney's new album, and reactions to the title track, Gimme More, varied widely. Some were infuriated, stomping their feet in rage as they smashed their televisions, feeling that Lin Hao's closeness to their beloved idol was too much to bear. Others replayed Lin Hao's fadeaway jumper, convinced that he had inherited all of Jordan's finesse. In summary, Lin Hao had truly become a sensation. This time, he was genuinely on fire. If it could be said that his previous fame was confined to the basketball sphere, now he has achieved global renown. Fans of Bronny from every corner of the world have come to recognize him. Unsurprisingly, Phil Jackson indeed opted to forego the following day's match. Presently, the Lakers have secured an impressive 12 consecutive victories. Strategically losing a few games is hardly an issue. Kobe, citing physical discomfort, participated for a mere 24 minutes. While Lin Hao's time on the court was even more limited, totaling a scant 18 minutes, the Lakers, as expected, succumbed to defeat. Notably, devoid of the pressure of losing, Lin Hao dazzled the tens of thousands of fans present with his picturesque jump shots, leaving them in awe. His form was both elegant and effortless, his movements light yet powerful, akin to a work of art. This is Jordan clad in the Lakers' number 3 jersey, exclaimed the announcer with fervor. Even Kobe was left speechless, his jaw agape. In terms of form, Lin Hao resembled Jordan even more than he did himself. However, despite a flurry of activity, his statistics reflected a dismal 0.5 efficiency. 9 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 steal. Such was the report card Lin Hao presented in the upcoming match. The Lakers faced the Suns. In truth, the Lakers held a solid advantage against the Suns. The Sun style could be summarized in 4 words: 7-second fast break, meaning they completed each offensive possession in approximately 7 seconds. Yet the Lakers roster was perfectly suited to counter this approach. Except for Mim, nearly every starter on the Lakers was capable of keeping pace and engaging in an offensive duel. Moreover, with Kobe's presence, the Lakers excelled in half-court sets, which happened to be the Suns' Achilles heel. Nevertheless, the Lakers found themselves trailing significantly by the end of the third quarter, with a wave of his hand. The Zen Master withdrew all his starters, opting to field the bench players. The loss was a collective responsibility, with Kobe underperforming under the defense of Kobe's nemesis, Raja Bell, managing only 19 points. Sean Marion's agility posed problems, and Lin Hao's once picturesque jump shots lost their accuracy, netting just 10 points. With both of the team's core players faltering, the performance of the others was hardly worth mentioning. Odom fell prey to his old habits, frequently losing focus, while Mim was thoroughly outmatched by Stoudemire. The Grim Reaper Parker was left spinning like a top by Nash's maneuvers. Following 2 consecutive losses, the Lakers finally regained their form, clinching a resounding victory against the Hawks. Subsequently, the team concluded their road trip and boarded a flight back to Los Angeles. It is worth mentioning that the Player of the Month for December was announced, and Kobe undoubtedly claimed the honor. Such joyous news, coupled with the absence of a game the following day, warranted a grand celebration. Kobe, indulging generously, reserved an entire bar for the occasion. By the way, Lin, I've noticed you've gained a plethora of fans lately. Odom remarked, draping an arm over Lin Hao's shoulder. Indeed, I've noticed that too. Parker chimed in, taking a hearty swig of his drink. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and realized it was true. Countless fans had cheered for him in recent games, eclipsing even Kobe's popularity and that of the opposing team's star player. This was, of course, quite normal. However, it was noteworthy that he was performing in away games. It is somewhat unusual for away fans to cheer for the stars of the visiting team. Perhaps my style of play is simply too flamboyant, and I'm too well-liked. Lin Hao chuckled, scratching his head. He typically paid little attention to entertainment news and was unaware that many of Bronny's fans had also embraced him as one of their own. Don't flatter yourself. No matter how popular you are, you could never surpass me, Kobe retorted with a smirk. Had he been privy to the truth, he would have likely been infuriated. The entire Lakers squad reveled in celebration throughout the night. The following day marked an internal training session for the Lakers. Observing the players' demeanor, Phil Jackson frowned. After a streak of victories, the team had become somewhat complacent, engaging in chatter and laughter during practice. Naturally, Kobe and Lin Hao, the 2 training enthusiasts, were exceptions. Kwame, shut your mouth. If you dare to joke around again, you'll be staying late for extra practice. Lamar, are your eyes on your backside? If you zone out again, I swear I'll hit you with the ball. Chris, where are the rebounds? You, as center, can't out-rebound a point guard. Kobe displayed the authority of seasoned leader, his mouth a torrent of reprimands. All fell silent, focusing intently on their training. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Hao's phone rang, prompting him to rush over to answer it. All eyes turned to Kobe, collectively thinking that the second-in-command was about to receive a severe scolding for taking a call during practice, an absolute taboo in Kobe's eyes. "Lin, you've been working hard in practice. Why don't you take a break?" Kobe suggested. Kwame Brown, Lamar Odom, Chris Mim. "Hello, I'm in Los Angeles now. Would you like to go out for dinner?" Bronny's melodious voice chimed through the phone. Of course, but I'm in training right now. I'll come find you after practice." Upon hanging up, Lin Hao noticed everyone was staring at him. "Haha, I forgot to silence my phone." He chuckled awkwardly. Witnessing this, the Zen master refrained from becoming angry that a child who usually trains so diligently could be forgiven for a minor transgression. After wrapping up the morning session, the Zen master waved his hand, granting the players the rest of the day off. Lin Hao and Bronny soon hopped into her Lamborghini Hermes. He had initially intended to drive his own Ferrari, but upon seeing Bronny's Lamborghini, he felt his own vehicle paled in comparison. After dinner, Lin Hao returned to the training facility, contemplating the urgent need to earn more money as he drove. He reflected on his current state. He was living somewhat frugally. His home was rented, and the car was a gift from Kobe. What a predicament! Lin Hao sighed deeply. Pelinka had been persistently urging him to sign a contract, yet he had yet to finalize anything as he awaited a more lucrative offer. "At this hour, you still have the energy to come train?" Kobe, practicing his shooting in the training facility, was taken aback upon seeing Lin Hao's return. "Enough chit-chat, let us go one-on-one." Lin Hao declared he was a man intent on making substantial earnings. In order to do so, he needed to elevate his skills, and to enhance his abilities, he had to go head-to-head with Kobe. As expected, their one-on-one matchup ended in a resounding defeat for Lin Hao. However, Kobe wore a serious expression that if he didn't intensify his skill development, this young man might very well threaten his position as the top player. If in the past he had to exert 80 of his effort to defeat Lin Hao, now he required a full 100. "Let us keep going?" "No more. We have a game tomorrow." In truth, Kobe's reason for declining was not merely his exhaustion, but rather that he was completely drained. Engaging in 10 games against this young man felt more strenuous than competing in a championship final. The following day, the Lakers were set to face the long-traveling Philadelphia 76ers, each time Kobe and Iverson clashed. An abundance of media attention followed, and this encounter was no exception. Their scoring duels captivated the audience's interest. However, they were destined to be disappointed this time, as Lin Hao was assigned to guard Iverson. Lin Hao was exceedingly thrilled. Allen Iverson was his idol. Back in the day, Iverson had snatched a victory from the dominant duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant in the finals, becoming a hero in the hearts of countless young fans. "Hello, idol." Upon meeting Iverson, Lin Hao eagerly approached for an embrace. Iverson beamed with delight, his smile wide as he reveled in the admiration of his rival's teammate. Kobe, however, was left fuming, his face turning pale with rage. His own teammate viewed his rival as an idol. "Tonight, I'm going to annihilate you." However, Lin Hao's subsequent remark instantly infuriated Iverson and brought a smile to Kobe's face. The closer the player is to one's idol, the more one feels compelled to dominate them. This encapsulates Lin Hao's personal motto. With the sound of the whistle, the game officially commenced. The 76ers showcased their starting lineup: PG Aaron McKee, SG Iverson, SF Iguodala, PF Chris Webber, and C. DeLembert. But on paper, this lineup appeared quite splendid, featuring a premier shooting guard, a three-point sharpshooter, a versatile small forward, a former star power forward, and a defensive stalwart. Mims, despite his height, lacked the vertical leap, failing to secure the jump ball, granting possession to the 76ers. As soon as Iverson received the ball, Lin Hao was poised, standing directly in front of him. "Idol, please don't miss the hoop in this game." Initially, Iverson was perplexed, tilting his head in contemplation, only for his expression to darken. Was he mocking him as a mere bricklayer? There are limits to what one can tolerate. Today, I am eager to witness the prowess of your DPOY. Flames of determination ignited in Iverson's eyes. He began to dribble, his body as agile as a leopard, weaving left and right, seeking a chink in Lin Hao's defensive armor. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find a breakthrough. Glancing at the slightly astonished Iverson, Lin Hao smirked. "Did you think my impeccable speed and agility were mere embellishments?" Iverson continuously varied his dribbling rhythm and direction, attempting to deceive Lin Hao with feints. However, Lin Hao remained composed, steadfastly shadowing Iverson's every move, denying him any opportunity to penetrate. As time ticked by, Iverson's anxiety began to mount, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, Lin Hao suddenly spotted a flaw in Iverson's game. Like lightning, he accurately intercepted the ball from Iverson's grasp. Oh my God! Unbelievable! Amazing! The crowd erupted into a deafening chorus of astonishment. Iverson, taken aback by Lin Hao's steal, rushed forward. But Lin Hao had already passed the ball to Kobe, who effortlessly scored with a layup. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Lin, well done! Kobe grinned ear to ear, extending his hand for a high five with Lin Hao. It was delightful to witness his rival falter before his teammate. Yet in the next possession, Iverson would prove to be a far more formidable opponent. In reality, even the peak versions of Jordan and Kobe could not completely contain him. With a dramatic change of direction and a rhythm that oscillated between fast and slow, he nearly had Lin Hao stumbling. This brief moment of vulnerability allowed him to successfully break into the paint. Lin Hao, still regaining his balance, sprinted after him. This kid truly gives his all on the defensive end. The Zen master smiled with satisfaction. With Mims in front and Lin Hao behind, Iverson still leaped forcefully, twisting his body mid-air like a pretzel. The ball went in. Although he failed to prevent that shot, not a soul in the arena blamed Lin Hao that he had performed to the utmost of his capabilities. Even if it were Jordan or Kobe, they could not have fared better. Finally, it was the Lakers' turn to attack. Upon crossing half-court, Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised to find himself being defended by Iverson. While Iverson's defense was formidable, his height rendered him a liability. This was akin to a pie falling from the sky. If not now, when would be the time to seize this opportunity? Jim O'Brien, the head coach of the 76ers, was undoubtedly aware of this, but he found himself at a loss. Currently, the best perimeter defender on the team was Iguodala, but one must utilize their best resources wisely. If he assigned Iguodala to defend Lin Hao, who would guard Kobe? Smashed. I'm open. Lin Hao, practically bursting with joy, called for the ball from the Grim Reaper. Am I just heir to you? Iverson's mouth twitched, his expression darkening. I acknowledge my height is a disadvantage, but you needn't insult me, so. Lin Hao received the basketball, disregarding the defense in front of him, and leaped for a forceful score. His wingspan, height, and vertical leap far surpassed Iverson's. The ball went in, a three-pointer. In the next possession, it was once again Iverson attempting a one-on-one. The 76ers had a predictable strategy, relying on individual offense while the team focused on defense. This time, Iverson missed and Odom secured the rebound. Lin Hao then once more forced a shot over Iverson, and the ball went in again. Yes, he pumped his fist in excitement. It seemed this match would yield a bounty of attribute points. After all, Iverson was an all-star caliber player. In that moment, Lin Hao felt a wave of gratitude for having chosen to remain with the Lakers. Had he succumbed to impulse and opted to lead the Knicks, he would now be facing Iguodala's defense that, of course, he was not particularly intimidated by Iguodala. It was just that while Iguodala's defense was commendable, he was far from being a true star. He was merely a scrawny dog. Even if he bit, there would be little meat to savor. Unlike Iverson, who was akin to a plump lamb, Coach O'Brien of the 76ers urgently called for a timeout. He sent Kyle Korver onto the court to play shooting guard. While Iverson took on the role of point guard, he hoped that the 2.01-meter-tall Korver could somewhat contain Lin Hao. Unfortunately, while Korver had the height, he lacked the speed. Lin Hao relinquished ball control to Odom and fully showcased his off-ball movement, sprinting across the court. After a half, both Kobe and Lin Hao had impressive stats. Kobe, 15 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals. Lin Hao, 10 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal. Meanwhile, Iverson, being stifled by Lin Hao, struggled significantly, shooting 4 for 13 and managing only 12 points. Yet, the Lakers had not widened the score gap. For Chris Webber was in fine form, hitting 6 of 8 shots for 13 points and 6 rebounds. Once a 5-time All-Star and a first-team selection, he had now faded into the role of a role player. However, this did not prevent Webber from occasionally scoring high, especially against Odom's defense. As the second half commenced, Iverson finally found his rhythm, scoring consecutively. alongside Corver, Weber, and role players like Mark Jackson putting forth commendable performances. The tide of victory began to tilt towards the 7-6 Airs, in stark contrast. The Lakers' role players were all in a slump. The recent string of victories had finally taken its toll. Phil Jackson hastily called for a timeout. Yet, regardless of how the Zen master urged them or how Kobe scolded them, they could not muster the energy, especially Odom, who was having the worst game of all with a paltry stat line of 3 points. 2 rebounds and 2 assists that moment. Lin Hao took a shot. He approached Odom, whispering a few words into his ear. As soon as he finished speaking, Odom's eyes lit up. The two then shared a few more hushed exchanges. At that juncture, everyone was astonished to see Odom seemingly rejuvenated, enveloped in an exhilarating fervor. "What did you tell him?" Kobe asked, perplexed. "You'll have to agree to one condition before I reveal it." Lin Hao replied with a mysterious smile. "What condition? I haven't thought it through yet." "T-Sich, who cares?" Kobe scoffed dismissively. When the timeout concluded, Odom transformed into a player of Karl Malone's caliber, in just 1 quarter. He exploded for 12 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. What does this mean? If he maintained such performance every quarter, his stats would be 48 points, 32 rebounds, 12 assists for steals, and 4 blocks. Not even Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming combined could achieve such numbers. The entire Lakers team was left in awe. Kobe and I tried every conceivable method to get through to Odom, yet Lin Hao managed to do it effortlessly. This dilemma had long plagued both Kobe and Phil Jackson. Kobe began to regret his earlier bravado that he truly cherished this moment. At this juncture, only 3 minutes remained in the game. The score stood at 87-88, with the Lakers trailing by a single point. "Lin, what exactly did you do?" "Lamar, what did Lin just tell you?" As Phil Jackson called a timeout, everyone gathered around Lin Hao and Odom. Even the usually composed Zen master perked up his ears. However, the two exchanged knowing smiles and maintained their silence. The nagging curiosity gnawed at them. With the score so close and merely 3 minutes left on the clock, Kobe should have been fully focused on the game. Yet his mind was elsewhere. He yearned to conclude the match swiftly to inquire about Lin Hao's terms. Everyone rallied their spirits, determined to seize victory and send the 76ers packing. Lin Hao stood up and clapped his hands. Kobe gritted his teeth in frustration. "Who doesn't know that? But look at the state you've put me in. How am I supposed to play now?" Odom powered through to score underneath the basket. "Tonight, he is unstoppable," the commentator shouted. Excited cheers erupted in the Staples Center. Odom was in high spirits, letting out a triumphant roar after the basket. In the next play, Iverson successfully stole the ball from the Grim Reaper Parker, executing an alley-oop dunk with Iguodala. Despite Odom's stellar performance, Iverson thrived under pressure. Lin Hao's defense was formidable, yet Iverson twisted his body mid-air, making the shot. The intensity escalated as both teams exchanged blows, the atmosphere growing increasingly suffocating. The score reached 89-88, with the Lakers now leading by 1.76. Airs coach O'Brien used his final timeout. Only 17 seconds remained. It was evident who would take the last shot for the 76ers. If Lin Hao could defend this shot, the Lakers would win. The Zen master made no further plans. At this moment, he could only trust Lin Hao. The timeout ended. Iverson held the ball while Lin Hao shadowed him closely. Time ticked away, and Iverson began his move, feigning to shake off Lin Hao. Yet, Lin Hao was not deceived. Iverson found a sliver of space and charged toward the paint, with Lin Hao in close pursuit. Suddenly, he came to a quick stop and leaped high. Lin Hao leapt right after him, extending his arm. In that instant, the entire arena seemed to freeze. Evade the block. Iverson leaned back as far as he could. Lingering in the air for half a second, he intended to release the ball after Lin Hao landed. However, Lin Hao, with his extraordinary vertical leap, would not allow him that luxury. Iverson hung in the air, but Lin Hao remained airborne. With no other option, Iverson flicked his wrist and released the ball. All eyes fixated on the basketball, hearts racing in tandem with its trajectory. Swish, the ball went cleanly through the net. A buzzer beater. We won. At that moment, the 76ers bench erupted in deafening cheers. Lin Hao stood, stunned by the scene before him, scarcely believing his eyes. Did I really fail to defend against Iverson? No matter, you have done well enough. Tonight, the gods favored the 76 heirs. Kobe reassured him, patting his shoulder. We still have 0.9 seconds. The game isn't over yet. Phil Jackson's roar reminded them. Indeed, the match was not yet concluded. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Kobe unexpectedly ran to inbound the ball. Everyone was incredulous. Why would a top-tier superstar inbound the ball at the last moment? Shouldn't he be on the court for a counter buzzer beater? Kobe's reasoning was simple. His good friend Lin Hao had just lost a bit of confidence after being scored on by Iverson. One must rise from where they fall. He wanted Lin Hao to take this shot. If he made it, it would restore his confidence. If he missed, losing the game wasn't a grave concern. Due to the urgency of the situation, Lin Hao received the ball and, without time for adjustment, launched a shot against Iguodala's defense. The ball's arc was slightly off. The force seemed excessive. Whether it would go in was now a matter of fate. Bang! Did he miss again? Oh my, Lin Hao made the buzzer beater. A 0.9 second game winner. He had concluded the match. The commentator leaped in excitement. The IT went in. It went in. The Staples Center erupted in a cacophony of ecstatic screams. It was a bank shot. Iverson's near buzzer beater, countered by Lin Hao's clutch shot. What a roller coaster of a game. Dude, you made the game winner, Kobe exclaimed warmly, embracing Lin Hao and patting his back vigorously. So cool. Odom leaped onto Lin Hao's back. Lin, you are indeed a great player. Iverson approached with a smile, embracing Lin Hao. The true greatness lies with you. You are the first and perhaps the last to hit a game winner against me. Lin Hao chuckled that Iverson's lips twitched in amusement. Are you complimenting me or yourself? In that game, the Lakers' Holy Trinity delivered impressive stats. Kobe with 28 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Lin Hao with 19 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal. Odom with 17 points, 12 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Quick, tell me your terms. Even if you want to mention, I'll agree. As soon as the game concluded, Kobe approached Lin Hao, gritting his teeth that he still held Odom's secret close to his heart. Lin Hao grinned. Now, Kobe was firmly in his grasp that it's simple. Let us go one-on-one for 7 days. 20 games each day. The frequency of Kobe's one-on-one matches with him had significantly diminished. How can that be? Is it too simple for you? Do you think I genuinely want your mansion? What happens if there's a game the next day? Still 20 matches. If there's a game, that day doesn't count. So how long must I wait? That is my only condition. Kobe fixed a steely gaze on him. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, slapping his forehead, that I'm such a fool. I could just ask Lamar. Feel free to try. If he tells you, I'll do handstands to defecate. Lin Hao scoffed. He and Odom had already made a pact. Upon returning to his humble abode, Lin Hao took a shower and promptly accessed the system panel. Surprisingly, he was particularly elated about making the game winner. The inability to defend against Iverson's last shot left him feeling defeated. It seemed his defensive skills still required enhancement. Lin Hao reflected. However, the silver lining was that he had gained significantly during this period. Victories against the Hawks, one-on-one with Kobe, and this match netted him a total of 35 attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all points to his stealing ability. From the beginning of the season until now, Lin Hao's individual stats were 17.3 points, 4.3 rebounds, 4.5 assists, 0.8 steals, and 0.7 blocks. His rebounding and assisting numbers were low due to a poor start to the season, but they would gradually improve. Yet his stealing and blocking abilities were alarmingly low. Consequently, Lin Hao's stealing ability soared to a perfect score of 100. The extra 3 points were added to his blocking ability, bringing it to 49. Next came the lottery segment. With the Lakers having defeated both the Hawks and the 76 heirs, Lin Hao had 2 chances to draw. First draw. Thank you for your patronage. I knew it, he muttered, his lips twitching. Second draw. Iverson's lightning-quick steal. Upon seeing this, Lin Hao was overjoyed, nearly bursting with excitement, saliva pooling. This was Iverson's stealing skill. Do not be deceived by Allen Iverson's perceived defensive shortcomings. In reality, his defensive skills are far from inadequate, merely hindered by his lack of height. After all, he has been crowned a steals champion 3 times. Such a talent is truly remarkable. Consequently, Lin Hao now boasts an impressive repertoire of 9 skills, which include Hamilton's enduring stamina, Hamilton's off-ball movement, Pippen's precise playmaking, James's basketball IQ, Leonard's death grip, Carter's devastating dunks, McGrady's swift first step, Jordan's picturesque jump shot, and Iverson's lightning-quick steals. What if I accumulate too many skills that overlap? Lin Hao suddenly pondered. It is worth noting that Iverson's stealing ability is not the most formidable in the NBA. What if, in the future, he were to acquire the stealing skills of Pippen or Jordan? Focus on training and competing, and do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. The system reassured him, as long as you invest 100 attribute points, this system will assist you in merging skills. The resulting skill will be significantly more powerful than any singular ability. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement. If that were the case, surpassing Jordan would be merely a trivial feat. But what about the attribute points once all my abilities are maximized? Lin Hao contemplated another question. The capability values can be infinitely increased. The current maximum is based on the NBA's predefined limits. Goodness, if my vertical leap reached 200 points, wouldn't that allow me to dunk from beyond the three-point line? If my three-point shooting also hit 200, wouldn't that mean a 100 shooting percentage? And if my stealing and blocking reached 200, wouldn't I average a quintuple double? This is beyond human capability. It is divine. The mere thought of it sent shivers down Lin Hao's spine. The following day, with no game scheduled, Kobe and Lin Hao engaged in additional training after their team practice. Kobe, Lin's training is utterly insane. Even I am frightened just watching. I worry this might harm his body. You should talk to him? Kobe's trainer expressed his concerns. Currently, Lin Hao could not afford a trainer and thus shared one with Kobe. I'll go take a look. Kobe paused his shooting drills and entered the gym. Lin Hao was immersed in strength training, his body drenched in sweat. You participated in team training this morning, and now you're pushing yourself so hard. How are we supposed to have a one-on-one tonight? Kobe inquired with a furrowed brow. He had initially been reluctant to engage in a one-on-one, but Odom's secret had captivated his soul. Don't worry. My stamina is boundless. Lin Hao grinned widely. Are you still dwelling on that shot by Iverson from yesterday? Indeed. After yesterday's match, Lin Hao realized he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching superstar status. Do not take it too much to heart. Iverson's shot was largely a matter of luck, that I understand. But my goal is to surpass Jordan defensively. In truth, Lin Hao aspired to exceed Jordan in all aspects. Yet he withheld this thought, fearing it might alarm Kobe. As evening descended, the highly anticipated one-on-one match was finally about to commence. You take the first shot. Kobe tossed the ball to him, just as the one-on-one was about to begin. The gym doors swung open. What brings you here? Kobe exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. I have turned over a new leaf. From today onward, I will train diligently, Odom said, scratching his head before beginning his warm-up exercises. Kobe then turned his gaze back to Lin Hao, filled with confusion. Who is Odom? He is notorious for squandering his talent, lacking dedication in training and seriousness in games. Selected 4th overall by the Clippers in 1999. He later spent time with the Heat. Even 3 different coaches with the Lakers could not reshape him. Yet, Lin Hao managed to inspire him to change with just a few words. Although Kobe was unsure how long this newfound resolve would last. It was indeed a remarkable transformation. What exactly did you say to him? Kobe's curiosity piqued, and he had completely lost interest in the one-on-one match that I told him that if he plays well, he can earn substantial money. Lin Hao replied with a smile, I'll go ask Lamar. Kobe huffed as he approached Odom. Lin Hao told me that if I play well, I can earn big money. Odom explained, you better tell me the truth. I swear it's true. If you don't tell the truth, I will make you train extra. All right. I do enjoy training. With that, Kobe felt deflated, realizing that his secret weapon had lost its effectiveness. After completing 20 matches, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and Kobe was ready to leave. Vanessa had been quite upset with him lately, and he needed to return home to accompany his wife. While Lin Hao and Odom continued their vigorous training. You two beasts, Kobe muttered under his breath as he left, disgruntled. After training until 11 o'clock, Lin Hao prepared to leave, just as he reached the locker room door. He suddenly heard Odom speaking on the phone inside, mentioning his name. Curiosity piqued, Lin Hao hid at the door to eavesdrop. That I'm really enjoying my time with the Lakers. Everyone is very supportive, especially Kobe and Lin Hao. Kobe is like a strict father, constantly pushing me to train. while Lin Hao's like a caring mother, always looking out for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao burst into the locker room. Ouch, that hurts. Who are you calling a caring mother? Is it you? Am I wrong? Then allow me to show you the strength of a caring mother. I was wrong. Kobe is the real caring mother. After a 2-day break, the Lakers embarked on another road trip, facing the Wizards, Bulls, and Hornets, before returning to Los Angeles for a city derby against the Clippers. Odom showcased his prowess during these 4 games, averaging 18.9 points, 12.1 rebounds, 6.3 assists, 1.1 steals, and 1.5 blocks, firmly establishing himself as a top power forward in the NBA. Notably, he was playing conservatively because Lin Hao advised him to be less aggressive with rebounds, saying, "If you grab too many, what will I do?" He also suggested he reduce his ball handling time. Otherwise, how could he accumulate assists? Indeed, you read that correctly. Lin Hao, the stat accumulator, was instructing Odom to tone down his game in order to maximize his own attribute points. Odom's remarkable performance over 5 consecutive games garnered media attention. Following the game against the Clippers, Zen Master brought Kobe, Lin Hao, and Odom to a press conference. "Lamar, we've noticed you've undergone a significant transformation recently. Can you share what prompted this change?" A reporter inquired, voicing the unspoken thoughts of both Zen Master and Kobe. "The reason for my transformation is entirely due to Lin Hao. He told me that if I train hard and play well, I can make the All-Star team, earn big money, buy luxury cars, and own lavish homes, thus allowing me to live a better life. Therefore, I am no longer the person I once was," Odom stated with determination in his eyes. The reporters collectively rolled their eyes. "Oh, you even believe what you just said? Such a simple truth. Even if Lin Hao did not articulate it, you ought to be aware, correct? Lin, did you truly assert that?" "Of course, my words have indeed reached the very soul of Lamar. After hearing me, he has undergone a remarkable transformation." Lin Hao nodded with a smile. The reporters fell into silence, shifting their focus towards Zen Master and Kobe. Undoubtedly, both Lamar and Lin spoke the truth. Inside, they felt a tempest of emotions, yet they dared not reveal it, maintaining a facade of calm. The reporters, too, wrestled with their own inner turmoil. "Are you all here to pull a fast one on us? Lin, how is it that you could inspire Lamar to reform?" Even Phil Jackson found himself at a loss. "Does this imply that your grasp over human nature surpasses that of the Zen Master?" The self-proclaimed king without a crown is not to be trifled with. A blonde reporter posed this piercing question. The astute recognized the underlying trap in her words. That is not the case. Primarily, Lamar is still a child at heart, and the concern from those around him has been insufficient. That I treat him like a benevolent father, and naturally, he heeds my counsel," Lin Hao explained with a smile, subtly taking advantage of Odom in the process. I could see that moment. A tempest began to stir within Odom as well. "This scoundrel has a long memory, harboring a grudge from days past," he mused. This seemingly ordinary interview failed to capture much attention across the nation. However, it stirred considerable excitement within coaching circles. If there were an award for the NBA's most squandered talent, Odom would undoubtedly be a frontrunner. He revels in a hedonistic nightlife, neglecting both training and games. The esteemed coaches, Doc Rivers of the Clippers, Stan Van Gundy of the Heat, and Phil Jackson of the Lakers, have all been unable to steer him toward redemption and proper play. Yet, Lin Hao has succeeded. They could not help but recall Lin Hao's past achievements. Last season, he managed to have the OK duo set aside their grievances and play cohesively, leading to a championship victory at the beginning of this season. He helped Kobe emerge from the shadows, regaining his confidence. These instances clearly demonstrate that Lin Hao possesses the qualities of a true leader, as well as the ability to mentor players. Following the conclusion of this season, every coach harbors the desire to recruit Lin Hao by any means necessary. Securing Lin Hao would not only bring an exceptional leader, but also a potential star player to cultivate. Such a bountiful opportunity is rare indeed. Nevertheless, they did not anticipate that by the season's end, Lin Hao would become someone beyond their reach. Due to Odom's extraordinary performance, the Lakers achieved a series of victories, triumphing over the Timberwolves, the Jazz, and the Kings. Lin Hao, riding on this momentum, seized every opportunity. What was his motive behind exerting such effort, which in reality only required a few words, to persuade Odom? Naturally, it was to secure victories and thereby gain chances for a lottery draw. Unbeknownst to him, He had amassed 108 attribute points and 7 lottery chances. The Timberwolves, Jazz, and Kings lack top-tier stars. Garnett does not count as he is a power forward. Early one morning, with no games scheduled, the Zen Master granted the team a day off. Lin Hao decided to remain home, dedicating time to studying how to allocate his attribute points. However, at 5 a.m., he received a call from Kobe, whose voice was filled with agitation. "Lin, it's 5 in the morning. Hurry up and come over for a one-on-one." After today's match, Lin Hao was to fulfill his promise and reveal the secret behind Odom's transformation. Alas, it appeared the plan was falling apart. He decided to postpone his analysis until the afternoon. With a sigh, Lin Hao drove his Lamborghini to the training facility in the 20 games of one-on-one. Lin Hao, as expected, lost them all. However, the scores were remarkably close, and Kobe had to exert considerable effort to win. With McGrady's explosive first step, Lin Hao successfully broke past Kobe 12 times. With Carter's acrobatic dunks, Lin Hao dunked over Kobe twice. With Iverson's swift steals, he managed to intercept the ball 3 times. In summary, while Kobe emerged victorious, it bore an element of disgrace, whereas Lin Hao's defeat was somewhat honorable. "Now that I've met your conditions, hurry and speak." But Kobe, breathless, was too stunned to respond. Ring, ring. Just as Lin Hao was about to speak, his phone rang. "Sorry, let us talk another day." With that, Lin Hao attempted to make his escape. "You're not going anywhere until you spill the beans." Kobe blocked his path menacingly. "All right." Lin Hao conceded, realizing that if he continued to withhold information, Kobe might explode. "I told Lamar that as long as he plays well, I would introduce him to beautiful starlets, particularly those he fancies." Lin Hao confessed candidly. "That old lecher. I'll deal with him." After muttering this under his breath, Kobe slammed the basketball to the ground. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Hao gazed at the system panel, lost in thought. Having won numerous games and engaged in a one-on-one with Kobe, he now possessed 153 attribute points. How should he allocate them? Currently, his weakest areas were free throws, 45, dunks, 60, physicality, 71, back to the basket play, 20, footwork, 23, and blocks, 49. After much contemplation, Lin Hao first maxed out his blocking ability. Now, with 104 attribute points remaining, he proceeded to max out his physicality as well. Although Lin Hao's strength had reached 100, he could not withstand the impacts of heavyweights like LeBron and Shaquille O'Neal. Now that his physicality was maximized, he would no longer be at a disadvantage against them, and might even gain the upper hand. Imagine the scene. Shaquille O'Neal charging to the paint, Lin Hao bracing himself behind, ultimately forcing the Shaq out of the restricted area. What a sight that would be. With 33 attribute points left, he allocated them all to free throws, raising that score to 78. Back to the basket play and footwork were skills meant for centers, which were not immediately necessary. Finally, the exhilarating lottery draw commenced, and Lin Hao opted for 7 consecutive draws. First draw, thank you for your patronage. Second draw, thank you for your patronage. Fifth draw, thank you for your patronage. 5 consecutive misses. Lin Hao was on the verge of exploding. Following that, the 6th draw awarded him LeBron's chase down block. The 7th draw yielded Jordan's air walk. What the hell? Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. That Jordan's air walk needs no introduction. It is nothing short of miraculous. LeBron's chase down block is equally impressive. This is, after all, a skill from peak LeBron, who at present is still in his early years. He made the all-defensive team in 2009, with his most iconic moment being his spectacular backboard block. Racing across the court as if tireless. This skill may not be as practical as Leonard's death grip, but it is undeniably flashy and cool. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses 3 defensive skills that can be fused: Leonard's death grip, Iverson's swift steal, and LeBron's chase down block. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Lin Hao, still reveling in his joy, was caught off guard by the system's voice once more. What are the benefits of fusion? The fuse skill will be even more formidable, named Defensive Bulwark, with 3 tiers: silver, gold, and diamond. Fusion, of course, fusion. Lin Hao nodded vigorously. However, the host lacks sufficient attribute points. What the hell? Is the system playing tricks on me? Originally, skill fusion requires the expenditure of 100 attribute points. The following day, the Lakers faced off against the visiting Cavaliers. This marked the second encounter between the two teams this season. The match attracted considerable attention from both the media and fans alike. The focal point of the game was not merely the duel between Kobe and LeBron, but rather the question of who would emerge as the premier small forward in the league. This season, LeBron has exhibited remarkable improvement, showcasing an exceptionally stellar performance. Last season, he averaged 20.9 points, 5.5 rebounds, 5.9 assists, and 1.6 steals per game. Thus far this season, his statistics stand at 28.1 points, 7.4 rebounds, 7.1 assists, and 2.2 steals, subtly suggesting he might surpass Anthony and Pierce to claim the title of the league's foremost small forward. Indeed, in this incarnation, LeBron has undergone a transformation into a superstar this season. He has made his inaugural selection to the All-NBA second team and has secured his first All-Star starting position. Prior to this, his accolades were rather meager. However, with Lin Hao now in the picture, whether he can attain these honors remains an uncertainty. In the pre-game interview segment, LeBron appeared spirited and brimming with confidence. Charles Barkley asserted that Lin Hao is the top small forward in the NBA. What are your thoughts on this? The media in Los Angeles, of course, did not hold back, as each question was laced with sharpness. As everyone knows, I'm a team-oriented player, indifferent to personal accolades. It matters not to me who claims this title. LeBron responded with a smile that in your last match, you were bested by Lin Hao in terms of both individual performance and the outcome. What is your perspective on that? LeBron replied, the outcome of a single game is insignificant. Besides, Lin Hao and I share a close bond. Naturally, I would allow him a bit of leeway. He was quite pleased with his own words, fully embodying his mature and composed character. Are you and Lin Hao particularly close? I had no prior knowledge of this. Lin Hao is my brother. I yearn to play brotherly basketball with him. He thought to himself, next season, I will have him as my little brother. Lin Hao's 13 points in 38 seconds last season, combined with his game-winning shot against the 76ers this season, raises the question, can you compare yourself to him in handling critical plays? I'm the leader of my team, and I will assume greater responsibility in the fourth quarter. LeBron deftly sidestepped the question. How is your current form? Do you have confidence for this game? I feel like Wolverine, brimming with strength. How many points do you believe you can score in this game? If I set my mind to it, I could score 100 points every night. At 9:30 p.m. that evening, the match between the Lakers and Cavaliers commenced in earnest. The Staples Center was already packed to capacity. During the jump ball, the CB-level leaper Mim was unsurprisingly bested by Big Z. LeBron initiated an offensive play. Did you not just claim we are brothers? I have always been warm and welcoming to my brethren. Lin Hao said with a sinister grin as he stood before him. Yes, that's so. How delightful. Are you treating me to dinner? LeBron exclaimed, evidently pleased, as it seemed his pre-game attempts to win over Lin Hao had borne fruit. I shall treat you to a steal. As soon as the words escaped LeBron's lips, the basketball in his hands vanished. By the time he realized what had transpired, Lin Hao had successfully executed a steal and was darting toward the opposing basket like an arrow released from a bow. LeBron attempted to give chase, but could only watch as Lin Hao's silhouette grew ever more distant. Boom! Lin Hao's powerful dunk ignited the crowd. Oh my God! Amazing! In under 5 seconds, Lin has stolen the ball from LeBron and completed the dunk. The commentator roared with excitement. The arena erupted into deafening cheers and applause. Damn it! How audacious to employ such tricks! LeBron exclaimed, hands on his hips, his chest heaving. LeBron was angered. The consequences would be severe. Lin Hao merely smiled. He possessed not only Allen Iverson's stealing prowess, but also an impeccable defensive skill set, agility, and speed. His stealing ability had now surpassed even Iverson's. Had he possessed this talent earlier, the title of steals leader for the season would likely have been his for the taking. In the subsequent play, LeBron, without hesitation, charged directly at Lin Hao that he was set to bulldoze through. Unfortunately for him, Lin Hao's strength and resilience matched the highest echelons of the NBA. Even Shaquille O'Neal would have been brought to his knees. Upon collision, LeBron felt as if he had crashed into an unyielding iron wall. In an instant, he lost his balance and nearly fell to the ground, while Lin Hao, unfazed, effortlessly knocked the ball from his grasp. Oh my God! Lin has stolen from LeBron twice in a row. The commentator exclaimed. Lin Hao shot toward the enemy basket like a bolt of lightning. This time, LeBron reacted swiftly, pursuing him with astonishing speed. Lin Hao reached the free throw line and leapt high into the air. tracing a beautiful arc like an eagle in flight. "You shall not succeed," LeBron roared, leaping to contest. "Oh no." Everyone stood up in anxiety, holding their breath. LeBron's chasing block was legendary. Could Lin Hao evade it? As LeBron's enormous hand approached Lin Hao's right hand, a sinister smile spread across his face. "This time, you shall not succeed. Where would my dignity lie as the little emperor? I intend to deliver a resounding rejection." However, at that critical moment, Lin Hao switched the ball from his right hand to his left, causing LeBron's hand to crash heavily against the backboard. That instant, Lin Hao began his descent. Just as he was about to land, he gently flicked the ball, sending it through the hoop in a graceful arc. The entire maneuver was fluid, devoid of any hesitation. LeBron, ignoring the pain in his right hand, looked up in disbelief at the hoop. "Oh my God. An aerial switch layup? Incredible. Absolutely incredible." At that moment, it felt as if the deity itself donned the Lakers' number 3 jersey. In this instant, Lin Hao embodied the essence of the basketball god. The commentator leapt from his seat, wildly waving his arms and shouting hoarsely. The crowd erupted in a thunderous applause and cheers. That moment, every eye in the arena was glued to the large screen, which replayed Lin Hao's move in slow motion. Even Kobe, the Black Mamba, was rendered speechless. He had recognized Lin Hao's impressive leaping ability, but never anticipated it to be this extraordinary. Kobe had often secretly imitated Jordan's aerial switch layup countless times. It was a move he could execute, but either the ball would not go in or he would risk injury. Thus, he had never dared to employ in a game. Yet, Lin Hao had accomplished it. And with a performance that rivaled Jordan's. In Washington, Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan was watching the Lakers versus Cavaliers game on television, accompanied by a figure with a black egg-shaped head. "Michael, this kid's aerial switch layup is no less impressive than yours." Eddie Jordan remarked with a smile that "I admit he has remarkable jumping ability, but beyond that, how does he compare to me?" The black egg retorted dismissively that he is exceptionally accurate from beyond the arc. "And you hold the record for the lowest score in the three-point contest. That was because I did not take it seriously. His defense does not appear inferior to yours either. This season, the Defensive Player of the Year award is practically his for the taking. What does it matter if he can guard LeBron? What has Pierce accomplished? Let him first defend Kobe before comparing with me. Are you not at all intrigued by him? His contract expires next year. At present, I'm only interested in Adam Morrison. He is the true genius." The head coach of the Cavaliers, Paul Silas, hurriedly called for a timeout, his face a portrait of bitter irony. The game had barely elapsed 24 seconds, and to call a timeout this early might as well be etched in the annals of NBA history. What a disgrace! Yet, it was unavoidable. The entire Cavaliers team was left in a daze by Lin Hao's layup, their morale plummeting. As Lin Hao approached the bench, every player rushed to congratulate him, save for Kobe, who lingered in a shadowy corner. He was not envious of his brother, but rather rallying himself. "Keep it up, Kobe! If Lin Hao can endure that training intensity, so can you." Kobe clenched his tiny fists, muttering to himself. Had Lin Hao been privy to his thoughts, he would have silently mourned for Vanessa for 3 seconds. That woman was indeed unfortunate, shackled to such a husband, akin to living in a state of perpetual mourning. When the timeout concluded, the game resumed. However, it was evident that Silas's motivational speech had little effect. The Cavaliers remained lackluster. Kobe, Lin Hao, and Odom relentlessly attacked, racking up points against a beleaguered opponent to the end of the first quarter. The Cavaliers found themselves trailing by 10 points. Notably, James was stifled by Lin Hao, shooting a dismal 0 for 5, contributing only 2 rebounds and 1 assist. As the second quarter commenced, the Grim Reaper, Parker, advanced the ball past half court before handing it over to Lin Hao. "Our duel officially begins now." The moment Lin Hao received the pass, James bore down on him, speaking in a fierce tone. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. The defensive intensity had escalated dramatically. It turned out that during his brief respite, James had resolved to defeat Lin Hao by means other than scoring. He sensed that if he continued to attack, his statistics would suffer. Scoring over 20 points was certainly feasible, but the shooting percentage would plummet. James, ever conscious of his stats, would not engage in such folly. Thus, he devoted all his energy to defense and accumulating rebounds and assists. James's decision proved detrimental for Lin Hao. Both were athletic giants, standing at 2 meters tall and formidable defenders. Each was the other's nemesis that if one focused entirely on defense, the other would find it exceedingly challenging. Consequently, Lin Hao would have to exert significantly more effort to score to make a tee that moment. Lin Hao sprang into action that he pushed off with his left foot, launching himself toward the right with the speed of a released arrow. Emulating McGrady's explosive first step, he quickly created separation from James. Yet a player of James's caliber would not be so easily bypassed. He swiftly returned to defense, his towering frame serving as a mobile fortress. Blocking Lin Hao's path, that a fierce collision ensued between their bodies. In that instant, James felt a jolt of pain coursing through him, stumbling backward as if struck by a tank. Lin Hao successfully penetrated the paint. However, before he could catch his breath, he found himself ensnared in a tight double team from Big Z and Drew Gooden, his path to the basket completely obstructed. Nevertheless, Lin Hao exhibited no signs of panic. He leaped high, executing a deft up-and-under move, and amidst the towering giants in the paint, he flicked the ball into the hoop. The ghost of Jordan's air walk reemerged. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers and shouts. Amazing, the commentator bellowed, his voice hoarse with excitement. His teammates joyfully rushed to embrace him. Yet, Lin Hao could only manage a wry smile. That shot had been extraordinarily arduous if every shot required such effort. Not only would his shooting percentage suffer, but he would also be utterly exhausted. Even with Hamilton's enduring stamina, it would be of little use in that moment. He yearned desperately for Curry's miraculous three-point ability or Jordan's iconic fadeaway jumper. Despite his perfect three-point rating and 91 for mid-range shots, too many attempts risked being swatted by the monstrous James. Thus, in the ensuing game, Lin Hao could only suppress his scoring instincts and assume the role of Pippen. In the next possession, the Cavaliers took offense. "Hey, my good brother, shall we continue our one-on-one?" Lin Hao incessantly provoked James. However, James remained silent, opting instead to play team basketball as soon as Big Z established position in the paint. James passed the ball as if it were a hot potato. There was no choice. Lin Hao's steals had left him psychologically scarred, and as the game progressed, the spectators began to feel that something was amiss. The Cavaliers star and the Lakers' second-in-command had both forsaken their scoring duties, transforming into blue-collar workers. They took charge of the point guard and interior responsibilities, their rebounds and assist stats soaring while their points stagnated. However, Lin Hao's situation was considerably better than James's. After all, James's offensive repertoire was limited to a few moves. Lin Hao, on the other hand, could exploit off-ball movement to sink a few three-pointers or drive to the basket for a dunk or crafty layup. Alternatively, he could take advantage of James's momentary lapses in defense to unleash a couple of mesmerizing mid-range shots. Throughout the remainder of the game, the Lakers maintained a lead, but the score did not widen significantly. This was largely due to the Cavaliers' dominance in the center position. James continually fed Big Z, who was reveling in the opportunity. "Hey, my good brother, don't just pass the ball. I've already scored 13 points. And you're still at 0. Where are your skyhook and crab dribble? Unleash them." Lin Hao chattered incessantly in James's ear. Yet, James remained mute, continuing to pass to Big Z that upon receiving the ball, Big Z was practically bubbling with excitement. As if experiencing a second spring in life. Faced with Kwame Brown's defense, he was practically unstoppable. Following that, he executed a delightful turnaround jumper. Did it go in? The answer was no. "Watch out." Big Z heard James's warning. "Watch out? Why should I be cautious? Is there anyone who can block me, a 2.21-meter center?" Indeed, there was. Just as the ball left his hands, Lin Hao surged forward, leaping high to deliver a thunderous block. Oh my God! It was utterly unbelievable. Lin had actually blocked a 2.21-meter center. Moreover, it was a spectacular chase-down block. The commentator erupted once more in a frenzied AT that moment. James was left dumbfounded. "Isn't that my signature move? How could Lin execute it even better than I do?" James's thoughts were not unfounded. Lin's vertical leap was superior, and his speed eclipsed James's, naturally making him the brighter star. Yes, the third quarter came to a close. James's statistics read 7 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Meanwhile, Lin Hao boasted 16 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists, 9 steals, and 2 blocks. Thanks to Big Z's dominance in the paint, Lin Hao frequently slipped in to double-team him, inadvertently accumulating numerous steals and blocks. However, this strategy had its drawbacks. As a result, James found himself unguarded. With a score of 80-57, the Lakers held a commanding lead over the Cavaliers, and the game entered garbage time. Phil Jackson substituted all the starters. The Cavaliers were also in dire straits. With their star player refraining from scoring, what could the supporting cast do? This simply wouldn't do. My statistics are far too inferior to Lin's. At this rate, where can I hide my old face? James scrutinized the data sheet in his hands, his brow furrowed, the lines on his forehead deepening. Hey Lin, you have 9 steals in this game. Odom nudged Lin Hao's arm, leaning in close. Indeed. And what of it? Lin Hao arched an eyebrow. Don't you want to achieve a quadruple double? It's garbage time. Isn't it embarrassing to pad the stats now? The last time against the Celtics. You played during garbage time too. That was for revenge. Let me enlighten you. In NBA history, only 4 players have ever recorded a quadruple double. So what? Are you not even a little tempted upon hearing this? Lin Hao gazed at Odom in bewilderment. Why have you been persistently urging me to take the court? What benefit do I derive from achieving a quadruple double against you? Lin asserted. He is absolutely right. Accumulating statistics in such a manner is utterly disgraceful. Kobe interjected solemnly. In later years, Kobe would shatter numerous scoring records, including a staggering 81 points in a single game and 62 points in just 3 quarters. Yet, he seldom engaged in stat padding. Many believed Kobe's 81-point game was merely a display of such behavior. However, this was far from the truth at that time. The Lakers were consistently trailing, and by halftime, he had only managed a mere 20 points. With the remaining 50 points accrued in the second half, Odom's mind raced with a cacophony of thoughts. If you two refuse to take the court, how can I possibly justify my own appearance? Without my own playtime, how can I accumulate statistics? If I don't pad my stats, how can I secure a spot in the All-Star game? And if I fail to make it to the All-Star game, how will I ever attract a celebrity as my wife? Odom was consumed with anxiety. Although his performance in this game was quite impressive, it still lacked the assurance he desired, just as the 3 of them were engrossed in their conversation. A commotion erupted within the arena. What is happening? Has Branny arrived? Lin Hao perked up. The only individual capable of eliciting such excitement from the audience was none other than that woman. It's LeBron. LeBron has taken the court? Odom exclaimed, his voice filled with exhilaration. He trembled with excitement. With LeBron on the court, both Kobe and Lin Hao would inevitably join, thus presenting him with an opportunity. LeBron's entrance dramatically shifted the dynamics of the game. Against the Lakers' 5 CB-level players, he played as though he were in his element. In merely half a quarter, the score escalated to 82-69. Hey, are you two not feeling anxious? The score is closing in. Odom kindly reminded them. Let us wait a bit longer. Kobe and Lin Hao exchanged glances and replied in unison. However, Phil Jackson was beginning to feel the pressure if a game that was all but secured were to be overturned in the end. The blame would fall squarely on him, all starters on the court. As the score reached 85-78, Phil Jackson waved his hand decisively. Yes, Odom shouted with unrestrained enthusiasm, I'll handle the offense. You focus on getting another steal. Kobe whispered intently into Lin Hao's ear. His reasoning was straightforward. If his good friend could achieve a quadruple double, it would greatly enhance his chances of being selected for the All-NBA first team and securing the Defensive Player of the Year award. Hey, my good brother, if you can compel our starters to take the court, consider that quite an achievement. Lin Hao smiled faintly at LeBron. Just as he spoke, he paused, realizing that this very phrase echoed what Hamilton had said to him during last season's finals. Lin Hao devoted all his energy to defending LeBron. However, LeBron had become astute. He would pass rather than shoot, and shoot rather than drive. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the game, Lin Hao had yet to secure a single steal. He could have easily racked up steals against other Cavaliers players, but that would entail unnecessary risk. He couldn't afford to give LeBron that opportunity. Lin Hao's interest in containing LeBron far outweighed his desire to achieve a quadruple double. His motivation was not purely altruistic. Disrupting one of LeBron's shots or passes could yield 2 attribute points, whereas a steal from players like Z or Drew Gooden might not result in any at all. This predicament left Kobe in a state of agitation. Time was of the essence. With the Lakers leading by 8 points, it was entirely possible that the Cavaliers coach might concede the game at any moment. Let us take a risk. Kobe gritted his teeth. Just as LeBron received the ball, he surged forward that, oh my goodness, a double team. The audience gasped in astonishment. Kobe is paving the way for Lin Hao's quadruple double. The commentator elucidated. Only then did the Lakers fans grasp the significance of the moment. They were filled with excitement, realizing that this demonstrated the deep bond between Kobe and Lin Hao. Kobe's uncharacteristic maneuver left LeBron floundering, and Lin Hao seized the opportunity to steal the ball, scoring on a fast break, quadruple double. Lin achieved a quadruple double. That night, Lin Hao channeled the spirit of the basketball deity. The commentator's face was one of disbelief. The entire arena erupted in applause, with cheers reverberating throughout, as if they might lift the very roof off the building. They simply could not contain their excitement. Achieving a quadruple double was an endeavor of near mythical difficulty. In the history of the NBA, only 4 individuals had ever accomplished this feat: Nate Thurmond, Elgin Baylor, Hakeem Olajuwon, and David Robinson. Notably, 3 of them were centers, recording quadruple doubles comprising points, rebounds, assists, and blocks. Only Robertson had achieved a quadruple double that included steals. Cavaliers coach Silas called for a timeout, substituting all the starters as the game descended into garbage time. The final score saw the Lakers triumph over the Cavaliers at 98-83. Farewell, my good brother. Lin Hao waved enthusiastically at LeBron. LeBron, however, remained silent. Storming off in frustration, he had completely abandoned any thoughts of recruiting Lin Hao. If Lin Hao were to join the Cavaliers, the question of who would be the true star would be far from certain. Kobe amassed dazzling statistics: 38 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals. Of course, my stats are quite commendable as well. LeBron remarked: 15 points, 11 rebounds, 12 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, with a shooting percentage of 48. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's impressive numbers stood at 18 points, 12 rebounds, 11 assists, 10 steals, and 2 blocks. Were it not for those 10 steals, one might have genuinely believed that LeBron and Lin were on the same level. During the post-game interview, LeBron appeared as a wilted flower. Devoid of the pre-game vigor he once possessed. LeBron, what are your thoughts on Lin Hao's quadruple-double performance tonight? A reporter inquired. Kobe assisted him in padding those stats. LeBron retorted disdainfully, but you did the same. And even in garbage time. That was to ensure victory. In the fourth quarter, with the Cavaliers at a disadvantage, why were you unable to step up and shoulder the scoring responsibility? I chose to trust my teammates in the final moments. Throughout the game, you and Lin Hao shared amiable exchanges. It seems your relationship is quite good. In truth, my relationship with him is rather ordinary. And how do you feel now, after such an intense match? I am truly exhausted. You only scored 15 points in this game. What are your thoughts on that? I'm a team-oriented player and do not concern myself with personal statistics. Scoring 15 points genuinely excites me. Early the next morning, Lin Hao's name once again dominated the headlines of sports media. Lin Hao creates miraculous quadruple double, shining in the NBA. Jordan's skills resurface. In that moment, Lin Hao embodied the spirit of the basketball deity. A deep analysis followed. Just how difficult is it to achieve a quadruple double? Barkley began to voice his opinions once more. I have always maintained that Lin Hao is the premier small forward in the NBA. See for yourselves. This time, no one dared to challenge his assertion. While Lin Hao's quadruple double was aided by Kobe, his name was destined to be etched in the annals of NBA history, at the very least. Individuals like Pierce, Anthony, and LeBron could not hope to accomplish such a feat. In the emergency department of a hospital in the magical city of China, Lu Yan had just finished treating a child with a back injury and stretched her back. How many is this today? She and T counted closely, but guessed, at least 30, I suppose. A colleague beside her replied helplessly, today is truly peculiar. This is the first time our emergency department has encountered so many children with back and ankle injuries. These kids from the 80s and 90s, really, how can they end up in the emergency room just for playing basketball? It's utterly absurd. Indeed, indeed. As they spoke, they began to tidy up their belongings in preparation to leave. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Lu Yan's phone rang. Yanzi, are you about to finish work? Her husband Wang Daowei's anxious voice came through the line. Yes. What is the matter? I understand that you are about to finish work. But please hold off for just half an hour. What's the matter? Our son has injured his waist while playing basketball. It's the perfect opportunity to send him over for you to take a look. Lu Yin was utterly speechless. Half an hour later, her husband Wang Dowei brought their son Wang Hao over. What on earth happened to you, my child? How did you end up like this? I've told you countless times not to engage in those dangerous games. Lu Yin scolded as she tended to her son's injury. It's not just me. Many from our class have sprained themselves. Wang Hao replied, feeling aggrieved. Why do you only compare yourself to those who perform poorly? Why not measure yourself against the top achiever? The top achiever is in worse shape than me. He broke his leg. What is going on with you kids? You can break a leg just playing basketball. Lu Yin was genuinely astonished. Mom, you have no idea. Yesterday, Lin Hao from the NBA performed an incredible mid-air layup. His form was simply breathtaking. We were imitating him when we got hurt, Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly. You children, I've told you countless times that your primary focus should be on your studies. Just look at your father. He works with such dedication. Lu Yin continued to admonish. Son, is what you said true? Do you have the video of Lin Hao's mid-air layup? Yes. I'll show you when we get home. All right, I want it in high definition. The next day. Hello, dear. Could you work late today? What happened? Don't tell me our son hurt his waist again. No. This time it's me. What? The third day. Hey, dear. Could you work late today? Go on. Which one of you two got hurt this time? It's me that I got hit on the court. What did you say? You got into a fight. I know you're anxious, but please let me explain. I was merely wearing a Lakers jersey with a number 3. Is there no law left? Just wearing a jersey and you get attacked. They claim my skills didn't team match the jersey I wore. Phil Jackson has been particularly at ease lately. With a stable Kobe, an emerging Lin Hao, and a rejuvenated Odom, the Lakers have been sailing smoothly through each game that if they can maintain this momentum. The top seed in the Western Conference playoffs will be theirs for the taking. However, there are still many concerns weighing on his mind. Kobe, Lin Hao, and Odom train like they're on a caffeine high every day. The trainers have repeatedly informed him that if these 3 continue to practice this way, they risk injury. Lin Hao is also quite troubled. Recently, Kobe has been his shadow. Whenever Lin Hao practices shooting, Kobe follows suit. When he squats, Kobe squats too. When he runs, Kobe runs right alongside him. Are you out of your mind? You have your own trainer. Go train with him. Why imitate me? One day, he finally lost his patience. I think your training methods are superior. Otherwise, how could your jumping ability increase so rapidly? Kobe replied earnestly that if you continue like this, you will get injured. If you can train, so can I. Is jumping ability more important than life? If I lose my life, I can come back in the next life. But if I can't develop my jumping ability, I will die unsatisfied. How about this? Reduce your training volume, and then challenge me to 5 one-on-one matches daily. And I will reveal the secrets to improving your jumping ability. Don't even start. You claimed to have secrets last time too, but when I looked into it, that Tai Chi was just for elderly health. This situation persisted for a full 2 weeks, until Vanessa brought their daughter Natalia to the training facility and caused quite a scene, finally prompting Kobe to tone it down. Time has now reached December 19th. This is a significant date, as the All-Star voting commences today. Most NBA stars are making frequent appearances in the media to increase their visibility and gather votes. Lin Hao, however, was initially indifferent to the idea of campaigning for votes. After all, he had the vast Chinese market backing him, making his selection for the All-Star team a certainty without the need for any campaigning in his previous life. Yao Ming became the king of votes primarily due to his Chinese identity. Whether or not Lin Hao could become the vote king did not concern him much. Was being the vote king impressive? Certainly, but it was simply a title. Players like Carter and Grant Hill had also been vote kings. Yet they ultimately faded into obscurity. Therefore, Lin Hao had never placed much value on such superficial accolades. However, the system decided to intervene. Ding! All-Star voting has commenced. Please choose whether to accept the task. Become the All-Star Vote King. If successful, you will receive 1 lottery opportunity, with a 100 chance of winning a divine offensive skill that if you fail, you must publicly perform a 360-degree aerial defecation. And if you cannot accomplish this, the system will cause your demise. What the hell? Lin Hao was utterly flabbergasted, a 100 chance of obtaining a divine offensive skill. The temptation was overwhelming. Up until now, Lin Hao had not possessed a single divine offensive skill. Jordan's airwalk was barely acceptable, but not particularly practical. Point one cannot rely on a layup when surrounded by muscular opponents in every game. Hence, his current scoring average was merely a little over 20 points. If he were to draw something like Curry's miraculous three-pointer or Jordan's fadeaway jumper, wouldn't he be set for life? Yet, the greater the temptation, the higher the stakes of failure, a 360-degree aerial defecation. What on earth? Is that even something a normal person could accomplish? Setting aside whether it's physically feasible, even if he could do it, he would never be able to hold his head high in public again. You must have confidence in yourself. With your current jumping ability, a 360-degree spin is a piece of cake. Of course, this would have to be performed while defecating. After much deliberation, Lin Hao decided to take the plunge. Damn it, I'm going for it. Sometimes you have to gamble to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. He gritted his teeth and chose to accept the task. Alone in his apartment, Lin Hao pondered for a long time, carefully analyzing his current situation. The likelihood of him becoming the vote king was substantial. Like Yao Ming, he had the Chinese market behind him. However, while Yao Ming was a center, he played on the perimeter. The fame and market value of a center do not compare to that of a perimeter player. If Yao Ming could become the vote king, then Lin Hao's chances were even higher. Yet it was not a guarantee. He had two main rivals. Point one was Kobe. Kobe became Lin Hao's primary competitor largely due to Lin Hao's own actions that be why guarding the opposing team's top scorer in every game. Lin Hao inadvertently allowed Kobe to focus more on scoring. Currently, Kobe averaged 30.1 points per game, nearly securing the scoring title. Although his other statistics were not as impressive as Lin Hao's, scoring has always drawn the most attention. Additionally, with Lin Hao as his capable ally, Kobe's gameplay had become increasingly selfless, enhancing his reputation day by day. Furthermore, Kobe's flashy playing style, particularly that mesmerizing fadeaway, left Lin Hao envious. Thus, Kobe's fanbase had grown tremendously. Naturally, the greatest threat was Yao Ming. He gained fame earlier than Lin Hao and had already amassed a considerable fan following before entering the NBA. Moreover, due to the ripple effect caused by Lin Hao's rise, Yao Ming's performance this season surpassed that of his previous life. Fueled by Lin Hao's powerful ascent, the patriotic young Yao Ming's confidence in Chinese basketball grew exponentially. Consequently, he trained harder and played with greater intensity. Currently, he averaged 19.1 points, 8.7 rebounds, 1.9 assists, 2.1 blocks, and 0.3 steals, subtly edging toward becoming the NBA's top center, rivaling Shaquille O'Neal. Coupled with the fact that Yao Ming was a player nurtured by the system, he naturally received more resources. In contrast, Lin Hao was like an illegitimate child, entirely without comparison. Now, how should I campaign for votes? Suddenly, Lin Hao recalled the words spoken to him a few days prior by Palinka. In a week, a team from China Central Television would be dispatched to conduct an exclusive interview with him and film a documentary. His eyes instantly brightened. Was this not the most splendid opportunity to elevate his fame within the country? Kobe Yao, I must apologize for my extraordinary offensive prowess. The title of Ticket King now belongs to me. Since the commencement of the All-Star voting, a fervent wave of support for Lin Hao and Yao Ming had swept across China. Fans not only cast their votes with enthusiasm, but also rallied those around them to vote for the two compatriots. Furthermore, they produced numerous posters and flyers featuring Lin Hao and Yao Ming's images, distributing them in schools, communities, and beyond. In Chengdu, China, at 11 a.m. the sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the corners of a room that a chubby little girl was lost in the sweet embrace of slumber. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered the tranquility. That jerk is disturbing my beauty sleep. The little girl picked up the phone and burst into a tirade, her round face flushed with anger. Hello, Hua, it's me. Liang Chao. Came a familiar voice from the other end. Is it really you? Have you finally agreed? Hua's heart raced with excitement. Well, not exactly. I just wanted to ask if you voted for Lin Hao. No, Hua replied, her heart plummeting as she spoke, her tone dejected. Vote for Lin Hao, and I'll treat you to dinner tonight. The words from her idol instantly reinvigorated her spirit. All right, no problem, she replied eagerly. After a moment of hesitation, Hua asked, shall we catch a movie after dinner? Sure, but only if you find someone else to vote too. Okay, I'll get my mom to vote. For every person you recruit. I'll dine with you once. Yes, my family may not have much, but we have plenty of relatives. I can dine with you until the end of time. Ah, what have I gotten myself into? To rally votes for Lin Hao, I've agreed to dine with a dinosaur. After hanging up, her idol Liang Chao rubbed his forehead in exasperation. The following day, the Lakers were set to face off against the Indiana Pacers at home. Before the game, the Pacers' star player, artist Waldepis, proclaimed his intent to completely neutralize Lin Hao. His statement transformed an otherwise ordinary matchup into a focal point of intrigue. Notably, players like Pierce, Anthony, and James were elated, as if celebrating a festival that I guarantee that Lin Hao won't even score 10 points against Arteist's defense. Some conceded Lin Hao's defensive prowess but dismissed his offensive capabilities. He must prove himself against last year's DPOY to be worthy of the title of the best small forward. During media interviews, they all made bold claims, further heightening the anticipation surrounding the game. Presently, Lin Hao's defensive skills had garnered widespread recognition, yet he had yet to substantiate his scoring ability. Averaging over 20 points per game may seem impressive, but this was largely due to opposing defenses focusing on Kobe. Consequently, Lin Hao had seldom faced double teams. Thus, many believed his scoring average was inflated. Has the Pacers coach lost his mind? Why would he assign Arteist to guard me? After reading the newspapers, Lin Hao was inundated with questions. He was not intimidated by Arteist. Rather, he deemed him an ordinary star, hardly a formidable opponent from whom he could extract valuable attributes. He sought counsel from Phil Jackson. The Zen master sighed deeply, remarking that Rick Carlisle, the Pacers' head coach, was exceedingly cunning. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao grasped Carlisle's ulterior motives. This man possesses an extraordinary understanding of human psychology. Lin Hao sighed in resignation. Carlisle's strategy was to have an ordinary player guard Kobe while assigning the team's defensive ace, Arteist, to Lin Hao. He would then manipulate the media to assert that Lin Hao lacked scoring ability. In the face of an ordinary defender, Kobe could effortlessly rack up 30, 40, or even 60 points. But so what? Winning the game would cost him the trust of his dear friend Lin Hao. This could create a rift between them, even leading to conflict, ultimately causing the Lin-Kobe duo to disband like the infamous O'Neal-Kobe partnership. This way, the Pacers would have the opportunity to recruit Lin Hao next season. If Kobe relinquished the ball and abandoned his offensive role, Carlisle would be even more pleased. If your team's primary scorer couldn't score, the Pacers' chances of winning would soar to at least 80. Lin, you go ahead and focus on scoring. I'll take care of the defense. Kobe had discerned Carlisle's intentions and patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. A sinister smile crept across Lin Hao's lips. Carlisle, let me assure you your calculations are fundamentally flawed. Given the immense attention on this matchup, any subpar performance could adversely affect the All-Star voting, resulting in significant losses. Thus, Lin Hao resolved to exert every ounce of effort, pushing all his offensive skills to their limits. That evening at 9 p.m., the much-anticipated clash between the Lakers and the Pacers commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged. The Pacers' starting roster featured P.G. Tinsley, S.G. Reggie Miller, S.F. Artist, P.F. Jermaine O'Neal, and C. Austin Croshier. Earlier, Reggie Miller was mentioned as a commentator, yet at this point he had not yet retired. The author could only lament in despair. Their roster appeared formidable, with Miller, Arteist, and O'Neal all being all-stars. However, in reality, this was Miller's final season, and his prowess had significantly waned. Hey kid, many claim you play like me. Yet, I believe you're just a pile of garbage. To even be compared to me, you must first prove yourself against Arteist. Reggie Miller strode over, exuding arrogance. But I've already surpassed you. Lin Hao retorted that I'm referring to your prime. I'm talking about your prime. Miller looked perplexed. Let us do some math. You have no championship rings while I possess one. Victory for me. You've never made an all-defensive team. While I may not have earned DPOY, but I at least made the first defensive team. Another victory for me. At your peak, you ranked no higher than third among shooting guards. Even the Black Mamba and the Glide surpassed you. Meanwhile, I may not be the best small forward, but I'm at least second. Yet another victory for me. Throughout your career, your rebounding and assist averages never exceeded 4, while mine hover between 6 and 7. In terms of versatility, I outshine you. For victories for me, ISNT your strength the three-pointer. Let us compare average attempts and shooting percentages. Lin Hao slung his arm around Miller's shoulders, leading him to the court's edge, imparting wisdom with earnestness. Stop it! Stop it! I don't want to hear it anymore, Miller exclaimed, covering his ears and shaking his head like a bobblehead, his body twisting like a caterpillar. The more he listened, the more disheartened he became. After so many years in the NBA, a rookie had surpassed him in accomplishments, making him feel like a complete fool. Huh, let us see if you dare to challenge me again. Lin Hao chuckled coldly and turned to leave. Don't think just because you're a veteran, you could behave arrogantly in front of me. In the entire NBA, those who dare to be cocky before me have vanished. Yellow-skinned monkey. Tonight, I shall obliterate you. I will demonstrate the true power of the DPOY. I shall ensure you experience an unforgettable evening. Lin Hao had just received the ball when Artest swiftly approached him. A sinister grin plastered across his face. Can he prove his worth under Artest's formidable defense? All the Lakers fans present watched Lin Hao with bated breath. Artest, a two-time All-Defensive First-Team selection and a two-time Second-Team honoree, also made the All-Defensive Team last season. Thus, when the world hailed Lin Hao as the rightful DPOY, he felt a twinge of discontent. This evening, he resolved to decisively demonstrate his defensive prowess by thoroughly overpowering Lin Hao. Is that so? Yet I assure you, tonight will be far more exhilarating. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Enough with the bravado. Bring it on, Artest roared. And no sooner had he spoken than Lin Hao sprang into action. He leapt from beyond the three-point line, launching a powerful shot. Oh no, Kobe exclaimed in astonishment. Do you really think Artest is Iverson? Doing that in front of shorter player is one thing, but Artest's height and wingspan are no less impressive. What on earth is Lin doing? Even Phil Jackson furrowed his brow, considering such an act utterly absurd. You must be out of tricks, kid. Artest quickly reacted, leaping high to contest the shot. He prepared for a rebound. Kobe shouted as he charged into the paint that, in his estimation, no matter how strong Lin Hao's three-point shot, a contested attempt was bound to miss. However, how is he still airborne? At this moment, Artest had already landed. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked up. Lin Hao smiled faintly, flicking his wrist, and the three-pointer swished through the net. Oh my God! Amazing! Such extraordinary hang time. The crowd erupted in madness. Just you wait, this is merely the beginning. Lin Hao patted the still-dazed Artest on the back. This was one of the strategies he had devised to counter Artest. Currently, Lin Hao's scoring methods were rather singular. Open three-pointers and off-ball movement, combined with McGrady's lightning-quick first step and Jordan's graceful airwalk. Thus, he pondered whether he could merge Jordan's airwalk with open three-point shots. Since contested three-pointers had a low success rate, he decided to release his shot after Artest had landed in this manner. A contested three-pointer would transform into an open one, right? Indeed, that seems sound. Next came the Pacers' offensive possession. Artest was a man of self-awareness. He understood that his offensive abilities paled in comparison to the scoring prowess of players like Soshagwa and Pierce. If they struggled against Lin Hao, he had little hope. Hence, he focused on executing the team's strategy, passing the ball into the post. Despite being the team's leading scorer, the Pacers primarily relied on Shaquille O'Neal's interior dominance. Other players sought opportunities for mid-range jumpers through constant movement and passing. Hey Ron, you're quite soft, aren't you? Do you lack the courage to attack me? Come on, man up a little. I don't want to spend the entire game matching up against a weakling. Lin Hao's words ignited Artest's fury. You yellow-skinned monkey, you've successfully riled me up. His eyes burned with the ferocity of a lion preparing to pounce. Had he not already passed the ball, he would have certainly taken Lin Hao one-on-one. You think you're some kind of domineering CEO? You've really managed to provoke me. Lin Hao scoffed. Shaquille O'Neal, one of the top 10 power forwards in the NBA, effortlessly sank a smooth mid-range jumper. Now, it was the Lakers' turn to attack. I refuse to believe you can shoot like that the entire game. When Lin Hao stood once again beyond the three-point line, Artest clung to him, sneering oh, your hang time is impressive. Is it? Then I'll just jump higher. Even if you make it, can you maintain your stamina throughout this game? No wonder he's the best defender. Artest truly struck a chord. His reasoning was sound, yet therein lay the flaw. He was too tightly glued to Lin Hao. With a swift change of direction, Lin Hao zipped past him like a gust of wind, McGrady's lightning-fast first step. Upon penetrating the paint, O'Neal rushed to provide help defense. The big man lacked the agility of a smaller player. Lin Hao easily maneuvered past him. It was as if he were entering a realm devoid of obstacles. Charging toward the basket, boom! A thunderous dunk reverberated throughout the arena. 5 points now, softy. Lin Hao patted the still-stunned artist, kindly reminding him not to forget his pre-game words at O. The first quarter had barely begun, and he had already scored 5 points. Artist felt as though he had been slapped in the face. Subsequently, Lin Hao entrusted the playmaking duties to Kobe, while he engaged in off-ball movement that could be said that he was exerting every ounce of energy in his sprint, intent on exhausting Artist. Lin Hao vowed he had never run this fast in his life. The was somewhat bittersweet. Date. Lin Hao's most efficient and frequently utilized scoring method remained Hamilton's off-ball movement. Death-defying dunks and air walks were seldom employed. Furthermore, the fastest first step may not be enough to shake off a true defensive stalwart. If that skill were truly effective, McGrady wouldn't have needed to hone his pull-up shooting. Lin Hao's actions left Artist thoroughly exhausted. He exerted every ounce of strength, relentlessly pursuing Lin Hao, offering him no opportunity to receive the ball. Lin Hao ran until the 24-second mark without finding an opening. And Kobe, pressured by time, launched a desperate shot that clanked off the rim. However, Lin Hao snatched the offensive rebound. Damn, what a beast! Running that fast, and for so long, he still had the energy to grab a board. Artist grumbled. Lin Hao passed the ball back to Kobe and continued to toy with Artist. With the aid of Odom's screen, he finally found a shooting opportunity. Three-pointer made. 8 points now. Black egg. Lin Hao spoke once more. His black counterpart clearly struggled with math, so he needed constant reminders. Kobe, a top-tier scorer, had seemingly become his personal playmaker, and his assist number skyrocketed. The Black Mamba realized that not scoring and merely facilitating could be quite enjoyable. Moreover, achieving a double-double felt just as rewarding as a 40 or 50-point game. As the game progressed into the second quarter, Artist began to lag behind Lin Hao's pace. His speed had never been exceptional. He had merely been holding on during the first quarter, and now he finally began to slow. Thus, Lin Hao commenced an exhibition of scoring prowess before Artist, nailing open threes, shooting off screens, and executing contested shots. 11 points now. Remember what you said before the game. Old woman. 14 points now. Black lady. 17 points. Pretty boy. Lin Hao's scoring continued to soar while Artist's nickname evolved with each passing moment. Hey Lin, you might want to avoid provoking Ron. He the one who broke Jordan's ribs and assaulted fans at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Kobe warned him several times. Yet Lin Hao paid no heed. Want to fight? Bring it on. I possess strength and resilience in spades. Even Shaquille would kneel before me. He deliberately provoked Artist. Firstly, to enhance his scoring opportunities, as a player who has lost his composure is prone to defensive lapses. Secondly, for the sake of the team's victory. Up to this point, the Pacers were still focusing on their interior game. Although Odom played with earnestness, his capabilities were evident. The disparity between him and Shaquille O'Neal remained significant. However, once he incited the black man, that individual would disregard the team's tactics and resort to solo plays. That moment, Lin Hao failed to notice the growing murderous intent etched on Artist's face. Such humiliation weighed heavily on him, particularly with the incessant taunts and derogatory nicknames, such as Old Woman and Black Woman, that he swore that he had never been subjected to as many nicknames in his life as he had that very evening. Artist's expression darkened, as though it could drip water. Those familiar with him understood this as a precursor to an impending storm. The Pacers launched an offense next. Reggie Miller's attempt at scoring clanged off the rim. Lin Hao positioned himself to box out, and Odom seized the rebound, initiating a fast break. Lin Hao found himself with an excellent opportunity for a three-pointer, and he took off, shooting with precision. It was undeniably a textbook shot. Swish, as Lin Hao prepared to land. A foot suddenly obstructed his landing zone. He cried out in anguish, collapsing to the floor. The referee immediately halted the game. Lin, are you all right? The Lakers players rushed to his side. The innocent Artist even crouched down, seemingly wishing to inquire about Lin Hao's injury. This was nothing short of a malicious foul. Kobe grabbed him by the collar. The recent incident had sent his heart racing. If anything were to happen to Lin Hao, the championship hopes for the season would be utterly dashed. Arteist raised his hands, feigning the demeanor of an innocent child, as if to say, "Do not wrongfully accuse a good person." At that moment, the team doctor rushed over, briefly assessing Lin Hao's injury before gravely stating, "The situation appears somewhat serious. We need to perform a CT scan." However, he cannot continue in this match. His words left the entire Lakers team in shock. Just how severe was the situation? Please clarify. Arteist felt a surge of excitement within. Having just escaped a severe setback, he could hardly fathom the consequences had things continued down that path. But now, even if he were to be publicly humiliated, the pain would be manageable. Just as the staff attempted to carry Lin Hao off on a stretcher, he suddenly sprang up like a fish out of water. "Black woman, let us continue." He advanced towards Arteist, mimicking a boxer's footwork and throwing a few punches in the air. All eyes from the Lakers turned towards the doctor, filled with confusion. Was this what you meant by a serious situation? Was this your idea of being unable to play? The doctor stood there, petrified. Lin Hao's display had completely overturned all he had learned in medical school. After a brief commotion, the game resumed. The Lakers attacked. With Lin Hao holding the ball, just outside the free throw line, he was filled with boundless fury, resolved to score in the most violent manner possible to humiliate Arteist thoroughly. In truth, the doctor's assessment had been accurate. His injury was indeed severe and could potentially lead to a season-ending situation. Fortunately, he had preserved a vial of pain medication. Lin Hao waved his hand, signaling everyone to clear out, preparing for a one-on-one showdown. The Staples Center erupted with excitement. Such a spectacle was indeed rare. This was the first time Lin Hao had taken such initiative. Arteist spread his arms wide, resembling an insurmountable wall. Yet, Lin Hao's approach was brutally straightforward. He turned his back and forcefully drove into the paint. "You think you're O'Neal or something, you yellow-skinned monkey?" Arteist scoffed. However, his expression swiftly transformed from disdain to fear as he found himself being pushed back repeatedly by Lin Hao. In that instant, he felt as if he were defending against the great Shaquille O'Neal. Lin Hao used his shoulder to shove against Arteist, launching himself upward, his form dominating the air. Not a chance. Arteist leaped as well, attempting to block the shot, but Lin Hao seized the basketball with both hands, delivering a thunderous slam towards the rim. With a resounding bang, Arteist was sent sprawling to the ground, and the entire hoop began to shake violently. Lin Hao, this dunk ignited the crowd as fervor, erupting into cheers that, "Oh my God, what did I just witness?" O'Neal, I'm reminded of the great shark in that moment. The spirit of O'Neal seemed to inhabit Lin Hao. Surely, Shaq had taken control of Lin. The commentator exclaimed with fervor. "Now do you understand what it means to be a true man, black woman?" As soon as he landed, Lin Hao thrust his middle finger into Arteist's face, roaring in fury. What the hell? Kobe and the others were utterly stunned. Arteist was the NBA's #1 villain. Had Lin lost his mind? Did he wish to reenact the infamous brawl at the Palace? Arteist, unable to contain his temper, lunged forward and seized Lin Hao by the neck. Lin Hao, refusing to back down, clutched his throat in retaliation. "Ron, stop. Ron, don't act impulsively. You've just returned from suspension. You can't afford another fight." Shaquille O'Neal, Miller, and others rushed in to restrain him. "Lin, don't be rash. You're a star, not a thug like Arteist." Kobe, Odom, and others also intervened to hold Lin Hao back. "Ron, what has gotten into you?" Reggie Miller suddenly shouted. The others looked up to see Arteist's eyes rolling back, his pupils bulging, and his mouth agape. "Stop immediately, or I will have you ejected from the game." The referee stormed over, shouting furiously. Only then did Lin Hao release Arteist. "Are you okay? Are you all right?" Reggie Miller and Shaquille O'Neal noticed that Arteist's complexion had turned ashen, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he gasped for air. I'm fine, he insisted, trying to maintain a facade of calm. In reality, he was deeply shaken in that brief moment when Lin Hao had gripped his neck. He felt as though he had glimpsed the afterlife. When Lin Hao finally let go, it was as if he had escaped the clutches of a demon. After deliberation, the referees decided to issue a technical foul to both Lin Hao and Arteist. Lin Hao for his insulting gestures and verbal abuse, while Arteist for his physical aggression. Lin Hao was indifferent to the technical foul. It was merely a minor fine, as long as he could secure the title of All-Star vote leader. He would soon be swimming in riches as the timeout concluded. The game resumed. In the ensuing plays, Arteist exhibited unusually compliant behavior on defense. He resembled a demure maiden, fearful of any physical contact with Lin Hao. On offense, he obediently adhered to the game plan. Arteist was genuinely afraid. Lin Hao was a beast, more ferocious than he himself. Yet, Lin Hao was not inclined to let him off easily. He had nearly jeopardized his entire season. Such animosity could not be easily resolved. Lin Hao continued to move without the ball, sprinting across the court. "Have you run enough yet?" Arteist, already fatigued, found himself struggling to keep up with Lin Hao's relentless pace. "No, I take my dog for a walk for 4 hours," Lin Hao taunted while running, a smirk on his face. "An NBA game typically lasts only 2 hours. What the hell?" Arteist felt despair creeping in. "I shall take advantage of your weakness." Lin Hao was acutely aware of this principle, and thus he incessantly executed various dazzling plays. His score soared steadily upwards. At this juncture, two commentators began to discuss the unfolding events. "My friend, have you noticed that Lin has consecutively made 5 three-pointers? It truly seems so. Let me check Lin's score. Oh my, he has already amassed 35 points. It's simply astonishing." Lin had shattered his personal scoring record. Yet his offensive momentum showed no signs of abating. Let us speculate on how many points he might achieve tonight. At this moment, the game had reached the midpoint of the fourth quarter. Kobe, having conserved his energy throughout the match, was notably invigorated and enthusiastically passed the ball to Lin Hao. His assists had reached a remarkable total of 12, marking his highest tally of the season. Odom found himself without scoring opportunities, and his role in orchestrating plays was usurped by Kobe. Consequently, he focused fervently on securing rebounds and defending. The score had escalated to 92-87, with the Lakers in the lead, with victory not yet assured. Lin Hao could not afford to relax, continuing to sprint across the court. Arteist found it increasingly difficult to keep pace with him, and Lin's scoring rates surged ever higher. However, Lin was entirely unconcerned with his own points. Fixated solely on his team's triumph, he did not wish for his fans to lament post-game, saying the Lakers lost, but Lin Hao did not. "Hey, why aren't you keeping up? Huh? Where did you go?" After Lin sank another three-pointer, he suddenly realized that the area around him was utterly vacant. Thus, he cast his gaze about, seeking to spot Arteist amidst the crowd. Suddenly, he turned to find that the man was not merely out of sight. Oh no. He was vomiting. Indeed, he had run Arteist to the point of sickness at that moment. The burly figure of Arteist appeared pallid, one hand tightly covering his mouth. Subsequently, his body lurched forward violently, and a torrent of vomit erupted forth like a breached dam. The nauseating stench permeated the air, inducing revulsion. Lin had initially intended to check on him, but upon witnessing this scene, he promptly vanished from sight. How utterly revolting! Carlisle quickly called for a timeout, while several Pacers players assisted Arteist to the bench. Simultaneously, a few staff members rushed onto the court to clean up the mess. "Coach, please don't make me defend Lin Hao anymore." Let me the words of Arteist rendered all the media and stars at odds with Lin Hao speechless. This battle truly propelled Lin Hao into the ranks of superstars. Initially, people merely perceived him as a 3D player, a term that was not yet coined at the time. The author used it for brevity. Subsequently, he was regarded as a diluted version of Pippen. However, now, he is finally seen as a player of the same caliber as LeBron James and Paul Pierce. Once back at his apartment, Lin Hao collapsed on his bed. Devoid of the energy to even access the system panel, he feigned nonchalance before others. Yet internally, he realized he was not much stronger than Arteist. His stamina was impeccable, complemented by Hamilton's enduring stamina skill. Nevertheless, he had been sprinting at full speed for nearly the entirety of the match. Moreover, he occasionally executed a pull-up, skywalking, alley-oops, and suspended 3 dash-pointers that it is worth noting that the energy expended on pull-ups and skywalking is several times greater than that of a simple dunk. Not only did one need to leap high enough, but they also had to hover for a considerable duration. Additionally, one had to engage their core strength to twist their body, evading defenders before scoring. Such intensity would even overwhelm a marathon runner. During the Bulls three-peat era, even the formidable Black Egg had significantly reduced his use of pull-up maneuvers. Ultimately, Lin Hao mustered the strength to rise and access the system panel. He had only earned a meager 20 attribute points from this match. Alas, Artes could only be deemed an ordinary star. After much contemplation, Lin Hao decided to allocate all points to mid-range shooting and free throws. Consequently, his mid-range shooting ability reached a perfect score, while his free throw percentage climbed to 89. Following this, Lin Hao began a lottery draw. This time, fortune favored him as he miraculously obtained Badier's elite help defense skill. Although it was yet another defensive skill, he felt quite pleased. While Leonard's death grip was undeniably powerful, it was a one-on-one defensive skill. He had famously utilized this skill to stifle LeBron, who scored a mere 1 point in the last 2 minutes of the first game of the 12-13 finals after Leonard was subbed in, despite having tallied 15 points prior. Thus, the death grip skill was indeed eye-catching. In contrast, Badier appeared to struggle against stars like Kobe and Iverson, seemingly allowing any superstar to score freely against him. Yet, he was an exceptional team defender, excelling in help defense, rotation, and drawing fouls for his teammates. Without him, the entire team would crumble and fall apart. In summary, to encapsulate, while man-to-man defense can contain opposing stars, help defense can lead a team to victory. 3 days later, Lin Hao departed from his apartment, driving his Ferrari towards the airport. The CCTV interview team was scheduled to arrive in Los Angeles today, and he intended to pick them up. Technically, Lin Hao need not have gone in person. However, considering they were compatriots traveling from afar and he had his own requests, it was deemed more courteous to greet them personally. His driving speed was remarkably swift. Lin Hao's driving style mirrored his playing style, fast and fierce. With a speed limit of 120, he would push it to 119. On unrestricted roads, he drove as if piloting an aircraft. Indeed, he was a man who pursued speed with fervor. Just then, Lin Hao noticed a woman wearing a mask by the roadside. He paid her no mind. The road was somewhat secluded, with few pedestrians. But the occasional appearance of one was not unusual. As Lin Hao's Ferrari approached, the woman suddenly dashed onto the road. Screech! He slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a sharp noise. In an instant, the woman collapsed to the ground, motionless. What the hell? Lin Hao's first reaction was to think she was staging a scam. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, having lived in the United States for several years. He had never encountered a single scam incident. Could he have truly hit her? But that seemed impossible. He had faith in his reflexes and the braking system of his Ferrari. In truth, Lin Hao was mistaken. The woman was none other than Wang Meiling. Ever since their breakup, she had been living a miserable life, her career deteriorating. That moment, she regretted her decision immensely. She often pondered that had she not ended things, she might now be living in a mansion, driving luxury cars, and enjoying a life of opulence. Thus, Wang Meiling had been contemplating ways to reconcile with Lin Hao. However, she understood that he was the type who responded poorly to pressure, and harassing him would be futile. Consequently, she devised a meticulously crafted plan. Wang Meiling tightly shut her eyes, envisioning the ensuing scenario. Soon, Lin Hao would surely approach to carry her into the car and rush her to the hospital. She had managed to fracture her calf, which would necessitate at least a month of hospitalization. He would undoubtedly believe she was injured due to his negligence. Out of guilt, he would visit her frequently, perhaps even feeding her in this way. She thought to herself, ha. As she imagined this, a smile crept across her lips. Suddenly, Wang Meiling felt her body lift off the ground. He must be carrying me. But then, she realized something was amiss, that if she was indeed being carried, her body should be horizontal. Yet, she was clearly upright. Wang Meiling quickly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the scene before her, she was instantly furious. Lin Hao was hoisting her like a chicken, but that was not the end of it. Her body was soon unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Who on earth lacks civic virtue to carelessly discard trash on the road? Ugh! That man carelessly flung her onto the sidewalk and then turned to get into his car, discarding trash. He actually treated me like garbage, listening to the sound of the Ferrari speeding away. Wang Meiling was seething, relying on a cane as she limped toward the bus station. Lin Hao, I truly appreciate your willingness to come and receive us. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. I am Liu, a reporter for the sports channel of CCTV, responsible for this exclusive interview with you. This is photographer Zhang Zidong, tasked with filming your documentary. After a round of pleasantries, the beautiful reporter Liu squeezed into Lin Hao's Ferrari. While the others took a taxi, this team was quite large, comprising a total of 8 individuals. However, Lin Hao's Ferrari was a 2-door sports car, accommodating only 1 passenger. The interview was set to take place in a private room at the Staples Center and broadcast live to a national audience. Thousands of viewers eagerly awaited in front of their televisions. When Lin Hao appeared on screen, many young girls erupted in excited screams. You were once a role player for the Lakers, yet you have risen to prominence in just a few months. Many are curious about the reasons behind your remarkable transformation. The beautiful reporter Liu inquired. My transformation is due to a woman. Faced with this question, Lin Hao was already adept at using Wang Miling as a shield to obscure the secret of his system. Did you hear what Lin Hao just said? Today you disregard me, but tomorrow I will be unreachable. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Upon hearing this story, countless men who had been hurt by gold-digging women clenched their fists, their faces set in determined expressions. Naturally, many young girls wept uncontrollably after hearing the tale. Our Lin Hao is too pitiful. Why must those despicable women always seek to harm him? Finally, Liu broached a serious question. The 2008 Olympics are fast approaching, but if the national team extends an invitation to you, would you consider participating? Many individuals in China are deeply concerned about this matter. Lin Hao remarked without hesitation, "Of course, I am eager to participate in the Olympics. Many believe that if I join the national team, it will experience a qualitative leap, and winning medals will no longer be a distant dream." What are your thoughts on this? After careful consideration, Lin Hao resolutely stated, "Yao Ming possesses exceptional rim protection abilities. With my inside and outside play, we will forge an impenetrable fortress for the team. My passing can unify the entire squad, preventing it from becoming a disjointed entity. My 3-point shooting will provide Yao Ming with more opportunities for one-on-one matchups. Therefore, I believe my addition will significantly enhance the national team's strength, making medal contention quite feasible." He certainly was not speaking recklessly. In a previous lifetime, the national team achieved an 8th-place finish in the 2008 Olympics, equaling its best performance in Olympic history. With his inclusion now, the prospect of winning medals seems genuinely attainable. The viewers in front of the television were electrified by his words. Winning medals, once considered a mere fantasy, now appears to hold the potential for realization. Of course, there were some skeptics who scoffed at Lin Hao's statements. The journalist Liu then began to express herself freely. "Could you share some of your childhood experiences? Everyone is quite interested. I grew up in a particularly impoverished household, often eating only instant noodles." "Really? I don't believe it. Why didn't you eat meat? Is it because it spoils easily?" "Aside from basketball, what other hobbies do you have?" "I have many interests, but cooking is my favorite." "Really? I don't believe that either. Will you cook for me later?" After the interview concluded, others returned to their home country, while the beautiful reporter Liu and photographer Zhang Zidong remained in the beautiful country to continue their documentary filming. This film primarily chronicles Lin Hao's training, games, and relationships with his teammates on the Lakers. A focal point of the documentary is his daily training regimen. On this day, Lin Hao rose from bed at 4 a.m. to have breakfast. In reality, he typically does not wake up this early. He did so to cultivate an image of diligent training. Upon finishing his breakfast and arriving at the training facility, he found it completely deserted. Even the notoriously hard-working Kobe was absent. Since Kobe's departure with Vanessa, he has significantly moderated his training intensity. Immediately following was a warm-up consisting of a slow jog and sprinting for a full hour. Then, shooting practice commenced. 100 mid-range shots, 100 three-pointers, and 100 contested shots. At this point, Liu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "You're training this intensely now. Will you have enough energy for the team practice later?" Lin Hao's subsequent reply left her astounded. "This is merely a warm-up." It was only at this moment that the tardy Lakers players finally arrived at the training facility. Observing Lin Hao's interactions with Kobe, Liu realized that the domestic recognition of Lin Hao was vastly inadequate compared to his true standing. To be able to interact with this top-tier star as if they were brothers indicates that his status in the NBA is at least on par with Yao Ming's. The Lakers then commenced their team training and scrimmage, which continued until noon. Lin Hao had a simple lunch consisting of boiled eggs, vegetable salad, and black coffee, with boiled chicken breast as the main course. Out of curiosity, Liu took a few bites. This isn't food. It is utterly flavorless. She struggled to suppress her discomfort, nearly gagging. For those readers interested, boiled chicken breast has quite a distinct taste. After merely a brief respite of a few minutes, Lin Hao commenced his afternoon strength training. 10 sets of push-ups, 30 repetitions each, 5 sets of pull-ups, 10 repetitions each. He executed 10 sets of heavy dumbbell snatches, 10 repetitions per hand, 8 sets of barbell bench presses, 12 repetitions each, and 10 sets of squats, 12 repetitions each. With such a regimen, could his body withstand it? At this point, Liu was already beginning to feel alarmed. Even more astonishingly, Lin Hao began to push a tire, a heavy-duty truck tire, its diameter exceeding his height. Yet, in his hands, it appeared as a mere plaything. Lin Hao trained until 4 p.m., after which he mysteriously procured 2 parachutes and stowed them in the trunk of a Toyota Camry. Although he owned a Ferrari and a Lamborghini, their trunks were too small to accommodate the parachutes, so he borrowed a dilapidated second-hand car from Odom that he no longer used. "Are you planning to engage in extreme sports?" Liu inquired curiously. "Well, after such extensive training, it's time to unwind," came the reply, though this method of relaxation seemed rather unconventional. Once Liu and the photographer settled into the car, Lin Hao revved the Camry's engine and sped towards the beach. The roar of the engine reverberated through the air, causing it to tremble slightly. This car must be at least 20 years old. Will it not fall apart at this speed? Liu, seated in the passenger seat, wore a look of terror, her hands gripping the edge of her seat tightly. 150 mph, 160 mph, 190 mph. Her eyes darted to the speedometer, the ever-increasing numbers plunging her heart into despair. In that moment, she felt as though she were glimpsing heaven. At last, they arrived at the beach. Lin Hao retrieved the 2 parachutes and then pulled out a shirt, holding it high. In that moment, he resembled a fool. "What are you doing?" Liu and the photographer exchanged bewildered glances. "I'm testing the wind direction." After a brief wait, Lin Hao finally sprang into action. He donned the parachute and began sprinting along the beach against the wind. "Oh my!" The usually composed journalist Liu couldn't help but exclaim a curse. The photographer, eager to capture Lin Hao's training up close, struggled to keep pace, soon lagging far behind. It is entirely normal for an ordinary person to be unable to keep up with a professional basketball player. However, the issue was that Lin Hao was running against the wind while carrying a parachute. Left with no choice, Liu drove the old second-hand car to follow him while photographing. Lin Hao continued running for a full hour. How could he endure such training? Liu pondered as she drove, reflecting on the situation that he trained until 6:30 p.m., at which point he finally returned home to enjoy a lavish dinner. "Why aren't you two eating?" "This steak is from a Michelin restaurant," Lin Hao inquired with curiosity. Liu and the photographer rolled their eyes. "Do you really not know why we can't eat? Are you both too exhausted to eat?" "That shouldn't be the case. Standing idly by shouldn't be tiring?" Lin Hao questioned, perplexed. Liu and the photographer exchanged another set of eye rolls. "Come on, from 4 a.m. until now, we haven't caught our breath." How could someone like him, a superhuman, understand the plight of ordinary people? After dinner, Liu and the photographer believed the day's training had concluded and let out a long sigh of relief. To their surprise, after a shower, Lin Hao returned to the training facility once again. Oh my! They felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through their minds by midnight when Lin Hao concluded his training. The two of them had already sunk into a deep sleep on the lounge chairs, unable to be roused. With no other option, Lin Hao had to haul them to the rest area like a mother hen, one in each hand. The following day, Liu and the photographer accompanied the Lakers to San Antonio to face the Spurs. Oh my goodness! Upon witnessing the throngs of fervent fans at the venue, Liu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. It was her inaugural experience attending an NBA game live. How remarkable it was for Lin Hao to maintain such composure amidst such a grand spectacle. His psychological fortitude must be extraordinary. Liu mused. That moment, Lin Hao was engaged in light-hearted banter with Tim Duncan. "Lin, you are truly a prodigy. The future belongs to you," Duncan chuckled, affectionately ruffling Lin Hao's hair. "No, you are mistaken. The future is yours. You may be aging, yet you can still play. Lin Hao retorted, defiantly rising on his toes to pat Duncan's bald head. No, it is indeed yours. Your three-point shooting is unrivaled. Duncan once more patted Lin Hao's head. No, it is yours. Your bank shots are as reliable as a seasoned veteran. This time, Lin Hao could not reach Duncan's bald head, as Duncan too had risen on his toes. No, it is yours. Your jump shots lack intoxication, yet I feel as inebriated as a dog. No, it is yours. Your bank shots lack smoke, yet I am as elated as a deity. .2 fools, Ginobili remarked coldly as he passed by. A pair of idiots, Director Tony spat disdainfully as he walked past. Oh, are you two flirting? Kobe interjected with a hint of jealousy as he strolled by. He felt somewhat perturbed. Seeing Lin Hao playfully interact with other stars made him anxious about losing him. Kobe's suspicions were not unfounded. Duncan's flattery of Lin Hao was at the behest of Coach Popovich. Lin Hao would become a free agent next season, and Popovich was eager to recruit him. It was well known that Popovich favored team-oriented players like Lin Hao, who possessed both three-point shooting and defensive prowess. Most notably, he admired Lin Hao's tenacity on defense, akin to a ferocious dog. However, the Spurs management deemed Popovich's ambitions somewhat fanciful. Lin Hao had already ascended to the ranks of superstars. Could they truly afford to entice him? Would they have to dismantle the GDP trio? Moreover, Lin Hao's position overlapped with that of Leonard. Did this mean they would have to part ways with Leonard as well? Nonetheless, Popovich remained confident about the situation that it would not be an issue to part with either Ginobili or Parker. And Leonard could also be sacrificed if necessary. Lin Hao could only engage Duncan for a mere 3 minutes before the conversation fizzled out. Duncan was simply too tall for Lin Hao to reach without standing on his toes, resulting in an awkward situation. The game officially commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged. In truth, there were only a few key players, and Zen Master had little room for alteration. The Spurs starting lineup was PG Parker, SG Ginobili, SF Leonard, PF Duncan, and C Nestorovic. Miraculously, Mims seized the jump ball, granting possession to the Lakers. Parker crossed half court, passing the ball to Lin Hao while he slid along the baseline for a breather. At that moment, Ginobili was tasked with defending Lin Hao. He had not yet earned the privilege of facing Leonard. Lin Hao held the ball as his teammates continuously moved in and out of positions. Kobe and Odom executed a pick and roll, shedding Leonard's defense and driving deep into Spurs territory. Lin Hao's pass found Kobe's hands with pinpoint accuracy. Jump shot, swish. This young man's basketball IQ and playmaking ability rivaled that of Parker. Even if they traded Parker and Leonard for Lin Hao, they would not be at a loss, Popovich reflected. However, the Lakers soon found themselves struggling. Kobe's shooting was abysmal tonight, compounded by Leonard's relentless defense, resulting in numerous missed shots. Lin Hao repeatedly urged him, "Let me handle the offense. You go to the baseline for a breather." Yet, it seemed futile. Kobe was in too deep a state to hear him. Despite the opportunity to pass to a teammate for an easy layup or shot, he insisted on forcing his way through defenses. Lin Hao had no choice but to focus solely on defense, rendering Ginobili ineffective and continuously assisting Parker and Odom. It appeared that Lin was not only a top-notch individual defender, but also an exceptional help defender. The Zen Master's eyes lit up. "If I cannot recruit Lin next season, I shall never forgive myself." Popovich mused with longing. He envisioned a team boasting both Duncan and Lin Hao, alongside Ginobili. Surely, a three-peat would be guaranteed. The unfortunate Tony had already lost his standing in Popovich's mind. Regrettably, no matter how hard Lin Hao defended, the team continued to falter. As the first quarter drew to a close, Phil Jackson called a timeout, substituting the bench players. "Kobe, if you dare continue your isolation plays, I will kick your backside," Lin Hao thundered as he approached the bench, pointing at Kobe. His voice was loud enough for even the Spurs bench to hear. The Lakers players were stunned. The Spurs players were stunned. Everyone was astonished. Goodness, had Lin Hao truly summoned the audacity to scold Kobe? Would this provoke any repercussions? Would Kobe expel him from the team? Liu trembled in fear. The cameraman's hands began to shake violently. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Kobe was initially taken aback, but a fierce expression soon crossed his face. "Kobe, don't." Phil Jackson recognized the brewing storm and hurried to intervene. "That I was wrong." Yet, what Kobe said next left everyone dumbfounded. "You are right. I was too selfish in my play just now." Kobe replied, sincerity etched across his face. He had indeed been overly consumed in the moment. Bruce Leonard's incessant trash talk had been ringing in his ears, and his unwillingness to accept the 0-4-9 shooting night had driven him to madness. Now, that is more like it. Lin Hao patted him on the shoulder. Everyone regarded him with admiration. That my goodness, to dare scold Kobe publicly and compel him to apologize in front of everyone. This was a privilege even Shaquille had never enjoyed. This was the player I had long sought after. Popovich's eyes gleamed with excitement. Though Duncan was also a dream player for him, his character lacked the requisite toughness. If Lin Hao joined the Spurs, should any trouble arise within the team, he wouldn't even need to intervene. He could simply let Lin Hao handle it. As the second quarter commenced, Kobe finally began to embrace team basketball, allowing Lin Hao, the core of the triangle offense, to have the ball. Odom came over to set a solid screen for Lin Hao, effectively blocking Ginobili. Lin Hao charged toward the paint. Ginobili had not closely followed him. Am I open? Lin Hao was taken aback. With no time to ponder, he leaped into the A-I-R-I. In truth, Ginobili's defensive stance was not lacking. It was merely that a towering figure was guarding the paint. Due to Duncan's formidable shot-blocking ability, the Spurs often allowed players to penetrate the lane to AT that moment. Duncan had already leaped high into the air, his gaze fierce and determined to swat the ball. Even if it meant committing a foul, Duncan's anticipation was spot on. If all went as expected, this would be an exquisite block. Unfortunately, possessing the basketball acumen akin to LeBron James, Lin Hao caught a glimpse of the impending threat. He feigned a shot, then soared from one side of the hoop to the other, executing a reverse layup off the glass. Oh my God, our great rim protector Duncan has just been outwitted by Lin. The commentator exclaimed, "You are only half right. Not only does the future belong to me, but the present does as well." Seizing the moment while Duncan was still in disbelief, Lin Hao rose on his toes to pat Duncan's head. "Lin, you rascal, did you not just say to avoid isolation plays?" Kobe approached, his voice tinged with anger. My bad. I thought there was no one in the paint." Lin Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. "Am I really so large that you cannot see me?" Duncan's expression darkened. In truth, Lin Hao's words were not entirely without merit. With the ability to glide through the air, it mattered little whether there was one defender or none at all in the paint. In the next play, Billy initiated a 1-on-1. It is often said that in times of prosperity, one looks to Duncan, in adversity to Parker, and in dire straits to Billy. Yet he occasionally seizes the opportunity to score even in favorable conditions. He stood beyond the three-point line, dribbling as he embarked on his signature serpentine drive. The left I go. Now to the right, back to the left, and again to the right. "Manu, you scoundrel, pass the ball." Came the furious roar of Popovich from the sidelines. Billy was taken aback. "What are you still doing here?" As he lifted his gaze, he found Lin Hao right in front of him. "Being guarded by me is not shameful. Besides, your speed just now was slower than that of Kobe's grandmother." Lin Hao admonished him earnestly. With no other recourse, Billy reluctantly passed the ball to Duncan. Odom and Kwame Brown double-teamed, yet they still found themselves being pushed back. Lin Hao relinquished his defense of Billy, aiming to intercept the ball. Unfortunately, Duncan managed to return the pass to Billy despite the tight defense. Taking a deep breath, Billy calmly adjusted his rhythm before leaping. "This is bad," Phil Jackson sighed. Lin Hao's defense had been impeccable. Although his decision to abandon Billy was somewhat reckless, it effectively obscured Duncan's passing lane. Yet, inexplicably, the ball found its way into Billy's hands. Just as the Spurs fans prepared to erupt in cheers, a shadow darted past like a cheetah. Bam! A resounding rejection. Lin Hao soared into the air with a fierce roar. Swatting Billy shot out of bounds. My goodness! The entire audience was left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as if stuffed with salted duck eggs. My God! Lin is like a ghost, simply omnipresent, the commentator exclaimed. Popovich fixed his piercing gaze on Lin Hao, his shirt dampened with perspiration. First, he defended against Manu beyond the arc, then collapsed on Duncan inside, and finally sprinted to the perimeter for the block. The speed, the reflexes, the defensive awareness, truly beyond imagination. Compared to Lin Hao, the defense of the Leopard was utterly inadequate. Alas, despite Lin Hao's stellar containment of Billy, victory ultimately eluded the Lakers, falling instead to the Spurs. On the surface, the team's loss was attributed to Kobe's poor form. In reality, the Lakers succumbed to Duncan's formidable playmaking and post prowess, along with the effective pick and roll with Parker. In the post-game press conference, Popovich lavished praise on Lin Hao. Lin's individual and help defense has reached an elite level in the NBA that I will certainly cast my vote for him in the DPOY selection this season. His passing and playmaking abilities are on par with those of Pippen and LeBron. Furthermore, his offensive capabilities have been severely underrated. If he were to receive adequate ball handling opportunities, averaging 25 points per game would be well within reach. After several days of filming, Liu and the cameraman finally set off for home. A week later, the documentary Chasing Dreams in the NBA, the legendary journey of Lin Hao, premiered on a Chinese sports channel. At the Rating Statistics Center, the numbers surged and viewership skyrocketed. The staff, witnessing the rising figures, were filled with joy in the flower city of China. At 6 p.m., a 30-year-old young man approached the riverbank. Today would mark the last day of my life. Zhou Zihao thought. Wen-zi, I hope you and Gang Z find happiness after I'm gone. A sorrowful expression crossed his face as he gazed at the tranquil surface of the river. The words of his ex-girlfriend echoing in his mind. You are a good person, kind-hearted, but what I need is a strong man who can care for me for a lifetime. Being poor is not terrifying. But in you, I see no ambition. Though Chun Gang may not be as handsome as you, he has fought hard, earning a fortune of $20,000 in just 8 years, with his family's relocation compensation. He now possesses a house, a car, and even a yacht. In you, your annual salary is a mere $500,000, and after 3 years of work, you still can't afford a single apartment in the Flower City. A bitter smile crept onto Zhou Zihao's lips. Farewell, Wen-zi. Farewell, Mom and Dad. That person looked rather strange, just standing there by the river. Shh, keep your voice down. That person might be a madman. You wouldn't want to provoke him. Right, let's hurry home. Lin Hao's documentary is about to air. Almost forgot? Let's go quickly. At that moment, a couple passed by Zhou Zihao. I nearly forgot. Lin Hao's documentary Chasing Dreams in the NBA. The legendary journey of Lin Hao premieres tonight at 6:30. Zhou Zihao slapped his forehead. Forget it. I'll head home first. I can jump into the river after watching the documentary. As a devoted fan of Lin Hao, he had never missed a single game. Tonight's documentary was an event he simply could not overlook. Returning home, he turned on the television, just in time for the documentary to begin at 6:30. The first scene depicted Lin Hao, dejected, sitting on the bench. The narrator intoned. In every person's life, there are troughs and peaks. The top-tier NBA superstar, Lin Hao, the Great Wall of China, is no exception. His NBA career commenced from the bench. With the coach's incessant scorn piercing his heart like daggers, teammates' ceaseless jeers felt like sharp thorns piercing his soul. The hardships of those days cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Upon seeing this, Zhou Zihao suddenly jolted. He was reminded of his own early days at the company, when he was just an unnoticed rookie. Chun, this is the revision I made. What kind of rubbish is this? Go back and redo it. You're not allowed to go home until it's done. Back then, he had been mercilessly berated by his superior, facing a similar plight to Lin Hao's at that moment. The television screen shifted. The camera captured Lin Hao laboriously training in the gym. The narrator continued. Not long after, Lin Hao fell in love with a girl, and they quickly became enamored with each other. Yet, it soon became evident that the girl loved only Lin Hao's wealth. In that instant, Lin Hao lost faith in love. Only basketball remained to propel him forward. At this, Zhou Zihao trembled. Indeed, how could I have forgotten my original aspirations? From now on, I must earn a small fortune and then marry Liu Yifei. Had he truly forgotten the words he once vowed? What does having a house, a car, and a yacht even mean? I am a man destined to achieve a small fortune. What is an ex-girlfriend? No matter how beautiful, she cannot compare to Liu Yifei. In the documentary, what stirred the greatest excitement within Zhou Zihao was Lin Hao's day of training. When he witnessed Lin Hao pushing a colossal tire, towering above him, when he observed Lin Hao consuming the unpalatable boiled chicken breast, when he saw Lin Hao sprinting against the wind while carrying a parachute, his blood began to surge with fervor. The 2-hour documentary concluded, yet Zhou Zihao remained transfixed in front of the television. Having watched this film, he felt as if he had lived an entire lifetime. At that moment, the thought of jumping into the river had completely dissipated. The release of the documentary Chasing Dreams, Lin Hao's legendary journey, created a tremendous sensation in China in no time at all. The tire sales in the Four Sun shop soared to unprecedented levels, while chicken breast became a hot commodity in supermarkets. Thankfully, ordinary citizens in China could not purchase parachutes. Otherwise, countless families might have faced bankruptcy overnight. A professional parachute costs at least several tens of thousands. Even more astonishingly, the number of latecomers at work surged dramatically during this period, sending many business owners into a frenzy. Many were left bewildered. A journalist initiated an investigation and discovered that these latecomers were all car owners, each with a son in middle or high school. After further inquiries, it was revealed that their sons had stealthily removed the tires from their cars the previous day, rendering them unable to leave on time. Since their defeat to the Spurs, all Lakers players experienced a moment of profound realization and commenced rigorous training. This was particularly true for Kobe, who possessed an exceptionally competitive spirit. He reverted to his hellish training regimen. Consequently, the Lakers achieved commendable results during this period, securing 3 consecutive victories against the Wizards, Suns, and Rockets. Among everyone, only Lin Hao appeared deeply concerned. Unsurprisingly, in the All-Star voting, he surpassed Yao Ming and Kobe, temporarily occupying the top spot. However, his lead over Yao Ming was a mere 10,000 votes, leaving his status as the top vote-getter somewhat precarious. In truth, to secure his position at the pinnacle, the most effective strategy would be to seek assistance from Britney. With her extensive fan base, enlisting her help for votes would almost guarantee success. Initially, Britney intended to proactively assist him in garnering votes. However, upon noticing Lin Hao's impressive vote count, she felt it unnecessary. Little did she realize, Lin Hao's desire was not merely to be a starter in the All-Star game, but to claim the title of top vote-getter. How should I broach the subject? Lin Hao pondered deeply. The allure of this extraordinary skill was overwhelmingly compelling. Yet the potential repercussions of failure were equally severe. He had to win, no matter the cost. Congratulations in advance on your selection to the All-Star starting lineup. At that moment, Yao Ming called, "Oh, thank you." Lin Hao's response was somewhat perfunctory. In the eyes of Chinese fans, your fame now surpasses mine. Everyone is singing your praises." Yao Ming remarked with a smile. "Oh, really?" Lin Hao replied dismissively. "Do you not usually browse the internet?" Yao Ming inquired curiously. It dawned on Lin Hao that he had been without a computer all this time. Initially, he had refrained from purchasing one due to financial constraints. All his money had been spent on the materialistic Wang Miling. Later, he had been too occupied with training and romance. Now, as someone who had achieved financial stability, it was high time to acquire a laptop. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao drove his Ferrari to a specialty store, parked, and entered. A blonde saleswoman greeted him with a radiant smile. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "Ah, aren't you Lin Hao from the Lakers?" Upon recognizing Lin Hao's face, she gasped in surprise. "Indeed," Lin Hao replied with a quick smile, pulling out 5,000 yuan in cash. "Select a laptop for me at this price. Please hurry, as I have a flight to catch." That evening, the Rockets were set to face the Spurs, and he planned to visit Houston during the downtime to strengthen his bond with Yao Ming and observe the Spurs' tactics. If the Lakers were to reach the Western Conference Finals this season, the Spurs would likely be their opponents. The saleswoman hesitated momentarily before retrieving a laptop equipped with an Intel processor and memory. "Please just tell me the price." Lin Hao interjected. "It's 4,788 yuan." The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. "All right, thank you," Lin Hao said, dismissing the need for change. "Keep the rest as a tip." He dropped the cash, snatched the laptop, and swiftly exited. The blonde saleswoman was left in a state of shock. Glancing at her phone, she realized that Lin Hao had spent merely 1 minute from entry to exit. "Damn it, am I not pretty enough? He didn't even spare me a glance," she fumed. Indeed, Lin Hao was the type of man who prioritized speed. Unwilling to squander time on trivial matters such as purchasing a computer, his time was precious, as he had to gather votes, nurture his romance, train, and prepare for competitions. The quality of the laptop was secondary. What mattered was how quickly he could acquire it. However, he did not anticipate that his thoughtless act would offend the sensitive blonde saleswoman. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Hao promptly powered on his computer and logged into a prominent domestic portal site. After entering a basketball forum, he was taken aback. This forum was a veritable hotbed for Lin Hao fans, Kobe haters, and Yao haters. The members relentlessly criticized Yao Ming and Kobe while elevating themselves to the heavens. Notably, a user named Hao Shun Liu lavished praise upon himself in a manner that was nothing short of nauseating. In terms of three-pointers, Hao Shun obliterates Reggie Miller. In dunks, he utterly outclasses Carter. In layups and hang time, he leaves Black Egg utterly defenseless. In rebounding, he ranks first among small forwards. In defense, he can easily subdue Artist. In playmaking, he is the core of the triangle offense. Thus Hao Shun, and the most outstanding player in NBA history. That concludes my statement. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Upon reading this, Lin Hao felt no joy, but rather furrowed his brow. While having fans was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, mindless adulation was a double-edged sword. Lin Hao recalled that in his past life, many netizens had excessively praised Kobe and Yao Ming, which had led to an influx of haters for both, that he even suspected that this Hao Shun Liu was inadvertently setting him up for failure. If such individuals caused him to lose fans, then his aspirations of becoming the top vote-getter in the All-Star game would be jeopardized. Unable to sit idly, Lin Hao decided to post a lengthy message online to engage in self-deprecation. Lin Hao is indeed an exceptional player, but he is still far from being the best in the NBA. His greatest flaw lies in his overly simplistic scoring methods. The reason he averages over 20 points per game is largely due to Kobe drawing defensive attention away from him. His three-point shooting is strong, but primarily from open looks. His penetration is effective, but he falters against elite defenders. Upon seeing Lin Hao's post, Hao Shun Liu erupted in outrage, furiously typing away on the keyboard. What do you know? If Hao Shun's scoring ability were lacking, how could that selfish Kobe pass him the ball? Lin Hao clarified, Kobe is not a selfish player. He simply doesn't enjoy passing to those that do not put in the effort. Furthermore, Kobe is a fantastic big brother. He has gifted others headphones, laptops, and even a Ferrari to me. After replying, he closed his laptop and prepared to head to the airport. That evening featured the Rockets versus the Spurs, and he intended to fly to Houston to bond with Yao Ming and catch the game. However, Hao Shun Liu was undeterred, continuing the online battle, as if you know Kobe personally. You're not even a part of him. How can you claim he isn't selfish? Soon, more and more of Lin Hao's fans flocked to the post, igniting a frenzy of responses, as if you truly understand basketball. I'm the coach of a high school team. How about you share where you play? As if you possess any real skills, step up for a one-on-one. Your words seem to imply that you share a close relationship with Kobe. As if you are quite familiar with him, my uncle's cousin's son was once a classmate of Yao Ming. So, do share your connection with Kobe if you please. The formation is impeccable. Let us keep it up downstairs. The number of commenters is rapidly increasing, and responses are soaring at 8T this moment. A man named Zhang Kai is perusing this post. When he clicks on Lin Hao's profile, he is lost in thought. The screen displays, username Hao666, IP address beautiful country. Could this individual be Lin Hao himself? Zhang Kai, harboring a glimmer of hope, opens a programming software, a doctoral student in the computer science department at Qingbei University. Pinpointing someone's IP address is a mere trifle 8T this juncture. Readers might feel a sense of familiarity. Indeed, it is that man. Previously, a user named Bien and Hua Kai attempted to share explicit photos of his wife, and this individual managed to trace his IP address. After an hour of intense effort, Zhang Kai finally uncovered Lin Hao's detailed address, an apartment in Los Angeles, beautiful country. Subsequently, he accessed a mapping service and located the Staples Center. Could it be that Hao666 resides so close to the Staples Center? With this thought, Zhang Kai could no longer sit still and excitedly sent Lin Hao a private message. Are you Lin Hao himself? Are you there? Give me a sign. Hello. After waiting for half an hour without a response, Zhang Kai, a true academic, swiftly devised a clever plan that he meticulously selected a flattering photo of Mr. Ming Bu from a folder named Basic Principles of Computer Science and sent it along. Hi there, handsome. My name is Xiaomei, and I sell tea. I'm feeling quite lonely. Would you care to get acquainted? My favorite man is Lin Hao. Your username resembles his. Are you he? If so, I could share some exclusive perks. I have plenty of selfies. If you're interested, just let me know. Even if it's something else, I wouldn't mind. Hee hee. After sending the message, Zhang Kai felt a swell of pride as he posed in front of the mirror. Haha, you truly deserve to be a top-tier student at Qingbei University. Such ingenuity deserves admiration. Unfortunately, Lin Hao still did not respond. Suddenly, Zhang Kai slapped his forehead. How foolish of me. I only assumed men are fond of women. But he is an NBA superstar. How could he be lacking in female attention? I should pose as a reporter. With that thought, he sent another private message. Hello, I am Lu Yu, a reporter from China Central Television. May I ask if you're Lin Hao? I would like to interview you, if possible. At that moment, Lin Hao was seated in the airport lounge. With half an hour until his flight, he opened his laptop. Hadn't Lu Yu just interviewed him recently? Why another request? Moreover, didn't she have my phone number? He felt quite perplexed. However, out of courtesy, he replied, Yes, I am Lin Hao. What can I assist you with? After waiting for a considerable time with no reply, he thought, forget it. He closed his laptop, preparing to board the plane. Haha, it truly is Lin Hao. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Zhang Kai was too preoccupied to respond. He was rolling around in his room in sheer excitement. I must let everyone know about this. With that thought, he got up and clicked back to the post Lin Hao had made. Replying below, Everyone, take note. The original poster is indeed Lin Hao himself, and I possess ample evidence. He then attached screenshots of their conversation and the IP address link below. The previously boisterous commenters fell silent. They were utterly taken aback. The poster was actually Lin Hao. Hadn't they just lambasted their idol, claiming he knew nothing about basketball? Hadn't they just challenged him to a one-on-one? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the forum shifted dramatically. Our God, how self-deprecating. Such a low-key star is indeed rare. Truly, there are not many humble celebrities like him. My dear Lin Hao is not only handsome and skilled at basketball, but also possesses such commendable character. I adore him. The young man was merely being modest. Don't take it to heart. As if that needed saying. Of course, brothers, given how wonderful Hao is, shouldn't we cast our votes for him? Oh right, I almost forgot. It's all-star voting season. Let us hurry. Lin Hao had never anticipated that his offhand remark would garner him countless votes. But that is a tale for another time. Soon, Lin Hao's post attracted the attention of journalists. The next morning, his name graced the headlines of numerous Chinese media outlets. NBA superstar forum self-deprecates. I have a long way to go to first place. NBA star Lin Hao boldly self-deprecates. What lies behind this? Such a humble NBA superstar. Would you not vote for him? By midday, the plane arrived in Houston, the fourth largest city in beautiful country, bustling as much as Los Angeles. Yao Ming had come pick him up. Upon seeing him, Lin Hao's first words were, Big Yao, why do you seem even stronger than last time? Since their last parting, Yao Ming had bulked up considerably. Indeed, I've been focusing on gaining weight. I feel myself growing stronger by the day. Yao Ming's face was lit with a smile. However, I believe it's time for you to stop gaining weight. Lin Hao responded with a serious demeanor. Why is that? You are bulking up to contend with the league's heavy centers, correct? But apart from O'Neal, how many heavy setters are left in the NBA? Are you really preparing just to face him? Moreover, Shaq is nearing 33. How long can his prime endure? Additionally, the most crucial aspect for the Rockets right now is to break through the first round of the playoffs. Thus, the Lakers, Mavericks, and Jazz are your greatest adversaries. Do those teams feature heavy centers? At that moment, Yao Ming's expression turned grave. Most importantly, the heavier your body, the greater the limitations on your defense, and the higher the risk of injury. Upon hearing this, Yao Ming appeared pensive. Well, I'll refrain from saying more. I trust my words have resonated with you. Lin Hao's expression softened as he cheerfully patted Yao Ming's shoulder. The two then drove to Yao Restaurant, a venture co-owned by Yao Ming's parents and a restaurant proprietor. This time, Lin Hao finally savored an authentic Chinese meal, moved to tears by the experience. Los Angeles also has Chinese restaurants, but they invariably serve mutated versions of the cuisine, such as General Tso's chicken, orange chicken, and stir-fried odds and ends. Eating too much of it can easily induce nausea. Brother, if you join the Rockets, you can come here for free every day, Yao Ming said with a grin. Never missing a chance to entice Lin Hao. Don't even think about it. If I join the Rockets, can I have the position of the star player? Lin Hao frowned. Yao Ming fell silent. He could indeed relinquish the star position, but what about McGrady? However, Lin Hao would not be the star player with the Lakers either. Yao Ming suddenly recalled. TCH, Kobe's star position will eventually be mine, Lin Hao disdainfully remarked. Unsurprisingly, by the end of this season, he would ascend to the ranks of elite superstars. By the next season, Kobe would have to make room for him. Of course, Kobe had lent him considerable support. And when the time came, he would undoubtedly take great care of his younger brother, perhaps leading him to secure several championships. That it was not merely about winning 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4. He needed at least 7 that, although Kobe may lose his position as the top player, he would gain unparalleled honor. In short, he was making a tremendous profit. With such an outstanding elder brother, he ought to treat him to a meal. This fellow was simply too arrogant. Yao Ming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. What he was unaware of was that Lin Hao was not exaggerating. In his previous life, the Lakers acquired Pau Gasol, Trevor Ariza, and others, clinching back-to-back championships in 2009 and 2010. Now, with his own addition, it remained uncertain whether Gasol would join. However, Bynum, Ariza, Arteist, and Fisher should pose no problem. By the way, Yao, if I were to snatch the All-Star voting title from you this time, what would your thoughts be? After all, you're the most likely candidate for this honor, Lin Hao inquired. Without his butterfly effect, the voting title this season would have undoubtedly belonged to Yao Ming. Last season, he received an astonishing 1.48 million votes. This season, his performance was even more dazzling, making it entirely possible for him to claim the title. If you truly snatch it away, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Yao Ming responded with a smile. Lin Hao scrutinized him for a while, realizing he did not seem to be jesting. Why? Yao Ming explained, it's simple. It's a matter of virtue, not matching position. Lin Hao suddenly understood. In his rookie year, Yao Ming garnered 1.28 million votes, surpassing Shaquille O'Neal to become an all-star starter. This sparked considerable controversy and placed immense pressure on him. Such an honor became more of a burden. That evening, the Rockets, as expected, lost to the Spurs. The Spurs were simply too formidable. Lin Hao's expression grew grave as he contemplated whether the Lakers could advance if they faced the Spurs in the playoffs. Thus far, the Lakers had faced the Spurs twice, both resulting in losses. More importantly, the Spurs had merely been coasting through the regular season. In the playoffs, they would reveal their true strength on this day. The Lakers were about to board a plane to Minnesota to face the Timberwolves. Everyone here. The plane is about to take off. A staff member inquired, Everyone's here. Everyone's here. How annoying. Death God Parker, Kwame Brown, and others donned their headphones, clearly impatient. Wait, it seems one is missing. Lamar is absent, the observant Chris Mims suddenly remarked. What? Everyone looked around, realizing that Odom was indeed missing. What on earth was that rascal up to? Just when things were running smoothly, he had to drop the ball at a crucial moment. Kobe was infuriated. Everyone should not wait for him to that moment. Phil Jackson waved his hand calmly and stated, I just received news from the team doctor. Lamar injured his head during practice and will need to sit out a game. It turned out that Odom had whimsically attempted to mimic Lin Hao's dunks during training. However, during the dunk, he became distracted and hit his head on the bottom of the backboard, requiring several stitches. Lamar truly was a peculiar character. The others were left speechless. Nonetheless, everyone brushed off the incident. It was merely a minor injury. Moreover, the Lakers were currently performing exceptionally well, with a record of 19 wins and 6 losses, sitting atop the Western Conference. Losing this game would not be a significant issue. Lin, what's wrong? I know you and Lamar are close, but it's just a minor injury. You need not be so distressed, Kobe suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Hao, who was staring down, trembling as if he were on the verge of tears. Lin, it's quite common for athletes to get stitches on their heads. Why are you so upset? Mim asked, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing at all. That I just recalled something a bit sad. Lin Hao raised his head, feigning calmness. In reality, he was not sad, nor was he heartbroken. He was exhilarated and thrilled. With Lamar absent, the team's power forward position was left solely to Medvedenko and Brian Grant, both of whom had become nearly invisible on the team, averaging less than 6 points combined. This meant Lin Hao could shift to the 4 position and face off against the Timberwolves star, Garnett. His eagerness to duel with the big ticket stemmed from a simple reason. The peak-performing Garnett was recognized by the system as a top-tier superstar. Last season, he earned a place on the All-NBA first team, received the MVP award, and was both an all-star starter and the rebounding champion. Such illustrious accolades were beyond the reach of even Kobe and Iverson. Meanwhile, Sprewell and Castle had underperformed this season, classified by the system as ordinary players. If Lin Hao continued to play the three position, no matter how many points he scored, he would not earn any attribute points. However, by competing against Garnett, he could secure 30 attribute points just by grabbing 10 rebounds, even without scoring. More importantly, Lin Hao had discovered a trend in the system's lottery. The stronger the opposing star, the higher the probability of drawing skills. He had managed to draw decent skills from ordinary and all-star players, so what would happen against a top-tier star? With this in mind, Lin Hao approached Phil Jackson's seat and sat down. "Phil, let me play the 4 position and guard Garnett." He gazed intently at the Zen master. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in shock, their mouths agape. "Are you joking? You, a small forward over 2 meters tall, are going to guard a 2.11 meter power forward? Why?" "I need a reason," the Zen master insisted. "If I don't play the 4 position, who can guard Garnett?" Lin Hao replied, "If others can't guard him." "You think you can?" Phil Jackson said with a hint of skepticism. Garnett was renowned for his long arms and impressive leaping ability. What could Lin Hao possibly do to stop him? Without Lamar, we lose our rebounding security. If I play inside, I can compensate for the rebounding deficit, Lin Hao stated. This reasoning sounded quite plausible. All right then. The Zen master finally acquiesced, of course. His agreement stemmed primarily from the fact that the Timberwolves were a weak team. Last season, with Castle, Sprewell, and Garnett, the Timberwolves had successfully reached the Western Conference Finals. Unfortunately, they were defeated by the Lakers, who boasted the F4 in a crucial moment. Since then, the team had been on a downward spiral. This season, they were even unlikely to make the playoffs. Thus, even if Lin Hao performed poorly at the 4 position, Kobe could still step up to rescue the game. Lin truly was a selfless and noble player. All the Lakers players reflected on this. It was worth noting that the Timberwolves lacked any formidable perimeter defenders. If Lin Hao played the 3 position, he could easily score 30 or even 40 points. Yet he chose to play the 4 position to secure rebounds for the team and to limit Garnett. That night at 9:30, the game between the Lakers and the Timberwolves officially commenced. The target setter was filled with raucous cheers, with the majority of the fans in attendance being fervent supporters of Garnett. It is evident that the Wolf King enjoys considerable popularity in Minnesota. The starting lineup for the Timberwolves consists of P.G. Castle, S.G. Sprewell, S.F. Serbiak, P.F. Garnett, and C. Olowokandi. When the starting lineup of the Lakers was unveiled, the audience was left dumbfounded. P.G. Death God Parker, S.G. Kobe, S.F. Devin George, P.F. Lin Hao, and C. Chris Mim. My goodness. Has Phil taken leave of his senses tonight? He intend to position Lin Hao at the power forward spot? I understand now. Phil aims to employ Lin Hao to contain our Wolf King. The commentator exclaimed with fervor. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discontent. Yes, we acknowledge Lin Hao's defensive prowess, but how can a small forward standing just over 2 meters defend against our 11-meter long-armed Garnett? Isn't that a bit excessive? Instantly, the entire audience directed their boos towards Lin Hao. Hell, Lin, are you seeking punishment tonight? Garnett sneered menacingly that if you stay outside, I might struggle against you. But once you step inside, I want to allow it. Lin Hao remained remarkably composed, silent as ever. Garnett's height and wingspan, combined with elite jumping ability and an exceptionally high release point, make him nearly impossible to guard. Thus, he aimed to maintain a low profile tonight, focusing on quietly accumulating his attributes. Olowokandi won the jump ball. Castle dribbled past half-court. Garnett waved for the ball that he intended to decisively overpower Lin Hao, making it clear that the paint belonged solely to him, Garnett, and was no place for mere pretenders. Just as Castle prepared to feed the ball into the post, Lin Hao preemptively moved into the passing lane. Garnett attempted to shove him aside, but failed miserably. With his slight frame, it was utterly humiliating to challenge Lin Hao. Astute, this young man possesses remarkable basketball intelligence, the Zen master thought to himself. Garnett's advantage lay in his height and wingspan. Once he received the ball, a formidable jump shot would follow. With a high release point and quick execution, few could interfere. Thus, Lin Hao utilized his speed to maneuver around for defensive positioning, subsequently leveraging his strength to firmly keep Garnett behind him. The two wrestled in the paint for an extended period, leaving Castle to resort to a one-on-one. Death God Parker couldn't keep pace. And with Kobe providing help defense, the shot missed. Rebound. Both Lin Hao and Garnett surged upward simultaneously. After over a year of camaraderie, Garnett was intimately familiar with Castle's shooting tendencies. He anticipated the ball's trajectory, preparing to leap for the rebound. The rebound is mine. Alas, Lin Hao charged in, sending Garnett stumbling. He soared high, claiming the rebound with an undeniable force. As soon as he landed, Lin Hao sprinted towards the opponent's basket. Meanwhile, Kobe raced down the court on the opposite side, their synchronization seemingly innate. Lin Hao advanced rapidly, drawing the attention of multiple defenders. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he lofted the ball high into the air. At that moment, Kobe had already arrived beneath the basket. Under the watchful eyes of the entire arena, he confidently caught the ball sent by Lin Hao, unhesitatingly slamming it towards the hoop. Oh my. The Kobe-Lin duo has connected once again. Minnesota has transformed into a city of alley-oops tonight. The commentator gasped in astonishment. Garnett's expression darkened considerably. A diminutive player daring to wreak havoc in the paint was akin to disturbing the very earth beneath the mighty. In the next possession, it was once again the Timberwolves' turn to attack. This time, Garnett incessantly moved to find an opportunity to receive the ball. However, Lin Hao clung to him like a leech, refusing to be shaken off.